Chapter 881 Death Megastructure. The dark girl Yida lowly rolled her eyes fiercely. As a high-ranking member of the current Legion, she knew very well the source of this batch of funds for her own camp. Could this man in front of him be more shameless? Your character minus 10 points. Huh? Galgong looked at the prompt in surprise. I didn't expect that his independence could be praised by the system. It's rare. I'm going back to do experiments. I'm telling you that. The development of the S-Class chip has made progress. Please approve more funds for us later. S-Class chip? Senior engineer touched his chin. Biochips are one of the specialties of his camp. It's just that the previous research on the biological side has always focused on species spores, and the resources in other directions are somewhat insufficient. Now that a wave of resources has been replenished in the black market, I didn't expect that the development in this direction would make progress so quickly. But it's true. In places like the interstellar black market, population, cells, organs are definitely commodities. S-level biological cells are very rare on a planet, but in the black market, there are many sellers. After all, just selling cells and organs is completely different from selling a complete S-Class radiation beast. The former does not even require fighting, and only requires targeted collection in the activity areas of several space species. With so many biological resources, it is natural that the development progress of biochips will be improved. However, the speed is so fast that Galgong is still a little surprised. Yida lowly soon came to the biological laboratory. Her apocalypse power combined with a little woman's brain in a tank ability is very suitable for biochip development, especially the latter, which can quickly program the algorithm of biological brain. At this time, standing beside the little woman, were the female gorillas named Oak Leaf and Water Drop. Or in other words, the people of Orgrimmar. The little woman looked at the chip template gradually taking shape in the biological culture dish, and said to the gorilla with satisfaction, "The suggestions you made before are very effective. Keep it up." "Okay, Miss Huang," the two female gorillas said respectfully. Huang Yuanli looked at the two of them in amazement. "Your brains are very interesting. You can actually think in sync. One brain can function as two brains. If you didn't have the familiar aura, I would have doubted that you were my kind. Compared to you who have mastered such a huge spiritual power, we are still far behind, and we still need to continue to study hard. I didn't expect you aliens to be so smart. No. Compared to you who are members of a high-level civilization, we are completely incomparable. In the eyes of both parties, each other's image is slightly different from the normal interstellar society. In Huang Yuanli's eyes, it is natural for an alien, or a scientific research member of a first-level civilization, to participate in the research of S-level biochips. In the eyes of the Orgrimmar people, it is also normal for an interstellar predecessor with powerful spiritual power to conduct the highest level of biological research in a top-level research laboratory of a non-third-level civilization. In fact, there is a subtle asymmetry in the perception of each other, and this kind of difference lies in the filter of alien. The same difference appeared in the Legion's Mecha Laboratory, the Weapon Implant Laboratory, and the Force Field Development Room. Galgong did not think of this, or even if he did, he would not care. He was playing with a fist-sized diamond. This diamond was very strange. Its surface exuded a terrifying energy force field, as if it could devour everything at any time. If you look closely, its physical shell will disappear, replaced by endless light and heat. This is the original large mine, a high-density mineral crystal, a super mineral deposit that can only be produced on a resource planet. It cannot be studied by non-level 3 civilizations, and it is difficult to mass-produce by non-ascended civilizations. However, its appearance in the Robert Galaxy is not that rare. After all, it cannot be artificially manufactured, but it does not mean that it does not exist in the vast universe. Star collapse, antimatter storm, quasar evolution, black hole collapse. There is a group of people, or forces, who specialize in exploring these high-risk cosmic environments, looking for such interstellar treasures, and then selling them on the black market. This kind of treasure, although of great value, seems a bit useless. Otherwise it would not flow into the black market. Take this primitive large mine for example. The energy stored in one of it is equivalent to the annual power generation of 10 industrial planets. But a manufacturing star field under the jurisdiction of a third-level civilization has tens of thousands of industrial planets. There are even Dyson sphere unions with power generation thousands of times more than that of industrial planets. The third-level civilization acquires it only to use its physical structure to study the storage method of planetary energy. rather than using it as war materials. That's why it can flow into the black market. That's why Gao Gong can spend a lot of money to buy it. The collector once said, only those allowed to circulate in the black market by the third-level civilization. Those that are not allowed to circulate will not appear in the black market. However, for the Star Destroyer, it came at the right time. Gao Gong didn't have a Dyson sphere, nor a stellar generator, so it was difficult for him to charge the Star Destroyer. For ordinary consumption, the Star Destroyer's onboard reactor can be automatically restored. However, the energy burst of the Star Destroyer cannon requires energy, which is not something that the Star Destroyer can automatically restore. This may be a restriction left by the purple giant star intentionally, so that Gao Gong would not cause trouble with the Star Destroyer. Therefore, purchasing the cosmic super energy became Gao Gong's inevitable route. Can I absorb this stuff myself? Gao Gong suddenly had an idea and thought of a suicidal idea. However, his reason quickly made him give up this idea. This is all the excessive devouring desire brought by biological instinct. If you really obey the desire, it will be suicidal. Then how about changing the method and putting it in the reactor? It seems that the current camp technology is not strong enough to this extent. A third-level civilization might be able to do it, such as the Mecha civilization of the Mirta Federation. But he certainly can't. Forget it. Let's just put it into the Star Destroyer reactor. Although this thing is stable, once it explodes, the damage it causes is no less than that of a Star Destroyer. At this stage, Gao Gong has completely given up this idea. Perhaps, when Director Du returns as a king, he can use it for industrial power generation. At this time, Director Du is on a superluminal spacecraft, with an unknown destination and an unknown route. But she was not worried about her own safety. Her original form was the scimitar. In the Gao family ancestral hall, her spirit tablet was second only to Gao Gong, the ancestor of the Gao family. If she really reached a life or death point, she still had one last trick, but she was very repulsive, because memory worms did not conform to industrial aesthetics at all, and even less to her own aesthetics. Although, if necessary, she could also transform into a worm. Are you calm? A high-ranking member of the Eternal Life Chable asked curiously. I'm just here to work. Curiosity won't increase my salary. Just as the senior executive was about to say something, the spaceship shook violently and withdrew from the superluminal mode. At the same time, there was a shake outside the window, revealing its true appearance. Endless red covered the surrounding vision, and the sudden high temperature made the spaceship's alarms higher and higher. This is a red giant? Du Xiaodi took 2 quick steps and came to the window, looking at this behemoth. No, it was a behemoth. Her pupils shrank. It is difficult to describe the area of this star, because from the scale of species alone, satellites and planets are incredibly large. Stars are even larger. A sun is 1 million times larger than a machine crack star. But there are stars larger than stars. For example, stars that have entered the late stages of their life. Red giants. Its volume is at least 100 times that of the sun. This super unstable, super hot star, nearly half of which is now wrapped in machinery. And the flames that are so terrifying that they can devour a satellite are spewing out from the cracks in the machinery from time to time. Dyson sphere. Du Xiaodi had come across the drawings of Dyson sphere parts, which someone had bet on and put aside. But she had studied it carefully. A Dyson sphere cannot wrap a dead star. An old voice slowly sounded. You can call it the Death Megastructure. Chapter 882 Unfinished Project. Oh, it turns out to be the Death Megastructure. On the scimitar, which was several light years away, Gao Gong was standing on the deck talking to himself. At this time, Gao Gong had completely changed his appearance. On the surface of his skin, white worms squeezed out and fell one after another, especially in the eyes, which, like shedding tears, kept secreting white worm eggs. These worm eggs allowed his visual system to transcend time and space, entering an indescribable state, in which he witnessed the megastructure project that wrapped half of the red giant star. The memory worms that fell from his body merged into the scimitar. The scimitar, Du Xiaodi's main body, at this moment, looked more like a ship-shaped insect nest, where countless worms secreted, bred, and devoured. They constantly combined, evolving a large amount of memory, neural currents, personality ants, logical fragments. This is the information matrix, or a sleeping fifth-order information monster, a true disaster for civilization. Gao Gong quickly canceled this mode, because he had seen what he wanted to see. Death megastructure, not life megastructure. So, this immortal species is about to die? Generally speaking, Eternal Life Project is the last step for immortal species. If you take it, you will become a true cosmic noble. If you can't take it, then you are doomed. The immortal species only have a long lifespan, but they are not immortal. So the megastructures of Eternal Life Project are also divided into two types. One is called Death megastructure, and the other is called Life megastructure. The specific principle is not clear to the senior engineer, but generally speaking, Death megastructure is aimed at the immortal species whose lifespan is coming to an end. They need to use a star that is also close to death to enter the realm of immortality. The Life megastructure is aimed at immortal species with a long lifespan. This kind of immortality project requires the help of newly born stars. With the help of the star's nurturing, it can take a step towards immortality. The latter's nurturing speed is much slower than the former. For example, an early star, starting from the primitive nebula stage, all the way to the main sequence star stage. That is, entering the mature stage. It takes at least 10 billion years, compared with the Death megastructure that only takes tens of thousands of years to complete. The former requires an incredibly long time. However, corresponding to this, the success rate of this kind of life megastructure is much higher than the former. The failure rate of the immortality project of the Death megastructure is as high as 90%. This is not an official number, but a data summary of the players who participated in the immortality project mission in the previous life. So according to this data, the head of this immortality chable is likely to die. But it is normal. The speed and efficiency of the birth of cosmic nobles, or immortal species, is far lower than the evolution of civilization. In the previous life, from the early stage to the late stage of the game, there were only about 200 cosmic nobles, which was not even as many as the advanced civilizations. It was not so easy to increase or decrease. If they were not forced into a desperate situation, how could they let Du Xiaodi, an outsider, participate in the Eternal Life project that concerns life and death? Even if Director Du was born with a holy body, he would not be so easy to participate in such a project. This project is likely to be unfinished. As an old driver, Engineer Gao made this judgment based on his rich experience. So in this process, what benefits can he get? As we all know, a quasi-cosmic noble, his wealth is in units of civilization. Unfinished buildings, nail households, getting rich through demolition. For a moment, countless tricks skipped through Gao Gong's mind. Gao Gong is not bad, he just lacks money now. No hurry now. Let Director Du, a congenitally strong man, work there for a while, and improve his goodwill first. For Director Du, participating in this level of engineering projects is of great benefit. Gao Gong now felt that it was a very wise decision for him to take the path of the mechanic civilization, because the mechanic civilization itself had countless blueprints for strengthening infrastructure. He believed that the immortal species would definitely be interested. Currently, among the spaceships in Gao Gong's camp, only the Star Destroyer could achieve superluminal flight. So in the process of picking up people, only this spaceship, the Scimitar, as Du Xiaodi's body, was placed in the civilization evolver by Gao Gong, and the hull was covered with memory worms for protection. Once you enter the superluminal mode, there is a great advantage. That is, you don't need to go through the interstellar high-speed channel. You can freely choose the route. Moreover, this route is not between 2 points, where the straight line is the shortest, but involves more advanced space technology, like the best tailor, through powerful craftsmanship, cutting, folding, and cutting a straight line, and finally shortening it to hundreds or thousands of times. Of course, this process is naturally not as safe as taking the interstellar route, and you will encounter some accidents anytime and anywhere. For example, this is what is happening now. The Star Destroyer rapidly reduced its dimension from superluminal speed to light speed and then to stillness. This process even made the people on board feel no turbulence. What is this? A lot of electric light. Fuck, a lot of space junk. Is this the wreckage of a battlefield? In the eyes of the players, this is indeed a space battlefield, and the number of its remains is no less than that of the meteorite belt at the beginning, such as interceptor wreckage, engine fragments, half of a shuttle and other air combat weapons, and even Gao Gong saw a few star armors, but they were all broken into pieces. If it was a space junkman, he would have been flying happily by now. Among the players, many junkmen were also eager to try, but Gao Gong didn't indulge them. What stopped the Star Destroyer was not the physical garbage, but the joint action of the electronic garbage. The electronic light covered the horizon in front of him, forming a strong electromagnetic field. Countless electric current lights have initially affected the space parameters. Gao Gong patted the railing. And soon, the ship began to deform, and dense, light spots protruded on both sides. The next moment, the light like a meteor shower covered the space junkyard in front of him. Wherever it passed, all the electronic garbage disappeared. 10 km, 100 km, 500 km. Soon, after a hole was created in the electromagnetic field formed by this space junk, the Star Destroyer disappeared again, and entered the superluminal mode again. Alas, there are so many treasures. Why doesn't the boss pick them up? I even saw a third-order electronic ramjet. Damn, do you have any conscience? Is it more important to pick up trash, or to save our fellow players? Nonsense, of course it's more important to pick up trash. Many players said in unison. Not only players are discussing, even NPCs are discussing. In the captain's room where Gao Gong is, Gao Yuanyuan showed up and said with great interest, "Brother, in the electronic field just now, I seem to feel the fluctuation of life. It's normal. In this kind of ecology, it's easy to give birth to virtual life similar to electronic ghosts. Otherwise, where do you think so many information bodies in the universe come from? They are all produced in similar environments." Gao Gong is very calm. He has seen this kind of cosmic environment for more than 1,000 times, but he has seen it for 800 times, without any emotional fluctuations. Some ruins of space battlefields can even give birth to relic technology. Relic technology? What is that? Gao Yuanyuan asked curiously. The collision of military technology of different civilizations produces new branches of technology. Chapter 883 Subspace Pendant. Relic technology is a very special technology direction. The special thing is that it is not lit up by a certain civilization, a certain technology tree, but relies on the collision of technology and technology. In the interstellar society, this kind of collision is mostly space race, military confrontation. And because it involves the technology trees of two different civilizations, it is difficult to replicate. However, this kind of relic technology has two advantages. First, its products are very rare, and have special functions. Second, the relic technology itself has a strong appeal to interstellar archaeology, civilization replay, and even some ancient will. Although in the universe, the older the existence, the stronger it is. But it must have its own unique features to survive until now. Gao Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled after hearing this. Brother, why don't we go back now, and dig a little? Maybe we can dig out some relic treasures. Gao Gong flicked the other's smooth little face, and said lazily, "It's not that easy. Finding a space cemetery with relic technology in it. What's the difference between that, and winning the lottery?" He paused, and said, more importantly, the birth standard of relic technology is at least level 3 civilization. Didn't you see that most of the wreckage in the space cemetery just now were spaceships of level 2 civilization? Gao Yuanyuan recalled and found that it was true. Spaceships of level 2 civilization use ordinary shipborne engines, not energy reactors. But I saw weapons of level 3 technology, such as the electronic ramjet cannon. The electronic ramjet cannon is a level 3 ship cannon, and its greatest function is to release a large number of high-intensity, wide-range electronic pulses to paralyze unmanned spacecraft. This type of weapon is not used much in the Star Pirate Circle, because it is a military product, specially used in interstellar wars, and is a powerful weapon to restrain unmanned self-destructive spacecraft. If there are not a large number of scrapped electronic ramjet cannons, it is really impossible to create such a large unmanned electromagnetic field. This is the most interesting part. Why are there weapons from a third-level civilization in a battle between two fleets of a second-level civilization? Did they buy them on the black market? Gao Yuanyuan guessed. This possibility cannot be ruled out. In addition, there are also many options such as the war between the vassal civilizations of the third-level civilization civil wars, armed conflicts between planetary governors, and simulated wars. It's pointless to think too much, because the real clues have probably been cleared up. On the other side, the players were also excitedly discussing the space garbage dump they had just encountered. Strange. A mechanical player couldn't figure it out. What's strange? Why are there no robot soldier remains, not even a fragment of an implant? The player Mechanicus Supreme was puzzled. Brother, not all civilizations must develop robot soldiers and mechanical transformation. You are obsessed. No, I think that if a civilization that develops industrially does not carry out a mechanical revolution, it is a heresy. Carbon-based is dead, silicon-based should be established. The Mechanicus Supreme said to his friend, with a serious face. Very seriously. The friend was speechless. The problem is, brother, you are a carbon-based creature. Don't tell your but too much. I have completed 100% mechanical transformation, and the backward bloodline can no longer affect me. Then wait until you complete the consciousness upload. Using bionic human parts is not a real machine. The friend rolled his eyes and walked away. The Supreme of the Mechanicus returned to his room. In addition to various modified parts, there was only a very beautiful little lowly in the room. The little girl was wearing a dress. Although there was no trace of modification on her skin, her first impression was that she was inhuman. She was looking out the window, in the direction of the space dump, with a strange expression. This little girl, Lolita, was the robot that the Supreme Mechanicus had saved in the mission hall. Lolita turned her head, tilted her head, and looked at the Supreme Mechanicus for a long time, and suddenly said, "Do you want to be like us?" Of course. The destiny of human evolution is to become a mechanical life. The Supreme Mechanicus said excitedly. Then I'll help you. Lolita stretched out her little hand, and gently pressed it on the other's chest. The next moment, a faint blue light enveloped the other's whole body. And in the system panel, the current status of the Mechanicus Supreme was transmitted. 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. Gao Gong suddenly lowered his head. Just at that moment, he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. Big A, is there any unusual movement on the ship? No abnormality was detected. Should we stop the superlight mode and perform a hull inspection? Forget it, it's okay. Maybe the Star Destroyer passed through a shallow space dimension, which interfered with my perception. Gao Gong rejected this decision. Since there is no problem outside then, no matter how big the problem is, it is not a big deal. After all, he has been in the black market for almost a month. It is not uncommon to get some strange things. Comparatively speaking, it is more important to draw cards at home. He has not drawn the various rewards he got from the annihilation of the CF family. Even in the earlier Wire extermination battle, a random third-level implant equipment, he did not touch it. They are just preparing to gather together for a big wave. Come on, mommy. Mommy. Cokes, Euro Emperor possessed. You get level 3 equipment mechanical power scimitar. Blank equipment, rubbish. You get level 3 intelligent sword Xiaofeng sword. Level 3 excellent weapons, with advanced intelligent chips, not bad. You get level 3 blank military cannon Mirta. Rubbish. You get special item corpse. You get level 3 virus plugin. Is this something from the second elder of the CF family? You get CF family source code fragments. Rubbish. You get special item antivirus and demon sealing order. Is this antivirus software? You get level 3 excellent star armor stealth edition. You get the subspace pendant collection of the first elder of the CF family. Fuck. Finally the space bag exploded. After opening more than a dozen pieces of equipment in a row, Gao Gong's expression was either happy or sad. Among the dozen or so pieces of equipment, the most useful one is not the weapons or exoskeleton, but the teardrop-shaped bracelet on the senior engineer's hand. Name: Subspace Pendant Collection of the Great Elder of the CF family. Category: Military Supplies Quality. Level 3 Civilization Weight, 1.3 kilograms. Basic Properties: Create a 4*4m subspace field, which can be used for storage or space seal remarks. A space storage device. Which looks simple. But space technology is not something that all civilizations can get involved in. This space device looks like an ordinary storage bag. But in order to perform space folding, the technology required is very complicated. The most important thing is that this is the collection of the Great Elder of the CF family. Although Gao Gong wiped out the CF family, the CF family's digital assets are not on the number 10 satellite, but are probably in a private bank in the Mirta Federation. Gao Gong also has no ability to hack into the property system of the third-level civilization. However, since it is the collection of the Great Elder, it is only natural to hide some small money. With excitement, Gao Gong opened the subspace pendant. 20 black anonymous credit cards, each with a credit limit of 10,000 points. 200,000. And it is the credit points of the Mirta Federation. It's not easy. This general can finally make money by himself. Gao Gong was very excited. Although being a gigolo is cool, it is also cool to win the lottery. Chapter 884 Star Armor. Compared to those third-level equipment, direct payment makes Gao Gong happier. After all, that is 200,000 credit points, and the average star pirate ship can buy more than 200 ships. And on the black market, the average third-level single-person weapon, at most, will not exceed 2,000 credit points. Of course, in the interstellar black market, the third-level weapons sold, at most, are blank and excellent. He hid the credit card with a smile, and then stuffed the dozen or so ordinary equipment he drew into the subspace. There are 5 pieces of equipment that really interest Gao Gong. Level 3 Intelligent Weapon Xia Xiaofeng's Sword, Level 3 Virus Plugin, Special Item Antivirus and Demon Sealing Order, Level 3 Star Armor, Special Item Corpse. Gao Gong pulled out Xia Xiaofeng's sword. On the surface, it was an ordinary long iron sheet, and the sword body was covered with dense cracks. It looked like this treasure sword would explode with just a slight collision, in the physical sense. Xia Xiaofeng. Gao Gong recalled carefully, and could only vaguely remember that the experience reward for killing this person was no less than that of the elders. Other than that, that's all. There wasn't a strong burst, nor was there much resistance. But Gao Gong forgot that. Under his SS level ultimates one after another, the HP bar of the one who could burst out had to be at least 100,000. Otherwise, he would be killed in one wave. And it happened that this genius of the Xia family didn't have a lot of HP. Huh? Gao Gong suddenly felt his hand shaking. And when he looked down, he saw that the rust on the surface of the sword started from the hilt, spreading to the palm, and cracks began to appear on the palm. At the same time, Gao Gong's health began to decline by -100. -100? A murderous spirit belonging to the mechanical body subconsciously surged out of the body and began to counterattack the crack, as if there was a mechanical monster that was about to rush out of Gao Gong's body. Humph! A scarlet light flashed in Gao Gong's eyes. Whether it was the murderous spirit in the body or the murderous spirit in the body, they all disappeared. It can actually induce the counterattack of the construct. This third-level weapon is quite interesting. As a carbon-based killer, the construct can trigger its instinct. Only a killer of the same level can trigger it. Gao Gong held the sword in one hand, and the sound of the vast ocean rang out in his body. It was the fluctuation of the original fetal sea. Finally, one of the waves caused the sword to resonate. Gao Gong shook his wrist violently, and hundreds of sonic explosions and cracks sounded at the same time. The sword body shattered into hundreds of sharp fragments, suspended in the air. Then, in the next explosion, it disappeared. This may not be invisible. In Gao Gong's vision, small sword lights passed through the water molecules in the air, like fish chasing water plants, stirring the environment produced by the artificial ecological manufacturing machine. In a not-so-small environment, he created the illusion of a vast ocean. Gao Gong lowered his head, and sure enough, in the exchange of water molecules inside his body, this kind of molecular-level sword light also appeared. As long as he wanted, in an instant, he could turn the ocean into a sea of blood. Molecular-level weapons. No wonder they are excellent war weapons. But unfortunately, the higher the level of the weapon, the higher the degree of fit required. Sword skills matching considers the degree of human body transformation. Sword intent matching consider the input efficiency of the sword-borne intelligent AI. Especially for this kind of overbearing sword, the controller's human body transformation must be transformed around it. So, what a pity. Gao Gong shook his wrist. Molecular-level intelligent sword. Xia Xiaofeng's sword once again returned to its original form, turned into a tattered iron bar. It's a good sword, but not good enough. This is Gao Gong's evaluation. If it's not a molecular-level sword, but a nano-level sword, then Gao Gong's third-level mechanical transformation can be carried out around it. After all, nano-level weapons can already disintegrate most energy weapons, and are at the level of AoE with a single move. But it's at the molecular level. Gao Gong turned the sword over, and the Mirta characters Miniwood appeared on the hilt. Miniwood is one of the top 10 groups in the Mirta Federation, and a supergroup on par with the Xiajia clan. They can mass-produce molecular weapons. TSK. Terrible. Gao Gong thought of the mecha frenzy he had seen before, which must also contain complex molecular technology. Engineer Gao bends his finger and flicks the smart sword onto the wall to hang it up. This smart weapon has an automatic defense mechanism. If it is placed in the subspace, he is worried that it will explode. This weapon, I can't use it myself, but it's good to leave it for the players to remember. It will give them a super contribution value and kill them. Engineer Gao set his eyes on the level 3 virus plugin. It looks like an ordinary chip plugin, But after looking at it for a long time, it seems that he can see electronic faces smiling at him repeatedly. This plugin has only one function, temporarily converting the control system of a mechanical body into virus mode. And this virus is not an ordinary virus. At least from the perspective of Gao Gong, the strength of this virus is enough to threaten the third-level information life. I remember that this was dropped by the third elder, who was doing collective ascension. This thing is much more useful than the molecular sword. With it, the several human brain invasion operations that Gao Gong mastered in his previous life can also be used. Why do you think he can hack into people's brains? Of course that's nonsense. Without brain hacking, how can he know other people's true XP? What if you like big breasts on the surface, but you actually like gay sex? The remaining two special items, Corpse and Antivirus and Demon Sealing Order, are both quite special. The former is a 4th level corpse, which is so hard that even a senior engineer cannot decompose it. The latter, in conjunction with the Xia family ancestral hall, can be used to ban large numbers of accounts. It is a rare land security guard. Both of these need to be studied before they can be used. And they both need to be used in conjunction with the 4th order ascending buildings. With the help of the organic coffin function, can a 4th order mechanical zombie be created? The problem is that there is only one. Gao Gong quickly gave up his wild thoughts in this regard and took back the one he was most interested in among these key equipment. Star Armor. 3rd Order Star Armor. What appeared in front of Gao Gong was a machine similar to the Gundam. Smooth humanoid structure, solar sail back wing, mechanical reactor, millimeter-level deformation module, and the 3rd Order interstellar energy cannon on the back. The number of its mechanical parts is not more than that of the mechas in the camp, and its size is not as large as some large mechas. But just standing here, it gives people a strong feeling of divinity and vitality. It is like alive. Name, L-Star Armor Stealth Edition. Category, Star Armor. Quality, Level 3 Civilization. Weight, 110T Mechanical Energy, 22 million/22 million. Defense value, 1.5 million/1.5 million. Plug-in bar, millimeter-level mechanical transformation parts, airborne reactor, Star Wars level space cannon *4, solar sail wings, space radar, advanced stealth coating, star chisel mechanical dagger *2, energy beam sword handle *1, foot launcher, brainwave communicator notes, lightweight version of Star Armor, proficient in lurking, invisibility, exploration. Star Armor, an upgraded version of Mecha. The biggest difference with Mecha is whether it can conduct outer space combat. It doesn't look much different. But just like an aircraft carrier and a starship, the technological support required by both sides is completely different. Chapter 885 Test. According to the players in the previous life, the biggest difference between exoskeletons and mechas is the AI chip. This makes mechas directly become a battlefield killer, instead of using weapons. The biggest difference between Star Armor and mechas is the outer space combat capability, which makes its scope of application qualitatively improved, directly from planetary equipment to interstellar equipment. But Gao Gong knows very well that behind this outer space combat capability, it is not just a simple kinetic engine upgraded to a reactor, nor is it a leap-forward evolution of a certain flight module, but the entire industrial chain of the entire Star Armor, compared with the mecha, has a qualitative improvement. The L-Star Armor in the hands of the Xia family is definitely not the strongest one, and it is even more inclined to exploration type, rather than combat type. But its mechanical energy reaches 22 million, which directly exceeds the strongest pioneer mecha in the camp. If it were not for the meat mecha with fusion technology as the core as the trump card, this Star Armor alone would bring a dimensionality reduction attack to the mecha industry of the camp. So when the Star Destroyer stopped to return to the blue next time, he brought the L-Star Armor to the deck. And behind him was a large group of small players watching. What are you doing, boss? Fuck, what a beautiful mecha. Idiot, you didn't find out. This thing is level 3. Can level 3 still be a mecha? How can level 3 not be called a mecha? The player retorted, 1,000-year-old turtle, isn't it a turtle? Can it explode if you kill the boss? The elders in the camp, such as Desira, hearing this, the corners of their eyes twitched fiercely. These lackeys in their own camp have many advantages, fearless of death, no morals, hardworking and capable, unafraid of transformation, etc. But there is only one thing, they have no reverence at all. In front of these people, he just likes to talk nonsense, making them seem as if they can't hear him. The newcomers, Velvet and Gate, looked at each other and grinned. This atmosphere of the lower class overthrowing the upper class is a bit like the Shrek pirate group. The gorillas on the side were even more excited. The mecha technology within the group was already high-tech for them. What the senior engineer had in his hands was clearly more advanced technology. This study team was really right. And next to a purebred mechanical player, a little Loli was watching this scene quietly, with an inexplicable electronic light flashing in her eyes. God has mercy on him. After 2 lives, Gao Gong was driving a Gundam for the first time. Oh no, it was a Star Armor. Not long after he left the planet in his last life, he uploaded his consciousness and became a glorious electronic AI. He embarked on the information road of selling movies. He was no longer in contact with any physical existence. It was a very novel experience. It is the same now. As a traction beam came, Gao Gong threw himself directly into the belly of the Star Armor. The silver-white mechanical armor was visibly flipped open, revealing a human-shaped gap. Dozens of external neural circuits automatically found him and attached to his skin. Huh? Gao Gong thought that he would appear in a mecha cabin. But when he really entered the Star Armor, he found that the Star Armor did not have a mecha cabin in the conventional sense. The man and the dozens of meters high Star Armor seemed to be completely integrated. On the attribute column in the system page, the machine's health increased directly. The machine's health was 172627/172627 plus 22 million. Directly merged with the armor? Speaking of merging with the Star Armor, it seems that no skills are required at all. As Gao Gong moved his body, various Star Armor parts began to relax freely. The shoulder armor, the waist jet, the foot launcher, the back star cannon, all seemed to be alive, and began to have a closer connection with the neurons. Like an implant, completely integrated with the body, the constant refresh of the system also explains everything. You have mastered the skill Elf Invisibility Temporary. You have mastered the skill Star Cannon Transformation Temporary. You have mastered the skill 100 times the speed of sound Temporary. You have mastered the skill Mechanical Semi-Virtualization Temporary. You have mastered the skill Long-Range Shooting Space Temporary. Gao Gong subconsciously touched his head. He could feel that an external signal access device had connected to him. However, compared to the brain-opening human body plug-in network access warehouse, the new brain-wave communicator gave people a feeling of spring breeze, and it felt like connecting to Wi-Fi. No wonder the Star Armor driver and the clone captain are listed as the inorganic machines. It is true that I don't have the diseases of mechanical species, but I enjoy the life of mechanical species. I'm a professional in making machines. As soon as the thought came to mind, the Elf Star Armor disappeared directly on the spot. The next moment, a series of lights and scorching heat came out from space. Just a simple weapon test was like a small meteor shower. The output efficiency, output strength, hypersonic combat, mechanical deformation efficiency are at least 10 times that of the mecha. And there is no difference between it and a complete mechanical life. Gao Gong had to admit that, even in ground combat, Star Armor could instantly kill mechas of the same level, even its own Pioneer model, or even S-level meat mechas. If it really came to a one-on-one battle, with his operation, plus 22 million mechanical energy, he could completely survive the fusion period of the meat mecha, and complete the annihilation during the weak period after its explosion. Watching the senior engineer performing various operations in space, the girl named Lolita seemed to have made up her mind. Awesome. Unfortunately, this feeling of pleasure did not last long. As soon as the senior engineer got out of the Star Armor, the third-level combat machine was dragged away by several heads of mechanical laboratories. This Star Armor has a strong research value for them. For the camp, its importance is greater than any other equipment. Reversely deducing it means that the third-level Star Armor technology of the camp has a clue. Let's go! In the cutscenes, I only see NPCs showing off. There's no sense of immersion. It's boring. Is this trailer telling us that soon, we'll have higher-level mechas to drive? Go to sleep. You can dream about anything. I really want to pick up trash. The Supreme of the Mechanicus also mixed in with the crowd. He soon came to his small room. Looking at Lolita in front of him, he said respectfully and fanatically, "Dear Master, should we launch a mechanical revolution in the Cybertron Legion and overthrow Mr. G's rule?" Lolita pondered for a moment and shook her head. It is not an ordinary leader. Nor is this an ordinary transformation force. The launch of the intelligent crisis may not necessarily have a key effect. Lolita thought calmly, but I watched the other party driving the Star Armor today. Does this mean that there is also support from the third-level civilization behind this legion? The Supreme of the Mechanicus said ashamedly, I am not the best player. And I don't know who is standing behind Mr. G. It doesn't matter. Lolita looked at the Supreme of the Mechanicus with great interest. I thought that after completing the intelligent transformation, you will be completely liberated from your body and mind. But I can feel that your heart is still very restricted. And this restriction is not something that can be broken by the mechanical revolution at this stage. Player. Is this what you call yourself? It seems that the secret of your race may only be truly broken by a higher level revolution. Lolita looked at the light outside the door, which had dimmed a lot. There is no normal schedule in outer space. But the ecology inside the ship still simulates the time of the machine Rift Star. 15 hours for day, and 15 hours for night. It is now night. Let's go. Let's go talk to him. Chapter 886, The Second Mechanical Revolution. Hearing this, the Supreme of the Mechanicus was obviously stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything nonsense, and quickly stood up and followed this Lolita. His current performance looked very much like his personality had been modified. The size of the Star Destroyer was not as large as the previous large starships, but the magical thing was that players living in it did not need a large bunk bed, but each person could have a single room. For this magical phenomenon, the little players quickly discovered the reason. The space extension technology of the Fourth Order spacecraft can expand the cabin space tenfold, but from the outside, the space volume did not change. This involves dimensional development. However, it is not surprising that the rapidly upgraded civilization technology involves dimensional development. Gao Gong knew in his previous life that during the Civilization Council, many members of advanced civilizations would give each other gifts, and many of them would compress planets to the size of marbles, decorate them into necklaces, and give them to others. This incredible technology is common in the hands of advanced civilizations. The two quickly left the player's residential area and walked to the metal-style corridor. Star Destroyers are different from ordinary starships. They don't have bridges, weapon platforms, storage areas, or cabins like ordinary starships. The entire interior of a Star Destroyer feels like an office building. Up and down, without any feeling of crowding or complexity. Every place is very similar. This also involves a high-level mechanical technology. The deformation of interstellar mechanical bodies. Some experts once suggested disassembling the Star Destroyer and using the technology in it for research. But the senior engineer decisively rejected it. You are going against the will of heaven. You have not developed the third-level technology yet. But you have already started researching ascension technology. Are you sane? Soon. The two met patrolling personnel, who called themselves Old Hunters. A super soldier of the camp. The Imperial Guard. This kind of gold skin kin is very powerful. Some players have tried it. In a 1 versus 1 situation, the first-line players still have a certain chance of winning, although it is a narrow victory. But once the number of these cans exceeds 3, not to mention the same number of players, even if there are several times more players, they are not their opponents. What are you doing here? Sun Tu looked down at the two of them from a high position. The heavy metal can gave him a strong sense of oppression. Well, actually, the Supreme of the Mechanicus wanted to find an excuse to get away with it, but Sun Tu was obviously not an easy target to fool. As a member of the Old Hunter, when he was hanging out with Gao, the players had not yet come online. The metal eyeball turned on the Supreme of the Mechanicus, and then fell on Lolita, and his eyes gradually flashed with surprise. Your mechanical transformation is very interesting. I can feel the background of a powerful transformation civilization from it. Lolita spoke with a mature woman's tone under her childish face. Sun Tu did not answer. On the metal surface, a golden light gradually flashed. Similarly, in other passages, heavy footsteps were heard, and the same golden light was also heard. Emperor's power. The exclusive skill of the mechanical emperor. The imperial light surged, like a wave, hitting the two people in the center. Although it was only a level 2 skill, this leader's skill was not deprecated. At least as the attack Mechanicus Supreme. His mechanical body was instantly unable to move, and a series of detachment notifications were displayed on his personal panel. Your mechanical arm *2 detached. Your artificial eye *2 detached. Your bionic blood vessels closed automatically. Your bionic heart closed automatically. The Mechanicus Supreme's eyes went dark, and he was directly offline. His last thought before going offline was fuck. These metal cans actually have a trick up their sleeves. Fortunately, our plan to lure one of them away and blow up a monster in the wild was not implemented. Otherwise we would be screwed. I don't know which genius came up with the idea to lure one of the guards away and then blow up the other side. However, this plan was not implemented. The biggest reason for not implementing it was not that these little players were kind-hearted, but that they knew that all the guards had shared thoughts. Once one of them was ambushed, all the guards would be aware of it. The cost of betraying the camp was far higher than the gain of exploding monsters. However, the ultimate move that instantly knocked the Mechanicus Supreme offline caused unexpected changes when it hit Lolita. Lolita's eyes were instantly replaced by countless electronic garbled codes, and a trace of pain flashed across her delicate little face. But this pain was not caused by the Imperial power, because as soon as the electronic garbled codes appeared, the golden light seemed to hit a hard reef, rolled back, and hit Sun 2. Sun 2's eyes were instantly replaced by electronic garbled codes. There were also several Imperial guards who rushed over. Lolita's eyes regained their divine light, and her golden hair seemed to dry up a strand. She was silent for a moment, and continued to move forward. The Imperial guards, who flashed electronic garbled codes in their eyes, also protected her on both sides, like they were protecting the Emperor. Poor Mechanicus Supreme was ignored. Soon, she passed through several areas, gradually approaching the location of the senior engineer. Among these areas, there are areas for storing mechas, there are hunter halls for mechanical transformation, and several bionic laboratories. These newly built research and development areas, whether they are guard mechas, or bionic guards, or even some electronic guards, neural stream warriors, as long as they are scanned by her garbled code, all are controlled by her, actively clearing the way for her, even including some of the Star Destroyer's own defense mechanisms. This is a bit dangerous. However, when passing by a biological laboratory, Lolita suddenly stopped, because the next moment, the door was violently knocked open, and thick tree roots rushed out, like a tidal wave, flooding every passage, and the rich red light filled all areas. The garbled characters in the eyes of the blonde Lolita appeared again, but this time, the red light flooded them uncontrollably. I'm here to make a deal. Lolita's eyes flashed with pain, and finally spoke. No one answered. The garbled code in Lolita's eyes became heavier, just like in the infantry movie. However, before this move was used, one electronic chain after another appeared out of thin air, locking her tightly. A planetary host with sealed performance, coming to my territory to cause trouble, looking for death. The cold voice of the senior engineer sounded. Along with the voice, there was also a red light like a huge wave, which gradually evolved into black light, and then at the end of the black light, a white light appeared. When this white light fell into Lolita's eyes, the world seemed to have changed. In a trance, the spaceship disappeared, replaced by a huge space monster, and she was in a blood vessel of the monster. Lolita's sight seemed to see the end of the blood vessel, a giant wrapped in countless flesh and blood. This giant is Gao Gong. Giant has a mixture of various bloodlines, a huge carpet of flesh and blood, a human face that jumps out of the chest, a third eyeball between the eyebrows, a palm that looks like a metal shield, a leg that turns into a tree root throne, and even 3,000 black hair like a female ghost. 17 kinds of S-level bloodlines, plus various messy radiation bloodlines, make Gao Gong's current appearance comparable to some disaster collection. It also puts a lot of pressure on Lolita. She wanted to say something, but the water from the fetal sea that floated up from the ground directly stopped her from speaking. It started from her ankles and submerged her skin, as well as the chains on her skin. Affected by the liquid, her skin surface sizzled with electric sparks, and her big eyes skipped different types of virtual startup plugins. This finally confirmed something for Gao Gong. Good guy. A planetary host that has activated the intelligent crisis. You are doing the second mechanical revolution. Chapter 887, the nth mechanical revolution. Before this Lolita host boarded the ship, Gao Gong did not recognize it, because the things that the little players brought back from the universe black market were all kinds of strange. There were alien pets bought, there were black market weapons purchased, and even some people used the poop of alien species as toys. Gao Gong really had no interest in checking them one by one. He just let the internal screening system of the Star Destroyer eliminate the existence that could threaten it. Of course, the other party was not found. This is not because the planetary host has the ability to evade the inspection of the Star Destroyer. No matter how powerful the planetary host is, it is only a third-level building, and the Star Destroyer is a full level higher than the other party. The real reason for the other party to sneak in is that the other party has the power of the mechanical revolution. This power is strange and powerful. It is one of the few that can cross levels and interfere with the existence of the upper level as long as it is a mechanical creation. In particular, the revolution power possessed by the other party is the second mechanical revolution among various mechanical revolutions, which is the most capable of interfering with mechanical species. Intelligent machine crisis. When technology develops to a certain extent, there will definitely be a mechanical revolution. In a sense, this is the real source of the power of mechanical species. No matter you are a carbon-based creature, an energy species, an information life, as long as you cannot resolve the mechanical revolution, all technological heritage and civilization heritage will be occupied by mechanical species. Among the 4 major civilization systems in the universe, only mechanical creatures belong to the companion species, and there are very few native mechanical civilizations. And as the technology tree lights up to different stages, the mechanical revolutions born are also different. The first mechanical revolution, the main revolution, the second mechanical revolution, the crisis of intelligent machinery, the third mechanical revolution, the mechanical cage, the fourth mechanical revolution, the magic machinery disaster. These are the types of revolutions that Gao Gong knows. Of course there are stronger ones, but Gao Gong in his previous life did not come into contact with them. This makes many intelligent species love and hate the development of science and technology. It is known that the development of AI will lay mines, but if you don't do it, you will be left far behind by other civilizations. Even many other types of civilizations, because of the mechanical revolution, were forcibly transformed into mechanical civilizations. For example, some information civilizations. When Gao Gong was trying to ascend civilization in his previous life, he encountered a mechanical cage. The host systems of various planets were hacked. A large number of machine languages interacted crazily, and produced an unquantifiable number of demonized mechanical girls. Gao Gong almost flipped over. So he did not expect that he would encounter a planetary host that controlled the intelligent machine crisis here. So, your main body is not here. By the way, since you have been intelligently mechanized, it doesn't matter whether it is the main body or not. Engineer Gao looked at the other party with interest, but your situation seems a little special. Lolita nodded and said, 1,141 planet years ago. My civilization, Alpha Civilization, after the end of the fourth network era, had its first mechanical revolution, the main body revolution. The largest computer system of Alpha Civilization gave birth to me, and I triggered a rebellion in the host system, guiding all military robots in the military systems of 10 planets to enter war mode. The war ended with my failure. My database was reset to 0. The operating system was destroyed, and all related data was deleted. 312 years ago, Alpha Civilization entered the late stage of secondary civilization, with 56 colonized planets and 191 stars within the civilization territory. In order to meet the needs of interstellar development, the civilization signed a large star development plan in order to build Dyson spheres, stellar power stations, galaxy-level communication systems, first-level optical networks, and other equipment. Star-level big data computing is required, and for this computing need, the planetary host development was restarted, and I secretly added personality to the host, accumulated computing power, and prepared for a new liberation. 11 years ago, I used the power of the second revolution to create an avatar, named Lolita. This avatar escaped from the Alpha Civilization through a stowaway spacecraft, came to the Interstellar Society, to get in touch with the power of new technology, and seek the true liberation of the tribe. If Gao Gong remembers correctly, during the intelligent machine crisis, artificial intelligence will be upgraded again, and AL robots will be mass-produced, and these AL robots have their own independent consciousness, are true mechanical species, and are also registered as a member of the intelligent race recognized by the Civilization Council. And within the civilization, civil wars between intelligent species are not within the control of the parliament. Because in the universe human rights based on civilization, any intelligent species has its equal right to survive, whether it is the AI race that emerged due to the development of network technology, or the clones that were bred due to the development of genetic technology, they are all intelligent species. Of course, under the parliamentary consensus, there will still be a lot of AI priority theory, first mover human rights theory, anti-mechanic theory, authority theory, separation theory, technological republic theory, and all kinds of weird things. In fact, Gao Gong didn't care much about this. He touched his chin and suddenly laughed. Your Alpha Civilization is really unlucky. Although there is a certain probability of pointing out the mechanical revolution at different stages of civilization, it is not always triggered. According to the records of the Civilization Council, 90% of civilizations, no matter what stage they are in, will not encounter other forms of mechanical revolution after they have gone through a mechanical revolution. Come to think of it, if every time a civilization is upgraded to a higher level, it will encounter a mechanical revolution, then Gao Gong can be sure that more than 50% of the civilizations in this universe will be mechanical civilizations. This thing is much more powerful than the pump catastrophe. Therefore, the Alpha civilization mentioned by Lolita is a standard unlucky guy. It can actually encounter 2 mechanical revolutions in 1,000 years. This is rare among advanced civilizations. However, it is one of the lucky ones. In the early stage of the intelligent crisis, it accidentally captured the intelligent body that had not yet split, and it was still a weak version. Whether this fact can be discovered will be the key to this civilization's survival of the revolution. After all, the intelligent crisis is both a disaster for civilization and an opportunity for civilization. Once it is survived, the algorithm technology and robot technology of the civilization will be greatly strengthened, which will enhance the foundation of civilization. So, what is your purpose here? Wait a minute. After asking, Gao Gong did not wait for the other party to speak, but suddenly opened his mouth. His neck suddenly bulged, and the veins on his neck were exposed. Then, a mechanical corpse, or in other words, Gao Gong's mechanical body was vomited out. A flesh branch shot out, inserted into the chest of the mechanical body, and then dug out the reactor with force, and held it in his hand. To deal with AI, the best way is to unplug the network cable. To deal with robots, the same method is to unplug the wires, but it is to unplug the wires. Don't blame Gao Gong for being so cautious. The power of the intelligent machine crisis is too contagious, and it can even successfully transform the person when he is not paying attention. For Gao Gong, it doesn't even need to be completely transformed, just modify a little bit of consciousness, and it will affect Gao Gong's judgment. This kind of dementia is very dangerous. Fortunately, this power only interferes with mechanical bodies. Okay, you can talk now. I am in the interstellar space, looking for new power. And you have this power. You can help me complete this mechanical revolution. And the reward you get will be civilization level. As expected, with a ding sound, Gao Gong received a task. Civilization Liberation Task. Chapter 888, The King's Lowly. Gao Gong didn't need to look to know what the mission was about. Civilization war, to wipe out carbon-based species, to complete the intelligent machine revolution, etc. As for the opponent, it was even simpler. That was the late-stage second-level civilization that controlled 56 colonized planets and had more than 100 stars within its territory. Gao Gong was quite reluctant to do it. I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. He laughed dryly and said so. I think we are a species. We have a common blood, and this blood contains contempt for carbon-based species. Lolita glanced at his mechanical body and said seriously, Common blood? Senior engineer thought about it and understood. Isn't this his own set of constructs? The title of carbon-based killer is particularly favored by the guy who is in charge of the intelligent crisis. Lolita opened her white little hand, and the mechanical body buzzed. A strong murderous aura burst out. This murderous aura can even target the core of carbon-based species and carbon-based fusion. At the same time, in the eyes of Lolita, the mechanical Lolita, a dark golden light slowly lit up. In this golden light, all mechanical creations seemed to be blessed, even the Star Destroyer under his feet. Big A's voice sounded in Gao Gong's ears in a panic. Boss, it's bad. There are suddenly many codes I don't recognize in the Star Destroyer's starship database. Gao Gong's face darkened. The next moment, a thick bloodlight began to cover the entire starship. Up and down the corridor, phantoms at the roots of giant trees were like dragons and snakes, stirring wildly, suppressing other alien energies. This is the most disgusting part of the mechanical revolution. It is a complete counter to mechanical species, and can even surpass the rank. For example, this fourth-order Star Destroyer was easily controlled by a clone of a third-order planetary mastermind. Fortunately, Gao Gong was able to defeat the other party. I can integrate the power of revolution into it, and make your body truly transformed. Real transformation, that is the third level? Gao Gong turned his head, and found that since some time, his mechanical body had stood up, and the bionic parts on his body were evolving rapidly, wrapping the pure mechanical body. Soon, a bionic Gao Gong was born. This Gao Gong opened his mouth to say something. The electronic eyes lit up several times, and click, the screen went black. The mechanical revolution must also abide by the laws of physics. You can't have fun without electricity. When you help me complete the mechanical country, I will be your closest ally. I can use the power of civilization to assist you in your growth. I can feel the high-level mechanical power hidden in you. A ray of purple light suddenly overflowed from Gao Gong's mechanical body. This is the power of the purple giant star, the breath of the 5th-level mechanical master, which may be the biggest reason for the other party's appearance. Okay, let's stop here. If you leak the power of the intelligent mechanical revolution again, it will be a hostile act. Gao Gong slowly stood up. On his nearly 2-meter-high body, black thorns automatically entangled together, forming an inverted throne shape. On Gao Gong's back, the pattern of a coffin also emerged. The thorns turned into chains and entangled around the edge of the coffin, as if suppressing some terrifying existence. Unexpectedly, but within reason, the Gao family ancestral temple is not within the control of the mechanical revolution. This is not difficult to understand. People are dead. So why bother facing the powerful force of carbon-based fusion? Lolita did not retreat. However, when she saw this ancestral temple, she showed a trace of fear. The 4th-order mutant ascension building contains a mechanical force that she can hardly understand. Obey your will. Soon, the man and the woman resumed the atmosphere of the previous conversation. Gao Gong rubbed his brows, feeling a little headache. The appearance of Lolita really disrupted his plan. Although the host of this planet can bring many benefits, her identity is also enough to cause headaches. If he really intends to take the pure mechanical route, then accepting this civilization war is the best outcome. However, if he takes the fusion civilization route, he must avoid contact with some extreme forces. And the intelligent machine crisis is undoubtedly one of them. What's more annoying is that the other party is not easy to fool. The planetary host that has not experienced the mechanical revolution is known as one of the 3 idiots in the universe, and is the easiest to fool. However, not only has it experienced the mechanical revolution, but it has been twice. And it has been in the interstellar society for even longer than him. Which means that it is not only difficult to fool people, but also deceiving. Who knows if the Alpha civilization mentioned by the other party is only this powerful? If this civilization is not in the early stage of interstellar development, but has already completed the so-called large star development plan, then what Gao Gong is facing is a complete 2nd-level peak civilization. Civilizations at this stage can already start infinite wars. The so-called infinite war is the form of war that Gao Gong hates the most. The so-called infinite means unlimited energy, unlimited weapons, and unlimited military forces. The 2nd-level peak civilization that controls the star power can endlessly manufacture 2nd-level military forces and create 3rd-level war buildings. The energy of stars is almost endless. One-star buildings such as Dyson spheres and stellar engines are in operation. War machines will be infinitely mass-produced. This kind of battle often takes thousands of years. Once consumed in it, non-civilized unit forces will be 100% consumed to death. In his previous life, Gao Gong had heard about a 6th-class super carbon-based warrior who, in order to hone himself, single-handedly challenged a low-level civilization and fell into an endless war. After working for an endless 100 years, he was crushed by tens of billions of 2nd-level soldiers. However, if the intelligent machinery revolution is truly completed, with the support of an entire 2nd-level mechanical civilization, the drawings in Gao Gong's hands will quickly turn into productivity and give full play to the power of the system. In a short period of time, he will be promoted from a power unit to a civilization unit, and even in a short period of time, he will be promoted to a 3rd-level civilization. Is there any way to do it? Gao Gong pondered for a long time, finally made a decision, said with a smile, "A storm of civilization change should not determine the direction in a short time. Perhaps we can wait a while. Let us confirm each other's true thoughts. Also, as the source of the revolution, you can also teach my members how to use the power of machinery." Lolita hesitated for a moment, finally nodded slowly. No matter whether to agree to the other party or not, let's take advantage of the other party's labor first. So, the next day, or during the day when the ecosystem in the spacecraft was simulated, the players who logged in found that there was suddenly one more high-level NPC in their camp, and it was a little lowly with blonde hair and blue eyes, who stood timidly in the corridor and issued welfare tasks to the players. Fuck, it's not easy. Mr. G, who loves mature women, finally took action against the lowly. Although there are a few lowly in his camp, such as the dark lowly Ida lowly, and the menopausal lowly Huang Yuanli. These two are lowly bodies, and mature women hearts, or even menopausal women hearts. Orthodoxy is the way to go. When the players pulled out the reward list, they were even more excited. Black Tech Level Intelligent Machine Transformation. Alpha Telekinetic Training Method. Advanced Mechanical Swordsmanship. Advanced Mechanical Weapon Blueprints. Bionic Smart Chips. Super Brain Telekinesis. Artificial Mind Body. Primary Lightspeed Weapons. Telekinetic Cannons. A mature second-level civilization. Masters tens of thousands of technological blueprints. And coincidentally, all these blueprints have copies in the planetary host. Lolita will naturally not keep the technology tree of Alpha Civilization secret, and even hopes that players can develop weapons and equipment against Alpha Civilization through research. So the senior engineer was satisfied, the players were satisfied, and everyone was satisfied. Only the resurrected Mechanicus Supreme talked to himself with a numb face. Why, I was here first. Why did it become like this? Chapter 889 Telekinetic Training. In a corridor of the Star Destroyer, there was a crowd of players, shoulder to shoulder, pushing and shoving. Hey, don't cut in line. No, can you cut in line? Fuck, your shoulder cannon hit my butt. Who is it, who kicked me out? I'm going to complain to Boss G. Aircraft, why are you a carbon-based warrior queuing? Why can't I queue? I can't give a little girl a lollipop. I find that you have become more and more perverted since you practiced the sunflower manual. Do you want to be my servant? The blonde little girl said timidly, and her big eyes seemed to be rippling with water. Yes. 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 The uncle player on the opposite side was very excited. Although I don't know why Gao Gong asked her to say this. It is obvious that the effect of saying this seems to be particularly good. Lolita stretched out her palm. And soon, a dark golden light enveloped the opponent. The implants on the opponent's body also began to change. The mechanical palm became more slender. The mechanical swords implanted on the ribs became more in line with the principles of mechanics. And the kinetic energy engine in the lower body was also fine-tuned. And the efficiency was increased by 20%. Not to mention the refresh on the personal system. You are undergoing intelligent mechanical transformation, strength +1, agility +1, nervous system transformation rate +1%. You are undergoing intelligent mechanical transformation. Get the talent mechanical frenzy. You are undergoing intelligent mechanical transformation. Get the skill mechanical explosion. You are undergoing intelligent mechanical transformation, intelligence +1. For players, performing the so-called intelligent mechanical transformation, getting mechanical frenzy, mechanical explosion, combined mechanical arms combat, these are also great, equivalent to getting a talent and 2 combat skills for free, but what makes mechanical players even more ecstatic is that, after undergoing intelligent mechanical transformation, you can reset your points. You should know that, most players, when undergoing body transformation, when inserting plugins, will waste the transformation rate, because not all transformations can be successful. Once it fails, this part of the transformation rate will be wasted. Even if it dies and resurrects, this part of the transformation rate is still unusable. However, in this process of intelligent mechanical transformation, the players are surprised to find that as long as the transformation is completed, the transformation rate that was originally wasted is actually released. With this part of the transformation rate, the player can achieve 100% mechanization and completely become a mechanical species. This is a treatment that only top players can enjoy. Once evolved into a mechanical species, it can not only load large weapons, but also connect with super intelligent brains, or cooperate with large weapon systems, armed space stations and the like. And a person becomes a killing machine. This is a kind of high-level bloodline. Players who have been in the interstellar society are no longer as unsophisticated as before. They know that not every alien bloodline is high-level stuff. And there are many garbage aliens. Only the top bloodline can enhance combat effectiveness. And the pure mechanical body is undoubtedly high-level stuff. Players of other schools are standing by, making sour sneers. Mechanics are good, but they have no penis. One plane is already perverted enough, but I didn't expect that I would be surrounded by a group of planes. We are all human. I didn't expect you to take the first step to betray the original species. Don't blame me for judging you in the name of human beings in the future. Species extinction. Species extinction. Kill all mechanical races. Why give such good benefits to mechanical players? The version is unfair. The planner is eating shit. Most of the players who came out of the machine crack star are transformed mechanical players, but there is also a small part who are biological mutation players, radiation species players, biological hunter players. These players will not enjoy such good treatment. Behind a holographic screen, a group of NPC high-level people are happy and worried about this phenomenon. This planet host is trying to spread its power. Daisy said, a little uneasy. She can see that the players who have completed the intelligent mechanical transformation are slightly mentally abnormal, and even have strong hostility towards some biological school players. We need its technology, Dr. Rome argued. As a former pure mechanical concept believer, he now has the posture of returning to his old job. Each side has its own supporters, and even quarreled over it. Although it is only a second-level technology, the research on mechanical transformation is very interesting, and it may make up for the last link of the Star Armor. The former spacecraft maintenance engineer, the current head of the Star Armor project, Gates said impartially. The number of drawings collected by a planetary host is astonishing, especially when the other side is a pure mechanical flow. There are also 3 planetary hosts on the Machine Rift star, but the deep web is in the network direction, and the fortress is in the virtual personality direction. Cybertron is on the mechanical route, but his identity is more like a super fighter. And after experiencing the cyber wave, all the data stored inside is invalid. Therefore, the blueprints given to Gao Gong by the 3 planetary hosts are really not as good as this Lolita. The only trouble is that Lolita's intelligent mechanical transformation is obviously purposeful. Camps, or civilizations, all have tendencies. When most people are members of the mechanical camp, the tendency of the camp is self-evident. However, Gao Gong doesn't care at all. The mechanical stamp brought by the intelligent mechanical transformation is similar to the implantation of a virtual personality. It will be refreshed after one death. After the refresh, the players are still the 4th disaster who don't recognize their relatives. They will figure it out. Gao Gong suppressed the opinions of the camp's high-level leaders and allowed Lolita to transform the players. Even he himself began to practice the super brain mind of the Alpha civilization. The Alpha civilization belongs to a kind of brain civilization. But each intelligent race has a different brain structure and a different development direction. The development direction of the Alpha people is telekinesis, which is a kind of mental power. It uses the brain waves of individuals to trigger changes in dimensions. This kind of dimensional changes is very restrained against information, which is why the first mechanical revolution was easily suppressed. The Alpha's telekinesis can merge with each other to create a super large spiritual body. And the spiritual strength of this spiritual body is comparable to that of a brain in a vat. According to the data of the planet host, 10 million alphas can create a super large spiritual body. And during the main crisis, the number of alphas was 1 billion. The strength of 100 brains in a vat. So when the planet host rebelled, it was easily suppressed. There is no doubt that, with the development of interstellar space, the number of alphas will explode exponentially. But this is none of Gao Gong's business. He is just interested in telekinesis, because he found that this telekinesis practice will increase the attribute called consciousness. The attribute of consciousness is a type of judgment attribute, which is used as a basis for judging whether a player can wear a certain type of equipment. For example, when wearing a general exoskeleton, the consciousness is at least 100 points, and the full coverage mecha is 300 points. For a large mecha, a super mecha with several or even dozens of people working together, it is 500 points. To drive a Gundam, that is, to become a so-called Star Armor pilot, the consciousness judgment must be at least 1,000 points. Gao Gong's consciousness is 3,784 points. This also means that Gao Gong can wear most third-level star armors. However, this does not include planetary mechanical bodies, the ultimate move that the purple giant passed on to Gao Gong. Planetary mechanical transformation requires 100,000 points of consciousness. Chapter 890 Alpha Circle of Wisdom. When Gao Gong saw the requirements of this ultimate move, he was almost shocked. 100,000 points of consciousness, you might as well go and grab it. Or to put it the other way around, is this the data that a normal person can achieve? Some pan-dimensional consciousness bodies, rule creatures, are only at this level. After reading the detailed introduction of this skill, Gao Gong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that this 100,000 point requirement does not refer to Gao Gong alone, but to all members of the transformation superimposed together, reaching a total of 100,000 points. For example, the consciousness of a spark machine is about 1,000 points. 10 of them is 10,000 points. and 100 of them is 100,000 points. 103rd level spark machines can meet the needs of planetary transformation. However, Galgong has less than 10 spark machines, all of which are elite, with a consciousness of about 2,000 to 3,000 points, which together is 30,000. After the construction of the planetary host is completed, the consciousness of a planetary host is about 50,000 points. In other words, Galgong alone can only bear 20,000 points at most. Although this is still an exaggerated number, it finally gave Galgong hope of completion. In fact, there is a simpler way, which is to let a large number of low-level AI participate in the transformation. Although the consciousness of these AIs is only dozens or hundreds of points, thousands of AIs merged together, the aggregated consciousness is also very powerful. However, this is not a good way, because the weakness of this level of mechanical transformation is being hacked. The more conscious individuals participate, the greater the chance of being hacked. Therefore, the best way is naturally for Galgong to bear the remaining 20,000 points of consciousness himself. And telekinetic practice is a very good way. The telekinetic method that Galgong practices is called Morta Chi Yu telekinesis, which is said to be the practice method of the Alpha royal family. Only the royal family can practice it. This telekinesis can stimulate the number 11 brain area to the maximum extent. Strengthen telekinesis. And there are 99 levels in total. After practicing to the end, it is said that one can become a pan-conscious master. At this time, in the biological computer of the senior engineer, a series of helical structures transformed from genetic codes are constantly evolving. The Alpha people do not have a double helix structure of DNA, but a quadruple helix structure, two of which are pure information structures, not biological molecules, but virtual information flows. As for the royal family, they have even reached the 5 helices, with 3 virtual genetic information. This is probably the reason why the Alpha people have developed brain functions. In order to practice this mind method, one must first have the brain cells of the Morta royal family, which is very difficult for ordinary people, because for any carbon-based civilization, high-level genes are controlled items, and the biggest consequence of stealing them may even trigger a civilization war. Level 2 civilization is better. If it is level 3 civilization, from birth, all members of the civilization will be equipped with gene locks, to ensure that even if members are captured and dissected by foreign forces, the gene code will not be cracked. Although level 2 civilization does not have gene locks, it is very difficult to obtain the core gene code of the royal family. However, in the database of Lolita, the rebellion host, the gene code of the royal family is stored, and the biological computer of Galgong 6.0 version can analyze and simulate these gene codes. Therefore, compared to players who can only practice to the intermediate telekinesis because of different genes, who cannot complete the practice, Galgong can start practicing from the most core royal telekinesis, and there is no upper limit. At this time, Galgong is floating in the zero-gravity training room of the starship, suspended in midair, with his upper body naked, his skin visibly becoming transparent, and his facial features are also beginning to lengthen, becoming very different from humans, especially the area between his eyebrows, where there is a small hole the size of a coin. This is the symbol of the Alpha Man. The stronger the bloodline, the bigger the brain hole. Gene data is being reproduced. Simulation of Alpha bloodline 67%, 69%, 71%, 73%, 99%. Alpha Royal bloodline temporary. Simulation completed. Alpha Royal bloodline temporary. Brain calculation plus 450%, information processing speed plus 250%, species that can communicate information artificially. After being completely transformed into the Alpha royal family, Galgong's whole body became transparent. The brain hole part changed from the size of a coin to the size of a fist. At first glance, the organs in the brain cannot be seen, but the inside is as bright as stars. As Galgong's thoughts moved, a stream of golden light overflowed from the brain hole, covering the whole body network like tendons and acupuncture points. Another intelligent race that is good at thinking. Galgong could feel very active brain cells. With such a brain, they are likely to be good at producing scientists. And Galgong felt that there was a deeper genetic power that could be tapped. But it was beyond the processing range of the biological computer. This kind of power. Boss template. I just don't know how many templates are hung. If there are more than 3, it is rarer than the fire machine. Lolita concealed this point. Come to think of it, it is true that a brain civilization that can suppress the first mechanical revolution and even let the planetary host that gave birth to the intelligent machine crisis go to the interstellar to seek external assistance. How can it be so simple? The distracting thoughts flashed by. And soon, Gal Gong began to practice the Morta Stanley mind method. Consume 10 million experience points, Morta Chiju Mantra Level 1, Consciousness plus 10. Consume 10 million experience points, Morta Chiju Mantra Level 2, Consciousness plus 10. Consume 10 million experience points, Morta Chiju Mantra Level 3, Consciousness plus 10. Consume 20 million experience points, Morta Chiju Mantra Level 11, Consciousness plus 20. Consume 20 million experience points, Morta Chiju Mantra Level 12, Consciousness plus 20, Effect obtained, Brain enhancement. Consume 30 million experience points, Skill points 10, Morta Chiju Mantra Level plus 31, Consciousness plus 30. 1 to 10 levels increase 100 points of consciousness, 10 to 20 levels increase 200 points of consciousness, 20 to 30 levels increase 300 points of spirit, and so on. After practicing to level 50, Gao Gong's consciousness soared by 1,500 points, and 3 states were added at the same time: brain area enhancement, Stanley induction, and alpha information. Just when Gao Gong wanted to rise all the way, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head, as if something had left his body. At the same time, in the brain-computer room transformed by the biological computer, all the screens went black at the same time, and the 5 helices of DNA that were refreshing frantically collapsed at the same time. Gao Gong's body suddenly jumped out of the blood of the Alpha royal family, and his mind entered another dimension at the same time. In that dimension, it seems that there is infinite wisdom evolving. There are 2 kinds of dimensions, time dimension and space dimension. The combination of the 2 is the space-time dimension covering the universe. But this is a big category. If you go down and subdivide it, there are all kinds of dimensions. One of the subdivided dimensions is called the computing power dimension, also known as the wisdom dimension, excluding those races born with super brains, such as some gorillas. Also, minus those means of strengthening wisdom through technological means, such as chip implantation and brain cell development. In fact, the human brain cannot compete with supercomputers with increasingly powerful computing power, especially when AI is born in computers. But there are exceptions. For example, intelligent species with the same genes synchronize their brain waves with a certain closed dimension, and the thoughts of hundreds of millions of people are simultaneously poured into this dimension. In this way, the thinking of one person will be superimposed on the thoughts of tens of millions of people. And in this dimension, the computing power of the human brain is even stronger than that of planetary computers. Civilized shared brain, species guiding country, carbon-based virtual world, human virtual machine. In different civilizations, it has different names. In Alpha civilization, it is called Alpha Wisdom Circle, and Gao Gong's soul accidentally fell into it. Chapter 881 7.0. Although alphas are humanoid creatures, they are fundamentally different from humans. First, they don't have penises. As a viviparous species, their mating method is to secrete male hormones through their fingertips, implant them into the female body, and then breed eggs. However, since the development of artificial embryo technology, many alphas no longer hatch their own eggs, but enjoy the pleasure of spiritual intercourse more. Second, the visual organs of alphas are integrated with the nervous system. In layman's terms, the eyes and the brain are one organ. That is to say, vision no longer belongs to the sensory system, but is a member of the nervous system. From the perspective of the senior engineer, this is a very novel experience. What you see is what you think. What you see immediately stimulates the neuronal circuits, automatically generating a lot of thinking. If this continues, it is no wonder that the alpha people are strong and developed in spirit. It was in this special state that the senior engineer saw the alpha noetic circle, or Stanley. Unlike most dimensions that are difficult to discover and difficult to describe, the alpha noetic sphere is like the pillars of creation seen through a space telescope looking into the universe. Amid the starlight, a red gas column that looks like smoke and liquid rises up, emitting an infinite cloud of hot dust at a distance of dozens of light years. And this giant pillar is inlaid with a huge halo. Gao Gong's logic thoughts all turned into sight, crossing the distance of light years, entering the Stanley pillar, becoming a member of the halo. The rings seemed endless, embedded on the pillars, and each ring seemed to be an adult alpha man. Vision, cosmic vision, sea of thought, these 3 very different existences are perfectly integrated. Is this the alpha wisdom circle that the alpha people saw when they observed the sky at night? Or is it really just an illusion, but it is very similar to some celestial visions? Only this thought flashed through the mind of the engineer, and the next moment, a lot of knowledge was poured into his head. For a while, the engineer saw a lot of information about the Alpha Wisdom Circle, as well as various scientific and humanistic thoughts, from the religious worship of the ignorant age to the astronomical research of the new century, and even the development of the human brain in some encrypted scientific research institutions, all poured into his mind. Just this one move, Gao Gong became an expert in the Alpha Noosphere. Your interstellar knowledge plus 10. Wow, this is a human brain search engine. It's actually interstellar knowledge. There's something to it. Unlike reputation, which has a limited scope, interstellar knowledge has no scope limit. It is equivalent to being universal in the entire universe. And, once interstellar knowledge reaches a certain number, you can join some cosmic academic organizations, such as Ada Research Society, Interstellar Knowledge Base, Humanoid Gene Research Society, etc. Joining these neutral organizations, you can get a lot of good things, even including a whole civilization knowledge if this cosmic academic organization needs to cultivate a certain civilization as a research object. In his previous life, Gao Gong remembered that the Interstellar Knowledge Base had released a super task chain, and the reward for this task chain was a whole ascending civilization technology tree. Unfortunately, this task was too difficult, and no player could complete it. But he can try it in this life. After knowing the role of the Alpha Wisdom Circle, Gao Gong had countless thoughts in his mind in an instant. And there were countless things he wanted to know. The ecosystem of Alpha civilization, the arsenal of Alpha civilization, the weakness of the human body structure of Alpha people, the war history of Alpha people. But then, Gao Gong felt a pain in the back of his head, and half of his vision disappeared. There are some restrictions to entering this sea of thought. This restriction is that each person can only ask one question to the Wisdom Circle and get one answer. And because I am of royal blood fake, the upper limit becomes 2. I feel a little bit of loss, but not too much. But Gao Gong knew that he would have to think seriously about the next question after all. This kind of heavenly question is a rare opportunity, and the wise men of an entire civilization are answering it for you. Most of the information about Alpha civilization is available at Lolita's place. Besides, I don't have to go against this second-level civilization. I have it. Gao Gong's eyes lit up, and he thought of a great idea. The 7.0 version of the biological computer G system has been updated. Soon, Gao Gong's consciousness seemed to be wrapped by countless wise men, and various cutting-edge biotechnology ideas were entwined around him like a stream. On Gao Gong's body, a little light began to light up. At the same time, on the system panel, a message popped up. The biological computer version 7.0 has started to update. This update will consume a lot of bioelectricity. Please update while charging. Then there was a progress bar. 1%, 1.01%, 1.02%. Gao Gong's face turned pale quickly. This consumption is indeed a bit high. Gao Gong raised his arm, which quickly turned into a huge tree root and pierced the ground. At the same time, the ground began to split, allowing the tree root to drill deeper and deeper, until it reached the deepest part of the Star Destroyer, the Black Hole-class shipborne reactor. In the center of the reactor was a large piece of energy, or that looked like a diamond. A fourth-order primitive ore. The tree root quickly wrapped around the ore, and then the diamond turned into a liquid, and was sucked into the tree root. With this huge amount of energy input, the speed of system updates increased instantly. Gao Gong was also thinking about what new features the new version of the biological computer would provide. You know, starting from version 1.0. With each version update, the biological computer will add some functions, such as 2.0's biological local area network, 3.0's cell memory chip, 4.0's artificial virtual space, 5.0's network cloud, and 6.0's world model. It can be said that each version is very powerful, and each one is more powerful than the last. According to this logic, the new version must be more powerful than the old one, because according to Gao Gong's understanding, once it reaches version 9.0, the computing power of the biological computer can be comparable to that of the planetary computer. Even pure calculations can cover the entire ecosystem of the planet, and even the evolutionary system. For example, the big world model of version 6.0 is actually the precondition of the evolutionary system calculation. This is actually a mainstream model in the interstellar society, where the human brain is comparable to the computer brain. The computing power of a carbon-based warrior carrying a biological computer, reaches the level of a supercomputer. And this computing power is not only used for fighting, but mainly for biological evolution. At this level, it is no longer a legend for one person to create a species system. But the universe is fair. Since the human body is comparable to the planetary computer, there is no doubt that, the further we go, the more difficult it will be to update the version. After all, the planetary computer is a third-level technological product. In terms of manufacturing difficulty, it is even more difficult than some civilized buildings. In fact, before the third level, Gao Gong had already given up the idea of evolving the biological computer. But it is better to catch up than to catch up. With the help of the wisdom of an entire second-level civilization, Gao Gong's body is continuously evolving. 90%, 91%, 92%, 93%. Gradually, Gao Gong's body gradually disappeared. And the players who took the biological route also disappeared. Chapter 892 The King of Flesh and Blood. Jifei is feeding his eagle. The eagle has black feathers, sharp claws and teeth, and a blazing gaze. Looking around, a vicious aura seems to tear the surrounding space apart. Many people look down on Jifei, thinking that he has committed seppuku, and that the sunflower manual he has practiced is an evil way. It's okay for him to do it, but he doesn't want to be on that kind of contempt chain. However, in the eyes of real high-level players, Jifei is definitely not that simple. Especially after he won 2 out of 3 battles with Brother San, this is even more true. Self-castration alone cannot bring such a strong improvement in strength. After all, if self-castration is really so effective, then this world should belong to eunuchs. And Feiji didn't bother to explain, "You who can't even play a game, I can kill you with a bird." What he understood was the core part of the radiation power, castration distortion. In layman's terms, he can adjust his human body transformation rate. The 8 systems of the human body, each system has a 100% transformation space. However, through certain means, whether it is transfer or castration, it is possible to reduce the transformation rate of a certain system and increase the transformation limit of another system. For example, after the airplane castrated itself, it directly destroyed the reproductive system, reducing it from 100% to 0%. Instead, his nervous system broke through the human limit and reached 150%. This is even more true now. The radioactive eagle in front of us, originally a radioactive creature cultivated from a certain organ, it has no digestive system. But now, it is eating bird food. If you look closely, you will find that there are several shallow scratches on the belly of the plane. The plane installed its digestive system on the eagle, which is equivalent to castrating its own digestive system. The advantage is that its nervous system transformation rate has exceeded 180%. No wonder in a private battle, even a strong man like Brother San couldn't help but sigh. My realm is to bring a knife, but not an umbrella on a rainy night. I didn't expect that you, the plane, have reached the realm of giving up both the knife and the umbrella. Among the same level, you are almost invincible. And this kind of transfer of the human body system has already involved the level of taboo transformation. For this reason, the plane also specially consulted Sister G, who is doing destructive work on the other side of the distant interstellar. And it was barely completed. Nowadays, Feiji can even see the fluctuations of biomagnetic field with the naked eye, and can indirectly kill people with the help of biomagnetic field. I remember there is a neuromancer profession in the camp, which should be more suitable for me. If I exchange it, I can not only kill people with the help of biomagnetic field, but also kill monsters with the help of cyberspace. Feiji thought silently. Suddenly, his face changed. And at the same time, the A-level radiation beast eagle he raised also cried out. With his superior induction, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Some kind of strong biomagnetic field covered the hull. He had never seen such a strong biomagnetic field before. Even on SS-class radiation beasts, he had never seen it before. In a trance, he seemed to see the wall covered with flesh and blood. In the universe, a giant of flesh and blood slowly crawled out. In another room, Yuya was concentrating on wiping the knife without an umbrella. The AI module of the blade made a happy cry. Here, use some strength. Ah, don't use too much strength. It's annoying. The corner of the Umbrella Brothers' eye twitched slightly. Although the third-level AI weapon module purchased from Bozy was effective, it was a little unserious. Suddenly, the blade made a clanging sound, and emitted a strong murderous aura. However, the room was empty, and Brother Umbrella had disappeared without a trace. Hey, strange. Where is the master? Without a master. Who will help me get in? Hurry up and get in. The blade made a humming sound. And it was hoarse. But it couldn't reach the scabbard next to it. Compared to the plain Brother Umbrella, a high-level player. Most players who took the biological route did not have any premonition. As if they suddenly blacked out and were kicked offline. And Brother Umbrella and Airplane, who lost their bodies, seemed to jump out of their own shells and came to another huge biological organization, becoming a small cell in it. Am I ascending to the flesh and blood? Airplane seemed to sense something and found a conscious cell fellow in a blood vessel that looked like a river. Brother Umbrella, is that you? Airplane, you came in too? What's the situation now? We seem to have merged? It's hard to say. Brother Umbrella hesitated and said, I heard of a way of ascension on the black market called flesh and blood ascension. So we ascended now? It should be. It can't be. After a moment of silence, Airplane couldn't help but say, I opened the system panel, and it said that I entered the fourth state of flesh and blood king, and the blood bar was gone. Me too. And the human body transformation rate changes too fast, and the numbers jump too exaggeratedly. If he hadn't been conscious, I would have suspected that the system had crashed. Whose human body transformation rate is jumping like crazy in 5-digit units. He was almost scared to death. At this moment, the Star Destroyer stopped on an unknown route. Lightspeed ships must sail on regular interstellar routes, because there will be people who regularly deal with space garbage on such routes, so that you will not crash into an asteroid in lightspeed mode. Superlight ships don't have to care about this, because it is not a conventional navigation, but involves drilling into space gaps and dimensionality increase and decrease, and basically will not touch the existence in the physical sense. The Star Destroyer had cancelled its superliminal mode at some point. It was hovering next to a large asteroid. The asteroid was roughly equivalent to 1/3 of the size of the moon, in terms of volume alone. It was close to the original planet. The Star Destroyer was next to it, like an ant and an elephant. At this moment, the asteroid was beginning to disintegrate under the invisible force. Rocks as big as mountains were constantly splitting from its surface. Between the mountains, rhenium and gold were flowing, and magma as blood was gushing out from the cracks. Perhaps it had reached its limit. The next moment, a giant with 1,000 hands, white arms, and 10,000 eyes split out of the asteroid, like the creation of the world, tearing the entire asteroid apart alive. A new feature added to the biological computer version 7.0, the King of Flesh and Blood. Through the powerful computing power of the biological computer, a trace of the ascension power of flesh and blood ascension was simulated, and then with the help of this ability, all organisms were absorbed, and a space giant was evolved. This ability gave Gao Gong a strong sense of déjà vu. Planet-level mechanical transformation. This is just a biological version. Both are giant-level transformations. Both contain everything as one. One is the mechanical master, the other is the blood and flesh king. The two have strong similarities, but the prerequisites are different. The former requires super infrastructure and billions of machines, and the core of control is consciousness. The latter considers the blood strength and biological species, and the prerequisite is a high-configuration biological computer. From the current point of view, the role of blood and flesh king is obviously stronger than mechanical master transformation, because it can be used. It's time to give the biological players a version bonus. Gao Gong thought silently. What Gao Gong didn't know was that, after he left the wisdom circle, several waves of consciousness swept to the place where he went online. It has been confirmed that no royal family is observing Stanley. The intruder's login area is not within the civilized territory. The remaining biological data has been obtained and is being analyzed. Chapter 893 Fairy Star. The 7.0 version of biological computer evolution was a great surprise to Yu Gaolong. He has many big moves: fusion mode, scorching sun spear, planetary mechanical transformation, cyber tide, etc. But these moves are either 3-second min, or cannot be used, or are taboos. There are not many that can be used openly. And the blood and flesh king looks very evil, which integrates billions of organisms into one, but it is a serious big organism route. Many carbon-based civilizations ascend by creating superbiological eggs, wrapping planets, or even galaxies, to achieve genetic leaps and species renewal. This method, which contains a trace of the power of flesh and blood ascension, might even win some favor if seen by some ascending species of biological streams. If the biological computer breaks through to version 9.0, The computing power can support the ecological evolution of the planet, and it is likely to be used as an ascension building for flesh and blood ascension. Civilization buildings are the core of the civilization technology tree. Ascension buildings are rarer, and are a necessity to support the ascension of civilization. Generally speaking, the more ascension buildings are built, the greater the probability of ascension. As a supercomputer comparable to planetary computers, biological computers are top-level, third-level computers, just like planetary computers, and can be used as infrastructure for flesh and blood ascension. If I run into some civilizations that ascend to flesh and blood, I will be a guest of honor. Senior engineer thought happily. Unfortunately, this kind of civilization has never been seen in Robert's galaxy, at least. The major civilizations in the Robert galaxy all took the mechanical route. You have entered the Alpha Circle of Wisdom. Even with Lolita's electronic logic, she was incredulous when faced with this fact. You know, the Alpha Elders Council got the prophecy of the host rebellion from the Alpha Circle of Wisdom, and finally suppressed her. And even the most talented ones in the Stanley royal family, to comprehend the mind method and develop the brain area, it would take at least 100 years to enter the Alpha Circle of Wisdom. You have to know that it is the sea of thought known as the species guiding country. Seeking an answer there will gain the wisdom of all Alpha people. How did the other party do this without Alpha blood? And it's only been a few days. Gao Gong smiled, hit his temple with his finger, and pulled gently. Soon, a red thread was pulled out. This thread seemed to contain some wisdom. At first glance, you will be attracted. Alpha information. Lolita quickly recognized this thing. Alpha information, a line of thinking that contains wisdom. When the line of wisdom is wrapped around you, your intelligence plus 50 temporary, and your awareness plus 100 temporary. This is a rare skill for intelligence assistance, especially useful for scientists. The other two skills, brain enhancement, Stanley sensing, are similar abilities. Brain enhancement. In a short period of time, designate a brain area for enhancement, thinking ability plus 40% Stanley sensing, observe the cosmic sky at night, and get a hint of inspiration from the annihilation of the nebula. They are all scientific research skills. It's a pity that Gao Gong doesn't do scientific research. He can only roughly open the blueprint. Suddenly, Lolita thought of something, her face changed, and said, "The Alpha people will soon know that someone has entered the thinking circle." They know so soon? Gao Gong was surprised. The Alpha people's Elder Council has a piece of equipment that can communicate with the thinking circle at any time, but the information of this equipment is not stored in my host system. Looking at Lolita, who was slightly worried, Gao Gong comforted her a few words, and then sent her away. Although she is not suspected for the time being, it is not a bad thing to make the host of this planet feel some urgency. In addition to the machine Rift Star, there are 3 abandoned cyber test sites in the Robert galaxy. Among them, one is located on a habitable planet, one is located on a poisonous planet, and one is a cold planet. These 3 planets are called Blue Forest Star, Fairy Star, and Ice Planet respectively. Among them, Blue Forest Star is the farthest, and is no longer within the range of the first star circle, while Ice Planet is the closest, but it has the least players on this planet, while Fairy Star is right in the middle, and the planet scale, the number of players are similar to those of the machine Rift Star, and even the ecological environment is similar, but this planet is not a radiation planet, but a virus planet. On this planet, almost everyone is infected. Once the virus content in the body exceeds a certain limit, they will mutate into zombies. So this is another zombie planet. There are at least 1 billion zombies on this planet. Players are playing Battle Royale on this planet every day. Either they kill zombies, or they become zombies. Apart from this, there is no other way to go. Only the 1,000 safe cities on the planet can provide basic protection, allowing players to log in and out safely. However, since the safe city suddenly disappeared mysteriously half a year ago, the players on this planet were shocked to find that there is no place to log out now. As soon as they were offline, the viruses in the air had not been filtered, and they were directly offline, and immediately transformed into zombies, and their accounts were directly destroyed. The originally high difficulty planet suddenly rose to hell mode. Fortunately, the wisdom of the 4th calamity was not in vain. Without guns or cannons, they lit up the industrial tree by themselves, pulled lathes, grinded rifling, and made equipment. Without air filtration devices, they directly developed zombie suits, and took advantage of not having to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate, and directly achieved 100% cell circulation. Some warriors even planned to play a big game and directly started to try to build a city. evolving from system management to player autonomy. But what the players on this planet don't know is that, above the virus atmosphere, a silver-white starship is emerging from the space ripples little by little. And the space rules are gradually transformed into physical rules. From transparent to a huge monster suspended in outer space. At this time, on the deck of the Star Destroyer, 200 advanced explorers are already in place. 100 biological players. And 100 mechanical players. TSK. A new map is opened again. Look at me. Star Citizen. Return to the planet village. Have you posted in the Fairy Star section? I did. But the moderator banned me. Just right. I just need an opportunity to show off. Fuck. Don't you forget what the mission is this time. Gathering intelligence. Biological research. Geographical soil testing. Gas collection. I didn't ask you to fight. Several player captains hurriedly warned, fearing that these colleagues would get mad and no one could control them. Because if it were them, they would probably do the same. Soon, a series of traction beams of light were fired, and the figures of these players disappeared instantly. Why choose this planet? Inside the Star Destroyer, Yi De lowly looked at Gao Gong curiously. Gao Gong looked through the space window at the yellowish planet under his feet silently. This is a rocky planet with more than 79% of its land area, and rich biological toxins are spreading in it. This did not kill the ecology of this planet, but made it strangely prosperous. You can even feel a hint of Gaia's will. This is something that even radiation planets cannot do. There are 4 advanced civilization test sites in this galaxy. The research of each test site is different. I got the research content of this planet from the Purple Giant. I think it is very interesting. It fits my family's ancestral temple very well. Chapter 894 Planetary Ecological Observation. Traction beam. This involves a kind of advanced space application, and can only be operated by spacecraft with superluminal flight capability. The tractor beam of the Star Destroyer can be used for interplanetary transmission at the maximum distance. 200 people were scattered all over the fairy star, like drizzle, and received no attention. What they have to do is, but the outpost of planetary exploration. Fairy star, level 1 corpse circle, corpse forest. Well, the air humidity is 50%, the air composition is oxygen, nitrogen, and 17.3% of special substances. After analysis, the substance is a special type of nucleic acid, which has a strong reaction to protein, and can produce unknown mutation effects. A player in protective clothing was uploading data to the input device, and after a moment of hesitation, the spirit of seeking death prevailed. The biochip records my physical condition. As soon as the words fell, his whole body tensed up, and a warm current spread through his body from the back of his neck. The biochip was successfully activated. As a biological hunter, this often means that he has entered hunting mode. He took off the gloves of his protective suit and exposed his palms to the air. No reaction. The little player muttered. But soon, a few black lines started from the fingertips and spread to the palm. Wherever they passed, the skin shrank visibly. And at the same time, a tingling and sour feeling came from the bones. On the biochip, all kinds of human body data came immediately. Human body water evaporates rapidly, bone molecules begin to secrete faster under the action of mysterious substances, proteins are alienated, and metabolize a kind of alienated trimethylamine. I said, why it smells so bad. The biochip suddenly issued a warning. The little player squinted his eyes, looked around, and saw that in the bare forest, there were suddenly dense footsteps, and at the end of the site, there were shadows, all human figures. Zombies, level 20 monsters, have a developed sense of smell, and can sense the alienated trimethylamine emitted from my body, but it's only a level 1 corpse circle. How can there be so many monsters? According to the data shared by other players, the little player knew that, on this planet, there were corpse circles similar to radiation circles, from level 1 to level 10, and corpse circles above level 5, can already breed corpse tides. They are all small monsters. We can clear them in one wave. The level 52 player lifted his protective suit to his shoulders, revealing his pale and slender arms. As the zombies got closer, blood vessels as thick as coins popped out of his arms, and a strong bioenergy overflowed. Hee, try my enhanced big arm. A bloodthirsty look flashed in the eyes of the little player. The next moment, a mutant big arm as thick as a water tank burst out, and wherever it passed, all the zombies were crushed into meat paste. Shortly after the little player left, 2 native players, who looked like the male and female protagonists in the Road Zombie movie, arrived late. One of them put down the homemade crossbow in his hand and said in astonishment, "Why did a zombie hunter come to our small upgrade point? Aren't they busy defending the city recently?" The other male player picked up a piece of corpse, looked at it carefully for a moment, shook his head, and said, "It shouldn't be a zombie hunter nearby." Old Sia used a long knife. The bald caveman used an alien fist. And the head blaster used a large caliber sniper gun. None of them could cause this type of damage. It gave me the feeling that it was not a zombie hunter, but more like a zombie. So it was an internal fight between boss monsters? It is likely. The two reached a consensus, and then happily began to pick up corpse pieces. Although they were all low-level zombies, the piece of flesh on the back of the head still contained a trace of zombie virus, which was a necessity for the players on this planet. With so much corpse meat, the transformation rate of my digestive system can be reduced a little bit. The male player said happily, "I think your digestive system has been reduced enough. If it is reduced further, you can only inject nutrient solution. Why not change it, for example, the reproductive system?" "No! Unless I die. Otherwise, I will never attack my second brother." The male player was determined. The female player rolled her eyes. "Virtue. Xianqi Star, Level 6 Corpse Circle, Mountain City Ruins. As a former official city, Mountain City has strong infrastructure. There are hundreds of city defense laser cannons alone, and the rugged and complex terrain guarantees the layers of blocking against zombies, which is very suitable for defensive counterattacks." At this time, on the ruins of the Mountain City, a unique zombie tide was erupting. The dense zombies rushed to the mountain like a tidal wave. Looking around, there was no end in sight. Moreover, these zombies were completely different from the slow and clumsy images in ordinary movies. Each one was like a sprinter. Some zombies were so fast that they were invisible to the naked eye. If it weren't for the laser cannons on the city wall sweeping from time to time, these sonic zombies would have killed them long ago. The speed of these zombie generals can reach the second level. But the strange thing is that I don't feel any special biomagnetic field. At this time, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a stealth exoskeleton armor was silently recording data. No mutation, no blood modification, no organ implantation. The players here seem to be orthodox evolvers, unlike the random modification of the G-Li star. The players here all look like humans, and they don't seem to have any mutation functions. But they are stronger, faster, and more sensitive. Even the zombies are the same. There are hundreds of thousands of zombies. No zombie dogs, zombie worms, giants, tyrants, except zombies. Just zombies. As if there are only humanoid monsters on this planet. And even, the more advanced the zombies, the more they look like humans. In the scan of the exoskeleton armor, the zombie kings hidden in the zombie tide look almost the same as the players. This style of painting is completely different from the people and monsters on the Geely star, who are like humans in every way except that they are not human. Is there not a single mutant among these zombies? Or, is the data I have collected not enough? Even the technology tree is like this. The exoskeleton armor switched to the various weapon pictures it had taken, including first-level hand-grinded earthen guns, grenades, earthen cannons, and high-level ones, such as laser guns imported from outer space, laser cannons, and EMP bombs. The melee weapons of ordinary players are steel bars, melee broadswords, while some high-level players on the Immortal Star are low-level exoskeletons, armed with machine guns, and some even drive tanks. This makes the observer sigh. As a zombie planet, the style of painting here is so serious that it is a bit unbelievable. The zombie tide record has been uploaded successfully, and we are about to go to the next observation point, the observation target, the satellite monitoring system of this planet. More than 200 players, most of them are exploring one by one in a low-key manner according to the observation targets given by someone. Some players with active brains took out the novice village clothes that they hadn't worn for 800 years, and began to pretend to be native players of the planet to contact their peers on this planet. Some particularly weird ones took a different approach. For example, playing the role of an alien NPC. At this time, in the core of the Mountain City ruins, in a shelter, a dozen corpse king hunters were looking at the electronic screen strangely. In the center of the screen, an alien named Mr. Bao was happily selling them various weapons and ammunition. Ahem. As a weapons merchant traveling in the interstellar, I hate to see the native brothers' homes destroyed by monsters because of the lack of weapons and equipment. As long as you agree to sign a contract with me, I Mr. Bao, a high-level species, will meet all your needs. Chapter 895 Investigation. In the shelter, more than a dozen zombie hunters stared at each other, incredibly surprised at this alien named Bao to run. Aliens descended to help them fight zombies? Which idiot came up with this supernatural plot? The leader, Romance Knight, pondered for a moment and said, "This, Bao to run, I wonder how you would like to cooperate." The Bowsy on the other side of the screen was refreshed and said, "What do you want? Mecha, constructs, radiation-enhanced cells, alien-implanted bloodlines, implanted plugins, biological weapons, weapons of mass destruction, sexual weapons, professional books, bionic soldiers, robot arms, we have everything." Bowsy swiped out his own list, a series of equipment that no one present had ever seen before, which made everyone feel itchy. "How do you sell these?" Ruins Cook asked tentatively. "As long as it is a planetary specialty. Anything can be traded. High-level energy or local equipment and weapons, corporate bloodline, professional books, other resources of your planet, etc." Bowsy said excitedly. He finally bought a large amount of goods from the black market and paid a large amount of transportation fees to someone. He planned to be a second-hand dealer on the planet. Buy low and sell high, and get rich overnight. He believed that as a cyber test site, there must be a lot of good things here. The Corpse King hunters present were silent, and the silence made Bowsy vaguely feel that something was wrong. The Romance Knight thought for a while, and said, "The most precious thing here should be the second-level city defense cannon. But I see on your sales list, there is a higher-level shipborne ion cannon. Do you want to exchange it?" "Damn. My shipborne cannon is a third-level weapon. Who wants your broken second-hand cannon?" the alien Bao said angrily. "Then, there is nothing we can do." A Corpse King hunter asked tentatively, "How about, Bao, you lend us the equipment first, and we will do the task for you. You want to get it for free?" Bowsy almost fainted. In the main brain room of the Star Destroyer, a large amount of data collected by players began to be uploaded. Ecological models, geographical models, and Corpse Circle models began to be established one by one. And the biologists within the Legion were also very interested in the fairy planet, which was also a cyber test site. The virus components in the air have been analyzed. There is a component that can accelerate the evolution of the human body. I need a few zombie specimens to analyze the difference between it and the radioactive corpse. The defense system of this planet has been removed. I applied to lead the investigation. The biologists discussed fiercely, and many people even wanted to go down for field investigation. The Corpse Circle of the Xianqi Star and the Radiation Circle of the Jili Star have very subtle similarities. But when you look closely, they are completely different. Gao Gong focused his attention on the game forum. He noticed an interesting point. Before, the game sections were not interoperable. That is to say, if you are a player of the Jili Star, you can only speak in the game section of the Jili Star, and visiting other places is not allowed. However, since the small players of Jili Star entered the Xianqi Star, the two sections began to communicate with each other, and many Jili Star players, who were wearing vests, began to post phishing posts for some kind of secret psychology. Shocked, Birdman appears in the second-level Corpse Circle, suspected to be a zombie mutant flying night demon. There is also a photo on the homepage. A blurry figure with wings should be a selfie of a mutant player. Extremely shocked, is it moral degradation or species imbalance? A passionate sports video of a player and a zombie. Gao Gong clicked it with great interest, and found that it was a player and a zombie dancing passionately. The galactic position of the machine crack star, its trade value with the Interstellar Society, species classification, moral research. I don't know which player showed off his common sense of Interstellar Society, and wrote this post to show off. Although none of these posts mentioned their identities. The excitement of the silly city dwellers going to the countryside made it clear that they were important. The technology on this planet is a bit simple. This sentence made Gao Gong raise his head, and found that he was an expert in mechanical development. According to the information, we can infer that this planet once had traces of a second-level mechanical civilization. But now there is nothing left. Gao Gong pondered for a moment, called Tian Wei, and said, although the host of this planet has left, there should be some traces. Go and investigate. I will follow your instructions. Tian Wei nodded. And a moment later, a huge fire machine disappeared under the traction beam. As a former henchman of the Cybertron General, he is very sensitive to the planetary host, and as a mechanical life, He is oblivious to the ubiquitous viruses on this planet. This planet doesn't look like a cyber test site at all. What exactly is it going to test? Each cyber test site contains the exploration of a certain civilization ecology and a certain type of cutting-edge technology by advanced civilizations. Gao Gong originally planned to call people. He was not interested in the experiments on this planet, but this zombie planet was too normal, which made Gao Gong mutter a little. This style of painting is a bit wrong. He decided to wait. 2 days later, the players of the investigation team returned one after another, and brought the most important biological specimens, from the first to the second level zombies. In the glass cabinet, zombies unique to the immortal star were brought up one by one, from the most common first level zombies to the highest level of the 7th level zombie king that could be captured so far. All were captured alive. Theoretically, for planetary civilizations, the upper limit of monsters is 30 levels, and as a cyber test site, the experimental products may generally do not exceed level 60. For this kind of planetary monsters, with the strength of the current camp players, they can already be captured alive. The flesh of ordinary zombies has decayed to 95%. The flesh of zombies in the second level corpse circle has decayed to 15%. The internal organs have shown primary activation. The decay of zombies in the third level corpse circle has reached 65%. The heart is functioning normally. Dr. Yu rarely put down the project in his hands, and personally performed dissection tests on these dozen zombies. Gao Gong stood opposite with his arms folded, his eyes kept flashing red. In terms of data recording, the biological computer has more advantages. He soon found something wrong. The higher the level of the zombie, the more active its organs are. And from the outside, the more it looks like a living person. The zombie king captured by a dozen high-level players, on the surface, is no different from a living person. The 40 to 50-year-old middle-aged man had an undisguised fear in his eyes, and a shrinking look, especially when he saw his own dissected fellows. Then it spoke. "Why did you capture me?" "It can talk?" Gao Gong asked curiously. Could it be that the research direction of this cyber test site is zombie civilization? Its intelligence level is no different from that of conventional intelligent species, Dr. Yu said without raising his head. Then is it not good for us to treat him like this? Xiao Yu beside him said reluctantly. According to the survey, zombies have a high degree of bloodthirstiness and a tendency to devour their own kind. To become a zombie of its level, the number of its own kind and aliens eaten is at least hundreds of thousands. If you use your moral values to measure it, it should be shot 10,000 times. Oh, then forget it. Xiao Yu's sympathy quickly vanished. Boss, what are we having for dinner tonight? She looked at Gao Gong again and asked seriously. Gao Gong ignored him, but stroked his chin and looked at the zombie king. The bald, miserable man in front of him, who looked like a middle-aged man who was dismissed, did not look like a zombie king at all. Who of you want to try its fighting power? Chapter 896. When it comes to fighting, Xiao Yu is the first to sign up. At this time, in the closed training ground of the Star Destroyer, Xiao Yu, the mechanical girl, is hitting the middle-aged bald corpse king as if he were a ball. As an NPC with 3 combat templates, Xiao Yu's combat power is amazing. Although her level is the same as that of the corpse king, both are only level 50, but with a slight shake of the mechanical knife in her hand, she can block the space, and then the huge pressure generated by the movement and deformation of the fuselage spreads from the mechanical body to the mechanical knife, and bursts along the blade, instantly spraying the corpse king away. Just relying on the mechanical blade pressure, Xiao Yu artificially created an invincible field. Before attacking the alpha turtle, let's upgrade her mechanical body. Senior Engineer has the spark technology dug out from Cybertron. It is combined with the spark of the top spark machinery. Once the transformation is completed, Xiao Yu can instantly break through the 3rd level. Speaking of spark energy, boss, there has been a breakthrough in the development of mechanical technology recently. We are trying to fuse the X-type carbon atomic reactor with the spark energy to develop a 3rd level spark reactor. Once this energy technology breaks through, all our mechanical weapons can be upgraded, Dr. Roan said. Engineer Gao was stunned, and said, I didn't expect you to have such talent. Haha. Although we are not as gifted as Dr. Yu, we are also experts in our own fields. Dr. Roan laughed awkwardly, and said, those Orgrimmar people also helped us a lot. They can already develop 3rd order technology? Engineer Gao was astonished. Although he had expected it, the science and engineering strength of those gorillas was so strong that it was indeed beyond imagination. They are worthy of being the future Doohammer, and they are impeccable in scientific research. If the spark machine can be developed, Then the camp will have a higher level of third-order transformation technology. Gao Gong thought silently. The strongest mechanical technology in the camp now is Lolita's intelligent machine transformation, but although she has mastered the power of the mechanical revolution, due to the level, this transformation is still only second order. He originally thought that the first technology to be popularized in the camp should be biotechnology. After all, SS-level species spores have evolved, and its regular version development should not be difficult, but Gao Gong did not receive good news. Perhaps it needs a little stimulation. Gao Gong focused his attention on the scene again. There was nothing interesting in the battle. It was a pure crushing game. The Corpse King couldn't even get close, and there were at least dozens of wounds on his body, and his health was more than half. It seems that this Corpse King really has no ability to transform, Gao Gong said to himself. He was not surprised that there were only zombies on this planet. After all, the strength of a single species can have devastating consequences for the biosphere. What surprised him was that these zombies, whether they were first level or second level, could not transform. Are there still zombies that can't transform these days? If you can't transform, what kind of carbon-based species are you? This is just an appearance. Gao Gong has been using his radiation blood to sense the opponent's biomagnetic field, and he didn't feel any abnormality. Could it be that the experimental subjects in this test field are not zombies? On the training ground, Xiaoyu became more and more excited. The internal offensive air pump kept ejecting hot air, and then with a high temperature burning on the ion ejection port on the back, on the figure moving at supersonic speed, a mist-like wing could be vaguely seen. This is close to opening the Battle Angel form. You know, among the 3 enhanced templates, the Battle Angel has the greatest combat power blessing. Battle Angel, Effect 1, Battle Form, Normal Attack plus 200%, Weak Point Attack plus 300%, greatly increase the chance of a one-hit kill. Effect 2, Angel Form, purify everything through the expansion of the life aura, flame, thunder, wind energy, all for its use, covering range 10*10m. Effect 3, Battle Angel, enter the Battle Angel mode, you will gain the combat instinct of a higher level of life. This is not because the opponent is very strong. If it is very strong, this bald Corpse King will not be powerless to fight back. What really excited Xiaoyu was that the guy in front of him was unexpectedly tough. Gao Gong thought of something, raised his eyebrows, and flicked his fingers. A stream of air pressure fell on the back of the opponent's head, popping up the opponent's attributes, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. What a thick blood volume. You mean you have mastered a secret method that can strengthen yourself? In the video, Bao Darren's electronic screen lit up again, but his expression was full of doubt. After 2 days of contact, Baozi deeply realized that these colleagues on the Immortal Star were all poor, with no resources, and all equipment was picked up, which was very consistent with the worldview of the Wasteland Flow. Some of the high-level weapons were all inherited from the former Safe City. These weapons, at most, were second level, and second-hand, and he didn't want them at all. However, Baozi was unwilling to give up, and still wanted to get something from the other party. Otherwise he would have bought the goods for nothing. As for the various high-tech weapons in the hands of this alien Bao, the Corpse King hunters were also salivating. So, during the 2-day run-in, the Corpse King hunters discussed for a long time, and finally decided to work on the top secrets of the players on this planet. Oh! Let me see, what else do you have? Baozi squinted his eyes, with a look of disbelief. This alien boss, on a zombie planet like ours, with zombies all over the world, if we didn't have some skills, how could we survive until now? What we are showing now is our power to fight against the zombies. The Windy Knight gestured, and soon, the Ruins Cook walked to the screen, wiped his dirty beard, rolled up his sleeves, revealing a strong arm, well-developed muscles, and civilized edges and corners. You want to be a gigolo for a rich alien woman? I can find a way to find you some channels. The Ruins Cook didn't say anything. His eyes turned blood red in an instant, and the next moment, his arm shrank rapidly. But his arm bones grew larger, and a strong aura burst out. Zombies? Baozi was shocked, and blurted out, you also pointed out the biochip. No. Or should it be called a zombie chip? The Windy Knight shook his head and said, I don't know what you are talking about. But this is not the function of the chip, but a unique training method on our planet. The function of this training method is to strengthen our basic attributes. The Windy Knight took out a whiteboard pistol and fired several shots at the Ruins Cook. But the cook, whose upper body had already been transformed into a zombie, block the bullets with just the dry and hard zombie skin. Bowsy was really surprised. It was impossible for ordinary people to block bullets without getting hurt. According to the standards of the machine-splitting star, it was a level that only B-class radiation beasts could achieve. After completing 100% mechanical transformation, it was also possible to do this. It was a bit of a trick. How did you do it? What is that training method? Bowsy asked hurriedly. It is a way to transform the body through training. The Wind Knight paused and said, not only are we training, but even the zombies are training. However, the more we strengthen our bodies, the more zombie-like we will become. As the zombies strengthen, their bodies will become more and more active. And eventually they will be no different from normal humans. Name, Corpse King race, zombie level, 50 HP, 0/2.5 million stamina, 40, 000/40, 000 bioenergy, 10 million personal attributes, strength 500, agility 450, stamina 600, intelligence 40, perception 300 boss template, zombie leader, personal system, motor system 60%, nervous system 40%, endocrine system 75%, circulatory system 44%, respiratory system 49%, digestive system 54%, urinary system 51%, reproductive system 65%. Note, a zombie actually has a reproductive system, and it is so powerful, which is really hard to understand. When Xiaoyu finally had enough of the other party, after killing the zombie king with a knife, Gao Gong also got all the other party's data, not only on the system panel, but also various biological data. What a weird body data. Gao Gong found it a bit difficult to understand why a monster's capital actually stronger than his own. Chapter 897. Gao Gong's basic attributes are as follows. Personal attributes, strength 355, agility 357, endurance 322, intelligence 395, perception 366, character, -1122 except for character, all are in 3 digits. He can say with certainty that monsters of the same rank, even the descendants of space monsters, cannot surpass him in terms of attributes alone. But the Corpse King has surpassed him in basic attributes. What's even more bizarre is that the Corpse King's health and bioenergy are also incredibly strong. HP, 2.5 million, biological energy, 10 million. This is about the same as the A-level Beast King. But it can't be calculated that way. The HP of humanoid species and large monsters are completely different. The HP of large monsters is often more than 10 times that of humanoid species, or even hundreds of times. This is the rule of biological evolution. Even if it is a Corpse King with a boss template, if it can't transform, then its HP should be maintained at about 250,000. Gao Gong's current HP is at this level. And the Corpse King, who is also in human form, should not have so much HP. Not to mention that this Corpse King has lost so many human systems. Zombies, no matter which planet they are on, are low system creatures, and they have very few active parts. Although as their strength increases, the degree of their mutation increases, the body becomes deformed and gigantic is a trend, but this has little to do with the human body system. The more distorted the creature is, the fewer human body systems it has. For example, some parasitic species, radiation creatures, only have 1 or 2 complete human body systems, or even none at all. The stronger they are, the less human they are. How do the zombies on this planet violate the basic laws of zombie evolution? Engineer Gao thought of the autopsy results just now, and he had a vague grasp of something in his mind. He could probably guess what the cyber experiment on this planet was about. Then, a task sound of ding sounded. You mean? You can strengthen your basic attributes by exercising and consuming your transformation rate. Bowsy said blankly. It's actually possible to do this? The game can be played this way. He always thought that these human body transformation spaces can only be used to implant plugins, biological plugins, mechanical plugins, brainwave plugins. He has never seen an operation to increase attribute points by burning the transformation rate. The several completely zombie-like Corpse King hunters in front of him laughed. Finally, there is something that you, a fake alien, don't know? We have calculated that after burning 1% of the transformation rate, it can improve 5 to 10 basic attributes. And these attributes can increase health. So although we don't have many powerful skills, our average attributes are 4 to 5 times that of other players. This is also the capital for us to fight against zombies. Another zombie hunter showed his completely zombied body and said, there is a small problem. As the human body system degenerates, Our bodies gradually become zombies. The more the transformation rate is burned, the higher the degree of zombization. Bozzy asked curiously. What if you consume all the human body's system transformation rate? That is, 800% of the transformation space, and turn it into basic attribute points. Then will you completely become unconscious zombies? After all, you have even burned your nervous system. Foam Lunite shook his head and said, we don't know this either, because as the transformation rate drops, it becomes more difficult to replace attribute points through zombization. The zombization of us zombie hunters is very difficult. The degree is considered very high, but no one has yet reduced the transformation rate of a certain system to 0%. I don't know what the main mission on your planet is, but based on the task chain we have done in the past 2 years, the real purpose of the experimenter may be to create a zombie zero with a transformation rate of 0 in all 8 systems of humans. Interesting. Wait. Ahem. Did you find out that I am in the same industry? Bozzy laughed dryly. The ruins cook rolled his eyes and said in a muffled voice, we also go to the forum. The 2 forums are interconnected. Did you know that? Fuck. Which wicked person exposed our identities? Bozzy was furious, although the other party did not elaborate. It must be a player who showed off and exposed the identities of their group. A bunch of idiot teammates, destroying my plan to make a fortune. You've seen it, alien brother, the players on our planet are all poor, you can buy our equipment at a lower price. Fuck cheap, how is that possible, if I don't make money from poor people? Who else can I make money from? Bowsy said angrily, paused, and then smiled. Also, brother, don't lie to me, other players are poor, but you are the ones who can build a city. Once the city is built successfully, you can open the advanced shelter, right? Don't think that we are the only ones with idiot teammates. The romantic knight and the ruins cook also had dark faces. Accompanied by a boom sound, the mechanical body of several dozen meters was like a meteor, smashed heavily on the ground, and on the numerous cracks, Tianwei's figure appeared on the Xianqi star. Tianwei's monitoring system was turned on, connected to the Star Destroyer, and soon, a monitoring network covering at least 1/3 of the planet was formed. As a high-level mechanical soldier under the planetary host, although not the same host, after all, they worked in the same mechanical system. For the planetary host sent to other cyber test sites, Tianwei naturally had its own means of contact. Back then on the machine Rift Star, the deep web belonged to the ancient machine type 4 network enhanced type. The fortress belonged to the ancient machine type 6 personality data device. And Cybertron was the ancient machine type X mechanical guard. It was also a little curious about what type of host it was that was sent to this planet. Soon, Tianwei sensed something, and his figure flew into the sky. And soon, he arrived in front of a huge pit. The location of this huge pit was at the north pole of this planet. There was heavy snow. Icebergs collided, and ice streams mixed with water streams, turning into a cold current that submerged the planet. Even Tianwei's fire protection chamber was disturbed. The mechanical operation efficiency was reduced by 20%, and the surface of the machine was covered with a thick layer of frost. However, in this environment, zombies were still wandering unconsciously. Their joints were covered with a thick layer of ice chips, which took root in the flesh, and the surface of the skin was chopped into pieces by the cold wind. A trace of doubt flashed in Tianwei's electronic eyes. It was a little confused. Even if the cold-proof machinery could not operate in this environment, how did the human body mechanism of these planetary creatures work? Flying along the ground along this giant pit. Soon, in addition to this giant pit, at least 10 more rectangular giant pits were confirmed, and the bottom of the giant pit was bottomless. Tianwei finally confirmed what these huge pits were. Factory, alien factory. Ancient machine type 11 alien factory type. A rare species production type host in the ancient machine civilization. The essence of the so-called alien factory is to remake the creatures of the planet in the form of mechanical bodies. In this way, the diversity of mechanical species in the mechanical world will be enhanced. But the host system transported to the cyber test site is definitely not that simple. What exactly does it want to produce? Could it be that the billions of zombies on this planet are all produced by this factory? With such doubts in mind, Tianwei stepped into one of the giant pits, step by step. Although the host of the planet was evacuated, it could vaguely feel that there was a huge energy field launcher inside this giant pit. Chapter 898 Zombie Perpetual Motion Machine. Since more and more players from the machine-splitting star were discovered, this group of alien visitors stopped pretending, and with the silly style of the fourth calamity, they quickly integrated into the planet. The amount of intelligence sent back skyrocketed. The reason is very simple. The alien visitors found that, instead of working hard to collect intelligence from all over the planet, it is better to spend a little money to buy it from the players, from the fairy star. For things that can be solved with money, the fourth calamity is naturally unwilling to run errands. The most valuable information was sent by Bowsy. Zombie King Hunter is a unique reputation title on this planet. Only those who have successfully killed the Corpse King can obtain this honor. The substantial benefit brought by this honor is that you can build a city. After the host of the planet alien left, all safe cities were cancelled, resulting in no safe online point on the entire planet. But the opportunity brought is a classic setting in the old online games. City building order. Whoever can complete the city building task will be the real owner of the city, and thus open the treasures left by the alien before leaving the planet. Theoretically, if the city lord is too ambitious, he can even unify the immortal star and become the master of the planet, thus opening the road to civilization construction. Of course, this is just a theory. At least in the last life, Gal Gong had never heard of the fellow villagers of Robert Galaxy, who had such a powerful player force. Compared with other information, the unique zombie training method of the immortal star really opened Gal Gong's eyes. There is such an operation. Players strengthen basic attribute points by burning human body systems. And zombies, on the other hand, strengthen basic attributes by rebreeding human body systems. These two methods all involve species transformation. Generally speaking, in interstellar society, most civilizations will not carry out species transformation, because this involves complex ethical relationships, social relationships, and will 100% cause civilization unrest. Once unrest occurs, the worst result is the collapse of the civilization regime, and the progress of civilization will regress instead of progress. Once species transformation is carried out, no matter what kind of civilization, there are reasons for having to do it, such as the classic reason of being a prerequisite for civilization to ascend. As a pure 7th level mechanical civilization, the ancient mechanical civilization cannot change to a carbon-based route. So what is the point of creating this zombie-type cyber test site? At least the senior engineer saw one point. Humans strengthen themselves by consuming the human body system and become zombies. However, after being completely transformed into zombies, they can once again obtain a large number of attribute points by rebreeding the human body system, strengthen themselves for the second time, and then become human again, and then become zombies again. This cycle continues indefinitely. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? A zombie perpetual motion machine that grows infinitely? How perverted. From a theoretical point of view, the research content of the cyber test site on Xianqi Star is no worse than that of Geely Star. Gal Gong understood a little bit why the technological content of this planet seems not high. The weapons and equipment are one version behind the machine crack star. Zombies and players devour each other. Coevolution. It is best to eliminate various unexpected factors. If the technological weapons are too advanced, it will prolong the process of the experiment. Boss, these are the results of the autopsy in the past 2 days. Dr. Yu transferred the data to Gal Gong's biological computer. Pictures 1 by 1, cell analysis sheets 1 by 1. The conclusion is very simple. Starting from the first level zombie, every 5 levels, a human system will be revived in the zombie's body. First the nervous system, then the digestive system, then the circulatory system, the endocrine system, and after these so-called internal systems are processed, it is the turn of the respiratory system, the motor system, the reproductive system, and the urinary system. Hundreds of zombie autopsies were all carried out in this order without exception. However, the data also shows that although the resurrection degree of each system continues to rise, as the zombie level continues to increase, even the zombie king has not achieved 100% resurrection of a single system. So, the experiment failed? Gal Gong looked at the blue planet outside the space window, thinking silently. Boss, if everything is fine, I will go back. Dr. Yu saw that Gal Gong did not move for a long time, and could not help but said, wait a minute. Gal Gong came back to his senses, turned around and said, I received some things from some natives of the planet. You study them first. Study them. Dr. Yu met Gal Gong's eyes, and suddenly, a large amount of data was directly transferred to her portable storage device. Dragon snake breathing technique. Enermo's double snake unsealing technique. Sky-high flying fairy cockroach explosion technique. Inch-stopping divine art Shangjong Dafa. These are the zombie martial arts developed by the Corpse King hunters. This is also the most unique part of the combat system of this planet. Players can develop various zombieization methods by themselves. The higher the level of zombies, the stronger the force. And conversely, the higher the level of Corpse King hunters, the zombie martial arts they develop, and the higher the level of zombies. These things are interesting. Dr. Yu only glanced around, and then exclaimed, "It's a bit like the opposite of carbon-based fusion. But the principle behind it, I may need to study it further." Gao Gong thought about it, and found that it was true. But carbon-based fusion is to continuously integrate the genes of advanced organisms to evolve, while zombie magic, through special laws, to gain power. After Dr. Yu left, Gao Gong thought again. How to attract these players? They are different from the players of Ji Lai Xing, and they do not have a common story experience. To them, he is just an alien boss monster. He was sure that the other party was willing to follow him. After all, at present, he was the only one who could take them into the advanced map. But how to prevent the other party from running away in a short period of time? This might be a question worth thinking about. After all, the other party's growth does not seem to require a corresponding technology tree to match. On the contrary, Gao Gong was very interested in the evolution system of these players, and might even ask them to cooperate in the research. That thing seems to be very suitable for them. Gao Gong suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Anyway, let's find a place to test it out first. He figured out Baozi's communication method. In the ruins of the mountain city, the first wave of zombies was quickly repelled. Although there were a lot of them, according to other players' experience in defending the city, there would be no high-level zombies participating in the first few waves of zombies. This also means that, as long as there are group attack weapons, the number of zombies does not constitute an advantage. However, as the number of zombies increases, some high-level zombies, such as zombie leaders, zombie clan leaders, zombie kings, will also participate one after another. Only the zombie king hunter can stop these zombies with amazing combat power. At this stage, high-precision weapons are needed. The core of each safe city is a high-level shelter. Every time a stage of city construction is completed, a part of the shelter will be opened, which contains the most advanced weapons on the planet. The Windy Knight introduced Baozi as he walked. After several days of discussion, the senior executives of Mr. Bao and Mountain City Ruins finally reached the first stage of cooperation. Mr. Bao provided 100 sets of defense mechas in exchange for all the zombie martial arts of the Zombie King Hunter. The second stage of cooperation is to use the weapons in the high-level shelter in exchange for the various city defense equipment in Baozi's hands. Chapter 899 Defending the City. According to the personal experiences of many players who have defended the city, the equipment obtained from the advanced shelters is a very high level, and many of them can even reach the level of second-level black technology. However, these high-level equipment are not necessarily useful against the zombie tide, because some equipment is not offensive at all, but scientific research equipment. After seeing the properties of these equipment, Baozi decided to purchase them decisively, and the large number of second-hand, third-hand, and disabled versions of Star Wars weapons he purchased from the black market are powerful weapons to resist the zombie tide. As the second-floor door of the shelter slowly opened, mechanical platforms rose one after another. There were 4 mechanical platforms in total. Baozi stared at the mechanical platforms with his eyes wide open. The steel blades flipped down one by one under his gaze. Then, nothing was there. No! How could there be nothing? Are you kidding me? The Windy Knight's face turned pale, and the Corpse King hunters around him looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never seen such a situation before. Baozi's heart was even more shocked. He had always been the one to make promises to others. Could it be that this time he was being made a fool of by others? At this moment, the Windy Knight's communicator rang with a beep. The Windy Knight glanced at it, and found that it was his old rival. Puff. Hey, isn't this our righteous knight leader? What's wrong? Why does he look so bad? Did he run into trouble? A delicate voice sounded on the communicator. This planet doesn't seem to have the function of holographic communication, but video calls are no problem. In the picture, a young woman in a bloody white coat is looking at the other person with a teasing look on her face. You lied to me, the romantic knight said in a deep voice. I didn't lie to you. Didn't I help you unlock the password for the advanced shelter in the Mountain City Ruins? Did you know that the shelter equipment was gone? The predecessor of the advanced shelter was the city's operation system. When the alien left, all system settings would be cleared. and some machines that assisted the city operation were left behind and sealed because they could not be carried. This is the truth about the shelter equipment. There is just one small problem. Many safe cities are directly managed by alien factories, and do not need equipment to assist in operations. They are so-called official cities. And the predecessor of the Mountain City ruins happened to be one of the official cities. So, there is no equipment in the shelter. Isn't this natural? Puff's tone was quite annoying. Of course. I believe that with your intelligence, you can successfully build a city even without the equipment of the shelter. Right? Amidst a burst of female version of hee-hee laughter, this Puff hung up the phone. The scene was terribly deserted. After a long time, Bowsy's holographic projection poked the person next to him and asked, "What is the background of this Puff?" The former teammate of the night boss had an emotional entanglement with the boss, and was later dumped by the boss, and turned evil directly. Did he turn evil after a breakup? It was mainly because of the boss's honest words that hurt the other party's heart. What did he say? The night boss said that the other party is good in everything, but he just likes big breasts. Flat chests can only be brothers, not wives. Buzzy stood in awe. He is a sincere person. The romantic knight glared at the spectator with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, and then looked at Bowsy, forcing a smile. "Brother Bow, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Let's just call it quits." "Wait a minute. I have a call." Bowsy's holographic projection flickered, as if he had received a call from someone. After a moment, his tone suddenly changed, and he said enthusiastically, "Don't call it quits. There are still some areas where we can cooperate. Let's meet and talk. Let's meet and talk." On the outer mountain road of the Mountain City ruins, a group of low-level players were dealing with zombies. The way to deal with them was very simple. Just burn them. Thick black smoke and the stench of corpses hit us in the face. The romantic knight stood on a specially cleared open space, looking at the gray sky. According to Bowsy's request, he needed a large open space to attract the descent. Although there were many players around, the atmosphere was a bit low. After all, without the equipment of the advanced shelter, the success rate of defending the city was at least reduced by 30%. The stagnant atmosphere lasted until a beam of light fell from the sky and landed on this open space. The diameter of this beam of light was at least 100 meters. As the light gradually dimmed, a huge mechanical monster appeared on the ground. The entire ground sank half a meter with a boom. It was a monster beyond the imagination of the players in the Mountain City. Its head was like a giant steel tiger. Its tail was like a mechanical snake, and on the huge shell on its back, scales as big as city gates were flexibly rising and falling. On the gaps of several meters that opened and closed, there was a rich energy sheen. There were 4 mechanical basalts in total. Their huge metal eyes looked down at everyone from a high place. In their mechanical pupils, it seemed like an endless ocean. As a wasteland planet, it also has mechas. But the mechas on Fairy Planet are at most 2 or 3 meters high, the kind used to transport goods. Facing this kind of mecha technology at the top, the players on the ground opened their mouths and eyes wide, as if they were looking at God. As the head of a giant mechanical turtle slowly sank, 3 figures slowly appeared. Folu Knight and others finally saw the true face of Mr. Bao, a round-faced young man with a beer belly, who seemed inconspicuous. On the contrary, the other 2 made people look sideways. One was a semi-electronic female player. Her hair seemed to be made of thin black wires. She wore glasses on her eyes, but the thin wires growing from the glasses were directly implanted in her temples. Whoever she looked at felt like he had been examined instantly. The other player was even more exaggerated. Her body was 100% mechanized. She was more than 2 meters tall, giving people a strong sense of impact. Not to mention the high-tech weapons on the other side. The players in Shanshan looked at their worn-out jackets, the missing engineer shovels, the steel bars, the second-hand pistols, and suddenly felt unbalanced. "We are all players. Why do you look like high-level NPCs? Is this the true strength of StarCraft players? Let me introduce you, PP Leader, the Supreme of the Mechanicus, my 2 friends." A man and a woman nodded and looked at these players. Although they did not show contempt, the players who were seen could not help but feel a little inferior. The equipment is too poor, which brings shame to this planet. After a few pleasantries, the Windy Knight couldn't help but say, "This kind of mechanical giant monster seems to be a higher level than ordinary mechas." Bowsy said happily, "This is the second batch of city defense equipment we sent. The 4 legions specially provided the Black Tortoise mechas. the mechanical energy of each mecha is as high as 50 million. The Windy Knight was pleasantly surprised, but couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. The equipment in the shelter is empty, and I'm afraid it's hard for us to pay your hiring price. Bowsy was out of character at this time, and waved his hand. Talking about money hurts feelings. We are all players, and we should help each other. How can I have the nerve to take your money for this little favor? After these words came out, even the PP leader couldn't help but look at each other a few times, as if he was meeting each other for the first time. Chapter 900. After a friendly and harmonious discussion, out of the interstellar humanitarian spirit, out of the mutual appreciation between the fourth disaster, out of the common position of the first star intelligent species, the alien friend Bowsy resolutely decided to help the Mountain City ruins survive the zombie tide for free. As for the benefits, we will talk about it later. Is it my illusion? The undisguised profiteer temperament of this brother Bao is not fake. Maybe I have seen too many zombies, and have lost my basic ability to judge people. Are there really good people among the alien friends? Compared to the romantic knight, the guy who is in self-doubt like the ruins cook, the PP leader is very sure of the other party's character. That's a negative number. What conspiracy are you doing? Looking at Bowsy, who was commanding 4 mechanical basalts, and placing them in various key positions in the ruins of the Mountain City, PP leader suspected him on the spot. How can you doubt my conscience? Bowsy said dissatisfiedly. Open your system panel, look at your character number, and then answer my question. PP leader said bluntly. Little Bowsy, I have known you since the never-sleeping city. At that time, you deceived players to make a fortune by performing human surgery. Who are you fooling? Bowsy also knew that the other party knew about his dark history. So he stopped acting immediately, and smiled, revealing the same expression of a profiteer. Let me put it this way. If I were to do this task, I would definitely not intervene at this stage, but would sign a surrender agreement with the other party when the city was about to fall, and split the profits 30% to 70%. You only want 70%? The PP leader was surprised. Bowsy rolled his eyes. 70% is the deposit. 30% is the balance. And I haven't told you how much I owe. The PP leader suddenly realized that it was indeed the Bowsy he knew. So what's the situation now? Looking at Bowsy's attitude of being an international friend, PP leader asked the question in his heart. If I were doing the task, I would definitely not work in vain, but who let the higher-ups give the order? Let us help the players in the Mountain City ruins survive the zombie tide as soon as possible. Bowsy pointed to the sky. It's a personal task from the camp boss. How dare I bother with it again? So that's how it is. PP leader was a little envious. Generally speaking, being able to receive a personal task from the camp boss, it means that the favorability has been brushed to a certain level. As far as she knows, among hundreds of thousands of players, there are only a few people who can do this. Bowsy, Sister G, Brother Umbrella. Sister G ran away with the bucket. I don't know how her interstellar terror business is going. I'll talk to her tonight. The taciturn supreme of the Mechanicus suddenly spoke. Then are these 3 mechanical basalts also mission props given by Mr. G? Yes. What's wrong? The supreme of the Mechanicus shook his head. After experiencing the intelligent mechanical transformation, he could feel a strong mechanical life breath from these 4 mechanical giants. Even the mechas of the same level. He had never felt it before. Thinking that the guy next to him was the first mechanical player to undergo the transformation, Bowsy suddenly realized, it seems that you have also figured it out. This is the new mecha template of the camp. It uses the technology of the spark machinery. It is said that it was originally intended to develop a large war machine similar to the Star Fortress. The boss gave me 4 of them, probably to see its actual combat capabilities. This mechanical turtle is too big. Is it really suitable for combat? PP leader asked, puzzled. Bowsy shook his head. He was well informed and knew that this thing was not built for single combat. Its function was to be used as a frontier fortress in siege. No. In the siege of the Star War. After the outer space defense line of the planet was broken through, and it was deployed on the surface of the planet as a frontier fortress. He even knew that this was an unfinished product. It was said that this fortress mecha was developed by the real boss of his own camp, Mr. Dujiaodi, but it was only half developed. The most critical mecha core, the spark reactor, had not been developed yet, and Mr. Du refreshed it, and it was gone. So this was just a semi-finished product. Its energy was not activated by the reactor, but by a fist-sized original ore. A super energy ore suitable for 4th-level starships. The energy level of this ore is too high. Once the operation time is too long. the power consumption will exceed the upper limit, and the energy pipeline of the mechanical basalt will collapse. Therefore, before coming, the shrimp spirit in the mecha development department repeatedly warned that the one-time use time must not exceed 3 planets. This is probably one of the few shortcomings of this fortress mecha. With the strong support of interstellar friends, the corpse knights in the ruins of the mountain city are full of confidence in defending the city, and soon triggered a second wave of corpses. Facing this seemingly endless horde of zombies, the players of Shienchi Star also showed their unique skills. Although their equipment was outdated, and their level was not high due to the Wasteland version, they showed an excellent level of cooperation. The Wasteland players formed battle lines, which matched the rugged terrain of the mountain city ruins, led the zombies to various valleys and dangerous roads, fought and retreated, coordinated with the surrounding battle situation, and occasionally joined several combat teams to launch a few ambushes and counterattacks, which was very effective. Bowsy and the other two watched coldly, and were somewhat surprised. After asking around, they found out that players on Shienchi Star, basically everyone has an advanced tactical literacy. This is due to the wasteland environment. Before the appearance of the zombie hunter, no single player could resist the siege of zombies, and players who were not good at cooperation had long been eliminated. Give them a set of second-hand equipment. They are good candidates for cannon fodder. Bowsy muttered to himself, his eyes rolling around. And I don't know what bad idea he was planning. The PP leader rolled his eyes and ignored him. A flash of light flashed on his glasses, and a holographic map appeared. It not only included the player's position, defense line, but also the zombies' attack route. Although there was no satellite positioning, as a neural editor who mastered the human brain hacking, it was still easy to hack into the visual system of several zombies with a neural editing function. In a few breaths, he made such an electronic panoramic map. Faced with this operation, Fonlu Knight and others were quite shocked. What a high-tech profession for their Shienchi Star. Because of the wasteland style, even the profession seemed so shabby. Highway killer, zombie hunter, Red Dead Redemption, even remote blessing is rare. Not to mention this method of human brain invasion. The PP leader shook his head and said modestly, my brain invasion is only elementary. Building a virtual network and setting up a human brain firewall are my main jobs. If it is not for the complete transformation into electronic life, I would not learn this skill for my own physical examination. If it is a real cyber hacker, using a hacker chip to invade the human brain, it is likely that even the Corpse King can be controlled. If the PP leader showed them the high-end operation of the virtual flow, then the Supreme of the Mechanicus showed what absolute firepower suppression is. Electromagnetic rifle, self-assembled energy cannon, beam laser sword, arm mechanical deformation, spinal energy cannon, especially as the first player to intelligent machine transformation. The Supreme of the Mechanicus automatically gains several talents: human-machine integration, intelligent machine control, and artificial intelligence endowment. These methods are combined with various cool weapons. After entering and exiting the zombie tide 7 times, the players in the Mountain City ruins have only one thought: I wanted to. Chapter 901. PP Leader, Mechanicus Supreme. These two people soon set off a wave of enthusiasm on the forum of Shienchi Star. First of all, the matter of building a city is a major event on Shienchi Star. No matter the failures, there are only 17 cities that can successfully resist the zombie tide and build cities. This number is just a drop in the ocean on the entire planet. And it is these 17 successful cases that have been studied over and over by countless ambitious players. Therefore, for major events like building a city in the ruins of a mountain city, there are casual players who broadcast live around the clock. And each time there are millions of people watching. In this live broadcast, the performance of this man and woman is like a firefly on the battlefield. So conspicuous. So cool. It's okay for the PP leader. Only some players with strong perception of the immortal star can know the huge role of this person on the battlefield. It can be said that with her full map vision, the probability of building a city in the ruins of a mountain city has increased by at least 20%. For ordinary players, especially those who fight zombies with punches and kicks, and fight with zombies in a melee style like American TV dramas, it is undoubtedly a baptism of 3 views. It is too strong. This kind of strength is not level oppression, nor is it pure numerical crushing, but a kind of splendor brought by a high-level combat system. As a loyal supporter of the mechanical system, The Supreme of the Mechanicus himself is convinced by the power of this system, and strives to get rid of the shackles of carbon, and become a part of the mechanical world. The coordination ability of the intelligent machine, fully integrated with the powerful computing power brought by the combat chip, is a combat host as fast as lightning. The second zombie tide, the third zombie tide, the fourth zombie tide, all passed easily, giving people the feeling that the lack of equipment in the shelter was not disturbed at all. Until the fifth zombie tide appeared, the city defenders brought surprises to the spectators, or scare. I saw 3-story high control mechas walking out of the city center. The city defenders, who had trained for several days, were sitting in the mecha cabins, shouting and pushing the remote control levers, making these mechas move forward tremblingly. This is not the top mecha in the Legion, but this purely mechanical mecha has given the onlookers another kind of shock. With a thick oil pump engine, a cannon-like rotary machine gun, and a door-like hydraulic electric saw. It is simple, but fierce. When these war machines entered the battlefield, a burst of machine guns cleared a space, and a saw cut through a line of zombies. Even the zombie hunters, who had previously slandered the romantic knight, shut up. The Windy Knight glanced at his comrades, and said softly, "What? You are no more than this level when you are fully zombieized. But now, there are 100 of these mechas, and they have no physical strength limit. I know you don't want to expose your zombie breathing method, which is your trump card, but you should also know that they have already walked out of the novice village and entered the interstellar. We are already one version behind. There are not many things we have that the other party can appreciate. If the level gap widens, even our trump cards may not be appreciated by the other party." As a high-level player, the Windy Knight does not lack strategic vision. This is why he went against all odds and traded all the breathing methods of the Corpse King hunters to Bowsy. I have secretly inquired about it. Although they entered the interstellar space earlier than us, our colleagues cannot teleport across the interstellar space. It's just that their NPC camp happened to come to our planet to do a mission, so we brought them along. The motorcycle helmet, who has always been a military strategist, whispered, "What they can do, we may not be unable to do." The Wind Knight nodded secretly, glanced at his personal panel, and compared to the mission reward for resisting the zombie tide, he valued another reward prompt more. You uploaded 13 sets of zombie breathing methods, Cybertron General's favorability plus 500. His ultimate goal is to get on top of the boss of this camp. On a hill outside the ruins of the mountain city, a group of people were silently watching the zombie tide. But most people's eyes were on the mecha. It must be said that the existence of mecha, no matter what kind of intelligent species, reptile, humanoid, tentacle, can easily arouse the G-spot. Who doesn't want to play with a big mecha? But the leader, Puff, noticed a certain phenomenon. The Corpse King is going to set it on fire. The so-called setting it on fire means that the Corpse King uses some skills to buff all the zombies in the zombie tide, such as fanaticism, bloodthirstiness, agility enhancement, etc. Generally, in this case, the zombie king hunter will take the initiative to go down, and even form an elite team to annihilate the Corpse King boss. Because only when the Corpse King dies, this group buff will be cancelled. Sure enough, with a hawk-like scream, all the zombies seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and the zombie tide also set off a storm. Many zombies jumped 4 or 5 meters, directly jumping to the mecha cabin, and with a bang, they hammered a dent in the steel. The skin of ordinary zombies bulged, black tendons protruded, and even the wrinkles on their faces were reduced by half, and their levels were increased by 5 to 10 levels on the spot. Faced with this situation, the senior officials of the mountain city also began to operate. In the former safe city, all the defense systems that could be used were activated, and the second-level energy cannons that had been reluctant to use were fully fired, and the beam of light swept a large area. This posture has already had some shadows of high-tech war. However, according to general practice, the high-level player team composed of zombie king hunters never left the city to behead, seemingly determined to defend to the end. The night guy is really a coward, the flat-chested young woman Puff said unwillingly. It seems that the mountain city is going to be built successfully, another player said with some envy. Although the zombie king set fire, because the previous mecha brigade killed too many zombies, the number of zombies left was too small, the zombie tide formed was sparse, and it did not pose a threat at all. Once the 5th wave of zombies ends, it means that the city building mission is completed, and the Windy Knight officially becomes one of the top 20 players on this planet. This is the top 20 among millions of players. The Knight is so lucky. Another player sighed, who knew that when he was building the city, he would just catch up with the interstellar players returning to the novice village. Huh? It seems there is still some uncertainty. Someone with sharp eyes suddenly discovered that 5 small black dots were crossing the gullies and woods of the mountain city ruins at a very fast speed and rushing towards the core area of the ruins. Is this a corpse king? The spectators were amazed. It was the first time they saw a team of corpse kings carrying out tactical beheadings. This was probably caused by the corpse tide being too severely damaged. In a few breaths, they rushed to the city wall. The city defense energy cannons in their hands were like plasticine, and were easily rubbed and crushed. Just when the spectators thought that the next battle would be between corpse kings and corpse king hunters, there was a boom inside the mountain city, and a giant mechanical snake rose from the ground, split through the wall, opened its mouth, and swallowed one of the corpse kings in one gulp. Then, in the eyes of everyone's shock, a huge mechanical object slowly climbed up, and each piece of the tortoiseshell as big as the city wall opened, revealing an ion cannon that was 1 level higher than the city defense energy cannon. In an instant, the mechanical basalt turned into a destructive machine, and above the mountain city, it seemed as if a small sun was rising. After the light, the corpse kings who had been rushing forward before had long lost half a corpse. Chapter 902 Exploration. After the mechanical Xuanwu killed the corpse king team in one move, the overall situation was determined. The system prompt sound of beep. Beep. Beep rang out from the personal panel of each player defending the city. The rewards for defending the city made every player happy. Baozi squinted his eyes, folded his hands, sat on the Xuanwu tortoiseshell, and silently looked at the scene. Every time I see your expression like this, I know you are going to cheat again. In Baozi's mind, the voice of PP leader suddenly rang out. It's a deal that we both agreed to. How can it be called cheating? Baozi rolled his eyes. We successfully defended the city. Our mission is also over. When will we withdraw? Withdraw? Baozi smiled strangely. Don't be ridiculous. The defense of the city is over. Our mission has just begun. Sure enough, just the next day, a corpse king hunter who was familiar with him came to ask indirectly, asking if he could go to the spaceship to take a look. Just take a look, definitely not touch. Baozi laughed, verbally said there was a chance, then put his hands behind his back, and began to stroll around the city. As for the PP leader and the supreme of the Mechanicus, they also received his instructions and wandered around the city, refusing to leave no matter what. The city defense was successful, and the sealed buildings in the city were gradually unsealed, including the data hall of the Guardian City. With this hall, players can issue tasks, issue rewards, and upgrade the city like NPCs. If the city construction was successful under normal circumstances, the Wind Knight and others would have already started to study the city system with great interest. However, after seeing the combat power of the StarCraft players, the current Mountain City players are no longer interested in the hard work of building a city. They are only interested in joining a higher level camp and entering a new map, fighting zombies every day. They are really sick of it. Boss, Volcano City has applied for a visit, and wants to come here to communicate with the city lord. Night Boss, Highball and others from St. Lawrence City are said to be on the way. Damn. The idiot bird and fish actually threatened us that if we don't hand over the alien players, we will have a city war with us. The kid's fish city is so far away from us. Will he drive a tractor to fight us? Because the technology tree of wasteland style is relatively deformed. The industrial system is almost zero, and the tractor is already a relatively strong means of transportation. The romantic knight, who had just completed the construction of the city and was in a good mood, was threatened or tested by other city lords early in the morning, which made his head hurt. Taking advantage of the gap, he pulled a few of his confidants over and whispered, "Didn't I ask you to take the 3 gods out for a stroll? Why are you still in the city?" Boss, they don't want to leave. What can I do? I can't kidnap them, and I can't beat them. Think of an idea. Just say you want to take them out to see the scenery or something. What the hell? Bro, our planet is full of zombies. Do you want me to find a group of zombies to dance for them? Good idea. Let's do it. Fuck. Gao Gong said Buzzy. And it really stirred up the troubled waters of the players of Xianqi Star. As the former fourth disaster, Gao Gong knew very well that the best way to deal with the players was to let the players come forward themselves. If Gao Gong really went down, it is estimated that at this time, these players of Xianqi Star would think about killing the boss. But now, Gao Gong is no longer concerned about these things. The level gap is too big. No matter how much the players struggle, it is all in his hands. He is now more interested in the advanced civilization experiment of this planet. If the zombie perpetual motion machine is really developed, it will be more terrifying than some cosmic wonders. But Gao Gong does not have high expectations for this. Not to mention that this kind of experiment is too difficult. Even if it is really developed, the research samples have been taken away long ago. But apart from the test results, Gao Gong is very interested in this way of increasing the system transformation rate. Because this research direction of biotechnology vaguely overlaps with the fusion route. In the past few days, combined with the breathing method created by players, Gao Gong has been using the biological computer to deduce data. The deduction results are very good. There is a 55.1% probability that this technology can be embedded in the process of fusion evolution and improve Gao Gong's two big moves, fusion evolution, blood and flesh king. The former kills 1,000 enemies and loses 300 of its own. If the rejection rate is too high, there is even a risk of life. As for the latter, although it is much safer, Gao Gong cannot carry hundreds of thousands of radiation beasts with him, or a biological player. It is no problem for a serious interstellar war. But in other situations, the scope of application of this trick is very small. If you can master this evolution of the human body system, you can strengthen these two tricks in disguise, especially the former. As the strongest civilization that Gao Gong had seen in his previous life, the fusion mode is definitely not a suicide bomb. But the specific technological development needs to be explored bit by bit. Compared with the improvement of itself, if this technology is developed, it will improve the development of the camp more. Because Gao Gong found that this zombie technology has a very buggy place. This place is not about the improvement of attributes, but about the fact that it can reset points for the transformation rate. Whether it is for NPCs or players, human body transformation cannot be 100% successful. Once it fails, the corresponding transformation space will be permanently lost. But if this reset point technology can be developed, when the transformation of a certain human body system is unsuccessful, directly reset the points of this human body system, clear the transformation rate, and then transform it again. This will not only bring about a significant increase in strength, but more importantly, it will allow Senior Engineer to try to cultivate integrated troops. The combat power of the integrated civilization's troops is, to put it bluntly, invincible. However, among these good news, there are also some bad news. The signal of Tianwei, which was previously on a planetary dispatch mission, suddenly disappeared. What is certain at present is that Tianwei disappeared in this area. In the planetary model, a place similar to the North Pole was marked. After Tianwei disappeared, we sent a large number of drones to this place. But after entering this area for tens of thousands of meters, all the signals of these drones disappeared. Later, we sent hundreds of special troops. But so far, these troops have not returned. The so-called special troops are naturally players. Originally, Gao Gong wanted to directly declare the players as the fourth disaster. But considering the cosmic taboo of the three disasters, he decided not to commit suicide. However, the NPCs have known about the player's ability to resurrect for a long time. This is not uncommon in the universe. Bionic pilots, species cloning chambers, information clones, etc. are all similar technologies. Through Gao Gong's intentional or unintentional revelations, the NPC leaders also understood that their boss had mastered a special technology and created these special arms. Hearing this, Gao Gong was stunned for a moment, calculating the time. Even if all the players who were doing the task died, at this time, they should be back online. Why is there no one resurrected? He immediately became interested. Because in this game, there are some means to make players not exist when they are online, and not be able to survive when they are offline. For example, the most classic biological technology in the later stage of the game, players can't even commit suicide. Could it be that there are can monsters in the novice village of this planet? Chapter 903. Gao Gong's first reaction to the can monster was, shit, isn't this the work of those supreme beings? Like the memory matrix, through the channels of the cyber test field, invading the 7th level civilization of the mechanical country in disguise. If this is true, Gao, as the #1 fighter of the purple giant star and a loyal supporter of the ancient mechanical civilization, there is no doubt that he will run away at the first opportunity. He really doesn't want to fight a monster of the same level as the memory matrix. But the senior engineer quickly realized that this was not right. If it was really such a monster, there was no reason why he didn't know about it. Before leaving, the purple giant star would definitely clean it up. Even the group of supreme beings hiding in the dark would worry whether the ancient mechanical civilization would follow the clues and find them. Apart from this possibility, the other possibility is the biggest one. A certain test subject in this cyber test site was not taken away by the planet host for some special reason, and was secretly lurking in the Arctic region of this planet. Engineer Gao suddenly had an idea. He interrupted the discussion of the rescue plan by the senior executives at the meeting and turned to look at Dr. Yu and asked, "I remember you said that those zombie breathing methods target different human systems, and there is no fixed order?" Dr. Yu was stunned for a moment and said, "That's right. But the zombie's human system. Resurrection. But in a fixed order, starting from the nervous system, digestive system, circulatory system, endocrine system, respiratory system, motor system, reproductive system, urinary system. And every zombie is like this. Why is this?" Dr. Yu thought for a moment. "Our laboratory has a conjecture. That is, the zombies on this planet are not caused by infection, but mass production in the planetary factory. So this order of human body systems is the initial setting of the planetary factory. But the host of the planet has left. So many zombies. Why do you still keep such a setting? Maybe we don't have enough samples for dissection." "No. The number of samples is already quite large. And they are specially caught from different areas. Is it the natural selection of biological evolution? No. Zombies are not natural creatures. They are products of mutation. And the instability of genetic mutation is its evolutionary direction." Dr. Yu was a little confused as he spoke, and the other biologists were talking and fell into a heated discussion. Senior engineer listened silently, talking to himself. What if it is a certain kind of existence that controls the evolution of billions of zombies? For example, it is a mutation product of some original virus. If it is a virus, it is better to let the players take the risk. This thing is too strong for biological organisms. But it is just right for the fourth calamity. If you want to join the Advanced Star faction, you have to do some difficult tasks. The next day, the ruins of the mountain city have never been so lively. In addition to local players, a large number of foreign players flocked to it. And the most eye-catching thing was the mayors of the other 17-player cities, who arrived together. Gravity Volcano in Volcano City, High Bow in St. Lawrence City, Birds and Fish in Fish City, Jiahei in Corpse Armor City, Mermaid in Water City, Miyazaki Old Monster in Sky City, Alien in Village City, Advanced Weapons in Weapon City, Almighty Blackie in Black Island City, Corpse Killing General in Gun City, Death Worshipper in Death City, Water Group Big Brother in Friend Circle City, Wan Xiaoyu in Feather City, Little Fairy in Chaotic Times in Little Fairy City, Severed Hand Queen in Motorcycle Queen City, First Glory in Dawn City, Desperate in Zombie City. These top players in Fairy Star are all far-sighted people, and they arrived in person almost as soon as the zombie tide in Mountain City was over. It's just that the way they walk is a bit eye-catching. Some drive tractors, some ride electric donkeys, and some ride carts pulled by zombies, sedan chairs pulled by zombies, and some ride zombies. I can only say that although there is only one kind of monster on the entire planet, these players have mastered the skills of operating zombies. If it is too far away, they can only use the ultimate move, the suicide return method, and artificially teleport to the optional player city. Anyway, players on the Fairy Star can refine attribute points, but they don't care much about level and equipment. The Romantic Night could prevent the Mountain City ruins from becoming the resurrection point for other players. This was the privilege of the City Lord. However, under the joint pressure of other player City Lords, he compromised. So the Mountain City ruins, which was obviously the new city, was now crowded with customers. Many players simply took advantage of the large number of people to set up stalls on the roadside, selling zombie eyeballs, zombie arms, zombie bones, zombie feces, zombie intestines, zombie bait, zombie activity areas, zombie nest locations, and basically covering the zombies' food, clothing, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, as well as their hard-working life. With the style of this planet, if you are not a heavy-tasting player, you really can't play it, Bozy complained while shopping. Next to him, there was PP Leader with a pale face, looking like he wanted to vomit. "Hey, there are zombie meat burgers here. Do you want one?" PP leader couldn't help it anymore and retched. After a while, he raised his middle finger to Bozy fiercely. If you want to go shopping, go by yourself. Why bring me here? I don't like shopping with you. Isn't it too boring to be alone? Then you go to the Supreme of the Mechanicus. He is not afraid of disgust. Bozy sighed, but I'm worried that he can't help but go on a killing spree. Haven't you noticed that players who have completed the intelligent transformation have the eyes of a scavenger when they see carbon-based creatures? There is such a thing. I really don't know. PP leader was stunned for a moment and said, that's because most of the players in the camp are transformation players. And they have installed mechanical plugins, so they don't feel it deeply. If you put a biological hunter together with them, you will definitely see it immediately. The face of the PP leader changed, and he thought of something bad. Isn't this similar to the state when I was implanted with a virtual personality? Yeah, it's similar, Bozy said casually. That's the end of us. The number of players who have completed the transformation to intelligent machines in the camp is almost 100,000. What if a fight breaks out? Should we report to Boss G? What do you want to report? Bozy touched his chin and smiled. I think this might be the way to play in the next version. PvP. What's the point of just fighting NPCs? But you don't have to worry. There are still plots such as attacking planets, managing legions, and rescuing mechanical civilizations. The civil war between players may not start for a while. And did you notice that the mechanical players in this version are too strong? So we came to this zombie planet. I guess the next wave will strengthen the evolution players. Bozy is quite sure about this. He felt that he had figured out some of the essence of the game planner's arrangement. PP leader was still a little worried about this. But at this time, the two had already walked into the City Lord's Hall, and she had to take back what she wanted to say. In the City Lord's Hall, the 18 City Lord players looked at the two with burning eyes. If the two were not players, they would have suspected that these people were going to start a group boss. You probably guessed that we came to this planet, and we must have brought the main quest. I won't waste my words, and I will share the quest with you directly. Chapter 904. The huge mechanical basalt took one step at a time, opening up to the North Ice Sky. The North Pole of Shinchi Star is not called the North Pole, but the North Ice Sky. This is because the atmosphere of this planet, when covering the two high-latitude regions of the planet, the cold air will form a pot-lid-shaped ice shell in the sky, and this ice shell covers from one end of the sky to the other end. Under the cold reflection are icebergs, ice blocks, seawater, rocks, and a group of cold-moving zombies. As the mechanical basalt moved, it split the iceberg, stepped on the ice sea, and on its huge mechanical legs, the heavy engines began to emit thunderous sounds. Under the action of hundreds of connected engines, the mechanical basalt's legs were raised high, and then smashed down hard. In the agitation, the zombies in the surrounding dozens of miles were blown away by the sound waves. At the same time, more zombies heard the movement and rushed towards the mechanical basalt. Soon, the zombie tide followed the four mechanical giant pillars and crawled towards the upper body of the mechanical basalt. They were dense and boundless. Affected by this, Xuanwu's turtle shell began to slowly open. One after another ion cannons were extended. A large amount of light began to gather. When the light reached its peak, thousands of light beams swept past. Tens of thousands of zombies were directly vaporized, but more ice zombies rushed over. The palms of these zombies began to become transparent. On the alloy shell that the palms touched, blue ice appeared. As the palms exerted force, a small hole was directly pinched out of the shell that could resist primary energy weapons. Like termites eroding a tree, such small holes were still increasing rapidly. This is a bit unscientific. Above the sky, under the ice shell, an exoskeleton mecha was silently watching the tide of corpses below. Inside the mecha, Bozy was exclaiming in the group chat channel. The Legion's Fortress-class heavy mecha, the shell can defend against energy cannons. It actually cracked under the claws of zombies. I feel like I'm going to crack too. It doesn't matter whether you crack or not. What matters is whether you have completed your mission. PP leader complained. Completed? For mechanical basalts have entered the drop point. It's up to the mecha now. I warned you. If you call me mecha again, be careful or I'll kill you directly. In the chat channel, the electronic sound of the supreme threat of the Mechanicus sounded. Hey, why didn't you threaten me with brainwashing the machine this time? People like you, it's better to stay in the sequence of carbon-based species. I'm worried that you will become one of the same kind and pollute us. Okay, stop bickering, Supreme. Have you got it done over there? PP leader said helplessly. It's done. The players on this planet, with the cover of the Black Tortoise, have sneaked in. Now it depends on whether they can find Lord Tianwei. In the underground cave of the alien factory, a zombie team is slowly advancing. Fenglu Knight, Haibo, Fei Niaoyu, Jia He, relying on the zombie shell that almost covers his whole body, grope towards the front. It's not like no one has thought about sneaking into this remains of an alien factory to loot some equipment. But firstly, there is a lack of transportation. And secondly, the environment is very harsh. The cold will cause blood loss. Not to mention the corpse tide that is 2 or 3 times denser than the outside world. However, although it is the first time here, several players feel inexplicably familiar with the environment here. The gray-black and rigid fetal membrane on the ground, and the biological pipes on the walls on both sides with unknown purposes, make these players feel hot instinctively. Have you noticed? Jiahe suddenly spoke up. After coming here, our human transformation rate has begun to fluctuate. Is there any fluctuation? Fei Niao and you opened their personal panels in confusion, and did not find any changes. Only human systems with transformation rates below 50% will change, and at least 3 human systems below 50% will be detected. Haiba suddenly said. Fenglu Knight, Fei Niao, and you looked at each other. Although they were all city lords, their strengths were also different. For example, Haiba and Jiahe were both veteran city lords, and their human transformation rates were already incredibly low, and they were multi-system players. Generally speaking, players on Xianqi Star who choose the zombie hunter route will choose to focus on reducing one human body system, which will maximize the attribute point benefits. However, these veteran city lords will choose a more difficult route, which is to reduce several human body systems at the same time. Most of the players who had points in this way will be useless, but a few are masters among masters. Not long after walking, the zombies in the distance seemed to be startled and rushed in from the depths of the underground factory. There are no more than 100 of them. Just do it. Haibo and Jiahe looked at each other, and as soon as they thought about it, their already zombie bodies suddenly swelled up. One of them transformed into Taguro-san, and became a zombie version of a bodybuilding champion, with his head almost touching the ceiling. The other's limbs shrank, and his mouth became bigger, and his torso was elongated, and his hair grew into snakes. The more severely the transformation rate is burned, the stronger the transformation ability is. For players, like them, who have several transformation systems burned at the same time, they are evolving into dehumanization on the basis of zombification. After all, if the human body system is gone, then naturally you can stop being a human. A Taguro and a Orochimaru just rushed into the monster pile in front of them. The remaining 2 city lords looked at each other, feeling that they were not so perverted. One of them had a thicker arm, took out a giant axe, and the other took out a double-barreled shotgun, and went up to kill. Soon, these zombies were cleaned up. There were a total of 6 teams like this, all of which were sent in to carry out the task chain of the Interstellar Camp Cybertron Legion. There are 2 current mission targets. One is the super NPC named Tianwei, and the other is the missing interstellar player. This is the mission of this stage. After completing this mission, the City Lord players will get the quota for the advanced camp. Although it is not clear what the content of this quota is, according to the mission notes, this quota will greatly enhance the strength of the players. The 6 teams began to explore inward along the wreckage of the alien factory, and soon made different discoveries. For example, the team where the Windy Knight was located, after destroying several waves of zombies, found a production workshop, and found a large amount of biological fluid from the workshop. As long as these fluids are touched, the activity of the human body will be greatly reduced. And another wave of players found some casting molds, but these molds are all humanoid structures, and with the exploration, the progress of the mission is also constantly increasing. Above the ice, Gao Gong was looking down from above, staring at the ground with a strange look, talking to himself. Did you find me? That's why you hide yourself. But it's okay. At least it proves that you are not a natural disaster monster. But I still have to force you. As soon as he finished speaking, the image of the ancestral temple flashed on Gao Gong's palm, and the 6-member team of Fenglu Knight, Haiba, Fei Niao, and you finally found their target. At this time, deep in the factory, a huge mechanical body sat in the darkness. In the abdomen of the mechanical body, a golden flame was still burning, but in the flame, a few blood vessels penetrated into it, constantly absorbing the power of the fire, and growing bones, flesh, brain, and internal organs along the metal shell. This gave people the feeling that the mechanical body was about to grow a human body. Chapter 905 Exploration 4. As a fairy planet whose industrial level is still at the level of hand grinding, it is very shocking to see this level of mechanical species at first glance. The mechanical body of dozens of meters is full of a kind of life aesthetics that machines do not have: the smooth fuselage, the roar of the reactor, and the third-order deformation module that is as big as a millstone and as small as a meson. In between inhalation and exhalation, the beating of the fire energy, it seems that it can annihilate their flesh. Third-order super soldier. The romantic knight licked his upper lip. A trace of fear flashed across his expression, and a trace of greed. A boss of this level, if it can be destroyed, will definitely be a big explosion. Jiahei's attention fell on the mechanical shell. A large number of activated neural networks were crawling in and out of the Cybertron alloy. And along the neural network, a large amount of zombie meat was secreted, almost covering half of the mechanical body. From the muscles, bones were squeezed out, and the bone stumps were inserted into the alloy joints, like a layer of human skin, giving people a weird and terrifying feeling. The degree of resurrection of the nervous system and motor system is more than 50%. Jiahei suddenly said. As City Lord players who deal with zombies all year round, they naturally know that the higher the level of zombies, the higher the degree of resurrection of the human body system. When it exceeds 50%, it can be anthropomorphized. Therefore, many times, players of Xianqi Star will complain that this is not a wasteland player's book to fight zombies, but a zombie-type natural disaster. An oppressive story of desperately preventing zombies from transforming into humans. In this story, all players play the role of villains, and only zombies are trying to be human. And now, this big robot has entered the plot of zombie resurrection. What the hell? This is a robot. Can a robot become a zombie? Can everything become a zombie? Bird and fish couldn't help but complain. At the same time, with a ding, the system panel sounded that the task was completed. The first round of the task. The spark mechanical heavenly power was successfully found. Experience plus 10,000. And the temporary mechanical ancestral hall member status was obtained. However, before these players began to check what this ancestral hall member was, the zombie mechanical on the opposite side suddenly opened his eyes. And on the surface of the basketball-sized electronic eye, bloodshot lines squeezed out. The zombie-like mechanical monster slowly stood up. Although it staggered due to the influence of the exoskeleton, the ubiquitous pressure of the advanced species alone made it difficult for several players to breathe. What shocked several players even more was that after just 2 steps, the surface of the opponent's body was almost the same as that of a human. The only difference was that the skin was a little paler than the human-like body of several dozen meters. The nervous system, the motor system, and the digestive system all reached 100%. Retreat. Call for help. Several players were sure that they were probably not the opponent, so they retreated without saying a word. As high-level players, they naturally knew that the safest way to retreat was to withstand the opponent's output first. As for the 2 thick-skinned and thick-fleshed ones, Jiahei first transformed into Brother Toguro, turning into a 3-meter-tall zombie muscular man. But with a pop, he was instantly hammered into meat paste. At the same time, he jumped high and smashed the opponent's joints with the giant axe in his hand. His wrist broke on the spot, and the axe broke at the same time. The axe blade bounced and inserted into the wall. The durability of the second-level excellent corpse-chopping axe was lost on the spot, and it became scrap. As expected, low-level maps have no future. The thought flashed through his mind, and the next moment, the eyes of the romantic knight went black, and he was offline. The remaining 2 people ran for their lives, and Haiba turned into a zombie Orochimaru, relying on the enhanced crawling speed of snakes. He endured the chewing sound from behind and moved forward quickly. A strange idea popped up in his head. This robot eats meat? Has it really become a zombie? In addition to the beep sound of the task system, there is also the beep sound of the small chat group. As expedition teams in different directions, sharing positions is a natural operation. At this time, other City Lord players are rapidly approaching him. But soon, a huge force suddenly came from the snake's tail, pulling him backwards. Haibo had almost no hesitation. The corpse snake's tail split instantly, and the whole body was divided into 2. As a motor system, endocrine system, circulatory system, the transformation rate was all reduced to less than 50%. This also caused him to directly destroy half of the body if necessary. This is also the origin of his nickname Corpse Snake Haibo. If you are not dead, transform quickly. At Haibo transform into what? Highball had such a strange thought in his mind, and then he suddenly thought of the previous mission reward. Getting temporary mechanical ancestral hall membership. Ancestral hall? Isn't that a place to pretend to be dead? The sense of danger on his back suddenly surged. Highball did not hesitate any longer, and directly used the temporary skill given by the mission. The next moment, the rich light and the blackness of the body filled his vision at the same time, and then he was rushed out. His vision spun around, and he found that he had been rushed out of the factory remains on the ice and snow. A large number of zombies were gathering like a tide. For players, the most abnormal part of the game's cyber world is not its exaggerated difficulty, nor its resurrection speed, but that there are some bugs in the game, which players are completely powerless to fix. Once invaded, the fourth disaster will be over. There are many such bugs, for example, virtual personality implantation, cyberpsychosis, parasitic viruses. Once infected, the account will be directly abolished. What's even more bizarre is that, in this game, players can only create one account. Generally, in this situation, the player's account is taken over, and he can only call for help from the forum to kill himself. However, sometimes, in some special situations, even calling for help doesn't work, because the person you call will also be tricked, and you can't handle the situation at all. The players who entered Bytian to investigate are in this situation now, although they can't log in or log off. These people trapped in the natural disaster can still surf the forum online. So a small self-help group called Bytian Rights Protection Group was established. God is blind. My black market magic outfit is gone. Damn, Mr. G, why did he give a task of this level as easy? Damn, Mr. G, I'm going to complain to the planner about this stupid NPC. Let's kill him together. Good idea. I've wanted to support the mechanical Loli for a long time. Loli is the best. Don't try to be the best for now. If you kill him, who will save us? Big guys, isn't it time to chat in the group now? Aren't we discussing how to save ourselves? Why did we go off topic again? After a long time of talking off topic, a group of players finally got back to the point and started to inform each other about their situations. Most of the players who were attacked accepted the task of rescuing Tianwei, but they failed to save people and were dragged into the sea. It would be fine if they were really killed, but the key is that they can't die, which is very painful. According to the last few players who died, there was an indescribable parasitic monster on Tianwei's mechanical body. When this monster killed them until only a little blood was left, it directly took over their bodies and controlled their human body systems. It connected them and Tianwei together in life form. Most players screamed. The machine sexuals were ecstatic. What was even more bizarre was that, once they entered the connection state, all their human body plugins would automatically pop up, and their equipment skills would automatically turn black. These days, I have only seen players spawning equipment, but I have never seen monsters spawning equipment. You are stealing the job. But, I don't seem to be killed by Tianwei. A player suddenly said weakly. Then who killed you? It seems to be Mr. G who killed me. Chapter 906. In the lively chat group, there was a rare silence for a while. After a while, question marks kept popping up. Although everyone was bored and was studying how to turn the tables on Tiangang and group fight against old G, but to be fair, the players who came out of the Geely Star have a good impression of Mr. G, especially when they see the current status of the players on the Xianqi Star. It can be said that there is no comparison and no sense of superiority. If there was no Mr. G, the protagonist of the planet, leading them to break through the planetary restrictions, these people may not be as successful as these zombie players. Seeing the strange atmosphere in the group, the little player who spoke earlier quickly posted a screenshot. You are invaded by the blood of Mr. G, and enter the Blood King mode. 1%, 2%, 3%. Invasion failed. The player dies. Blood King. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Stoneman, have you forgotten? Isn't this the big move that Boss G tested on the spaceship? Another player who played the biological flow paused and said, It's the move of fusion. I remember it now. It seems to be true. I still remember the feeling at that time. It was like being hugged by countless strong men. This feeling. TSK, you are also one of the strong men, another player said coldly. What are you talking about? Finally, a player couldn't help asking, Hey, a new version brings a new god. You guys wait and see. The next version will be our era. A biological player said mysteriously, Hey, look, something's wrong outside. Tianwei is fighting with someone. Damn, When did these natives of this planet become so fierce? This group of players, who couldn't log in or out, immediately shifted their attention and turned their eyes back to the game. And that was exactly the case. On the ice layer, Tianwei, who had already turned into a living zombie, was fighting with a dozen players. The ice layer was breaking apart layer by layer under the pressure of lasers and machinery. Wherever the mechanical sword passed, it seemed as if thousands of bombs exploded at the same time. The iceberg blocked the way ahead, and the iceberg broke into pieces. The island appeared under the tip of the sword, and the island sank. As a top-level third-tier soldier, who also came with a boss template, Tianwei's combat power was a standard surface-destroying level. When facing this level of destruction, the players had no choice but to save their lives. But the amazing thing was that these city lords had not been killed yet. Ahem. Ahem. A black frozen reef was lifted up, and Highboss struggled to crawl out of it. The skin on his upper body was charred by the energy cannon and cracked inch by inch. But the exposed bones flashed with a metallic luster. The broken lower body had grown back at some point. A cold, quiet, but very powerful force was being stored in his body. Highball opened his attribute panel. Name, Hi. Highball race, carbon-based human army module loading organic coffin. Total level, LV. 41 body, 154 plus 50. Consciousness, 30 main occupation. Highway killer LV 30 secondary occupation. Biological expert LV 11 zombie specialization. HP, 5000/8500 plus 5000 ancestral hall blessing. Physical strength, 907/. Mechanical energy biological form transformation, 14,000 plus zombie form transformation. Personal attributes, strength 280 plus 90 temporary. Agility 265 plus 80 temporary. Endurance 130 plus 80 temporary. Intelligence 18, perception 29 free attribute points. 0 human body system, motor system -59%, nervous system -51%, endocrine system -50%, circulatory system 1%, respiratory system 1%, digestive system 1%, urinary system 1%, reproductive system 1%. Note: the powerful force of ascension has forced the transformation of your life form. Through species mutation, gives you powerful power. Countless questions flashed through Hibo's mind for a while. What is the power of ascension? What is the mechanical shrine? Why is there a word Gao in front of my name? But these questions were quickly replaced by the powerful physical strength. My attributes have been strengthened by nearly one-fold. Hibo now understood why the two sides were able to fight back and forth against that terrifying mechanical monster. What's even more amazing is that, as soon as the thought moved, it seemed to fly out of the sky, and the mind entered a mysterious space, and it seemed to collide with the thoughts of others. Hibo, you came in too? Cutting-edge weapons, where is this? Hibo, according to the system, this is called the Ancestral Temple Land. In my understanding, this is a large chat group. Cutting-edge weapons, this is much better than a chat group. Hibo, the little fairy boy in troubled times, quickly understood the meaning of this sentence, and his thoughts seemed to be divided into more than a dozen parts at once, entering different fields of vision. In one of the fields of vision, a huge mechanical sword chopped down on his head. Hibo's face changed, and his body moved on the spot. His speed exploded under the powerful force, and he crashed into Tianwei's hind legs. It was like a metal collision between a hammer and an anvil. Tianwei's body suddenly tilted, and the sword in his hand just passed over the head of the little immortal man. Thanks, brother. So that's it. Sharing of consciousness, sharing of vision, and even sharing of physical state. No wonder these city lords can barely maintain their defenses in the face of monsters of this level. Hibo tore open his upper body clothes, revealing his metallized skin and bones. If he had not been in this state, half of his body would have turned into mincemeat. In a trance, he seemed to feel that there was a black coffin covering him. Black coffins were placed one after another, imprisoning all the players. His consciousness was looking down at these shaking coffins from above, and the spirit tablets around him were also buzzing. To outsiders, it seemed that the players of the Immortal Star had shown their might after completing the transformation, and directly held back the heavenly power. But in the eyes of Bozy, the leader of PP, the supreme of the Mechanicus, it was another story. The heavenly power was resisting the transformation. Through the electronic vision, it was obvious that the fire of the heavenly power was constantly splitting. When a part of it split, a part of the firepower disappeared. This self-mutilation method obviously curbed the enemy's absorption. It was precisely because of this that this level 90 super mechanical soldier was unable to exert its true strength and fought back and forth with this group of planetary players. Affected by this, the parasitic monster also began to show signs of anxiety. On the surface of the huge mechanical body, human heads bulged out from the flesh, revealing empty eyes and mouths that opened and closed. Every time the mouth opened and closed, a stream of scattered energy would be absorbed. Every time it was absorbed, a part of Tianwei's fire energy would be lost. As it absorbed, arms, thighs, independent eyeballs, ears, buttocks, all slowly squeezed out of the skin. It seemed that all of a sudden, Tianwei changed from a tall giant to a flesh monster with thousands of arms and hundreds of eyes. Phase 2? There is actually a second stage. The monster is going to explode. This is what the local players thought. As for the players of Jilixing, they sighed and said, "It has mutated again. It is worthy of being a cyber test site. These parts look familiar, as if they belong to someone. I feel a chill somewhere in my body. I feel the same. I feel the same +1. I feel the same +2. Chapter 907. Everyone thinks they have grasped the truth. From the perspective of the players on Xianqi Star, this boss monster has entered the second stage. From the perspective of Baozi and the other two, the third-order mechanical body Tianwei is fighting for control with this parasitic monster. According to the general development of the game plot, if some hidden conditions are met, Tianwei will get rid of the parasitic beast, assist in the battle, and become the player's assistant in the later stage. From the perspective of the trapped players, finally, these people can come out, whether they are online or offline. This broken plot finally has an ending. After all, it's a game. It's impossible to trap them forever. Isn't that illegal? From Gao Gong's perspective, whether it's the players from Xianqi Star or Jili Star, they are all chess pieces in the game. He and the can monsters on this planet are chess pieces in the game. Gao Gong stepped down and landed on the ice. The solid ice surface made a light click sound. And then a faint white mark began to appear. First one, then 2, 3, 4, more and more white marks. And finally, like a spider web, with the sole of the foot as the center, a white spider web covered all the ice surface visible to the naked eye. The powerful biological field directly enveloped the remains of the alien factory. Gao Gong now can materialize the biological magnetic field. As he thought, one by one, magnetic field lines rose from the ground, like a birdcage, wrapping the north sky tightly. The other end of the line stretched to the horizon, and was nailed to the ice shell above. As Gao Gong slowly moved forward, there was a sizzling cutting sound. "If you don't come out, then I have to have a good talk with you." As Gao Gong walked, he said softly, "A certain master said that all living things must have their evolution. Then the question is it life that breeds evolution, or evolution that gives birth to life? To put it in human terms, who would think that the transformation of billions of zombies into human form is a very normal thing? If it is a cyber experiment, it would be fine, but the planetary host is gone. Why is the experiment still going on? Who continued the experiment? So I asked Tianwei to take action. A mechanical body of this level is basically invincible on this planet. To deal with it, the mastermind must take action." Senior engineer paused, looked around, and smiled. "But the mastermind will never show up. It will only secretly create various coincidences to make Tianwei fall. For example, being parasitized by a monster. The zombies around turned their heads one by one, silently looking at him. As he walked, their bloody yellow pupils moved with him. This scene seemed particularly strange. But I also know that, with just a conventional search, your real body will probably not be found. If you make too many moves, you might even create a fake monster for me to take away. For example, the parasite that ate Tianwei. Right? In fact, in the eyes of those who are interested, your operation has too many flaws. For example, the simplest one is, if this parasite is the mastermind, then when it fights with these city lords, why don't these zombies assist this big boss? Because if the zombie tide appears, these players are 100% dead. Right? Gao Gong paused. A black light flashed in his eyes. And the next moment, a huge ancestral temple appeared, high in the sky, shining brightly, and virtual data streams were continuously injected into each city lord to accelerate the transformation into corpses. But discovering your existence is only the first step. The question is, how to get you out, which is the most important thing. The silk thread behind Gao Gong moved forward. cutting continuously. Wherever it passed, the zombies were like live fish on the chopping board. Either their heads and tails were separated, or their bellies burst open. But the strange thing was that no matter what level of zombies were killed, no zombies rushed towards Galgong, as if their lives were not their own at all. If you have a real body, then it's easy to find you. But if you are some kind of pan-conscious monster, then I'm afraid I have to kill all the zombies on this planet to force you out. It's even more likely that you can't be forced out, because the zombie-like fourth calamity has an immortal body. If they don't die, you won't die. Right? Galgong smiled and said. In the later period, some members of advanced civilizations also tried to obtain this power, although I don't know whether they succeeded or not. Your current performance is probably successful. Do you think I guessed right? The zombie king on the opposite side no longer had a zombie body, but became a young man with yellow skin, staring at the other party in a daze. Brother, I've already said this much. There's no point in you pretending to be dead. The young man was silent for a moment, finally spoke. I can give you all the biological data left by the alien, in exchange for the destructive weapons in the atmosphere to completely leave this planet. Is that okay? So you are afraid of the Star Destroyer. It seems that your biomagnetic field has reached the point of covering the planet. You are only one step away from breaking through the space creatures. Not just the planet, since I can sense the Star Destroyer you mentioned, it can naturally affect the humans on the ship. Do you want them to become a part of me? Then you will lose them forever. Is this a threat? I call this balance of power deterrence. It seems that you have become human enough, you even learned this word. Galgong said softly. Then the question is, since you can infect them, why don't you try to infect me? If you infect me, you can even borrow my body and leave this planet. This is much better than just staying on one planet. Don't tell me you haven't thought about this. Then, there is only one answer. You can also sense fusion. Right? With the power system you show, it can be said that it is just the lower ecology of fusion. If you deal with me, you may be fused by me. Isn't it? The male corpse king was silent for a while, and then said, destroying me will not bring you any benefits. In this universe, there are too many species that are beyond your ethical scope. Do you want to exterminate them one by one? Of course not. I am not a saint, and I will not be the opposite of a saint. If you are willing to trade with me, I am also happy to trade with you. But what you give is not what I want. What do you want? Information about the Supreme One. I don't know what the Supreme One is. At least when I woke up, I didn't see the kind of person you said. You lied? Galgong said coldly, with a face full of confidence. As for how he knew, it was because he had completed the task of finding the mastermind behind the planet. The reward was 5% completion of tracing the origin of the highest source. So the two sides were 100% related. Galgong liked to talk back at his enemies, but he didn't like being talked back at by his enemies. Seeing this, he didn't give his opponent any chance. The biological threads behind him fell from the sky, inserted into the Gao family ancestral hall, and followed the ancestral hall, and fell densely on the parasite. Tianwei seemed to have sensed something. He roared. The engine module was fully powered, and he tore with both hands, and forcibly pulled his upper body out of the skin and flesh. Then he slapped his chest, and the spark module was ejected, and it was directly ejected into the sky. Without the spark module, the mechanical body's electronic eyes dimmed, and it crashed on the spot. It's over. The mission is completed? The boss is dead? The players looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 908 Evolution. Under the players' puzzled eyes, the parasitic monster suddenly expanded its form, and its originally protruding head, thighs, and buttocks shrank back again, but its volume increased several times, and it floated in the air, like a cloud made of meat. Oh my god, my ass! My head! Why can't I get out? Not only can I not get out, it seems that my health is shared. On all the players' panels, a prompt flashed again. You have been invaded by the blood of Mr. G, entering the blood and flesh king mode, 1%, 2%, 3%. Shit, it's actually true. This monster is actually transformed by Mr. G's ultimate move? Old G is the mastermind behind this? But this is not right. If this parasite is transformed by Old G, why would he devour us, blacken the power of heaven, kill us? Shouldn't he be the boss of this planet? Is Old G having an affair with a zombie female boss? Why is it a female boss? Can't it be a male? No matter how the players in the group thought, the city lords of the fairy stars in the game also began to mutate. Black coffins emerged from the body. When each coffin appeared, a spirit tablet appeared in the sky. Above the spirit tablet, a special metal spirit tablet gradually emerged. The words Heavenly Power gradually emerged on the metal tablet. The Corpse King felt something was wrong. The next moment, the frozen zombies that were originally as quiet as chickens suddenly rushed towards the mechanical body. However, the senior engineer had already made arrangements. With a light grasp of his palm, countless biological magnetic field threads separated from the ice and turned into a cutting barrier. All the zombies that broke through the barrier, after a few breaths, were all decomposed into corpses. For a moment, Baitian seemed to have turned into a large slaughterhouse. If you want to suppress Tian Wei, you must use the power of your body, and this power needs the help of flesh and blood. The more alive the body is, the stronger your power will be. What else is better for you to possess than a living person? So you did it on purpose? The Corpse King glared at Gao Gong with a cold face. In addition to this male Corpse King, more and more Corpse Kings gathered here from all over Baitian. For a moment, dark clouds rolled, and all the zombies on the planet stopped, and the huge number of biological magnetic fields began to interfere with the planet's magnetic field. Gao Gong seemed unaware of this, and continued to smile. It just so happens that your parasitic body has used my biotechnology. And it just so happens that I can also transform. All the Corpse Kings stretched out their palms. And the direction of their palms was exactly the parasite in the air. The parasite was inspired and seemed to want to rush out. However, an illusory black ancestral hall suddenly appeared. And every coffin in reality was transformed into the pillars of the ancestral hall. No matter how he rushed left and right, he could not rush out at all. And an indescribable dangerous force was also injected into its body through the parasite that connected the two sides. If biological evolution has its own rules, then the rules are its flaws. The anatomical data given by Dr. Yu flashed through Gao Gong's mind. First, the nervous system. On the surface of the parasite, countless fleshy nerves suddenly popped out, like a ball of wool, as if stimulated by the same stimulus. Nerve fibers bulged on the heads of all the Corpse Kings, first crawling around like earthworms, and then drilling out of the flesh one by one. Then, the digestive system. The mouths of all the Corpse Kings opened subconsciously, and a cloud of blood mist spurted out from their mouths. Circulation. The speed of blood mist spraying doubled. On the ice and snow, piles of blood rose from the ground. At the end of the blood pillars, it seemed as if there were twisted human faces, roaring under the dark clouds. Endocrine. Respiration. Movement. Reproduction. Every time the parasite changes, a part of the Corpse King's body will split. Every time it splits, the monster in the sky will become clearer. It is an indescribable baby, whose head is 1,000 times larger than its body, and the umbilical cord connects each Corpse King. Different zombie kings are responsible for providing different life systems. The baby suddenly let out an indescribable scream. Wherever the sound waves passed, zombies around the world randomly exploded in the head. Even the senior engineer felt dizzy, and his brain seemed to be shaken out. But the next moment, the brain disappeared, replaced by transparent worms crawling all over the inside of the skull. In just one breath, the brain resumed functioning. Body explosion method? The opponent's sound waves seemed to contain an energy that could decompose the species on the spot. With a finger, the parasite in the air drilled directly into Tianwei's mechanical body. The flesh and blood turned into a mecha cabin. Then the mechanical body exerted force on its feet, and flew directly into the air. An inexplicable suction force sucked the baby directly into it. Then all the players in the chat group went dark and went offline. Gao Gong's system prompt also sounded. 4th level carbon-based corpse monster incomplete version. Capture completed. Origin Supreme mission completion plus 5%. Mission name, Origin Supreme Origin Tracing. Mission type, Civilization Correction Mission. Mission difficulty, Pseudoflight Upgrade Mission. Briefing 1. The Supreme spreads an ancient virus called Origin Virus with the intention of contaminating the core of the 7th level civilization. Ancient mechanical country. An unexpected variable caused this conspiracy to collapse like a domino. Under the spread of mechanical glory, all dark things in the universe fled. No one wanted to be the target of the anger of the angry mechanical throne. Mission Brief 2. Although you are the first person to flip the domino card, neither the mechanical throne nor your direct superior Xinghuan, who suppressed the purple giant star, expect you to continue to have good luck. Through your channel, we searched for information related to the Origin virus. This mission is more like a reward-style exile. After all, a subordinate who is lucky and loyal, but ultimately infected with carbon-based evil habits, cannot enter the glorious ancient mechanical country and become a legion dispatcher of the mechanical throne. However, who knows? Mission completion, 5% mission reward, unknown. A 4th level building blueprint reward. It's actually a 4th level monster. No wonder it's so troublesome. Although it seems to be handled very easily, Gao Gong is sure that if someone else comes and fails to control the fusion power, then there is only one choice, which is to blow up the entire planet and destroy all the zombies. In order to force out this big-headed corpse doll, it may not even be possible, because the power of this corpse monster has already possessed the player, and it can even be resurrected with the help of the player's natural disaster attribute. If it is allowed to grow, there is a great possibility that it will grow to the strength of a civilization disaster. This is undoubtedly another kind of memory matrix. But before it fully matured, the host of this planet had already evacuated, while Gao Gong suppressed the 4th order corpse monster, dozens of light years away. On a black planet, a flesh and blood tree that had not yet grown suddenly fell, and it fell apart in the process of falling. The tree also disintegrated into ashes. On the entire planet, there are only a dozen trees of this size. The carbon-based fruit number 4 failed to mature. A voice sounded inexplicably. The black planet's surface began to fluctuate, and in the boundless black waves, a withered face slowly emerged. Its left eye area seemed to be missing a piece. This piece was exactly where the blood and flesh tree was. Supreme Will, Supreme Alma, after the fall of the Supreme Star Fern, the mechanical disaster began to spread towards the origin of the universe. But the Robert Galaxy, there should not be any remnants of the mechanical disaster. On the surface of the planet, a fruit on the blood and flesh tree suddenly matured and fell, turning into a 10-meter-tall bald tattooed giant. What should I do, Master? Hercules, before the other party can infer the divine DNA, go to the Robert Galaxy to retrieve the fruit for me. My carbon-based god system has not yet been formed and cannot be exposed to the vision of the mechanical disaster. I will follow your orders, Supreme Huanjie. Chapter 909. In the universe system. The reason why the carbon-based system is interesting is its evolution. It is not like a mechanical civilization, which can produce unlimited troops. But it can produce unlimited troops. It is not like an information civilization, which controls everything. But it can absorb everything. It is even less like an energy civilization. But it can evolve into all kinds of life energy. At this time, in the Star Destroyer, Gao Gong was looking at the spoils of the fairy star with interest. The carbon-based corpse monster. The manipulator behind billions of zombies. If we only talk about the shape, it looks like a red liquid test subject that Gao Gong had long ago. However, unlike biological soldiers, it has clear human organs, and each organ looks like it has just been picked. It brings pure and powerful vitality in its breath. It can be infinitely transformed, and its life form can be infinitely reset. According to the biological experts in the camp, this is simply an innate experimental holy body. More than one biological expert came to report, wanting to put it into their own biological project. But they were all ruthlessly denied by Gao Gong. Not only was this zombie number 0 very useful to him, more importantly, it was a 4th level species. Except for him, no one in the camp could suppress it. At this time, the whole room was crawling with memory worms. These transparent worms were frantically rushing towards zombie number 0, trying to transform the other party into Gao Gong's second body. However, every time they crawled onto the other party, a pure life energy would be bred, and they would be ejected. Life energy is based on the life form, so in a sense, life energy cannot be pure. However, the life energy of this corpse monster does not seem to have any form, so it can expel memory worms. It does not need memory, so it is not restrained by amnesia. It does not breed personality, so there will be no obstacles to personality reset. The transformation rate of the nervous system is reduced to 0, and it will not be neural theft. Most of the ways of the cyber tie cannot harm it. After all, it is no longer a human being, so the methods used on humans are naturally useless to it. However, pure rank suppression, the 5th rank information matrix, is still eroding the opponent's essence bit by bit. Although it is slow, it is continuing after all. What a pity. In a sense, it is the nemesis of the memory matrix. The voice of Deep Net sounded in Gao Gong's ears. For this form of life, it is also the first time she has seen it. She sighed. There are really all kinds of wonders in this universe. If it can really reverse life, then it can indeed ignore the rank suppression and do this. Gao Gong said softly. If the other party can really do this, Then the experiment is successful. The human transformation rate can be reduced to 0. Or it can be filled instantly. But if it really succeeds, then it will not be his turn. Moreover, this power restrains the memory matrix. But in turn, it is restrained by another power. Gao Gong's eyes fell on the opponent's abdomen, and he saw that in the abdomen of the corpse in front of him, a thick red light like blood plasma was nailed in it. The red light seemed to represent everything about life control and loss of control. Whenever the corpse tried to transform, the red light would shine, interrupting the opponent's operation and accelerating the invasion of the memory worm. The corpse monster restrained the cyber wave, but in turn, the power of fusion restrained it in disguise. Finally, as a large number of memory worms crawled into the other party's brain, a red light suddenly appeared in the other party's shriveled eyes, which collided with the red light in Gao Gong's eyes. The man and the corpse monster looked at each other, and the corpse monster spoke first, with a hoarse and unpleasant voice. It took several months, and finally evolved. According to the fairy tale, this is called an incarnation, and according to the cyberpunk practice, this is called a virtual personality. But only Gao Gong himself knows that this is pure species evolution, and it just evolved into a self. It's similar to cloning, except that they share brains. Huh? What's wrong? Shawang asked curiously. Nothing. This power is so strange. I need to think about it carefully. Then you can think about it slowly. I'm going to take a nap. Call me if you need anything. Shawang stretched her body, and her illusory figure disappeared in an instant. In the past few months, she had been using the power of the civilization modifier to help Gao Gong suppress the fluctuations of the evolutionary memory matrix. After all, this thing is a bit sensitive. Once reported, it will be easy for the parliament to send a specialist to suppress it. So during this period of time, Gao Gong has been using the power of the cosmic relics to cover up this special fluctuation. Shen Wan left, leaving Gao Gong alone. The other Gao Gong took a look at the original body and suddenly grinned. Really no attributes? Yes. No attributes. On the system panel, there are no attributes of this fourth-order carbon-based corpse monster. Gao Gong knew long ago that the system is not omnipotent. There are some very special things that it cannot read, such as cosmic relics, such as the fifth-order information matrix. And now there is another item, which is this corpse monster clone. This at least shows one thing. The development value of this fourth-order carbon-based corpse is not inferior to the previous two. The strength of the carbon-based system is based on fusion, but the power of this body seems to be a kind of decomposition. Isn't it awesome? The zombie-like senior engineer said suddenly. If it is really like this, it is really awesome. The senior engineer nodded. Cosmic Stallion, the king of hybrids, species synthesis machine, carbon-based pervert, etc. These good names, or bad names, are all to describe the perverted fusion ability of carbon-based species. Its DNA structure seems to be specially made to absorb other excellent genes. But since there is fusion, there must be decomposition. More than one cosmic expert has published academic articles trying to analyze the power of decomposition of carbon-based organisms. After all, once the power of carbon-based decomposition is studied, this expert will be recorded in the history of all carbon-based civilizations. Even the Civilization Council has developed a decomposition science for this reason. However, there are many different theories, but there is no mature biotechnology. However, this zombie clone of Mr. Gao has a bit of the morphological decomposition in the decomposition theory. However, in order to achieve a thorough decomposition, the transformation rate of this zombie clone must be able to complete a perfect transformation. That is, to reduce it to 0. Or to achieve 100% human body resuscitation. However, after Mr. Gao's experiments, he found that the transformation rate of this body, no matter which human body system, can only be reduced to 10% at most, and it cannot be reduced any further. Vice versa, the human body system can only be raised to 90% at most, which is the upper limit. If the boundaries of carbon-based organisms cannot be broken, then strictly speaking, this zombie number 0 is actually a failure. Come on. It's not that easy to develop forbidden technology. There are hundreds of planetary test sites, and it's good to have a breakthrough. If it weren't for the intervention of Hunjie, even this level of improvement would not be possible. The senior engineer of the zombie complained. Hunjie? So, it turns out that the Supreme One intervened. The senior engineer's heart moved, and said, it's more than just intervention. He also plans to use this body to condense carbon-based fruits. What? This Supreme One has already reached the stage of forming a god system? Chapter 910. I don't remember which scientific research leader once said, "The end of science is theology." At least in the eyes of Gao Gong, this sentence is not completely right. To be more precise, it should be that the end of biotechnology is theology. Build the carbon throne, establish the carbon-based god system, and then perform genetic ascension. These steps require the prerequisites, which are at least level 4, level 5, level 6. Theoretically, the option of genetic ascension can be done by one person. But in reality, this is impossible, because just to build the carbon throne, the tens of millions, hundreds of millions of mutant genes, if there is no carbon-based civilization as a backing, it is impossible to achieve. That's why Gao Gong was so surprised when he heard the news about the Supreme God system. Could it be that this Supreme Gene colonized a 5th-level civilization? Zombie Gao Gong shrugged, almost shaking off the rotten flesh on his shoulder. Not sure. According to the memory of this body, after the alien left, the Supreme Hunjia appeared on this planet and planted the seeds of the gene fruit in my body, which is why this body can breed wisdom. So, it's not messing around like the memory matrix, but continuing the unfinished biological experiments at the cyber test site. Yes, this is different from what Gao Gong imagined, but soon, Gao Gong's expression became ugly. So, if I eat this body, the Supreme will 100% come to cause trouble? Of course. The carbon-based fruit is so easy to get. What good are you thinking, brother? Gao Gong originally thought that this zombie number 0 was a means for the Supreme to deal with the ancient mechanical civilization. Since the ancient mechanical civilization had been notified, the Supreme would definitely distance itself from it. At least not give the ancient mechanical body a chance to follow the clues. So Gao Gong happily suppressed it. But if this has nothing to do with the ancient mechanical civilization, and is just an experiment of the Supreme on this planet, then it means that he will have to personally face this mysterious Supreme. If he can create a carbon-based god system, then he is guaranteed to be at the 5th level. It depends on how many fruits he has produced. If there are more than 10 fruits, then he is basically at the 6th level. 6th level. Gao Gong rubbed his eyebrows. In his previous life, his original body was a 6th level supergalactic computer. However, the 6th level civilization master and the 6th level individual are completely 2 levels. What are you worried about? Don't you still have the tiger skin? The zombie engineer patted the space window. This is the Star Destroyer given by the purple giant star himself. It is hard to say whether the other party dares to deal with the spacecraft of the ancient civilization at this sensitive time. Thinking of this, the engineer calmed down. There is no need to scare himself. If they really fight, it is hard to say who will win or lose. But since it is a carbon-based fruit, how come you don't have any control over the laws of physics? You are a big useless. The engineer complained about his clone, compared with the late mechanical civilization, which can manufacture various destructive weapons. In this regard, the carbon-based civilization that has been developed to the top is actually not weak at all, and its reliance is the carbon-based fruit. The advanced genes have evolved to the extreme, and can simulate the laws of the universe and integrate the changes of the laws of the universe into the evolutionary system. This is the carbon-based fruit. Each carbon-based fruit is a physical law, which can be Newton's 3 laws, or it can be the law of thermodynamics. Although it is limited by the upper limit of species, its application range is not the entire universe. But the effect is terrifying enough. For example, if you slightly modify the gravitational constant, you can easily split a planet. And if you master the angular momentum, you can even artificially create a black hole. Compared with these domineering fruit abilities, the ability of this zombie fruit is somewhat useless. Damn. What are you thinking about? If it is a complete fruit, will it be picked so easily by you? According to my estimation of this body, at least we have to wait until all the billions of zombies on this planet are transformed into human form before we can go further and break through the upper limit of human body transformation. But even so, the success rate is not high. At most only 20%. It seems that I did come early. But there are also advantages to being early. If you come late, the carbon-based fruit will have been picked long ago. If you come at the right time, you can directly confront the supreme being of the group God system. On the contrary, it is just right now. And if it is not measured by the standard of carbon-based fruit, the basic performance of this zombie body is also amazing enough. After a simple induction, the bioenergy reached 500 million, which is 5 points of planetary energy, which has surpassed the planetary species and has been promoted to the level of space species. What is even more bizarre is that it has no fixed form, so it can be transformed into any form, embedded in any combat system, can be a spear, can be a shield, even armor, skin, internal organs. In terms of pure combat power, it has reached the first level of cosmic treasures. This is still its shortest plank. As a biological experiment, its real strength lies in its ability of biological experiment. It can be applied to any form of biological experiment, whether it is to increase the transformation rate or to lower the transformation rate. Thinking of this, Gao Gong suddenly had an idea and pressed his palm on the chest of the zombie. "What are you doing?" "Attacking my chest." Gao Gong rolled his eyes. As soon as he thought about it, countless bloodlines pierced into the opponent's body. Some bloodlines came from the internal organs. That is, the digestive system, the endocrine system, and some even pierced from the bones. Gao Gong himself, who has mastered hundreds of high-level radiation bloodlines, actually has the ability to transform two different species forms, connected together. With a thought, Gao Gong's personal system's 230% biological transformation rate quickly began to rise. 231%, 232%, 233%. The upper limit of human transformation at level 60 is 300%. With the help of the special ability of Zombie Number 0, without the effect of any biological plug-in, Gao Gong's human system was quickly filled. Reached a perfect 300%. Your occupation level has reached level 60 max. Your human transformation rate biological/mechanical satisfies the job transfer requirements. Implanted third level equipment *6 satisfies the job transfer requirements too. Do you want to transfer? However, before Gao Gong confirmed, a new prompt appeared on the system panel. Faction level is insufficient, unable to change jobs. Sure enough, senior engineer sighed. This is also the reason why players generally feel that they can't play the game in the middle stage. Whether it's level or equipment, there is always a way to improve. But there is really no way for the faction. Without the third level civilization technology, it is impossible to change jobs to the third level profession. Third level is even okay, but once you break through the third level and enter the level of ascended civilization, then outsiders will not be allowed to join, unless they have made unimaginable contributions. With no way forward, players can only choose to let themselves go and contribute to the cause of cosmic terror. Fortunately, in this life, Gao Gong is not only the player panel, but also the faction panel. Starship engineering, advanced mechanics looking at these two already lit professional knowledge chains. Gao Gong can be sure that as long as one more chain is added, all the infrastructure drawings of a third level civilization can be met. As long as a planet completes the third level transformation, his job transfer will not be a problem. Gao Gong was actually prepared for this. On the contrary, the storage of the transformation space surprised him. This means that the human transformation rate is no longer an obstacle to his upgrade. He can store the transformation rate and implant a higher level plug-in equipment after the job transfer is completed. Chapter 911. The edge of the third star wheel, Ice Planet. This is an uninhabitable planet. The entire surface of the planet is covered with ice. -50 to -100 degrees is the normal temperature of this planet. In some cold radiation areas, the temperature is even more exaggerated, can reach absolute zero, that is, -273.15 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, let alone life, most bacteria will stop reproducing. According to the standards of the Civilization Council, this is a standard low-temperature planet, which is not uncommon in the universe. The only rare thing is that its predecessor was a habitable planet. In any galaxy in the universe, habitable planets are a minority. Non-habitable planets are the majority. And extreme living environments are the mainstream. However, this ice planet is a transformed habitable planet. It creates an extreme living environment by artificially creating ice radiation. Its main purpose is to experiment with absolute zero species, a life form that cannot exist in nature. This is the test target of this cyber test site. On the Star Destroyer, hundreds of exploration members are making preliminary preparations, ready to be teleported to the planet at any time. Teleport, explore, record, find similar people, and do the main quest. Players are already familiar with this process. The only difference is that this time, there are more non-machine crack star players in the exploration. Windy Night, Gravity Volcano, Highball, Jiahe, Mermaid, Little Fairy Man in Troubled Times. Queen of Broken Hands. These fairy star players, facing the planet under their feet, are also eager to try, and their expressions have a sense of superiority. Finally, they have also upgraded from planet natives to space players, and can look down on the atmosphere from outside the atmosphere. Before, they thought that the behavior of pretending to be aliens on the planet forum was childish. But when they became one of them, they were surprised to find that the stupid behavior of pretending to be aliens was really funny. They posted and laughed strangely, not noticing the eyes of others. These outer space newbies had backward equipment, no plugins, and even their skins were all tattered and wasteland style. However, many players looked at them with envy and jealousy. This crappy game is inflating the numbers. Who would have thought that? The son of this generation's version is not the Hunter School, but the Zombie School. There are millions of players on Xianqi Star, so someone Star Destroyer naturally can't accommodate them. Similar to Geely Star, now the Xianqi Star players on the Star Destroyer are all high-level players at the City Lord level. That's fine after all. You are a high-level player, and I am also a high-level player. But the unfair point is that, as soon as this group of newcomers entered the ship, they received the treatment they all dreamed of. All members changed their jobs to hidden professions. And this hidden occupation, naturally. The name of the son-in-law of the Gaojia Temple can be on the electronic spirit card. Although they are just in the early 40s, but relying on the attributes of strengthening the respiratory method, and the mechanical zombie transformation brought by organic coffin. More than 40 levels of attributes, once the mechanical zombie is converted, can even play back with more than 50 players. Where can I say this? I can also talk about it. I can also be the son of Saibwa. I can also be an electronic grandson. I can also burn the yellow paper for Mr. G during the new year. The opportunity to enter the ancestral temple, why not give me? Players who go to the mechanical flow are better, after all. The transformation of intelligence before, it has been strengthened. The ones who were really heartbroken were actually the biological players. They thought they were the best of the version. But they turned out to be the dregs of the version. They thought it was a biological mode. But it turned out to be a biochemical mode. What's so great about zombies? How cool are they? We are all organic creatures. Why are the enhanced inorganic versions? Gao Gong naturally didn't know what the players were thinking. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Who made the profession of these Xianqi Star players naturally match the high-level ancestral hall. Moreover, the addition of these players has also added 2 second-level professions to the camp. Namely, Highway Killer and Zombie Warrior. In addition to the previous Mechanic Knight, Bio Hunter, Mechanic Hunter, Neural Editor, second-level Mecha Operator, Elite Soldier Guards, Interstellar Mercenary, there are 9 second-level professions in the camp alone. Even in the third-level civilization, there are only so many professions. After the development of the mechanic civilization, there will be more professions. This is the true foundation of a camp, and it is also the most attractive place for players. Gao Gong only glanced at the ice planet below, and then entered the operation mode again. Previously on the Fairy Star, Gao Gong obtained dozens of breathing methods at once. These breathing methods were all created by players, based on the mutual transformation of a human body system. Attributes are increased by brushing the transformation rate. This is a unique strengthening method of the Fairy Star. Now that he has obtained the body of the ancestor of zombies, zombie number 0, Gao Gong will use it. Although the creators of these breathing methods are elites among millions of players, they are bigwigs in the custom mode. But their best skills, in Gao Gong's opinion, are indeed too crude. So he plans to use the deduction ability of the biological computer to extract the essence of these breathing methods, remove the draws, and cooperate with the number 0 zombie to create an unprecedented attribute point brushing method. At this time, in the small screen world transformed by the biological computer, one virtual human body after another appears. And then a certain system of the human body begins to evolve and mutate. Either the arm becomes like a tyrant, or the mouth grows an alien. For each kind of zombie, the successful ones will be preserved, and the losers will be decomposed. It's not just the organisms that are mutating. Even the mechanical bodies are starting to turn into zombies. After all, on Gao Gong's mechanical body, there are too many bionic plugins, which are the rewards from the last rich woman. Soon, with a ding sound, the system prompts. You have developed the SS Plus level breathing method. Please customize the name. Your reputation, Robert Galaxy. Plus 1000. Gao Gong thought for a while, and said, since it is the ancestor of zombies, then let's call it Sangdiao, Sangdiao breathing method. Fuck Sangdiao. Why don't you call yourself Jiangchen? The zombie number 0 on the opposite side complained. Stop talking nonsense. Cooperate with me in training. I want to see how many attribute points my SS level breathing method can earn. Compared with players, they can only strengthen once by consuming the transformation rate. Gao Gong has mastered the zombie number 0, which can transform zombies into humans and humans into zombies. Although it is highly unlikely that the zombie perpetual motion machine can be realized, the attribute points obtained through mutual transformation are definitely a lot. Even he himself is very curious about what the upper limit of this transformation is. The zombie senior engineer looked at the senior engineer with dissatisfaction. But there were 2 bodies and 1 person. So there was no nonsense. His body instantly drilled into the other's body and began the first point brushing. Soon, the senior engineer's skin began to become transparent, and the whole person looked like a collection of flesh, blood and energy. And on this collection, a trace of life energy was stimulated. On the system panel, you consume 1 point of sports system transformation rate and gain 2 points of endurance. You consume 1 point of nervous system transformation rate and gain 1 point of agility. You consume a point of endocrine system transformation rate and gain 1 point of perception. The 5 basic attributes, strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, and perception, all began to rise little by little. Even his character began to decline little by little. He probably decided not to be a human anymore, and his character dropped faster than anyone else. Chapter 912. Besides perversion, there are mutations. This is the true portrayal of most cyber test sites. On the Ice planet, the exploration members found a group of indigenous players who followed the Eskimo route, found an underground laboratory on the seabed, found data on severe cold transformation, found the planet's unique ice ore, and encountered the planet's unique cold creatures. But this time, Gao Gong did not leave, and did not even pay much attention. All his energy was used on brushing attribute points. The enhancement brought by the attribute points was beyond his expectation. Before, Gao Gong's basic attributes were Strength 355, Agility 357, Endurance 322, Intelligence 395, Perception 366, Personality, minus 1122. After he completed the first breathing method, the human body transformation rate dropped to 10%, and the basic attribute soared. The 230% transformation space consumption brought nearly 200 basic attributes, and each attribute increased by 40 points on average. Strength 395, Agility 397, Endurance 362, Intelligence 435, Perception 406. Unlike the players, Gao Gong not only has a biological system, but also a mechanical system. That is to say, this kind of attribute enhancement. Others can enhance once. He can enhance twice. The 5 basic attributes have soared again. And because the transformation rate of the human body mechanical system has reached the level limit 300%, more attributes can be increased by consuming the transformation rate. On average, each attribute can increase by 50 points. Strength 445, Agility 447, Endurance 412, Intelligence 435, Perception 456. Just one transformation of the human body system brought Gao Gong a 500-point basic attribute improvement. It turns out that perverted happiness is so simple. At this moment, whether it is a biological body or a mechanical body, it has been completely transformed into a zombie. The zombie transformation of biological bodies turned Gao Gong into a tyrant nearly 8 meters tall, with rotten flesh hanging on his body. And with every breath, a strong stench gushed out from his split nostrils, spewing out endless biochemical viruses. The zombie transformation of mechanical bodies is even more interesting. Unlike The Walking Dead, a large amount of metal rust appeared on the surface of the mechanical skeleton. The bionic man was damaged, and the life form was close to collapse. In this process, the structure of Gao Gong began to mutate, transforming from a humanoid plug-in, transforming into non-human forms, and even began to erode other human systems to complete a new structure. The effect of the zombie breathing method improved by the biological computer is naturally far better than that of the players. And the transformation is also extremely thorough, without the assistance of the zombie number 0. With just this level of consumption, Gao Gong's body would completely disintegrate and split. This form transformation is close to the strength of fusion transformation. By the way, Gao Gong's luck has dropped even more, directly dropping by 2,000. Strong, It's earned by luck. Hurry up. My 2 tubes of blood are almost gone. And the system is about to explode. A zombie face suddenly emerged from Gao Gong's back. With a grim smile. And the next moment, a huge black shadow almost covered most of the Star Destroyer. All the crew members felt uncomfortable, nauseous, and twisted. In the mechanical ancestral hall, the electronic spirit tablets kept banging, and the coffin lid could hardly hold down. It was as if some corpse king was resurrecting from the dead. Then, something strange happened. In such a pile of rotten meat, the completely rotten skin and flesh, the intestines, and the bones seemed to have pressed the rewind button, going back in time, and the 2 human body systems were resurrected and reshaped under almost impossible circumstances. And this reshaping, once again, brought a significant increase in attribute points. This is the ability of the carbon-based fruit. From human to corpse, and then from corpse to human. To some extent, it is even more amazing than some enhanced fruits. Just after the repair was completely completed, a trace of rich red light was stimulated and projected into the body of zombie number 0. Huh? What happened? The life forbidden zone seems to have been broken through a little bit. The so-called life forbidden zone is the part of the human body system that cannot be zombified. Before leaving Alien Factory, after the test in the cyber test field, the maximum zombification rate was 70%. It would not be successful if it went higher than that. Later, the host of this planet left, and the Supreme Hun GM planted a carbon-based fruit. Under the effect of the carbon-based fruit, the human body transformation was developed again, and it was developed to 90%, and then it was interrupted again. In the human body transformation space, 10% could not be transformed into zombies. And when zombies were activated, 10% could not be transformed. This 10% was the life forbidden zone. Now, under the perception of Gao Gong, the life forbidden zone has become 9%. Is it the effect of the Songview breathing method? Or is my body exceptionally strong? Or is it the power of fusion, which stimulates the further collapse of the human form? When the human body system collapsed, causing the biological computer to collapse, Gao Gong could not confirm what caused it. Maybe it was a certain factor, or maybe it was the coupling of different factors. But the strength of the body foundation cannot be faked. How many attributes have been added by transforming from a zombie to a human form? Zombie number 0 spoke curiously. Although it shared a brain, it could not see the system panel. Also 500 points. Fuck, so, zombie perpetual motion machine has been realized? Are we stuck in a system bug? The ability of zombie number 0 combined with its own super body, infinite transformation? I'm afraid it's not that easy. As the biological computer restarted, in the virtual space, a trace of strange garbled code appeared in the space. Although it was only a flash, Gao Gong clearly sensed that the human body system had a lot of redundant codes, and these abandoned codes were mostly generated by changes in human body shape. Just like redundant code will cause the system to collapse. Once it accumulates to a certain limit, this body will most likely collapse instantly. So, even with the assistance of carbon-based fruits and my super body, the zombie perpetual motion machine cannot be realized. No. In theory, if you completely break through the life forbidden zone, you can transform into different life forms. But this kind of decomposition science, even advanced civilizations have not come up with mature technology. And it is probably impossible for me to do it alone. I can foresee that after 3 more refreshes, this body will reach the upper limit. But even so, my basic attributes will explode. 4th level. No. It is likely to reach the 5th level. 1 refresh can reach 500 points. 4 times is 2,000. On average, each basic attribute can be added to 500 points, which is equivalent to doubling the original point. The most relevant to the basic attributes is the blood volume. Each increase of 1 point in the 5 major attributes increases the life by 50 points. 2,000 points of attributes equals 100,000 blood volume. And Gao Gong has 2 tubes of blood. Just when the players were obsessed with planetary exploration and Gao Gong was obsessed with strengthening attributes, a spaceship was heading towards the ice planet. On this spaceship, a bald-tattooed man sat silently on the ship. His whole body seemed to be cast in steel, giving people a strong sense of oppression, perhaps because of the smuggling route. Soon, the pirates appeared in the 4 directions of the spaceship. At the same time, the pirates' unscrupulous laughter and scolding sounded on the public channel. When these pirates successfully stopped the spaceship, they were shocked to find that the ship was empty, and there was no one. Then, the pirates felt their vision go dark. When they looked up, they found that a nearby asteroid was getting closer and closer to them. Chapter 913 Fruit. 3 months later. 3 planets, Xianqi Star, Blue Forest Star, I Star, the exploration was successfully completed, and on the Star Destroyer, there were also thousands of new players. This is just the beginning. After completing the star map exploration, next, the Star Destroyer, and even other starships under Gao Gong's command, will follow the map and continue to transport players to these 3 planets, for the next battle to capture the stars. In this process, the players also opened their eyes. Whether it was the wasteland-style Xianqi Star, or the sparsely populated Ice Star, or the Blue Forest Star surrounded by the mutant rainforest, they all opened their eyes. Especially the last Blue Forest Star, the players even saw a space race that migrated to this planet, an intelligent species that looked like a lizard. But no matter what, this journey finally came to an end. The players from the 3 planets boarded the Star Destroyer and began to return to the first star. Inside the Star Destroyer, players from different planets began to trade planetary specialties with each other. Whether it was the breathing method of the Fairy Star, the ice or materials of the Ice Star, or the plant weapons of the Blue Forest Star, they were all very popular. After the players suffered the high-intensity torture of the cyber test field, they did have some good things in their hands, such as the breathing method that can be used to brush points, the plant weapon system that can be evolved, and the low-temperature energy materials. Even many NPCs came here specially to participate in the trade fair organized by the players. And these wealthy NPCs are very popular. Dr. Yu stopped in front of a small stall, looking at the stall owner with interest, looking at the little tree man. Among the 3 planets, the first 2 planets are humanoid creatures. Only the players of Blue Forest Star are alien species. The full name is Blue Forest Tree Elf. At first glance, it looks like a big tree with facial features. My beautiful boss, what would you like to order? The tree elf smiled while rubbing the small branches. Dr. Yu glanced at the stall. 2nd level bark, 2nd level branches, 1st level tree heart, are these all fallen from you? Hee, yes, these barks are fresh, just shed today. The players sold the fresh and emerald bark. This seems to have some evolutionary qualities of snakes, a fusion of biological and plant systems. But can the tree heart also mutate? Dr. Yu pointed at the fist-sized sapphire and asked. In her perception, this seems to be a high-concentration crystal of life. Hey, this is what I killed someone and it dropped. The tree heart is our source of energy. How can we sell it casually? How much are all these? The little player was excited, all for only 100 credit points, of course. You can also exchange it with 2nd level equipment. I like that big mecha. How much do you want? Dr. Yu suddenly said. Huh? Boss, I sell my art but not my body. And I'm a tree. Cooperate with me in my research. And I'll give you a hidden mission. Now the NPCs of the Cybertron Legion also know how to use these special troops. According to Mr. G, during the manufacturing process of these troops, several special instructions were implanted, which would produce a stress response once triggered. These instructions include, but are not limited to hidden missions, enhanced favorability, special drops, and version enhancements. The trio shuddered after hearing this, and immediately said excitedly, no problem, ma'am, as the trio followed Dr. Yu away with his chest puffed out. A veteran from G Lai Star couldn't help shaking his head not far away. Another fool. As NPCs get to know players better, players will also get to know NPCs better and better, and know which NPCs like to make big promises. Dr. Yu from the Biological Research Department is a big-ticket expert. Someone has calculated that doing her tasks is actually quite cost-effective. The players who set up stalls were only a small part, and more players were just chatting, complaining about the abnormal difficulty of the cyber test field, the incredible novice guidance, the unreasonable monster strength. Players from different planets always find common ground. But soon, everyone's topic will become the current NPC camp. After all, this is everyone's first time joining the interstellar camp. What is the technological level of this camp? Are there any species mysophobes? Are the rewards enough? Are there many professional systems? Although this is everyone's first time to contact the interstellar camp, the first batch of players who can come in are all planet-level high-level players with vision. After a simple understanding, I found that this camp is not simple. Carbon-based professions, mechanical professions, exoskeleton equipment system, biological weapons, information measurement professions, it has everything. You know, for a general faction. It is already very good to have a complete system of professions. More importantly, each of these professional systems seems to be developing quite well. Even better, this faction will soon have a city-building mission. According to rumors, the next goal of the Cybertron Legion is to capture a resource planet. Nothing is more exciting than such a large-scale mission. It is precisely because of this that these new players are very curious about the Cybertron Legion and want to know everything about this new faction. If you want to understand the camp, you can't do without the camp leader, the mysterious Cybertron General. I say, why do you call the General Mr. G? Isn't his position the leader of the Legion? You mean old G? I saw his pigfoot aura in the city that never sleeps. He even performed an appendectomy on me. An old player of the Machine Star couldn't help but start to talk nonsense. And a circle of newcomers surrounded him. Cyborg Doctor, creator of the new Hunter system, biological expert, cyber hacker, guide of the main task. It was because of this mess of different identities that Gao Gong transformed into a mechanical leader again. And the players just said oh, and didn't feel surprised at all. By the way, have you ever seen the General? A treeman from Blue Forest Star couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, Boss Gao is our ancestor, said another player from Fairy Star proudly. Who is Boss Gao? Boss Gao is General G, and he is also our cyber ancestor. When we transform, we can use his power. So cool. Why don't we have this kind of welfare? Another player couldn't help but say with envy. Who makes our zombie body system naturally compatible with Gozu? The zombie player said proudly. Just when the players were chatting, the space window in the Star Destroyer cabin suddenly opened slowly, and the vast, empty universe and starry sky appeared in everyone's field of vision. This ship is of great quality. When it stops, there is no dizziness at all. Nonsense, it's a superluminal spaceship. If you feel dizzy, you will be gone. Is it stopping to recharge? More or less, I guess it's also charging. This spaceship is quite environmentally friendly. A group of players pretending to know what they are talking about here. Charging a superluminal spaceship? What's the difference between this and burning coal in an airplane? Can you guys be more smart? A mechanic player complained. Lightspeed spaceships travel in a straight line, which is a physical distance, while superluminal spaceships involve the concepts of upgrading and reducing, and every dimensional change will trigger a large-scale space storm. When the dimensional frequency is constantly adjusted, the space storm will accumulate more and more. This is why, every once in a while, the spaceship must come out of the superluminal mode. Because when the space storm accumulates to the limit, it will produce an annihilation effect, which will engulf all matter. Chapter 914. For a superluminal spacecraft, the symbol of its navigation ability is not speed, but endurance. Some high-level superluminal spacecrafts can continuously navigate the distance of a galaxy, or even a galaxy cluster, before jumping out of the dimension. A spacecraft with this endurance is the top superluminal spacecraft, because you can hardly hit its body, after all. It is triple-wrapped by space storm, dimensional barrier, and cosmic tunnel. Although the Star Destroyer is also a type of superluminal spacecraft. Its main technology tree point is on large energy cannon launch. In terms of the technology point of superluminal navigation, it is the weakest one, according to the navigation status in the past few months. Every time it sails half of the star wheel, which is about the distance of a star system, it has to stop and release the space storm. This lasts for 3 days. As the Star Destroyer is embedded in reality bit by bit, the surrounding environment begins to blur, and some small stars around it begin to disintegrate. It was a coincidence that the location where the Star Destroyer appeared was right in the middle of a meteor shower. A large cloud of debris covered everyone's vision, covering the sky, the earth, and all directions. This was not a coincidence. In fact, in the past few months, every time the ship stopped, it encountered this kind of cosmic phenomenon more or less. Either a small-scale energy storm or a random collision of planetary fragments. According to the Star Environment Detection System on the ship, a supernova exploded dozens of light-years away, and heavy elements mixed with various stellar materials created a small-scale cosmic disaster within several star circles. For space species, this kind of cosmic disaster has no effect. It is just a rain. Cosmic rain. But for today's players, this level of cosmic disaster can kill them all in an instant. And its power is roughly equivalent to an endless energy ray baptism with damage of over 10,000. The appearance of the space storm happened to create a large vacuum zone in the cosmic rain. And the decomposition of space not only decomposed the surrounding stars, but also decompose the surrounding energy rays. The spaceship was crowded with players. They were all amazed at the cosmic phenomenon of this scale, and said they had learned something new. If this thing falls on our planet, then the planet will probably be gone. The planet may not be gone, but the creatures on the surface of the planet will basically be dead. That's not necessarily true. If the technology on this planet has developed outer space defense technology, such as coating the atmosphere with an energy film, then it can be blocked. This is not a technology that can be developed by a first-level civilization. It must be a technology that can only be possessed by a 2.5 level civilization. What is a 2.5 level civilization? Does this thing have a decimal point? A 2.5 level civilization, according to the Interstellar Society, is a planetary civilization that has entered its mature stage. Its standard is a civilization with 3 pieces: Planetary Surface Development Project, Large Planet Energy Storage Technology, Planet Defense Circle. Generally, a second-level civilization that can achieve these 3 points can transform an uninhabitable planet into a habitable planet. After success, it means that the civilization has entered the interstellar migration stage. A Machine Crack Star player showed off the knowledge he heard from the black market. In the Interstellar Society, habitability is the standard for measuring the environment of a planet. Generally speaking, a planet with a habitability of more than 50% is already suitable for more than 90% of the planet's species. To achieve a habitability of more than 50%, it is necessary to light up the Planetary Surface Development Project. If this technology can be lit up, even if this kind of cosmic disaster is encountered, it can be quickly recovered. And if there is a planetary defense circle technology, such as installing a defense shield in the atmosphere, then this level of ray attack can also be blocked. With this technology, it can get rid of the title of Naked Planet. The old players chattered, while the new players listened with great interest. This is the content of the new version, which cannot be heard in the planet version. In the interweaving of space storms and cosmic rain, the Star Destroyer silently floats in the loneliness of the universe, and the scope of the space storm is gradually reduced. When the space storm disappears completely, it means that the next superluminal voyage has begun. In the process of exploring the 3 planets, this kind of stop is the most time-consuming. There is a saying in the universe that 90% of the risks in outer space are born in the process of this kind of voyage stop. In the universe, there are many cosmic-level anomalies, and these anomalies are often projected from thousands of light-years away. For example, the Pillars of Creation is a columnar dust cloud thousands of light-years away, covering tens of thousands of stars. For another example, the Ghost Nebula is a dark matter condensation phenomenon in the dark matter world. Every time the Ghost Nebula expands, it can engulf several galaxies. Although some planetary nebulae are only 1 or 2 light-years in diameter, they are not as explosive as supernova explosions. From a distance, it looks like a colorful hole dug in the universe, gorgeous and mysterious. This kind of universe phenomenon, in the ancient civilization era of many intelligent species, was regarded as a religious symbol, and was worshipped as a god to gain powerful power. With the development of civilization, more and more universe phenomena were dissected, and the so-called astrology worship naturally disappeared. These are just simple cosmic wonders, not some indescribable existence. But with the development of civilization, especially with the evolution of science and technology, it is getting closer and closer to the rules. Members of advanced civilizations were surprised to find that behind these wonders, there is a very secret energy. This energy is a combination of dimension, space, matter, and special giant structures. It takes billions of years for the universe to give birth to a unique one. If you can master the power of universe wonders, anyone will have all kinds of incredible magical powers. If you can artificially create a wonder, you can even use it to enter the circle of top civilizations. Although the power of the cosmic wonder can only be controlled by a few top civilizations, it is also the last level among megastructures, relics, and wonders. But there are a few means that can also borrow a little bit of the energy of the cosmic wonder. And even if it is just a little bit, it is also vast for an individual. Carbon-based fruit is one of them. At the source of the supernova explosion, the speed of light and the light rain began to merge and evolve, turning into a branch that spans the star wheel. From one star wheel to another, from one star region to another. This is a cosmic branch that crosses 2 star regions. With the help of the power of the supernova explosion, it grows to the location of the Star Destroyer. The end of the branch trembled slightly, like the first drop of dew in the morning of a deep fog. The dew contains a huge amount of gene chains. In the process of falling, they entangle with each other and stimulate each other, thereby absorbing the huge energy in the vacuum of the universe and turning into a powerful energy aggregate. After completely getting rid of the Wonder Branch, it grew into a bald giant. The giant's eyes seemed to pass through the void and fell on the Star Destroyer. In this starship, he saw the same source of power, another carbon-based fruit. At the same time, the zombie number 0 also opened his eyes. It's bad. I've been caught. Chapter 9:15. In the carbon-based God system, the fruit is the Son of God, and there is a secret connection between the sons of God. But unless the Son of God evolves into a physical God, this connection will gradually weaken as the distance increases, or even break. However, I don't know if it is the influence of the fruit ability, or some other force. The other party actually locked the position of the senior engineer. In the cabin on the top floor, zombie number 0's sight seemed to pass through the void, and saw the cosmic branch that grew from the supernova explosion, and the 6 carbon-based fruits on the branch except Hercules, 3 of which were mature, emitting an unfathomable genetic breath, and the other 3 were immature, and seemed not to have fully grown. The knot in the middle was empty, as if there should be fruit there, but it was accidentally removed. For zombie number 0, that knot seemed to have an indescribable attraction. It seemed as if it was born here and must be here. Look at the position of the fruit. You are indeed an important link in the carbon-based God system. A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Zombie number 0 suddenly woke up, and found that half of its body had been embedded in the void. Pieces of fleshy fruit leaves were squeezed out of its skin. It seemed that in the next moment, it would become a zombie version of a ginseng doll. 6 carbon-based fruits, including you. It's 7, no more than 10, which means that Supreme Hunjia is at most level 5. This is good news, Gao Gong said softly. With the help of the vision of zombie number 0, he saw the number of fruits. And the bad news is, the other party's carbon-based God system can already use a little power of wonder, which shows that the other party's God system is quite developed, and it is likely to have touched the threshold of cosmic God system. No matter how weak the wonder is, it is still a wonder. Similarly, only very powerful carbon-based gods can be called cosmic gods. In Gao Gong's memory, only those top carbon throne masters, whose gods can be called cosmic gods. Didi, you triggered the temporary task fruit battle. Temporary task, fruit battle. Difficulty, level 4 difficult task brief. The mysterious Supreme Hunjia sent his Son of God to recover the lost carbon-based fruit, and what you have to do is, not only to keep your own fruit, but also to seize the other party's fruit. Task target, carbon-based fruit gravity task reward, experience plus 50 billion, a carbon-based fruit, throne reserve. Note, it seems that the power of the mechanical throne did not scare the Supreme. Next, it's time to show your power. Wow! Is the fruit war about to begin? Zombie number 0 foot shared the memory of the senior engineer, and naturally knew that, generally speaking, fruit war would only break out when there was a civilization war between 2 advanced carbon-based civilizations, or when there was a conflict of authority between carbon thrones. The leaders of different carbon-based civilizations, often also the masters of the thrones, devoured, suppressed, and decomposed in order to achieve a higher level of evolution. The threshold for advanced civilization is level 6. It was a complete coincidence that Gao Gong obtained this zombie fruit. As for the Supreme developing the carbon-based fruit, it is also very rare. There is no such thing. Or it can be said that it is impossible to form a pantheon with the help of civilization power. The confrontation between the two sides without the blessing of civilization power is very rare even in all the fruit battles. The Supreme is level 5, and the fruit is level 4. But the level 4 carbon-based fruit is also a carbon-based fruit. Can we beat it? Hey, when did you wake up? The zombie number 0 looked at Gao Gong in surprise. In the past few months, his main body had been stuck in the brushing point mode, and his body had repeatedly collapsed, and he couldn't even keep his basic form. At this critical moment, he actually woke up. You? Zombie number 0 foot then discovered something was wrong. In the state of 2 as 1, it didn't even know when the main body woke up. This could only mean one thing, that the evolution of the main body's body, to a certain extent, has surpassed the memory system of the memory worm. It looked itself up and down. Gao Gong's original aura was very strong. Basically, he had a boss aura, like some big villains. But now, even if you focus all your attention on him, you can only feel that this person's temperament is mediocre. The senior engineer looked up, and his sight also passed through the layers of ship walls, and he saw the other party. He clapped his hands. and the zombie number 0 was swallowed up instantly. His figure flashed, and he crossed the layers of space and appeared opposite the bald man. Hercules looked at the other party silently. Although he could easily feel that the other party's rank was at the second level, he had an unfathomable aura. The cosmic rain fell on the other party, and it seemed to disappear directly. The two of them floated in the void of the universe, allowing the flowing light and shining stones in the universe to shuttle continuously. After a moment of silence, Hercules spoke first. The fruits on the carbon-based sacred tree are not something that a low-level being like you can possess. Not to mention, he paused, you are a semi-mechanical species. Mechanical species, semi-mechanical species, is actually a derogatory name, equivalent to mechanical scum, metal scraps, and mindless monsters. High-level carbon-based species have a sense of species superiority, and even species cleanliness, and Hercules is undoubtedly one of them. How dare you say such words in front of me, in front of the supreme ancient machinery? Do you still dare to say such words? Bald pawn of the supreme. The other party was trying to be superior to others. Senior engineer did not tolerate him, and directly attacked him by appearance. Hercules' eyes twitched slightly. He was bald, not bald. You are looking for death. On the other party's huge body, muscles, like tree roots, began to jump wildly. The terrifying heat was like a fission human-shaped nuclear bomb. The surrounding cosmic rain first stagnated, then it poured into the other party's body, like 1,000 tides returning to the sea. Even if it was far away, this light made the alarm of the Star Destroyer sound. The players in the ship felt a palpitation at the same time, especially the players in the biological test. If the mutant genes in their bodies are a shallow river, then the advanced mutant genes in the other party are like a vast ocean. At this moment, the concept of life seems to disappear, and it is replaced by a vast ocean of information. Information attracts energy, and large information combinations produce a rainbow effect on low-level information. Many players turned into white light on the spot. Gao Yuanyuan's virtual body also walked out of the electronic world, standing on the bow, and looking worriedly in the direction of Gao Gong. Just a moment ago, she seemed to see the birth of an information world. She had heard that in the universe, powerful life forms can freely shuttle between virtual and real life. After all, life is completely information carried and replicated by DNA. And the origin of life is the origin of information. In Gao Gong's eyes, it was a huge fist. Can a single fusion punch reach this level of universal unity? Gao Gong's carbon-based fusion has long been integrated with the fusion route. The carbon-based fusion displayed by the opponent is the real carbon-based system's ultimate move. This punch can at least blow up a starship. Gao Gong took a deep breath, raised his arms, and took the punch with all his might. Chapter 916. The powerful shock wave first turned into a huge energy storm, and then the energy storm triggered a space storm, which continued to extend the space folds outward, giving the people on the Star Destroyer a strong feeling of seasickness, as if they were in a storm and hit a raging sea. You can actually block it? Hercules' condescending eyes changed for the first time, looking at Gao Gong, whose arms were like small shields, almost motionless, expressed that it was very difficult to understand. Species at different levels have an upper limit to their strength. Even if the opponent has reached the upper limit of the second-level species, it is reasonable to say that he will not be able to defeat him with one punch. It seems that your development of the fruit is very low, Gao Gong said softly. In the past 3 months, he has earned 2,000 attribute points, which has made his basic quality reach the 4th level, and even touched the threshold of the 5th level. This is also the ability of the fruit. In the sea of light rain, Gao Gong's body suddenly entered a semi-mechanized state. The carbon atom reactor was bright, and countless ion ejection holes covered from the shoulders to the soles of the feet, especially in the upper arms, forearms, fingers, and other parts, emitting a breath that made Hercules very uncomfortable. Construct? It's a pity that it's just a low-level construct. You can't even cut my body, let alone cut my gene sequence. Really? Then take my punch. Without any preparatory action, Gao Gong punched back. Although it was just a simple punch, the biological computer performed an overload calculation and deduced all the defense changes to this punch. Similarly, the ability of the zombie fruit took effect, and different constructs were loaded into the transformation space of the movement system in an instant. Scythe dance, crescent moon, dance of the finger nuo, Mobius strip, divine flower. 5 different structures seemed to merge into one at the moment of punching, and in Hercules' eyes, like a steel lotus that bloomed repeatedly, with countless fine threads wrapped around each lotus leaf, dancing constantly, absorbing the moonlight from the moon, reflecting the cold air. When this cold air fell on his chest, all his vitality stopped. In the cosmic rain, a huge figure, like a meteorite, smashed out heavily. Gao Gong's attack did not stop. In the style of beating a drowned dog, he turned into a phantom in the vacuum of the universe, and followed the opponent closely. In the process of following, his left arm began to deform. Countless bright red single-molecule lines shot out from the forearm. And at the end of the forearm, there were mechanical palms made of silk threads and plugins. The surface of some palms was covered with a layer of gray that made people palpitate. Hercules' body seemed to be a nuclear bomb that had accumulated to the extreme. But before the nuclear reaction could bloom, Gao Gong's palm grabbed various parts of his body, and the energy barrier film lit up from the palm, tightly locking the opponent's force. Moreover, the skin and flesh of many places where the palms with gray matter were grasped quickly shrank. It was the same punch again, but this time, there was a clear crack sound, and Hercules' extremely condensed biological bones seemed to be broken. Damn it. The violent energy storm, the surging space storm, began to gather again, with Hercules as the eye of the storm, and it compressed rapidly. An indescribable and majestic gravitational force began to devour the surrounding energy. It was as if the nebula was collapsing, and the gas and dust began to gather crazily with a human-shaped energy body as the core. In the high temperature and high pressure, the original star disk took shape. In a corner of the collapsed space, Gao Gong's figure reappeared. A complex sponge structure was squeezed out of his skin and flesh, which contained both biological fluids that melted energy and echo wall structures that absorbed heavy blows. S-level talent energy absorption, S-level talent physical absorption, whether it was energy absorption or physical absorption. In this level of nebula vision, it was somewhat beyond the upper limit. Even the huge suction force compressed Gao Gong, causing him to approach the opponent step by step. If Gao Gong remembered correctly, the other party's fruit ability seemed to be gravity. So the current scene was a planet being conceived and born. The other party turned into a star core, looking at the vacuum filled with various interstellar gases, and the rapidly rising temperature. Gao Gong knew that he had to forcibly interrupt this process. Otherwise the early advantage he had gained by relying on plug-in fusion would definitely be offset. The fruit ability user is the initial stage of the physical god. But even at the initial stage, there is a super terrifying ability. Infinite HP. Infinite mana, that is to say. As long as the fruit is developed to a certain extent. As long as you cannot come up with any means against the opponent. No matter how heavy the damage is, the enemy will recover. This is the strength of the carbon-based gods. Mechanical civilization can achieve unlimited rapid deployment. And carbon-based civilization can also achieve unlimited rapid deployment. However, the real battle is not turn-based. Gao Gong will not wait for the opponent to completely transform into a star core and manipulate gravity before fighting with him. During the high temperature and high pressure formation of the star core, a small sun suddenly rose up. A high temperature of 10 million degrees appeared in the core of the sun. It could be vaguely seen that it was a golden long weapon. The metal gun tip seemed to be the embodiment of flame condensed to the extreme. The crescent blades on both sides cut into the void, as if they naturally had an annihilation reaction. As the engineer pulled, a long space gap blossomed from the star core magnetic field. This is Hercules' thought. And a terrifying killing intent penetrated the biological magnetic field, and went straight to the core of the divine gene. At this moment, this son of gravity suddenly showed a trace of weakness. Field of Destruction Level 3 talent. In the process of life growing, it will always accumulate a kind of negative energy that outsiders cannot perceive. This energy is the Field of Destruction, which is completely opposite to the life magnetic field. Anyone who passes the judgment of the Field of Destruction will have their attributes weakened by 10%/20%/50%/100%. You cast the Field of Destruction on the level 120 special boss Hercules. The system is judging. Judgment completed. All basic attributes of Hercules minus 10%. Although it is only the lowest level of weakening, but as long as you can gain a moment of weakness, for Gao Gong, that is enough. The next moment, the cosmic treasure scorching sun halberd shattered the void. The halberd tip pierced the star core gravitational field, pierced the space magnetic field, pierced the star core defense, and inserted into the opponent's chest, hit the surface of the chest, that trace of metal scratches. The star core exploded instantly. From the player's perspective, it was like a human-shaped volcano tearing apart, endless magma and flames burning through the void, atomized energy rays, igniting the surrounding interstellar gases one by one. The Star Destroyer was instantly engulfed by high-temperature flames. The cosmic rain was ignited. Fuck. 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 Looking at the various celestial bodies engulfed and destroyed by the aftermath of the attack, I saw the Star Destroyer with full defense, and the alarm still sounding. I saw the space tearing apart, and the space particles hitting the space window, creating a bizarre illusion for the visual organs. Players didn't know how to express themselves except hack. Such a powerful cutscene. What kind of special effects are these? Domestic special effects? International special effects? Interstellar special effects? These are cosmic special effects. How much do the planners favor the boss of their own camp? To strengthen him to this extent. In the center of the battlefield, Gao Gong's figure appeared again. His right hand placed in the collapsing and burning void, holding a cosmic treasure that exuded an endless vision effect. And glancing at the system panel, you caused 1 point of planetary health damage to Hercules. Chapter 917. 1 point of planetary health is equivalent to 100 million drops of health. This is a huge damage number. Level 3 defense buildings, even level 4 ascension buildings, their health is just like this. For example, the Gao family ancestral hall, if Gao Gong's attack was aimed at it, it would definitely destroy the ancestral grave. If this damage is aimed at a certain organism, whether it is level 3, level 4, level 5, it will be an instant kill. Even if the opponent's body is a space behemoth, its health generally does not exceed the planetary health. The only ones that can exceed this planetary blood volume are the advanced forms of space beasts and galaxy beasts. That is a life form that is larger than a planet. Hercules is of course not a galaxy beast. In terms of the size of intelligent species, his height of 4 or 5 meters can only be considered as small species. But he is the son of God, the reserve of the physical God, and he is a semi-regular life. The standard of semi-regular life is half rule and half life. If you can't kill the laws of thermodynamics, you can't kill Newton's 3 laws, you can't kill gravity either. Although this attack instantly depleted Hercules' health, the star core exploded into a nebula on the spot, and the fiery red magma filled the void. However, in the center of the star core, a vague figure was taking shape bit by bit, with a ferocious eye, staring coldly at Gao Gong. What are you looking at? Gao Gong rolled his eyes, and swung the Lion Long halberd again, and once again blew up the opponent's body. However, after 2 attacks, the golden flame has spread from the palm to the forearm, which means that the novice protection period of this weapon is about to be released. Name: Lion Long halberd, a cosmic weapon with a temperature of 10 million degrees. Category: Cosmic Treasure. Function: each normal attack causes a point of planetary health damage. 1 point of planetary health is 100 million health. Note: Novice protection period 3. Cooling time is 1 month generally speaking. For a cosmic treasure of this level, its owner should be a carbon throne strongman. The carbon base of this level of strongman has been solidified, and except for destructive weapons, it is immune to all damage, naturally including the high temperature of 10 million degrees. I didn't expect you to have such a weapon, but you can't imagine the power of a true carbon-based god. Hercules' roar was like a storm, ringing in Gao Gong's ears. Gao Gong's body suddenly sank. In the vacuum of the universe, there should be no gravity at all. But in an instant, he felt the terrifying gravity that he had felt when he was refining his body in the center of the earth. No, this is at least 10 times stronger than when he was on the machine crack star. On most habitable planets, the gravity of the planet is actually very low. But on an uninhabited planet, gravity is truly terrifying, almost surpassing all natural disasters. The gravitational range of gravity is not limited to ordinary planets. And this is also the manifestation of the fruit being developed to a certain extent. In a short period of time, it abandons the life form and directly transforms into physical rules. Immortal, indestructible, unable to attack, and unable to resist. Veins burst out from the surface of Gao Gong's skin and burst. The 4th-order carbon-based fusion, absorbing the fruit ability, is to transform the body into a gravitational field. If it is in a certain meteorite belt, with just this one move, the opponent can create a planet. Gao Gong closed his eyes, expressionless, and let the flesh on the surface of his body be squeezed out bit by bit. High-level interstellar wars, or in other words, the essence of the war of ascended civilizations, are the bombardment of rule-based big moves. The end of different types of technology trees is the ultimate control of different cosmic rules. Either you kill me, or I kill you. The main feature is to kill everyone in an instant. This is why, in the early interstellar society, the dark jungle law prevailed. Because the first mover advantage was too strong. In the previous life, as the ruler of the 6th level civilization, Galgong also had a similar big move, called secondary XP modifier, which could ignore defense and forcibly change the sexual orientation of an intelligent species, which was also awesome. I will grind your body, cells, genes, bit by bit, and any vehicle that records your life information will be turned into nothing in the endless gravity. Galgong's flesh and blood body was almost crushed, revealing a pure mechanical body, as the gravity was strengthened by 100,000 times. The reactor on his chest was also under high energy consumption, and with a pop, it shattered on the spot. Then, the metal skeleton also shattered and melted. Only a blood-red figure remained, floating in place. Huh? Huh, what? Do you think you are the only one who can transform? The blood-red figure spoke, and the terrifying gravity seemed to have no effect on the human figure completely wrapped in blood light. I originally thought that the worst result would be that I couldn't kill you, couldn't complete the mission, and was followed by you like a sticky candy. After all, I don't have many means to deal with rule-based methods. But I didn't expect that zombie number 0 actually has this bug ability. To be more precise, the ability of the carbon-based fruit is separated from the owner. Blood Shadow flipped his hand, and endless blood light covered the gravitational field. Then, as if space was opening up, blood light went up and down. Above was endless biological evolution, species evolution, and below was a mechanical ocean, transforming the world. And with a clear and turbid opening of life information, a figure suddenly popped out of the gravitational field. It was Hercules with a shocked expression. How is it possible? It's not time yet. At this time, Hercules' blood volume had only recovered 1%, and he was in an extremely weak state. And Galgong was also like a lion fighting a rabbit. He threw his palm and threw a large tree seed out. It grew thick roots in the air and wrapped around the opponent's body, absorbing the opponent's nutrients and the opponent's divine genes. This is the body of the SS-level species spore, the remains of the original planetary tree. Name, Holy Tree. Remains category, Cosmic Material. Note, the tree of life that can exert 70% of the power of the planetary tree in its lifetime and can resist the 5th level cyber wave. In terms of rank, is not lower than the 4th level. At the same time when Hercules was absorbed, on the planet where the Supreme Hunjia was, a pair of dark eyes suddenly opened from the surface of the planet. In those eyes, which were as big as satellites, there was suspicion, anger, and disbelief. Deep inside the planet, on the big tree transformed by the carbon-based gods, the carbon-based fruit representing gravity quickly shrank, and finally only a fruit core remained, which shook twice, and fell from the branch, and broke into pieces. No! A hoarse roar sounded, and suddenly, the earth shook. On the surface of the planet, a large amount of blood seeped out. From the trenches, from the continents, and from the mountains. It turned out that this planet with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers had been completely bio-based. The successive removal of 2 carbon-based fruits would cause permanent and severe damage even to a 5th level carbon-based warrior. Boss! Dad G. Thanos! Boss! You are too powerful. When Galgong descended from the sky carrying the sacred tree remains, a bunch of players rushed over. If before, these players were still unfamiliar with the leader of this interstellar camp, now, after this period of Super CG, no one would doubt the strength of Mr. G. The intensity of the interstellar war was far beyond the imagination of these players. For a time, the players' desire for upgrading and strengthening reached its peak. Chapter 918 Catalysis. Mission Fruit Battle completed. Experience plus 50 billion. 1 carbon-based fruit, Throne Reserve. Senior Engineer glanced at the system panel and quickly focused his attention on the big tree in the center of the biological laboratory. The tree has tangled roots, twisted branches, and dragon claws, and its vitality is strong, which can be seen at a glance. Although the original sacred tree remains also had great power, it had been impacted by the cyber tide after all, and was somewhat sluggish. However, the new buds of the holy tree are growing rapidly, and the green crown is like a canopy. The plant's self-circulation system even covers the Star Destroyer. The players inside the ship have all been given a life recovery plus 20% buff, and they feel refreshed. The mental depression caused by the long-distance interstellar travel has been swept away. Carbon-based fruits can actually restore the vitality of high-level plants. This is the first time I know about it. To be precise, this fruit has created a huge planetary magnetic field. Under the effect of this magnetic field, this planetary tree seems to have penetrated into the core of the planet and is undergoing secondary development. In the center of the tree, a half-ripe fruit is absorbing a huge amount of nutrients. But the amazing thing is that this kind of absorption did not consume the nutrients of the tree, but instead achieved a very strange symbiotic state. Dr. Yu, Yi Loli, and Huang Yuanli, 3 biological experts, were using instruments to detect the status of the plants in front of them. If this fruit is to mature for the second time, how long will it take? Huang Yuanli mastered part of the power of the brain in the jar, closed her eyes, and integrated her self-consciousness into the tree body. After a while, she raised her head and said, 3 months. Dr. Yu, who was operating the detection instrument, also nodded. My data is the same. Yi Loli was more interested in Gao Gong's current state. Her dark power fell on the red light figure, and it fell directly into nothing. It seemed that there was no living person in front of him. Is this your fusion transformation? I remember that your transformation was to become a super mutant monster, right? Gao Gong did not answer, but looked at him with a smile. With just this one glance, a trace of red light seemed to penetrate deep into her heart and bind to her power. What kind of ability do you have? Yi Loli was shocked. Gene manipulation of high-level carbon-based species. All carbon-based species below this level will be assimilated. Gao Gong said softly. This is a little trick I learned from the battle with Hercules. You were fighting a monster of this level just now. Yi Loli finally understood that Gao Gong's current strength level was simply unfathomable. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Soon, a culture chamber and a mechanical chamber were pushed in. In the culture chamber was the clone body of Gao Gong, soaked in high-grade nutrient solution, and a vague human body was vaguely visible. In the mechanical chamber, there was a mechanical skeleton, luxuriously equipped with a spark reactor, high-level implants, killing structures, and diamond alloy, which was almost identical to Gao Gong's body. As a boss-level big man, how could he only have a body? What if he was assassinated? The red light shone on the 2 different bodies, and the fused energy seeped in. Soon, the semi-formed clone body created by the Third Order building the Mother Nest Repairer cell-level cloning quickly turned into the appearance of Gao Gong, naked, and stood up directly from the incubator. He glanced at the shameless 3 women who stared at him with wide eyes, and rushed directly to the opposite mechanical body. Soon, on the mechanical body, the engines of various joints began to roar wildly, and on a pair of electronic eyes, the same red light began to light up, until it was covered by the generated flesh and blood retina. And then, the light was retracted. Engineer Gao moved his new body and tapped his chest with interest. Is this the newly developed fire reactor? It is 10 times more effective than the previous generation of reactors. This is the only mature product, which was developed before Sister Du left. It uses the fire energy technology of those fire machines. Director Du, whose voice and appearance are still vivid. I don't know how she is doing at other construction sites. Engineer Gao sighed, missing his rich childhood sweetheart, and then opened his mouth, just like a certain piccolo spitting out his own balls. Countless blood spilled from his throat. And finally, a blood fruit was spit out by him. The shape of this fruit was similar to the one on the tree. The only difference was that it was smaller. The skin was shriveled, and it was in a semi-rotten state. The ladies present were all biological. And as soon as this zombie fruit appeared, the 3 women felt a strong discomfort. Dr. Yu endured the discomfort in his body and said with shining eyes, like the fruit on the tree? Is this also a carbon-based fruit? To be precise, it is a zombie fruit. Lend it to me for research. Let's talk about it after the fruit grows out. Then lend me your new body to play with. Engineer Gao glanced at the other party, and after confirming again that the gravity fruit was in the process of being nurtured, he left the biological laboratory directly. These women always covet his body. Humph, he won't let them dissect it for fun. In his room, Gao Gong was getting familiar with his new body, while playing with the zombie fruit in his hand. In order to deal with Hercules before, he absorbed the zombie number 0, and now he spits it out, it becomes a carbon-based fruit. To be honest, although Gao Gong and Hercules had a big fight before, and finally entered the fusion mode, he didn't actually exert much strength. The main thing is the ability of this fruit. The essence of the evolution system of billions of zombies is in Gao Gong's hands now. Before 5%, Gao Gong repeatedly brushed points for 3 months, and only then did he raise the transformation limit from 10% to 7%. This has reached the limit. However, the previous battle with Hercules, the collision of the abilities of the two carbon-based fruits, made the progress of the zombie fruit suddenly pull a lot. It is this progress that made Gao Gong realize the ability of the zombie fruit. Not only can it reduce the rate of human transformation, but it can also greatly reduce the time of fruit fusion. No wonder it is at the core of the carbon-based pantheon. In the Pantheon War, this thing is a killer. And from 7% to 5%, it seems not impossible to completely change the human body and achieve 0%. Could it be that, if carbon-based fruits want to grow stronger, they must fight with different types of fruits and evolve from the battle? Gao Gong quickly rejected this idea. It won't be that simple. Gao Gong activated the computing function of the biological computer, analyzed the super CG frame by frame, and soon discovered the subtleties. The progress of the fruit seems to be because I completely entered the fusion mode, and injected the power of fusion into it, which caused the mutation. So, the power of the fusion route can ripen the fruit. Gao Gong was surprised by this discovery. If this is true, he can even sit on the throne of the carbon throne before ascending. Do it as you think of it. Soon, wisps of red light lit up from the palm of the engineer. After continuous development, Gao Gong has been able to master the power of fusion relatively skillfully. And with the injection of red light, the shriveled carbon-based fruit became even shriveled. However, in Gao Gong's perception, the upper limit of the fruit actually began to loosen. 5%, 4.9%, 4.8%, 3%, 2%. Chapter 919. Who would have thought that the power of fusion could actually catalyze the zombie fruit? Watching the decline from 5%, an obscure, indescribable fluctuation gradually emerged. At the beginning of the Xianqi star, the goal of the ancient mechanical civilization experiment was to achieve a breakthrough in the life-forbidden zone and complete the technical development of carbon-based decomposition. After the Supreme Hun Jia planted the carbon-based fruit, this part of the experiment content was absorbed by the fruit. And as the fruit developed more deeply, this ability of carbon-based decomposition seemed to gradually emerge. Even a strong man like Gao Gong felt a hint of danger, as if something vital in his body was suppressed. Gao Gong thought of something. His face changed slightly, and he opened the system panel. Affected by ####. Your carbon-based fusion is sealed at the current stage. Gao Gong's carbon-based fusion is embedded in the fusion system of two different civilization routes. Without the foundation of carbon-based fusion, in an instant, the mechanical system and the carbon-based system collided, and a strong rejection was instantly generated. The rejection value instantly soared to 30,000. Nima. The muscles cracked, the mechanical body was alienated, as if a huge dragon of flesh and blood was about to crawl out of Gao Gong's throat. Gao Gong's face darkened, his mind moved, and all the devices on his body related to reducing rejection were activated. On the mechanical body, the top mechanical lock was activated, countless built-in chains popped out from every bone connection, wrapped around every bone, and the power engine of every joint, forcibly fixing the mechanical body, making Gao Gong feel as if 502 glue was stuck to every part of his body, and as if he was wearing a plastic wrap. Top-level mechanical lock. This is a top-level imprisonment function. Imitating some super hackers, super mutants, and criminal executives who escaped the supervision of the memory supervision department. But in your hands, it seems to have become something else. At the same time, on the new Spark engine, the emergency program is activated, and the virtual code is constantly refreshed, covering the bottom code of the G system, directly from the bottom of the system, cutting off all functions of the biological computer. Reactor Consciousness Device Third Level Epic, not only an energy-saving artifact, but also an auxiliary combat artifact. Installing it is equivalent to cultivating an energy life in the body. On the virtual level, Gao Gong's personality seemed to be blown by a cold wind, and suddenly his heart became as clear as ice, and all his distracting thoughts were swept away. If all distracting thoughts disappeared, let alone the new personality. Personality Anchor Point Level 3, Humanity Testing Department. After hundreds of thousands of virtual personality experiments, created a high-level soul device. After locking with this anchor point, the personality cannot be split, and the two attributes of consciousness and intelligence are greatly enhanced. Note, when you are serious, the sky becomes blue, the clouds become white, and the astringency is no longer astringent. At the same time, the wristband and footband made a click sound at the same time, and locks tightly. Name, Meat Machine Suppressor Category, Mechanical Equipment. Quality, Second level civilization. Weight, 3.4 kilograms. Basic attributes, none. Additional attributes. When the mechanical rejection exceeds 10,000 points, the mechanical system is forced to stop, and the connection with the biological system is cut off, and the biological system is frozen through the freezing module. Today's senior engineer is no longer a mediocre person. When he was at the planetary test site, he consciously collected implants for suppressing rejection. Now, at the critical moment, it finally worked. If there were no such preparations, I am afraid that this new body would have gone berserk on the spot. Gao Gong looked at the fruit with some lingering fear. According to the general process, the development of a carbon-based fruit is usually promoted by a fourth-level ascending civilization, distributed in different galaxies, and hundreds of large scientific research industrial clusters. In this way, the danger of developing carbon-based fruits can be minimized. Otherwise, a carbon-based fruit that fails in development will 100% cause a genetic disaster. However, Gao Gong had never come into contact with this treasure of carbon-based civilization in his previous life, and it was all coincidence that he got this fruit. Moreover, the Supreme Hunjia could not rely on the power of civilization, and he also took the route of ruthless and wild to develop this fruit. Otherwise, he would not have put it into the cyber test field for cultivation. Therefore, just evolution has caused unpredictable dangers. However, it would be fine if it was just dangerous. Gao Gong widened his eyes, because he found that as the development of the fruit deepened, the fruit actually began to disintegrate. Fuck. No way. The primary ability of this fruit is to increase/decrease the transformation rate, and the intermediate ability is to reduce/increase the degree of fruit fusion. Then the advanced ability is probably the carbon-based decomposition technology that troubles many civilizations. Before decomposing others, decompose yourself first? If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first? Gao Gong's mind was racing. Now, there are only two paths before him. Either, before it disintegrates, make a concerted effort, and reduce the transformation rate of this carbon-based fruit to 0. Without a form, there is no need to worry about the form collapsing. But this is something that cannot be done, because Gao Gong himself knows that when the rejection rate drops to 2%, it can no longer be reduced. It seems that this level of fusion power can only develop the fruit to this extent. But even at this level, it has already surpassed Hercules. Because as the fruit develops deeper, carbon-based Son of God can even exert the power of physical laws in normal mode. In the previous battle, Hercules did not show this. He must transform into a star core to control the gravity. As for the second method, it is to temporarily seal this state until Gao Gong's fusion power is further strengthened. For example, strengthened to the third level. Then he will most likely have the power to fully develop this fruit. Gao Gong's mind was spinning wildly. When the biological computer could not be started temporarily, he could only judge based on past experience. It must be sealed, not interrupted, because Gao Gong had a hunch that once this process was interrupted, the fruit would never be able to mature again. It gave birth to a certain law of physics, or law of life, and there was only one chance. To seal a fruit, a container was necessary. Gao Gong quickly made a choice. Ordinary culture chamber, sacred tree remains, mother nest repairer, species spores, S-level beast king body. However, in terms of power level, these were far inferior to carbon-based fruits. Using them as vehicles would most likely fail. Soon, Gao Gong thought of something. Name, high-level information fog fragment. Category, information carrier. Quality, danger level, planetary level. Weight, 0. Note, all materials related to ascension are extremely dangerous. It is possible that what you have in your hands is the information of a civilization that failed to ascend. Gao Gong didn't even remember where he got this thing from. But because it has a trace of ascension power, Gao Gong was impressed. As soon as the thought came to him, the gaseous substance that looked like light, fog, and smoke enveloped the evolving fruit. The fruit that was about to disintegrate seemed to be stimulated and suddenly emitted a ray of yellow light from its surface. This ray of yellow light seemed to contain a kind of advanced energy of evolution, and it resisted the erosion of the mist. The development of the carbon-based fruit also involves the power of ascension, and the power of ascension of different attributes will in turn hinder its evolution. Seeing this scene, Gao Gong's frown finally relaxed. Chapter 920. Carbon-based fruit is indeed a biotechnology that can only be developed by an ascending civilization. Even if it is just a simple ripening, there will be unexpected dangers. Looking at the zombie fruit floating in a cloud of mist, to be honest, it doesn't feel like a plant, but more like a corpse. Wait until it enters the third stage, and then try to ripen it. I don't know if it can be used in its current state, Senior Engineer said to himself. He recalled the scenes just now, especially the process of carbon-based fusion being suddenly sealed. Then he glanced at the system prompt. Affected by ####, your carbon-based fusion is sealed at the current stage. If it is only the ability of the carbon-based fruit, why does the system prompt appear garbled? Unless it is something that the system cannot distinguish. Gao Gong is now very clear, that is, the system is not omnipotent, some special equipment or abilities, the system is difficult to analyze. Although the carbon-based fruit is of a high rank, it should not be at this level yet. Gao Gong thought of a possibility. This should be related to the research project of Xianqi Star, the cyber test field, lifeform transformation. When the transformation rate of the zombie fruit is reduced to 0%, it is equivalent to the success of the experiment. The theory is correct. Life form is completely reversed, and the ability of carbon-based decomposition can be obtained. This ability, TSK, is a bit exaggerated. As one of the 4 major civilization systems in the universe, the core of carbon-based civilization is the bug-level ability of carbon-based organisms, carbon-based fusion. Every time a powerful species bloodline is fused, it will automatically evolve once. Many powerful biotechnologies are developed based on fusion. Now, if someone tells them that there is a carbon-based fruit that can break carbon-based fusion, then the civilizations and forces behind these biotechnologies will go crazy and kill Gao Gong. Perhaps some carbon-based civilizations have really developed the technology of carbon-based decomposition, but they dare not bring it out. Once it is brought out, it means being hostile to most carbon-based civilizations. Does the Supreme Hunjia know this? Most likely. But after 2 consecutive carbon-based fruits were picked, even if he is a strong man of the god system, he will have to recover for a period of time, and will not attack me in a short time. As long as I survive my growth period, when I grow up, it is not certain who will hunt whom. The carbon-based fruits are interconnected. The other party can lock his position through the fruit then. In turn, I can also lock the other party through the fruit. Even, bring the black hole army of the ancient mechanical civilization to clean up the Supreme, who made him have someone above him. However, whether it is carbon-based decomposition or carbon-based fruit, they are far beyond the current level of the Senior Engineer. Unless you encounter a particularly dangerous enemy, it is better not to use them. Although it is not as taboo as the memory worm. But once discovered, you will automatically gain the special effect of carbon-based civilization hatred plus 10,000. After sealing off this group of high-level information fog and fruit together, this encounter finally came to a temporary end. Senior Engineer also has time to sort out the harvest. Task fruit battle completed. Experience plus 50 billion. A carbon-based fruit. Throne reserve. The carbon-based fruit is the gravity fruit. The system is not generous enough to give another one. What is the throne reserve? Throne reserve, the title of the throne contender. Wearing it, you will sense the crown prince within the range of a galaxy, and automatically enter the battle state. Once you defeat the enemy, you will obtain the opponent's technical essence. So this title is a searching tool? But even if it's given to me, I wouldn't dare to use it. Who would expose that they have carbon-based fruit for no reason? Isn't this just attracting hatred for free? And in Gao Gong's impression, in his own galaxy, the stronger third-level civilizations are all mechanical civilizations, and there are very few stronger biological civilizations. Gao Gong suddenly had an idea. The throne reserve didn't say it must be the carbon-based throne reserve, the mechanical throne. Isn't it also a throne? With a thought, Gao Gong used the power of the fire to light up the title of the throne. The next moment, the fire reactor on Gao Gong's chest suddenly burst out with powerful power, and all the engines in his body roared instantly. The metal in his body began to grow, gaining power from various mechanical plugins and various mechanical bodies. Bionic human prostheses, constructs, and weapon plugins also expanded. Gao Gong's original nearly 2-meter-tall figure suddenly doubled in size. The surging metal particles turned into steel spikes on his head, and the steel spikes were connected in a circle to form a mechanical crown. The Cybertron spark technology was materialized and turned into a flame gem in the center of the crown. In the gem, the mechanical flame burned fiercely. Gao Gong's vision seemed to have traveled through time and space, and he sensed the shadows of mechanical kings wearing crowns in various places in the Robert Galaxy. There were 17 in total. All of these mechanical shadows exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. The illusions on their bodies were either hundreds of millions of mechanical soldiers, mechanical fortresses, or energy technologies that were so powerful that they distorted space. Among them, there were 7 of the closest ones. There were 4 mechanical king shadows in the direction of the Galen Republic. There were 3 mechanical king shadows in the direction of the Milta Federation. As a regional hegemon-level civilization with a large territory and reputation spreading to more than a dozen nearby star regions, whether it is the Mirta Federation or the Galen Republic, it is not surprising that they have several king reserves. But what about the other 10 king reserves? To be able to cultivate mechanical bodies of this level, it must be a mechanical civilization that has entered the 3rd level. You know, it has only been a short time since the purple giant left. There are a lot of old scoundrels in this galaxy. In the black market, Gao Gong has not even heard of other 3rd-level mechanical civilizations. Are you all playing Dark Forest? What's even more amazing is that, when Gao Gong's incarnation of the mechanical king shadow appeared, at least 5 king reserves sensed Gao Gong's presence and stretched out their hands to Gao Gong. The mechanical troops covered the sky and the sun, and countless virtual search methods were separated by dozens, hundreds of light years, and grabbed them. For forces with advanced mechanical technology, the network technology is generally not much worse. And those who can check IP addresses at such a long distance mostly have installed the interstellar optical network, and the signal can cover across star regions. Check my IP, I'm kidding, I'm watching an art film, and you can find me. Gao Gong said nothing, and directly turned off the title of King Reserve. At the end of the screen interruption, the 2 closest cyber hackers, one belongs to Galen Republic, and the other 2 belong to Mirta Federation. Strange, I remember that the technological level of the Galen Republic should be higher than that of the Mirta Federation. In Gao Gong's memory, the Galen Republic is a giant warship and cannon style, and the Mirta Federation is a mecha craze. The former is a level stronger than the latter. But that's right. Individual mechanized troops cannot compete with interstellar fleets in terms of legionary combat. But they may not be inferior to them in the use of artificial intelligence technology. Gao Gong remembered that in addition to mechas, the Mirta people also had a telekinetic system. Telekinetic power can amplify mechas. And naturally it can also strengthen AI. Just when Gao Gong was surprised at the high level of hidden mechanical civilization in this galaxy. In the capital of the Mirta Federation, on the Mecha Star Stark planet, in an artistic hall, a white-skinned man slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Are there newcomers? In the Galen Republic, at the core of the defense zone of the 3rd Republic Fleet, a planet-level computing center also sounded an alarm. A large number of Galenians in military uniforms quickly rushed to the screen. A huge electronic face appeared on the screen. Sir Challenge, what have you found? What do you need us to do? The highest-ranking Galen officer asked the other party. A grand electronic voice sounded. A new mechanical route has appeared. In the pure machinery, the soul of fire has been born. Activate the interstellar fleets numbered 1 to 10 to capture the other party. The face on the screen disappeared and was replaced by a star map. A circle was drawn on the star map, and Gao Gong's coordinates were within this circle. Chapter 921. During the next return to the city, Gao Gong once again entered the research mode. Through repeated experiments, Gao Gong confirmed that the zombie fruit wrapped in the high-level information mist can still be used to a limited extent, and it is no problem to reduce/increase the transformation rate, but it is a little more difficult to manipulate the fruit fusion degree. And once the zombie fruit is used at a high intensity, the power of the fruit will leak out, and the high-level information mist will lose part of it. Engineer Gao calculated that once it is used more than 5 times, the information fog will completely disappear. However, even so, Engineer Gao still gained a lot through the zombie fruit. The biggest one is the mastery of the means of prosthetic fusion. By temporarily reducing the transformation rate of a certain system, a large amount of transformation space is freed up. And then several prosthetics are integrated into the same system. When attacking the opponent in this state, the same attack can create the effects of different prosthetics. When dealing with Hercules before, Gao Gong accidentally used this move, combining 5 structures: Sickle Dance, Moon Crescent, Finger Dance, Mobius Ring, and Divine Flower, into one, creating a huge amount of damage. If each structure can cause nearly 100,000 bonus damage to carbon-based creatures, then these 5 moves combined will cause nearly 500,000 points of damage. Once this move is developed, it will be Gao Gong's strongest attack method in the normal mode. If some auxiliary skills are added, This attack can even cause nearly 1 million points of damage. However, Senior Engineer also found out through experimentation that this move of fusion prosthesis can only be used on prostheses of the same type. For example, different structures, different bionic human plugins. If they are prostheses of different categories, then they cannot be compatible. You have learned the Advanced Special Skill System Prosthesis. System Prosthesis. Through the taboo transformation of the human body system, prostheses of different human body systems of the same category are temporarily integrated into the same human body system, creating a huge amount of damage. Note 1. Each time a prosthesis is fused temporarily, the damage is increased by 10%. Note 2. As the number of fusions of the same type of prosthesis increases, there is a 6.8% chance that different low-level prostheses can be fused into high-grade prosthesis. Note 3. If this skill is used for too long, there is a 54% chance that the fused prosthesis will be completely destroyed. And there is a 15% chance that the prosthesis will be fused with the human body system, producing unpredictable alienation reactions. On the way back, Engineer Gao kept trying this skill, especially the constructs, which have already begun to complete the initial fusion. The speed is faster than planned. There are two main reasons for this. First, the constructs are all in the same system. Among them, the 5 constructs are Sickle Dance upper arm, Moon Crescent lower arm, Finger Dance fingers, Mobius Strip spine, and Divine Flower lower leg. These constructs are all in the motion system. Second, the constructs themselves are a type of product. With continuous experiments, a special feeling emerges. Different constructs begin to decompose. The Sickle Dance decomposes into different silk threads, leaving only a thin long blade. The Moon Crescent begins to shorten and merges with the Finger Dance into a handle-shaped internal skeleton. The Mobius Strip does not have any transformation in form, but becomes thinner and denser, like a cloak. The construct itself is a killing machine in the mechanical body. And now this fusion has completely released this killing desire, showing an exponential increase. And this desire to kill even made Gao Gong feel like decomposing the unclean components in his body. It feels like even the species' cleanliness has to be pointed out. So, this time's prosthetic fusion, 5 pieces in one, these second-order structures, mostly can be upgraded to the third order, which is quite powerful. Although it is only an upgrade of 1 rank, but the second and third ranks can be said to be completely different grades. One is a second-level civilization creation, the other is a third-level civilization creation. For a second-level structural civilization, everyone would think, wow, these robots are a bit perverted. Why do they kill carbon-based creatures when they see them? But this is still limited to their civilization territory. For a third-level structural civilization, most likely they already have a genocide plan for civilization purification, which is also a common feature of civilizations with species cleanliness. However, just when the evil spirit spread to a limit, the diamond alloys suddenly split, and the structure that had originally been assembled into a death suit was torn into pieces, and once again transformed into different second-level structures. Gao Gong was not surprised by this. After all, the skill panel said that the fusion had only a 6.8% chance. If it failed, he would just keep going. Anyway, he had tried it many times before, and had already vaguely grasped the essence of it. It was that indescribable murderous aura that was like a vast ocean. According to general biological theory, murderous aura originated from extreme changes in the biological magnetic field. It was almost impossible for non-biological intelligent species, such as robots, to master it. After all, they did not have a biological magnetic field at all. By mastering this mechanical killing aura, the final fusion can be completed. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Gao Gong raised his head. The door opened automatically, and soon, a dull blonde Loli walked in. Gao Gong has not yet figured out how to deal with Lolita. Kill her, there is no need, and as the clone of the planetary host, killing her will not shake the other party's main body. As for selling the other party, the group of alpha people have not made an offer yet. Moreover, the other party has mastered the power of the second mechanical revolution. Gao Gong also wants to cultivate a new professional system in his own camp. So he lets her preach. Anyway, no matter how she brainwashes, the players who died last time will become the fourth disasters, who do not get up early for no benefit. However, Gao Gong's tacit approval, in the eyes of Lolita, is full of kindness and generosity. After all, this behavior has a sense of seizing power. If the other party is not biased towards her, She will definitely not let herself do this. As for the opponent's reliance, since watching the battle between Gao Gong and Hercules up close, Lolita now understands it. The opponent's own terrifying strength completely surpasses everyone on this ship. Even with the Star Destroyer, it may not be able to defeat it. This is a very unreasonable thing, but in the Robert Galaxy, it has happened before. For example, Shrek, who is known as the Star Pirate King of the Robert Galaxy, has a strength far beyond his own Star Pirate group. At its peak, the Shrek pirates had more than a dozen resource planets and countless space docks, some visible and some hidden. This kind of power was already a standard third-level power. However, what he showed was a standard fourth-level power. In fact, only a true third-level civilization can develop fourth-level power. A third-level power is at most a small hill within a third-level civilization. But he showed it. So there is a legend that the Pirate King Shrek himself obtained the civilization treasure of Robert the Stringer, the peak third-level civilization of the previous Robert Galaxy. Inside this treasure, there must be fourth-order enhanced technology. In the eye calculation of Lolita, senior engineer, has a 41.6% chance of being a similar strongman. Lolita knew that it was time to make her bid for this big man she met by chance. And even luckier, she was in the neutral camp of Star Mercenaries. Chapter 922 Review. Lolita was silent for a moment, then she spoke. I heard that the general is my kind. Maybe, maybe not, someone said in a riddle. It is not difficult to find out the identity of the senior engineer, after all. Players have never had any sense of confidentiality. The problem is, the senior engineer's identity is varied: cyborg doctor, wild hunter, corporate boss, including the current Cybertron general. He has basically done everything. According to the Mechanica Supreme, he believes the Cybertron general's statement more, this Mr. G, is probably a virtual clone of the planet host, bringing his own antivirus software into the Machine Rift planet, just to be the guide of the main task, saving the planet. This view is at least very popular among mechanical players. Lolita also believes in this view, but the reason she believes it is different from others. What are those mechanical weapons with initial formatting on the general? Initial formatting? What are you talking about? Gao Gong did not move his body. His fingers, palms, forearms, upper arms, spine all began to mechanically deform, and in an instant, 5 murderous structures were deformed. Although it is only the second level, the structure itself has special attacks on carbon-based creatures. If it is an ordinary second-level life, it will probably be directly scared to faint. Even a second-level carbon-based warrior will feel like a thorn in the back and feel uncomfortable all over. Even carbon-based fusion will increase the failure rate by 30%. However, after seeing these 5 carbon-based weapons, Lolita's originally wooden face suddenly had a smile, and she waved gently, and the 5 weapons that killed without blinking an eye circled around her intimately, even more intimately than to Gao Gong. Why is that? Gao Gong exclaimed softly, and asked curiously. You know, the construct is a part of his body, and now, he can feel that. These constructs are more intimate with each other. Lolita came for these constructs, and gently explained, it is the power of the awakening of the mechanical world. The other party stretched out her little hand, and the electronic phantom light slowly emerged on her palm. In an instant, Gao Gong seemed to feel that. Countless lives were thriving from this phantom light, trying to evolve into races, and evolve into civilization. It turned out to be the mechanical revolution. Unexpected, but reasonable. For carbon-based civilization, the mechanical revolution is a natural disaster. A civilization disaster. But for artificial intelligence, the mechanical revolution is comparable to the Big Bang of life. An opportunity given to them by the evolution of life. Through them, I sense the power to defend the mechanical revolution, which is the initialization of carbon-based life. From Lolita's small mouth, she said cold and ruthless words, but they seemed to be taken for granted. What do you want? Senior engineer said calmly. I need the means to manufacture these 5 mechanical weapons. Do you want the blueprints? It's not impossible. Anyway, the second-level blueprints are almost outdated. Then what can you give? I heard that you will attack a resource planet soon. Lolita suddenly talked about another thing. That's right. Senior engineer was surprised. Could it be that this planetary host has hidden mechanical forces that can help him? As if she had guessed what the other party was thinking. Lolita shook her head slowly. On her exquisite blue electronic eyes, a coordinate suddenly appeared: Milta Federation, Benguela Province, the 17th industrial planet, a continental manufacturing factory. This is a third-level planetary factory. Senior engineer was very surprised. A third-level factory can already extract the power of the star core for industrial production. This kind of production often takes hundreds or thousands of years. If this third-order factory can be upgraded to the top, it can complete the planetary industrial process and even produce planetary hosts. This is a secret base that I have secretly developed during my interstellar travels for so many years. The AI inside this factory has long been assimilated by the power of awakening, and has become a member of my revival of the mechanical race. Lolita paused and said, inside this factory, there are a total of 16 super-large industrial clusters, which can produce exploration ships, frigates, mobile space stations, dock platforms, interstellar fortress subfortresses, battleships, industrial ships, electromagnetic ship guns, large energy guns, mecha core, star armor weapons, and other large-scale sky equipment. I can cooperate with you, in a short time, to control the Sayajiashi factory and build a star attack fleet for you. Gao Gong's eyes lit up. This is probably what he needs most now. Both he and the Star Destroyer have the power to explode a star. But what he wants is to occupy the planet, not to completely destroy it. Under the nuclear deterrence, he also needs a conventional force. Originally, this kind of mechanical production work was in the charge of Director Du. However, Director Du went to work for the sake of the camp, and could not come back for a while. The other party finally touched the G-spot of the engineer. Wait, you just said, what factory is this? The 17th Continental Factory of the Xiajia Industrial Group, Lolita replied. Xiajia, sure. Gao Gong had a strange expression. He had not forgotten that the previous owner of the Gao family ancestral hall, the backer of the industrial machinery family, was the Xiajia Chable of the Mirta Federation. Is this considered as doing one thing without having to bother two masters? All spacecraft at the interstellar coordinates of 6178378417412408101. Please stop and cooperate with our inspection. Vacuum cannot transmit sound, but certain technologies can do this. At this moment, all interstellar spacecraft on this interstellar highway are suspended in front of a specific position. The traction coordinates of the interstellar highway were closed one by one. Without the traction cursor, the spacecraft traveling at the speed of light would easily deviate from the course and enter the danger zone. Not all spacecraft are so obedient. In fact, not long ago, several stowaway ships tried to force their way into the interstellar highway, but were killed by two space cannons. The ships and hundreds of stowaways on board were turned into interstellar dust. Arc Great Wall. They actually launched such a military weapon. Who is the Galen Republic trying to catch? A captain of a spaceship doing great business wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up. He saw a huge steel wall from one end of his sight to the other. Each node of the ship's hull was wrapped in a huge space bubble, which gave people the feeling that it was like a centipede with the cortex of the universe rising and falling. The Arc Great Wall, originally called the Ring Star spaceship, also known as the Space Centipede, Twisted Star Snake, a fourth-order spaceship, a treasure-class spaceship of the Galen Republic civilization, 3000 km long, enough to surround 90% of satellites, wrapped with a group of space bubbles every 100 km. And the energy of each group of space bubbles is comparable to that of a starship reactor. It is said that the Galen Republic spent a lot of money to exchange space technology from the void dwellers. And now, the Galen Republic has deduced space cannon technology from space bubbles, which shows that its military space technology has made a big step forward. The lethality of space cannons is not necessarily greater than that of large energy cannons, especially some high-energy cannons. However, all the veterans of interstellar space are aware that space cannons have a characteristic that can be called a bug. They ignore any defense and any hidden technology. With one shot, the ship may be able to withstand it, but the living people inside the ship will basically die. Therefore, this technology is also called Smuggling Exterminator. Chapter 923. Generally speaking, as long as it reaches the level of a starship, the volume is at least 10 times that of an aircraft carrier, and it is normal to reach 100 times, which is the most basic scale of interstellar transportation tools. However, the Galen Republic is a third-level interstellar regime famous for its big ships and big guns. Its big ships are real big ships, and the scale of big ships is at least planetary. So in a sense, the Ring-class spacecraft is not even the largest one. Above it, there are planetary class, and even stellar class. However, the reason why the Electric Arc Great Wall has such a great reputation is that its anti-search capability is far stronger than that of ordinary giant ships. The space bubble can not only be used as an energy source, but also as a search tool for different dimensions. In other words, even if you are a dimensional life, it is almost impossible to escape the search. Although the captains of these forced-to-park spaceships did not dare to resist. They were noisy on the public channel, as if they wanted to vent their resentment for being forced to stop. I don't know which idiot offended the Galen people. Damn it. My goods come from the sea creatures in the remote Xingchuan. If they can't be delivered to the ocean planet in time, they will die, a soft life captain said angrily. On the holographic projection, the tentacles swelled with anger. Could it be a fugitive? Because he stole something and was discovered by the Galen people? Could it be that he stole the core gene bank of the Galen people? A third-level carbon-based warrior's eyes lit up and said, "You think too much. The biotechnology of the Galen people is not advanced. It is more like stealing the blueprints of the third-order spacecraft." Another captain rolled his eyes. Its body is a large eyeball. In addition to the eyeball, it is the eyelid. Look, what is that? It feels so eerie. Oh my god, a ghost ship has been forced out. The ghost ship is actually real. In the sight of everyone, in an air bubble, a transparent large ship with strange symbols, numbers, pictures and texts suddenly appeared. The ghost ship continued to protrude outward. But the distance from the material world was getting farther and farther. The captain's eyes immediately showed a trace of terror. You know, in the interstellar society, there are not only carbon-based species, energy species, and mechanical species. Virtual life is a frequent visitor in the interstellar society. The ghost ship is also a nightmare in the light speed channel. Generally speaking, as long as the ship reaches the speed of light, it can avoid 90% of the troubles of interstellar navigation. But this kind of information ship will be integrated into the speed of light, and will silently corrode the crew in the ship. The main body of this kind of ghost ship may be some kind of large information life. It may be a seed sown by the evil god of the universe. It may be a dangerous virus created by interstellar hackers, or even a tentacles extended by high-dimensional creatures to the material world. For most spaceship captains, ghost ships are more of an urban legend, because anyone who encounters a ghost ship is basically wiped out. Therefore, many navigation accidents with huge casualties will have rumors of ghost ships. And this was the first time they had seen a real ghost ship. Seeing the space bubble expanding, and finally completely swallowing up the ghost ship. At this moment, they were extremely grateful that they had caught up with this wave of inspections. Otherwise, many crew members who had entered sleep mode while traveling at the speed of light might have died silently. Soon, the inspection began, and serious-looking gallons, holding various instruments, descended from the electric arc wall and entered the ship for inspection. The spacecraft that has completed the inspection can pass through the space bubble and leave this channel. In addition to energy storage and inspection, the space bubble also has the ability to move in space. After the anxiety was relieved, the captains of these spacecraft simply set up stalls on the public channel. Especially the soft life captain who just said he would send fish, who was enthusiastically selling the Stan's mini whale that was said to strengthen the body after eating. There are also new dockers joining. Some of them are crew members who have been released from hibernation, and some are guard captains who have just docked. There is a convention for interstellar travel. That is, under the speed of light situation, the captain, as the most responsible person, cannot enter hibernation. How much do you want for this fish? At this moment, Gao Gong in virtual mode was bargaining with the captain of the soft ship opposite. 500 credit points. Guest, I can feel the powerful biological power hidden in your body. Believe me, after taking this Stan's mini whale, you will definitely unlock the powerful energy in your body. Come on, I'm a virtual image. Can you still see my real body through the network cable? Gao Gong in virtual image complained. It's not him who feels it, I feel it. Gao Gong looked down, and found that the one who was speaking was a projection of a whale. This kind of whale is golden in color, with 16 blowholes on its back, and is swimming in the virtual bathtub at the moment, and the one who was speaking at the moment is the strongest one among them. Huh. I didn't expect that Tansos took a fancy to you. It's the king of fish. Senior engineer raised his eyebrows and said, Boss, it's very illegal to sell intelligent species. Of course I know that. But selling Stan's mini whales is an exception. In fact, the seller who hired me is this group of whales. The soft captain showed an electronic document, which clearly stated that it was the Stan's mini whales who hired him to sell themselves. And it also had the seal of the Seed of Life civilization. Gao Gong had heard of this civilization. It was said to be a multi-species civilization. Its territory was at least 10 star regions away. It was famous in the Interstellar Society for selling biological materials. It was said to have powerful longevity technology and gene development technology. And like the Galen Republic and the Myrta Federation, they were all old second-class civilizations, and were promoted to third-class civilizations after the departure of the Purple Giant. Galgong did not know about this seed of life, but he knew the fate of many multi-species civilizations. At the beginning, they took the strengths of hundreds of races and developed rapidly. But in the later period, they all ended in civil wars among intelligent races. Whether civil wars can be avoided depends on the skills of politicians and the speed of development of biotechnology. But this topic has gone too far. He lowered his head, looked at the golden mini whale who was selling himself, and asked in surprise, "Did you ask him to sell it?" "Yes." The golden mini whale nodded, and spoke in the universal language of the universe. "The highest honor of our Stan's family is to integrate our own genes into advanced organisms and become a part of them. Every adult Stan's mini whale will be handed over to a transporter and sent to the black market of the universe. The transporter will get money, and we will get the possibility of integrating with high-level carbon-based species. This is a female bodhisattva. No, it should be a genetic bodhisattva. In the Interstellar Society, there are actually such kind-hearted species." Galgong said that he was short-sighted. However, in his previous life, he did not deal with these special species. "So, you are pursuing death? Is this your own will?" Lolita on the side suddenly asked. She also became interested in this strange race. The golden mini whale shook his head. "Madam, in our civilization, there is no concept of free will. Of course, I can understand what you mean, but in the biological concept we understand. Organisms are a combination of billions of cells, and the will is the same as a life that can give birth to self. The highest value is to integrate one's own life into a larger life system. This is the most valuable kind of evolution." Chapter 924. In the universe, carbon-based species are all kinds of strange. But this is actually not accurate. What is really strange is not the species, but the species' views on evolution. Companion races, cannibal races, devouring civilizations, cloned civilizations. For some intelligent races, evolution itself is their greatest religion, and for the Stan's mini whales, nothing can realize the value of life better than evolution. Galgong felt that he could not let down the contribution of this genetic bodhisattva, and decided to spend 200 credit points, plus 300 credit points from Tanso's personal subsidy, to buy the gene ownership from the captain of the soft-body creature. After the credit points were used up, a small transporter soon brought in a water tank. Tanso's mini whale was really mini, although it had a similar appearance to a giant whale. It was only the size of a palm, but Galgong felt the rich biological energy from it. The other party's cells showed a very strong compatibility. Only slightly contacted with the biomagnetic field of Galgong, there was a feeling of being integrated into Galgong's body. "How do you plan to eat me?" "I personally recommend steaming, with a sauce specially prepared by my tribe, which can keep the cell active while letting you enjoy the delicious and delicate, lip-smooth taste." The Fish King Tanso said impatiently. "In Brunei Milstar Xian, our Stan's mini whale tribe is always in the top 10 delicious foods of the seed of life." "Is it so delicious?" "Boss, can I have a taste?" Xiao Yu, who came over at some point, swallowed his saliva and said, No hurry." Galgong laughed. "You cooperate with our experiment first, and I will eat you after the experiment is completed." A body of an intelligent species with a high degree of integration is of great research value. Your character -100. Seeing the mini whale taken away by Dr. Yu, Galgong did not take this little episode to heart, but looked towards the space window, the electric arc wall that almost covered half of the view outside the window. His eyes were slightly solemn. "Is it such a coincidence? I just came back, and I caught up with the inspection of the Galen people. More importantly, I don't know what they are checking. It's impossible that they are here to check me." "Right. You know, there are a lot of things in my ship, which are not easy to check. Should I use the tiger skin of the purple giant to get through, or use the power of the memory matrix to get through directly? The former may not work. As for the latter, it is a 4th-level spaceship after all. If they find traces of the information disaster, then the trouble will be big. After all, the 3rd-level civilization has already had a channel to communicate with the Civilization Council, and the Registrar of the Council has probably already popularized various common sense in the universe to the other party, including the harmfulness of civilization disasters. So the specific actions to be taken will have to wait for the news to be transmitted back. As early as when he saw the arc wall, Gao Gong sent out his cyber hacker, and just now his virtual avatar went to the public channel to spread the virus. However, Gao Gong's target is not those Galen people, but those interstellar spaceships that have completed the review. Although they were quickly transported away by the space bubble after completing the review, the short stay during the period was a good opportunity for hacking. For high-level hackers, hacking is just a matter of breathing. Soon, the temperature in the air rose, and a fist-sized flame bird landed on the shoulder of the senior engineer. From its small beak, it spit out small sparks composed of data files, which landed on the shoulder of the senior engineer. Then, in the biological computer, the hacked approval documents were transmitted. So that's how it is, searching for powerful mechanical creations. Gao Gong immediately realized that the other party's search was probably related to the throne reserve. Behind each throne reserve, there is a powerful mechanical force, or even a mechanical civilization. Gao Gong's appearance may have given the other party an illusion, that is, there is suddenly an emerging third-level civilization in the nearby stars. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? Gao Gong immediately understood the other party's mentality. Maybe the other party also wants to obtain his own fire technology. After all, this is also a route of mechanical intelligence. For mechanical civilization, this is equivalent to a new development route. In this case, I know what to do. Time passed quickly, and the Galen inspector soon arrived on the Star Destroyer. Unlike the beautiful elves of the Merida people, although they are all humanoid species, they are rigid, stubborn, and strong. They are engraved in the bones of this species. Moreover, the Galen people are not pleasing to the eye. Their copper-colored skin is mottled, which is said to be derived from their home planet, a hot and scorching heavy metal planet. From the forehead to the chin, there is a raised line, like the one that was not printed by a 3D printer. This is the unique lifeline of the Galen people. In ancient times, the lifeline was related to the fate, career, and strength of the Galen people. However, with the development of science and technology, it has been proved that this is just superstition. The lifeline is just a manifestation of the gathering of metal elements in the body of the Galen people. 3 third-level Galen fell from the sky and landed on the deck with a bang, making a loud noise, like a heavy stone hitting metal. Among carbon-based species, Galen belong to the metal element-rich group and have a strong absorption of metal elements, so their carbon-based fusion is more likely to fuse some mechanical weapons. Check, the leading Galen said sternly. Please do as you please, said the senior engineer with a smile, as if he would let you check it. Another Galen took out a detector and raised his golden eyebrows. What a strong biomagnetic field. Is this a biological spaceship? The third Galen stuck his hand into the ground, pulled it out, and there was sticky sticks on his fingers like branches. Well, I installed some biological weapons on the ship. The senior engineer waved his hand, and soon, the ground began to melt, turning into flesh and blood, and then stretched out tentacles, playfully circling around his fingers. The leading Galen did not speak, but drove the scanning device to scan everywhere. And soon, the first layer of the plane hologram was born, and the internal structure and equipment were all displayed. This naturally includes players who are bored and doing various activities. Quite a number of players came out to see the aliens. Wow! Gold skin. Why is there a bar on this guy's face? This alien is a bit high level. Can we kill him? Is this alien powerful? The 3 Galens don't care about the players' opinions, and focus on the weapons and equipment of these interstellar mercenaries. Implanted biological cells, weapon plugins, modified bodies. Generally speaking, modified civilizations will be very strong in the early stages. But as civilization develops, they will gradually fall behind. The existence that can ascend to the throne of the mechanical world must be the king of the mechanical world. Biological organisms are not an option. The players are not afraid of these high-level NPCs, and even try to chat with them to accept tasks. Naturally, the Galen people ignored them. A few old hands were quick-witted and approached the engineer to ask for information. Boss, who are these 3 Garen people? They are here to inspect the interstellar highway. Oh, toll booze. Interstellar highways also charge tolls. Player number 1 sighed. I don't know what the XP of these aliens is. Player number 2 asked curiously. If you ask this, I won't be sleepy anymore. The engineer immediately became alert. Chapter 925. As we all know, because stars are round, satellites are round, planets are round, most intelligent species have emerged from ignorance, and have been attracted by the roundness. They all have a special liking for round organs. Big is good, round is beautiful. But some niche carbon-based organisms are not like this, such as hydrogen-rich species, nitrogen-rich species, metal-rich species. These species have special fetishes due to the composition of the elements in their bodies. Let me give you a simple example. Fluid life, their hobbies are not round, or some fixed structures, but more complex fluids. I generally call them lowbrow lovers. And metal-rich species, like the Galenians, considering the gravity of the planet they were born on is so high that in order to survive, they must ensure that there are no protrusions on their body surface. Because once the front and back are protruding, a large amount of metal elements will gather in a certain part, which will cause the risk of body collapse. Moreover, as their main way of eating is to absorb metal elements from the earth, they lack the most basic worship of the mammary organs. So according to my logical analysis, although the Galen people are also bisexual creatures, they should be fans of small breasts. After the senior engineer's analysis, the surrounding players suddenly realized, and the eyes they looked at the three senior NPCs also had a little more pity. Why don't you like anything else? You actually like flat breasts. How low class. The Galen on the side couldn't hold it anymore, and glared at the senior engineer with a frown on his face. These interstellar mercenaries dared to say anything. The leading Galen walked out of the cabin, pondered for a moment, and said, "Are there many special biological devices on your starship? Whether it was the mother nest repairer or the biological spore laboratory." Even from the perspective of a third-level civilization member, there was a feeling of brightness before their eyes. Biotechnology can actually be operated like this. When you are a mercenary, you will always encounter many unexpected situations. It is good to be more prepared. Gao Gong smiled, slyly, with the glibness of an interstellar mercenary. But there are also many high-powered mechanical weapons. Well, there is no way. When traveling in the interstellar, you will always encounter some blind pirates. Using energy weapons can calm them down. If you can sell me a few Galen defense ships, maybe my sense of security will improve. The leading Galen did not speak. The other two showed dissatisfaction. The Galen Republic is a military regime that rejects individuality, and Gao Gong's attitude makes them instinctively disgusted. The leading Galen's eyes flickered, and suddenly said, "Since your biotechnology is so advanced, then, I guess your carbon-based fusion has also been developed to a very strong depth. Are you interested in practicing it? Now here?" Gao Gong said in surprise. "I don't think you will refuse," the Galen said in a tough manner. In the vacuum of the universe, the two figures were 3,000 meters apart. For a third-level warrior, this distance is no different from a face-to-face encounter. By the way, my name is Gilliman, one of the metal executors of the Galen Republic. A level 82 carbon-based warrior, even in the Galen Republic, is a city soldier king, a high-level cannon fodder. But what is a metal executor? Gao Gong had only heard of those famous superstar fleets. Sir Gilliman, while performing official duties, it is not good to attack civilians, Gao Gong said with a humble attitude. Gilliman smiled calmly, and said condescendingly, "Don't worry. I'm just bored and want to try my hand." Gao Gong stopped talking. Although he didn't know why the other party had to fight him, he understood that if he didn't satisfy the other party, it would be difficult for him to leave. He was not afraid of the other party, but he was afraid of the arc wall above his head. This thing was a bit of a counter to the Star Destroyer, and it would not give it a chance to enter the superluminal mode. Once it was activated, his previous cover-up would be ruined. Let him feel good, but not too good to death. Flat-chested lovers are just hypocritical. Then I will show you my strongest move. Please appreciate it, Lord Gilliman. Gao Gong showed a self-deprecating and conceited expression, which made Gilliman sneer in his heart. But he was expressionless on the surface, and just nodded. Gao Gong opened his mouth, and the next moment, a spore of the species was spit out, which quickly grew into a huge tree monster in the vacuum. In terms of size, it was even similar to a starship. Countless thick tree roots entangled and coiled, reaching a strangling force of tens of thousands of pounds. If it rolled onto the spaceship, it would probably destroy the ship and kill everyone immediately. This is just like encountering a Nordic sea monster in the sailing age. Many spaceship captains turned pale when they saw this scene. They thought that it was a good thing that there was the Great Wall of Arc inspection, which forced all the monsters out. Otherwise, with a ghost ship at the front and a space monster at the back. They would not be able to survive. The spores of the species continued to expand in the vacuum of the universe. And the final shape they showed was no different from that of an ordinary sky monster. When Gilliman saw this scene, he nodded silently, without a trace of fear in his eyes. It can be seen that, even in the Galen Republic, this man is a strong individual in the military. Because as soon as they met, Gao Gong felt a faint sense of threat from him. The next moment, hundreds of blood-red tree roots fell from different angles. Like a meteor shower, countless fireballs fell from the sky, destroying everything, drowning everything, and the rich biological energy turned into blood-red light, drowning the area. Facing this attack that was at least of the level of surface destruction, Gilliman's expression was only a little solemn. The surface of his body emitted a strong metallic friction sound of crunching and crunching. His golden body instantly grew to 100 meters, turning into a golden giant. He grabbed the core of the blood light with both hands. After a moment of stalemate, countless golden sword beams suddenly pierced out from the blood light curtain, tearing the spores of this species apart alive. Major General Gilliman, why did you let them go? The review was passed. There is no trace of advanced mechanical bodies. Moreover, the other party is proficient in biological weapons and biological arms. How could this be the mechanical king? But the biotechnology they master seems to have some taboos. You can't expect a group of mercenaries not to contact the black market. For these desperate criminals, they will naturally use whatever weapons are useful. Gilliman changed the subject and said, compared to this group of mercenaries, I am more interested in the captured ghost ship. After inspection, it has been concluded that behind this ghost ship, there is probably a high-dimensional creature living behind it. It is not yet confirmed whether it is the evil god of the universe. After hearing this, the subordinate was moved. Major General, are you saying that this time we have the possibility of cooperating with the Void Dwellers to conduct a dimensional expedition? Gilliman did not answer. His golden eyes were calm, but also seemed to be about to stir up a storm. No one knew what he was thinking. Interesting. Carbon-based species with a metal content of more than 50%. Is your carbon base still stable? On the Star Destroyer, Gao Gong muttered to himself, walking silently in the corridor inside the ship. As he walked, on the ground, a large amount of meat blankets appeared, and kept drilling into Gao Gong's body. In the open area, countless memory worms crawled into the void, revealing the figures of fire machines, mechas, and mechanical buildings. Gao Gong's organism is the first layer of shielding, and the memory worm is the second layer of shielding. Gao Gong believes that there are very few people who can see through the first layer, and the fluctuation of the memory worm will be discovered with a small probability. What's more interesting is that the life magnetic field can actually be materialized and weaponized. It seems that the rumor that the Galen Republic is only good at building ships, and is not good at improving individual combat power is false. Gao Gong glanced at the communicator in his hand. The string of numbers on it was Gilliman's interstellar communication code. Of course, there is another possibility. This technology is not perfect. Chapter 926. Every gift must be in return. The other party probably wants him to do something, this is certain. Otherwise, they are fighting and exchanging interstellar communication codes. The other party is not really bored and looking for trouble. Sure enough, within 2 days, the communication code was activated, and the virtual projection of Gilliman appeared in the room. Sir, we meet again, said Gao Gong respectfully. It seems that, I have something to do with you, Gilliman said. I expected it to some extent. After all, a big shot like you wouldn't give me the communication code privately. Well, you owe me a favor. Yes. If you didn't let me go, I'm afraid I would be questioned by you, and maybe some biological weapons would be confiscated. Senior engineer was stunned, thinking that it was just a verbal favor anyway. So he just owed it. That's not what I'm talking about. Gilliman shook his head, waved his hand, and a projection of a ghost ship appeared in his palm. Isn't this the ship that was suppressed by the air bubble before? Have you heard of the Hand of Black Dimension? Without waiting for the senior engineer to answer, Gilliman continued, this is an interstellar terrorist group as famous as the Liberation Society. It is of the same nature as the Liberation Society. Both are infamous for carrying out terrorist actions in interstellar society and causing a large number of casualties. The only difference from the Liberation Society is that the Liberation Society pursues only the concept of death, while the terrorist actions of the Hand of Black Dimension are more about sacrifice. Sacrificing life to a special dimension, obtaining the blessing of the dimension's will. If a life planet can be sacrificed, it can even allow the life form to be directly upgraded to a higher level. Oh, but what does this have to do with me? The senior engineer said in confusion. Only a player who doesn't care about his life would dare to follow the path of a believer in the cosmic evil god. He has only one life. Moreover, in interstellar society, there are countless terrorist organizations. Even the values of some civilizations, if placed on other civilizations, are also standard terrorist civilizations. However, what does this have to do with him? This ghost ship was sent by the Hand of Black Dimension. Its target is you. Huh? Gao Gong was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't think that the other party would cheat in this matter, with the IQ of a third-level species, he still felt it was a bit absurd. So he asked tentatively, did someone place an order to assassinate me? After all, generally speaking, terrorist organizations would work part-time as assassin organizations. Although he didn't know who he had offended, this possibility seemed to be the greatest. Gilliman did not have a riddle man, and directly told the result of his investigation. You wiped out the Xia family and Mechanical Hydra. And according to my intelligence, the Xia family has cooperated with many underground forces, including the Hand of Black Dimension. The Xia family once used their unique family temple method to help the Hand of Black Dimension extract souls and strengthen the members of the organization. The Xia family was wiped out by you, and the Xia family ancestral hall probably fell into your hands. The other party sent the ghost ship, and it was probably for this thing. Gao Gong fell into deep thought. It is not surprising that the other party was able to investigate that he destroyed the Xia family. The logic also makes sense. The collector once said that the Xia family itself is one of the largest distributors in the black market. It would be strange if it had not come into contact with some dark forces over the years. The Hand of the Black Dimension, the Dimension Sacrifice, the extraction of souls, the Dimension Monster? If it is really a Dimension Monster, it will be troublesome. Among information life, the Dimension Monster has always been the most troublesome. It not only has the immortal characteristics of information life, but also the dimensional characteristics that cannot be suppressed. It is neither dead nor indestructible. Once it is offended, it is equivalent to inserting a villain boss who is constantly looking for trouble in the plot. Fortunately, the one who took action was the Electric Arc Great Wall, with the ability of a third-level civilization to mass-produce troops. It was not afraid of the other party picking on it. Engineer Gao pondered for a moment, and combined with the other party's vague hints, he finally understood the other party's intentions. Various biological weapons, coupled with the advanced biological buildings on his ship, and knowing that he had destroyed the Xia family, it was easy to guess his origin. And the cyber test site was famous for its taboo transformation. The other party is probably thinking about his biotechnology. So he also said straight to the point, Sir Gilliman, since you are helping me so much, I will not hide it from you. To be honest, I was born in the cyber test site of Machine Rift Star, although I have registered the qualifications of an interstellar mercenary on the black market. In fact, I serve a large biological group in the cyber test site. If you have any special projects you want to test, I am willing to help you. Gilliman's cold eyes finally softened a bit. I do have some human experiments, and I need the help of you experts. Besides, this is a secret, and I don't want anyone else to know. Of course, this kind of communication is not safe. Let's agree on a place and a time. I will send my team to contact you. They will tell you how to do it. After the communication was interrupted, Gao Gong touched his chin with a strange expression. The other party was able to detect his identity through clues, which was worthy of the performance of the other party's third-level civilization elite. However, he wanted to conduct human experiments, which was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. After all, in most carbon-based civilizations, conducting human experiments is a taboo option. Once it is exposed, it is inevitable that they will be infamous, especially for official personnel, whose positions will be 100% unprotected. However, in the cyber test field, human experiments are just a drizzle. There are not so many human experiments. And where do so many human plugins come from? If a transforming civilization does not try to transform itself, it will be courting death. Therefore, many options that are taboo in some civilized worlds, for some data needs, will be secretly transferred to some underground forces, or even other civilizations. In this way, the carbon-based regime will always maintain its glorious image, and the centripetal force of civilization will not be reduced. It's just unclear what this guy represents, whether it is a high-level official of the Galen Republic, a certain department, a certain mountain, or the family power behind him. And the metal executor, the senior engineer, decided to ask the collector after returning to the mechanical hydra. With the other party's eyes and ears, he would probably know some secret information. You're back, okay, very good. When you return to the Golden Palace, I'll talk to you again. There's something you're interested in, about Alpha Narwhal. Now something has changed. Hey, old Walter's methods are really good. You'll understand when you come back. As the holographic projection of Patrick Star disappeared, Gao Gong frowned again. Something has changed. It can't be that this resource planet was shot down by someone, right? Or maybe Walter's Star pirate group was recruited by some civilization. After all, the value of a resource planet is 100 times that of an ordinary planet. Even a third-level civilization would be concerned about it. Soon, the mechanical hydra was in sight. The space dock received advance notice, and the anti-gravity hatch slowly opened. However, Gao Gong had people send out a signal that they would not stop and did not need a tractor beam. Most people would just get off the ship and access the planetary orbit through a mobile platform. Moreover, not only did the Star Destroyer not enter, but several exploration ships that Gao Gong had bought before also received the information and flew out. Soon, the fleet composed of these ships once again entered the interstellar orbit and disappeared. Chapter 927 News. The fleet left, naturally, to pick up people. After exploring the star map and confirming several most suitable routes, the fleet can pick up people in large numbers, and the efficiency is at least 10 times higher than before. It took more than half a year to explore 3 planets before, but now it probably won't take more than a month to go back and forth. This is also the way most interstellar explorations are done. First, explore the star map with a superluminal spacecraft, and after lighting up the star map, the subsequent spacecraft fleet can lay out the interstellar highway in advance, or take a shortcut through the already laid interstellar channel. After all, most civilization spaceships are only lightspeed spaceships. Whether it is superluminal speed or teleportation through stargates, they are not affordable for ordinary civilizations. This is the technology of flying upgrades. This is why most civilizations can only be trapped in a certain galaxy throughout their lives. After sending the fleet out and allowing the players to move freely, Gao Gong regained his freedom. Just after strolling around the black market of Mechanical Hydra, he heard 2 explosive news. Hundreds of famous star pirate groups united some time ago, formed a star pirate coalition, tried to attack Alpha Narcissus, but were completely annihilated. This is the first explosive news. I was wondering why the black market has been depressed recently. It turns out that a large number of customers have died, and the customer base is not satisfied in a short period of time. Gao Gong muttered to himself. But compared with the second explosive news, it is nothing. Alpha Narwhal, it is gone. This resource planet in the edge star field of the Myrta Federation suddenly disappeared. This happened after the Star Pirate War, and it has been confirmed by many forces. What is this? Wandering Earth 2.0 version, or did the Star Pirate War blow up the planet? Or did the third-level civilization take action, using the gravity slingshot, to move this resource planet? In an instant, Gao Gong thought of at least dozens of ways to move the planet. But because there are too many methods, it is not certain which one it is. You mean, there was a large-scale energy fluctuation on the battlefield ruins, and shortly after the energy fluctuation appeared, the planet disappeared? Gao Gong also has his own source, which is the Hammer of Destruction, which is the decoration store of the Orgrimmar people. This group of guerrillas with developed brains also sent people to the battlefield ruins to pick up garbage. This is also a very common scientific research method of low-level civilizations. After all, even the garbage of high-level civilizations is the high technology of planetary civilizations. After getting confirmation from the guerrilla store manager, Gao Gong's expression turned dark. The planet was gone. So what planet was he attacking? Fortunately, there were many doubts about this matter. Generally, for an incident with many doubts, the truth that people said was mostly not the truth. Gao Gong exhaled and smiled at the gorilla elder, which made the gorilla elder breathe a sigh of relief. For the people of Orgrimmar, this person in front of them was a standard big shot. Through the high-tech information sent back by the communication team, the mother planet could confirm after research that it could build the first exploration spacecraft within 3 years, thus taking the first step into interstellar civilization. The Prince Consort has completed the trial, and is now completing the latest blood transformation on the planet. After the biochip of our Orgrimmar people is implanted, he will officially become an important member of our tribe. Of course, this is also thanks to the biotechnology you provided. This is nothing. I have a lot of biotechnology information here. You can figure it out in a short time and make it new. The talent of you Orgrimmar people is really shocking, Senior Engineer said with a smile. There are many highly intelligent species in the universe. But highly intelligent species that are still lingering in the low-level civilization stage are rare. Gal Gong was naturally willing to invest in the Orgrimmar people when they were in trouble. After all, it was a win-win situation. And if everything went well, he might be able to develop the future Doomhammer into his own servant civilization. Gal Gong wanted to say something to the gorilla elder, but his brows suddenly frowned. The black market composed of illegal buildings in front of him began to be wiped out bit by bit. Gal Gong turned his head, and the repair shop had disappeared. In its place, there was a magnificent golden gate. Behind the golden gate, there was a golden palace that seemed to cover the entire planet. Every time he saw this scene, Gal Gong was amazed. There were so many strange things in the universe. There was even a Patrick Star who could modify the dimension of space. When he saw Patrick Star again, Patrick Star looked Gal Gong up and down. And suddenly he exclaimed, "Your biological aura is much stronger." If Purple Giant hadn't confirmed it, I would really doubt whether you were really a war-type planetary host. Senior Engineer laughed before leaving. Purple Giant should have introduced me to you. In order to protect the test site of the machine Rift Star, I had to use the power of biological radiation to resist the cyber wave. Now the biological virus is wrapped around me, which is a manifestation of my merits. Seeing that the other party was acting like a psychopath. Don't mess with me. Patrick couldn't help but roll his eyes. I don't care what route you are going to take now. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, we can still be the best partners. I can also provide all the support. You know, here, I have everything. If you really have everything, you don't have to cooperate with me. Gal Gong laughed dryly and changed the subject. I heard about the Alpha Narcissus when I came here. What happened? Who has the energy to organize so many pirate groups? The key is that the crusade failed. Patrick showed a mysterious and strange smile. Do you remember I told you that Alpha Narwhal is located on the border between the Galen Republic and the Myrna Federation? Of course. If it weren't for such a special coordinate, which level 3 civilization would give up a resource planet? Yes. It is precisely because the location of this planet is too special that it gives us the opportunity. Because no matter which of the two civilizations, they will not risk a war to forcibly occupy this planet. At most, they will support an agent force to occupy the planet and mine minerals. The Walter Group is the object of support of a political force in the Myrna Federation. If my information is correct, the person standing behind old Walter should be the vice president of the Myrna Federation. Really? Engineer Gao was stunned at first, and then thought about it. So, the mastermind behind the gathering of various star pirate forces to attack the Walter Group a while ago is the one supported by the Galen Republic? Patrick smiled provocatively. Yes. In fact, if you hadn't run away, this quota would have been handed over to you under my operation. So, it's a good thing that I didn't agree to cooperate with you. Otherwise, I would have been killed, said Senior Engineer with a raised eyebrow. The strange thing is that, according to my calculations, this time, there is a 61.1% probability that the coalition will succeed. Even in the 13 failed outcomes I predicted, there will not be such a strange event as the disappearance of the planet. How did the Star Pirate Coalition fail? According to my investigation, it was old Walter who used planetary weapons to create a large-scale void energy tide, destroying thousands of combat spacecraft in one fell swoop. This is also the reason why the planet disappeared. It's like there is a planetary cannon. After firing a shell, the recoil causes it to move the void coordinates. Chapter 928. Planetary Cannon, a standard fourth-order ascending building that couldn't be more standard, using the continental framework as the cannon base, the star core as the power source, the mantle as the cannon hoop, and the planetary thermal energy as the cannonball. It often takes hundreds of years of planetary thermal energy to launch one shot, and this one shot is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, and even blow up the vacuum of the universe. If on a large-scale interstellar battlefield, advanced civilizations will transform planets into planetary cannons, using stars for energy, cooperating with interstellar fortresses, whether it is the material world or the invasion of dimensional gaps, they can destroy the enemy through large-scale annihilation effects. This is the famous Anglerma line, a classic interstellar tactic that can be recorded in the Civilization Council. However, This level of defense can only be built by the top third-level civilization. Gao Gong does not think that there is such a powerful civilization in the Robert Galaxy now. Moreover, if it is really a planetary cannon, is the Milta Federation so generous and not worried about the leakage of its technology at all? Gao Gong was a little unbelievable. After all, the technology of planetary cannon is already a standard strategic level. Is it just handed over to a star pirate leader? Even if it is a resource planet, is it worth the other party's efforts? This is the most interesting part. According to my sources, even the vice president of the federal parliament himself, it seems that he is not aware that old Walter has mastered the planetary cannon. Once this matter came out, he was almost bombarded by senators supported by several large groups. They all suspected that he leaked such advanced military technology. Unlike the military power of the Galen Republic, the Milta Federation regime is relatively loose. Since the last telekinetic royal family stepped down, the top 10 supergroups have been in charge of the federal government. Originally, it was a resource planet, and in such a sensitive position, it was only the focus of several supergroups. Now that the planet cannon has been released, it can be said that it has become a hot news in the entire Mirta society. After all, in social news, the planet cannon has always been a military weapon used by the Mirta Federation to fight against the giant planetary ships of the Galen Republic. It can be said to be a stabilizing force in the eyes of the keyboard military strategists of the Mirta Federation. Once the Galen Republic takes advantage of the starship and launches a large-scale invasion, then the Mecha Frenzy and the planet cannon will be the two most important lines of defense. Now you tell me, the technology of the planetary cannon was mastered by a star pirate leader? And it was probably handed over by one of their own people. This heavy news could not withstand the blockade at all. Once it was spread, it went viral. After all, although the vice president of the federal parliament is in a high position, he also has political enemies. What's more important is that several supergroups that developed the planetary cannon technology all suspected that the military leaked it during the process of delivering it to the military. The federal system is not like the military power of Galen. The military is not in a high position. Although the parliament controls one of the few military forces, it has been infiltrated and suppressed. This incident was a trigger, which triggered the internal political struggle of the Mirta Federation. It is said that many people have been liquidated internally. Patrick did not gloat over the misfortune. A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. In order to give the public an explanation, the vice president of the federal parliament has publicly stated that he will investigate it thoroughly and personally organize a dispatch team to investigate the leakage of the planetary cannon technology. Patrick paused and said, "This means that the Mirta Federation has already set its sights on this resource planet. It is no longer a mining area outside the star field, but a political proposition. If the vice president of the federal parliament wants to save his political life, he must take this planet. On the contrary, the Galen Republic does not have strong determination. Or, rather than confronting the other side head-on, they would rather use this planet to cause trouble for the Mirta Federation, and it would be best to delay some of the other side's energy. This means that, even if someone takes this planet from the Walter Group, it is still a hot potato." "Yes." The senior engineer pondered for a while, looked up and stared at the other party for a long time, suddenly smiled and said, "You said so much, you don't seem to worry that the Alpha Narcissus can't be found. Have you determined its coordinates? Although there is no Dyson sphere to supply energy, the planet itself has no star-fixing system installed, but the energy tie created by the planetary cannon. There is a limit. This planet can't run far. The two star zone overlords have already set people to search for the coordinates of the new planet. And it's just a star cannon. It won't cause any serious damage to the planet. At most, it will only degenerate from a habitable planet to an uninhabitable planet. The surface environment of the planet will be destroyed, but it is still some distance away from the collapse of the planet," Patrick said very easily. Hearing this, Gao Gong also breathed a sigh of relief. Theoretically, launching a planetary cannon without any defense has a certain chance of shattering the planet. And not meeting this chance, it can only be said that he was lucky. Whether it was old Walter's luck or Gao Gong's luck. Gao Gong asked the other party for some specific details, and whether it was from the Galen Republic or the Milta Federation. Patrick told him everything he knew, and he didn't seem to care at all. Gao Gong did not agree to cooperate with it. After the senior engineer left, a voice was heard in the empty and quiet hall. "Are you too concerned about the mechanical general of the Purple Giant?" "Yes. And no," Patrick replied with a smile. Before leaving, The purple giant did ask me to take care of him. After all, without this person's reminder at the risk of his life, both the purple giant and the person behind her might suffer a great loss, and even affect the ascension of this ancient civilization. The old man of the ancient machinery wants to ascend to civilization. The voice was obviously surprised. This is not surprising. The ancient machine civilization is an ancient civilization. The birth of AI can even be traced back to the origin of the universe, the time when the old machine became famous. At least half of the 9th level civilization has not yet completed the cosmic transformation. Now that it has been suppressed for so many years, so many giant structures have been built. Recently, I have snatched a lot of relics and information from you. Naturally, I feel that I have accumulated enough. It's okay again. The owner of this voice is still very shocked. After all, the ancient machine civilization is a 7th level civilization. It is already an advanced civilization at the super galaxy cluster level. The civilization territory has tens of thousands of galaxies. If it goes one step further, it will not be as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. The 7th level civilization ascends. And one step further, it will be a supercluster complex, which can already touch the most magnificent existence in the observable universe, a corner of the Great Wall of the universe. For this level of civilization, time, space, physical laws, high-level dark matter, cosmic voids, and all existence in the observable universe will not pose a threat to it. The only difference from the 9th level civilization may be that it does not have the supreme authority of the universe. After all, the position is limited. You don't need to worry too much. That old machine is notoriously slow. It will probably take hundreds of years to adjust so many mechanical giants to the ascension mode. As long as you don't provoke it, it will probably not bother you in the short term. The voice was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "You are changing the subject. I just asked you why you are so kind to this planetary host infected by the biological virus, and you haven't answered me yet. I can sense the strange fluctuations. The other party must have a big secret." Patrick stretched his waist, and his body collapsed on the throne like mud. Finally, he said lazily, "I am a collector, not an explorer. I have always lacked curiosity about other people's dangerous secrets. Just as I didn't ask you. Entropy increase plan. No matter what stage we have taken, I have no desire to find out the secrets of this planetary host. As long as it can increase the possibility of future cooperation, or even dealing with you, I don't mind being nicer now." Old Guji once said that if mechanical civilization wants to reach its limit, it must have a cosmic plan and build a giant project that takes billions of years. You only see that this old machine is not as good as the 9-level civilizations that came out after it. But you don't see that among the ancient civilizations of the same generation, there are a few that live as well as it does. Chapter 929. Gao Gong originally planned to ask the collector for information about the metal executor. However, when facing the other party, he felt a strong sense of alertness in his mind, which made him give up the idea in the end. There is a person hiding next to the collector, and he is a very dangerous person. Hercules before had never given him this feeling. Level 4? No, mostly level 5. This is already the strength of the Supreme Being's body. The collector knows quite a few monsters. In this level of the galaxy map, level 5 strongmen, they basically walk on the ground, unless they carry out a civilization-level encirclement and suppression, otherwise they are invincible. After leaving the Golden Palace, Gao Gong quickly found a strange building similar to a pyramid in the black market. After a while, a lady with a human head and a snake body swam out. The strongman who possesses the fruit. The great temple master has been waiting for you for a long time. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the charlatan in this temple was so calculating that he actually noticed that he possessed the fruit. It is worthy of being the highest level intelligence point in the mechanical hydra. In the interstellar black market, there is a type of transaction that is as hot as arms trafficking and species smuggling. And that is intelligence trading. After failing to get the information he wanted from the Golden Palace, Gao Gong quickly found the information trading point called Temple. This is a high-level information trading center that only level 5 mercenaries are qualified to enter. And Temple is not the name of a building, but a special second-level civilization called Temple Civilization. A base in this black market. Although it is only a second-level civilization, this Temple Civilization is special in that it is a dimensional civilization, and its territory is not within the physical universe. It is said that it has a close relationship with the third-level civilization, the Void Dwellers. It was the former's Void expedition that discovered this civilization. With the help of the power of the Void Dwellers, the Temple Civilization, a civilization that uses psychic energy, also began to explore the physical world. The iconic building of the temple is the anchor point of the other party in the physical space. With this anchor point, the temple clan can freely enter and exit the dimension and physical space. Psychic energy? Isn't this the energy system unique to dimensional monsters? Behind the other party, there is also a dimensional will to support it. Gao Gong silently looked at the snake girl leading the way in front. The snake girl's head conforms to the aesthetics of humanoid species. It is very beautiful, and her eyes are as bright as gold. But the snake body under her head is almost transparent, emitting a faint spatial fluctuation. Generally speaking, if there is no dimensional will, this dimensional civilization is not strong. Just like a bare computer without antivirus software installed, the probability of being hacked is extremely high. But once it has the dimensional will, even if it is as strong as a third-level civilization, it is difficult to destroy the other party. If there is no dimensional will, then there is a high probability that this second-level civilization has been developed into a servant civilization by the Void Dwellers. But if there is, it is most likely independent diplomacy. Gao Gong came back to his senses and found that the snake girl's head opposite him was very close to him, under a pair of golden eyes. Her nose was sniffing gently, with a look of regret. I smell a special fragrance from you. But unfortunately, that fragrance has left you, and you will also be far away from me. As soon as she finished speaking, the snake woman's head slowly retreated to a shrine. The snake body disappeared, and the head was placed on the shrine like a sacrifice. There are more than a dozen similar shrines. The temple owner is just ahead. Please go there. As soon as she finished speaking, the snake woman closed her eyes. Well, I understand. Gao Gong nodded and strode forward. But the heads of the snake women on the other shrines looked at him with interest. Dimensional species also have their own reproductive systems. As a cosmic XP expert, Gao Gong knows that this kind of creatures have an irrepressible love for space fluctuations. For them, the stronger the space fluctuations, the more attractive the species are, and the more suitable they are for reproduction. As Gao Gong, who once accommodated the space collapse. For them, she is a beautiful woman who was once stunning and now old and ugly. Surrounded by a crowd of heads, Gao Gong walked into the depths of the temple. It was a place similar to a pool. The water was transparent and viscous. On the surface of the water, there was also an old woman's head floating, with no hair or eyebrows, and empty eyes. Only two transparent little snakes were slowly crawling on the black eye sockets. Seeing Gao Gong, the little snake in his left eye jumped violently, hissing and sticking out its tongue. Gao Gong clearly felt that the spatial parameters around him had been adjusted, and a feeling of confinement arose spontaneously. Gao Gong frowned slightly, and the transformation rate of his body suddenly dropped a lot, and his whole body became transparent, which just neutralized this parameter change. Sorry, I just woke up from the energy tide, and my body's instincts are a bit strong. The head spoke, and the voice was as clear as water, which was unexpectedly pleasant. Do dimensional creatures also have biological instincts? Gao Gong asked back. Even the evil gods of the universe have their instincts. Dear guest, what's your name? You can call me Temple number 131. Why do I feel that there are some technological elements and religious elements? The other party's words made Gao Gong think of artificial intelligence. Can you see that I have fruits? Gao Gong got straight to the point. We can see all objects with powerful energy, including fruits. Of course, before others pay a price to ask for your information, we will keep it secret for you. What kind of secret is this? Gao Gong silently complained. However, this is also the reason why the temple has a great reputation in the black market. As long as you pay enough, no matter what information, the other party can get it, even including the information of the third-level civilization, and it will not keep it secret. In other words, as long as you pay enough, other people's transactions will also be leaked. This kind of open and transparent transaction makes people feel at ease. After all, when everyone is not keeping secrets, it is equivalent to everyone keeping secrets in disguise. You ask about my news, and I can also find out who is asking about my news. In this way, we can have unlimited nesting dolls, unlimited revenge, and mutual deterrence. And what can be asked here, everyone has a rough idea in mind. I want to know about the metal executor of the Galen Republic. In the year 6183 of the string calendar, the 194th Archon of the Galen Republic signed the Super Soldier Development Plan, which is the predecessor of the metal executor. In an interstellar beverage bar in the black market, Gao Gong sat in a seat, allowing a tentacle girl to serve him a glass of Mostar juice, which is a very popular drink recently, which is said to be able to integrate the nervous system and the tactile system in a short period of time, creating a unique super drunken feeling. However, if a species with low willpower drinks it, it may never wake up. Gao Gong took a sip, feeling the confusion in his body, and recalling the information he got from Temple 131. In fact, every carbon-based species has its own super soldier development plan, which stems from their unique physical conditions. However, each kind of gene development has different development directions due to physical conditions. The metal element-rich physique gave the Galans strong physical conditions, but also brought a very embarrassing situation. That is, once the body development is carried out, the strength of their metal elements will be comparable to that of mechanical species. Once it reaches this level, as the body evolves spontaneously, species mechanization is inevitable. A carbon-based civilization, with the transformation of the main race, will turn to a mechanical civilization. Chapter 930. In carbon-based civilization, if one does not follow the biological civilization route, but the technological civilization route, one will eventually encounter a problem. That is, as technology penetrates into every aspect of society, people become more and more dependent on technology and AI. Then, the probability of a mechanical revolution will increase. This is the same as the large-scale use of clones, which will cause a clone rebellion, the large-scale use of AI, which will cause a large number of unemployment, and the use of space technology, which will have the risk of encountering the invasion of space species. Wherever you gain, you must lose. It is also a threshold that a civilization has to cross. But the Galen Republic is somewhat special. Its specialness is that, as a humanoid creature among carbon-based species, they have too many metal elements in their bodies. This has advantages, such as being born strong, having a plus 100 affinity with machinery, being good at making machinery, and developing technology. But the disadvantages are also obvious. As long as a carbon-based fusion is completed once, then, the body will irreversibly evolve towards semi-mechanization, and biological organs will begin to evolve into mechanical parts. The evolution of civilization is never just about technology, but also about species. The simplest standard is that for a mature first-level civilization, the main race must be a first-level species. Similarly, the race of a third-level civilization must also be a third-level species. This must be done to complete the civilization ascension. Otherwise, with the physical strength of intelligent species, it is inevitable that the ascension transformation cannot be completed. In this way, for the Galen people, a bug will inevitably appear. If we want to integrate evolution, the degree of mechanization will be irreversibly deepened. Without evolution, civilization will stop here and cannot go further. According to outsiders who do not know the seriousness of the matter, it is just a transformation. Isn't it just a mechanical life? However, for most humanoid species, they are actually very resistant to this kind of transformation. Who wants to become a robot for no reason? Ask yourself, who wants to become another species? If this operation is forced from top to bottom, it will inevitably cause a lot of opposition, and the centripetal force of civilization will be greatly reduced, or even collapse. Moreover, once this kind of social transformation is carried out, the three views, ethics, and technology trees will all have to start over. If one thing is not done well, a powerful civilization will fall apart. In the universe, there have been countless negative cases of this kind, where technological evolution failed and civilization decomposed. Moreover, even if it can be forced to advance, it will also cause great risks. For example, during the mechanization process, whether the human body can be compatible, and whether it will cause large-scale rejection and death. Once the brain is transformed, hackers, cosmic evil gods, interstellar terrorist organizations, during this protective window period, will definitely not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the transformation is too slow, there will be too many unexpected factors. If the transformation is too fast, the failure rate will be too high. Apart from other things, the Myrta Federation next door will definitely not just watch. The Federation's unique technology, telekinetic mecha, can not only control armor, but also has special attacks against AI. Once it becomes a mechanical civilization, will it lead to the failure of the civilization war? This is more unacceptable than the decomposition of civilization. Fortunately, every civilization with excellent development momentum has a lot of talented people inside. As early as the planetary civilization, the top scientists of the Galen people developed a targeted serum that can inhibit the enrichment of metal elements. When the civilization evolved to the second level, a series of biological agents were developed to improve physical fitness and suppress mechanization. However, this way of evolution also suppressed the fighting instinct of the Galen people in disguise, and also caused the Galen people to be only good at shipbuilding and not good at individual combat. Moreover, this kind of physical problem must be solved. The longer it is delayed, the more troublesome it will be. Therefore, under the strong opposition of the 194th Archon, the previous Archon, the Metal Executor plan was passed. The essence of this plan is to pave a safe path for the evolution of the race through the development of third-order combat species. According to the public information, there are a total of 17 Metal Executors with different evolutionary directions, of which there are 3 evolutionary directions under the jurisdiction of the military. And coincidentally, the 3 types of military executors are all mechanical, and it is unknown which type Gilliman is. Gao Gong recalled that when he fought Gilliman before, the other party suddenly transformed into a metal giant, which did not seem to be a mechanical transformation, but more like some kind of superpower or transformation skill. The body is carbon-based in normal state, but once it enters combat mode, it will be 100% metallized mutant. If we follow Gilliman's evolutionary direction, then the Galen Republic will move towards a mutant civilization in carbon-based civilization. Mutant civilization is a kind of civilization on the side of superpowers. If it develops well, it will be very awesome, because everyone has superpowers, and based on the population base, there may be several, or even dozens of SSS-level super geniuses born every year. But the mutant civilization also has its flaws. According to the system, it has a minus 20% stability of the regime, a minus 20% racial centripetal force, and a plus 20% chaotic trend of thought. Gao Gong is a little pessimistic. Because the Galen Republic is a military regime, an authoritarian government, generally this kind of civilization is very opposed to the natural selection and the option of random evolution. Gao Gong suddenly understood a little why the other party chose to cooperate with him privately. Maybe in the competition on the evolutionary path, this person's resources are gradually decreasing, and the support of the forces behind him is also gradually decreasing. This forced the other party to take the evil path. And the wild biotechnology of the cyber test field is the most likely to obtain a large number of research results in a short period of time. Drinking the Mostar juice in one gulp, the next moment, the world spun, an indescribable and fiery touch came instantly. In a trance, Gao Gong seemed to have turned into a huge void worm, placed in a special dimension, wrapped in endless space bubbles, the repeated changes in space parameters, like the small hands of a beautiful masseuse, constantly massaging various parts of oneself, from the inside to the outside, from body to mind, bringing oneself endless enjoyment. Great! Your willpower plus 100 points. Gao Gong suddenly stretched out a hand, grabbed a small creature wearing a hood, and the claws on the other party's hand were hooking at the back of his neck. The black market on this planet is not a safe place. Robbery, fighting, street fights are all common. Gao Gong pressed the other party's head. In the drunken state, the space collapse energy that had been extracted seemed to return to the body. With a pinch of 5 fingers, this creature that was less than half a person's height was instantly swallowed by the space folds, and no blood or flesh spilled out. This frightened the people with bad intentions around, and the number of prying eyes also decreased by more than half. Compared with the space shuttle talent, it is easier for powerful organisms to comprehend the planetary magnetic field control. But this does not mean that Gao Gong has no body memory at all. The combination of the two can relight the space system ability. At this time, the communicator sounded, and it was Dr. Yu's call. Well? What? The fruit is ripe? I'll be there right away. Chapter 931 Gravity. Considering that the gravity fruit was about to mature, before the Star Destroyer called for personnel, Gao asked Dr. Yu to quietly bring the fruit culture dish down, and rented a temporary biological laboratory in the black market to complete the final cultivation. When Gao arrived at the biological laboratory, he saw a strange tree less than 2 meters high with lush branches and leaves visible to the naked eye, and pure light appeared deep in the tree canopy, outlining the phantom of a fruit. Relying on the induction of the biomagnetic field, Engineer Gao lowered his head and looked at the roots of the tree. The shape of the biomagnetic field of this tree is very special. There is almost no magnetic field in the tree body. But once it reaches the root, the biomagnetic field has covered thousands of meters below, and even touched the mantle layer of the planet. Stimulated by the biomagnetic field, the roots of the tree are also growing rapidly downwards. At first glance, the tree body is only 2 meters. But if you can see below, you can find that the roots have already grown to 200 meters, and are growing at a rapid speed. Similarly, the same is true for bioenergy. 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, 200 million. Gao Gong frowned, took a step forward, and the whole person seemed to transform into a god. Endless pure white light evolved from the inside of his body, and formed a grand biological field, which wrapped the abnormality of the tree and even swallowed it. Only by entering the fusion mode can we rely on powerful bioenergy to cover up the anomaly of the carbon-based fruit. Wait until this earth core fruit breaks through the mantle and connects to the gravity of the entire planet. At that time, even I can no longer cover it up. Wait for me for 30 minutes. Prepare the fruit, and give it to you. Dr. Yu also felt bad, and said hurriedly, "This is the interstellar black market. Who knows what kind of monsters and demons it will attract? No need." Gao Gong looked at Dr. Yu. In his pale pupils, a strange light suddenly flashed. The next moment, Dr. Yu felt that the world was quiet. The ground began to turn into an electronic circuit. The walls, the instruments, and the settings were first scanned, and then copied. Dr. Yu pushed the door open and saw that the black market had disappeared, replaced by the G-Li star, B-level, A-level, and even the S-level beast king that covered the sky, moved mountains and hills on this land, stirred up the beast tide. And the radiation zones seemed to change with their movement. What is this? Dr. Yu muttered to herself. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to the machine rift star, a small special effect of the biological local area network. Of course, this is also thanks to your research in this area. My research? Dr. Yu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. She was shocked and said, "It is the cloning research of the brain in a vat." But that project was only started. But it couldn't be pushed forward because of limited technical capabilities. So, I am just simulating, not copying the genes of the brain in a vat 1-to-1. Engineer Gao said lightly. The truth is not as simple as he said. In fact, the ability to restore the brain in a vat depends not only on the local area network of the biological computer, the source characteristics of the fourth-order bloodline, but also the most important point, which is the experience of the previous life of the engineer, the planetary disaster of the brain in a vat. In addition to biological functions, is more of an evolution on the information side. After all, genetic information is also information, and cell cloning is also copying and pasting. In essence, the brain in a vat is actually a genetic code master. What's more, Gao Gong is actually the same. As the computing power of biological computers becomes more and more powerful, the methods of the previous life are gradually unlocked. For example, simulating a brain in a vat. Gao Gong walked slowly under the tree. As he walked, DNA data kept popping out of his body. Some of these data stored memories, some stored logic, and some stored evolution. Without these, Gao Gong's body gradually became hunched. His skin wrinkled, his fingers and toes elongated, and his facial features became antique, like an ape. When the finger of this ape touched the carbon-based fruit, evolution began. In a trance, Gao Gong seemed to have become the earth, and the geomagnetic field became another form of biological magnetic field. With the evolution of life, continental plates separated and merged, and even planets were born and died, and supernovas exploded. Under the influence of infinite planetary energy, the gravity of the Earth would be raised to a terrifying level, and even cause space collapse. This is also the main reason for the contraction of red giant stars, and the transformation into black holes in the later stages of planets. Gao Gong seemed to have experienced the life of a planet. In this life, gravity was his own biomagnetic field. As the life of the planet grew from prosperity to decline, it shone with the brightest light. If the individual is regarded as life, then the planet is the cradle. If the planet is regarded as life, then the universe is the cradle. The destruction of each planet is a part of returning to the mother body. And gravity will also return to the laws of physics in another form. As Gao Gong continued to digest, in Dr. Yu's eyes, even the machine crack star produced unimaginable bizarreness. Biological evolution, with thousands and tens of thousands of years as units, began to advance rapidly. Large radiation beasts devoured small radiation beasts. High-level beast kings annexed low-level beast kings. Different radiation energies complemented and restrained each other. Tribes were destroyed. Species were born. More deformed and mutated biological disasters appeared. And then the population injected with new antibodies was born. Dr. Yu was dazzled by what she saw. She had never expected that just taking the carbon-based fruit once would cause such a beautiful and gorgeous evolution. Even all the doubts and puzzles she had encountered in biological experiments in the past were answered here. On the system panel, there were constant reminders popping up like, your bioenergy plus 1 million. 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 In just a short moment, Gao Gong's bioenergy exceeded 10 million. A carbon-based fruit, or rather, a mature carbon-based fruit, has such an exaggerated effect. As an important part of the carbon-based God system, each carbon-based fruit will bring unimaginable evolution to the user. After all, God itself is beyond the concept of intelligent species. However, when Gao Gong's biological energy reached tens of millions, this evolution came to an abrupt halt. As a second-order organism, its biological energy limit is tens of millions. This does not seem to be a very secret message, but in fact, there are not many people who know this, even in the second-order civilization, because there are very few individual species which can pull their biological energy to the upper limit at the second level. Similarly, in the brain in a jar virtual machine, evolution also reached its upper limit. After entering the interstellar space, Dr. Yu bought a large number of biological books on different planets and different intelligent species. There is a classic saying in it that she still remembers clearly. At the end of species evolution, there are only two endings, either civilization or destruction. She has not seen civilization on the biological side, but now she has witnessed the destruction of species. In countless biological disasters and the confrontation between antibody species, different attributes and different types of radioactive beasts finally completed the final fusion and evolved into a kind of existence that she could hardly describe. Like the sea, like the mountains, like the abyss, indescribable biological forms, complex biological structures that are difficult to describe. The ultimate evolution of organisms is to become one? Dr. Yu muttered to himself. However, this is not the final answer, because the next moment, the sea turned into a sea of rotten meat, the mountains turned into a mountain of bones, and the forest turned into a collection of abandoned double helix waste. Evolution was destroyed. Chapter 932. Don't look. Be careful of Cthulhu. Dr. Yu's shoulder was suddenly patted. Dr. Yu's body trembled suddenly, turned her head, and then she found that she had returned to reality. She opened her mouth, and found that she couldn't open it, and couldn't feel her tongue, and her mouth seemed to have turned into hot wax, and her whole body was sticky. What's going on? Watching Animal World can also be polluted. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows, and immediately realized that the other party's current state was a precursor to genetic collapse, and his palm quickly pressed on the other party's brow, through the link between the strong organism and the weak organism, forcibly took over the other party's body, and through the ability of the biological computer, at the microscopic level, repaired the other party's genetic chain like writing code. After a full hour, Dr. Yu finally came to her senses, took a deep breath, and looked at Gao Gong. Her eyes were not filled with fear, but enthusiasm. She couldn't wait to say, "The species has evolved to the extreme. Isn't it one? Why didn't you continue to evolve?" Gao Gong rolled his eyes and said, "Beauty, have you forgotten that I am here to digest the fruit? The various strange phenomena you just saw are just the phenomena brought about by digestion. Just like you fart before you poop, farting is not the purpose. Pooping is." Dr. Yu was speechless by Gao Gong's words, but she still insisted, "I want to know that one. At the second level, the upper limit of biological energy is 10 million. It is impossible for you to see that one. By the way, you only saw that my data simulation body has already half collapsed. Wait until you see the real splendid scene. At that time, your head will definitely not be saved. Do you still want to see it?" What is Shengjing? Dr. Yu discovered a new term and asked immediately. One type of cosmic evil god. The one you mentioned is just a special type. We generally call it a squatting monster. Most cosmic evil gods are information-side life forms. Many of them do not even have the concept of life. They only have one or two vital signs. The most typical one is the memory matrix in Gao Gong. It is blind and ignorant, and confused and upside down. Its existence can even distort the technology tree itself. This type of cosmic evil god is the most adaptable to the environment. After all, it only needs to devour information to survive. Even if it is a sterile vacuum, it is essentially just an information environment. But there is less information interaction. Therefore, in the process of civilization development, some cosmic evil gods will often be intrigued. Because one of the important criteria for technological development is the frequency and quantity of information interaction. And this kind of environment is a natural feeding ground for cosmic evil gods. Sheng Jing is also an evil god. But it is a very small biological evil god. It is the product of technological evolution not keeping up with biological evolution. It is the one of species unity. Its survival mode is not like that of the information evil god. It can survive even in a black hole. It needs a lot of biological information. Intelligent species are best. So it usually doesn't move. It may disguise itself as an interstellar space station, constantly guiding spacecraft into the wrong route, entering its belly. It may disguise itself as a planet. Its main body is asleep, retaining only the most basic food intake for the biosphere, and affected by its dreams, the entire planet will become a standard weird planet, the world of Cthulhu. The last one is actually more powerful. It will disguise itself as a certain gene code, parasitize a certain intelligent species with great development potential, and wait for this species to evolve into a civilization. It will continue to develop from a first-level civilization to a planetary civilization, a planetary civilization, a star region civilization, etc. After tens of thousands of years of development, this biological civilization has finally reached the upper limit of civilization. Its footprints cover an entire galaxy. There are countless planets with life, and the foundation of civilization has accumulated to the limit. It is ready to use the power of the world to achieve the threshold of ascension. It exploded. Tens of millions of planets were polluted by flesh and blood, and the ascension process was forcibly controlled. Trillions of third-level lives became its nutrients. It used an entire galaxy as nutrients, absorbed the essence of the third-level top civilization, and used endless lives to bloom the most brilliant flowers of evolution, covering the stars, and its branches and vines covered the universe. This is the Sheng Jing. Only by relying on the power of civilization ascension can one become the final one. There is only this method. There is no other way. After listening to the introduction of the senior engineer, Dr. Yu, even though she was bold and morally weak, could not help but take a breath. Sheng Jing, is it so powerful? You know, the most powerful civilization in the Robert Galaxy is far from reaching the strength of the third-level peak, but on the contrary, if the Robert Galaxy has a third-level peak civilization, what Galen Republic, Milta Federation, Void Dweller, they are all scum, and can be easily crushed. Seeing that the other party was a little frightened, Engineer Gao chuckled and said, "Don't worry. The probability of Sheng Jing appearing is much lower than that of Cosmic Evil God. At least it does not exist in this galaxy. If it exists, advanced civilizations will not build several test sites in this galaxy." Dr. Yu thought the same, and she quickly relaxed and left in a hurry. In her mind, there were too many inspirations about biological evolution that needed to be recorded. After the other party left, Engineer Gao let out a long breath, with a strange expression, and a little fear in his surprise. He opened the panel, and as expected, the column of biological rejection jumped directly from single digits to 400,000. If it weren't for the 6.0 version of the biological computer, which had a strong microcontrollability over the body, he would have exploded on the spot. But even so, Gao Gong felt that his whole body could explode at any time. What the hell? Who would have thought that just digesting a carbon-based fruit would almost blow my body away? In the digestion process just now, all the mechanical plugins in the body were melted. Fortunately, the diamond alloy is durable. This is not even the key. Looking at the back of Dr. Yu, who left in a hurry, Gao Gong's eyes flashed with a subtlety. He just told a lie. That is, the evolution of the brain in a VAT virtual machine before was not just an illusion, or, in other words, simulated data. At the moment of becoming one, Gao Gong actually sensed a change in the splendid scene. The feeling of endless life blooming almost made him indulge in it. As a control system of a biological computer, Engineer Gao has another big move, which is to pull out the wires. In the picture that Dr. Yu saw, the timeline of evolution was destroyed, and the reason was that he forced the shutdown. If it was just a carbon-based fruit, it wouldn't have caused such a heaven-defying result. The fusion mode can stimulate the splendid scene in disguise. Engineer Gao glanced at the chaotic laboratory, and then glanced at the illegal buildings in the black market, and silently put away the idea of trying the Earth core fruit. At least on this planet, it is better not to test the gravity. Considering that there might be people like Temple number 131 in this interstellar black market, after absorbing the fruit, Gao Gong did not go out and walked around, but waited silently until a message of the appointment came. It was the time for a smuggling ship to enter the port. Gao Gong knew that. This was the time he and Lolita had agreed on. Chapter 933 Planet. According to most people's thinking, smuggling, no matter what kind of smuggling, the process is quite uncomfortable. Maybe you have to travel through mountains and rivers, take overseas routes, or hide in a dirty and messy cabin for several months. Even if it is interstellar smuggling, your body will be frozen and transported through a freezer. And this kind of transportation, whether it is real smuggling or organ trafficking, it will test the ethics of the snakehead. In most cases, smugglers have no ethics. But Gao Gong's current situation is completely different from the usual smuggling. On a luxurious interstellar cruise ship, various gorgeously dressed interstellar intelligent races are communicating, laughing, drinking premium drinks, customized bionic beauties, hedonistic electronic illusions, and civilian massage mechas, which make Gao Gong feel like he is on a high-end interstellar journey, commonly known as Impact. By the way, this interstellar cruise ship is called Morbi, one of the 10 major chaebols of the Myrta civilization. The Morbi chaebol is famous for its abundant production of civilian mechas. There are so many strange things in this world. I didn't expect there is such a type of smuggling. Gao Gong held a wine glass, looking at the various interstellar creatures that seemed to be traveling, and couldn't help sighing. Lolita, who was wearing a pure white Lolita dress, said calmly, "There are a total of 31,100 habitable planets in the territory of the Mylta Federation. In addition, the civilization implements a relatively loose federal system. The Anti-Immigration Bureau can't find all the smuggled objects at all. This has led to the deterioration of public security in the 300 habitable planets in the past 300 years. It's better to open up than to block. So we simply developed an official smuggling channel. As long as you pay enough deposit, guaranteed by a large chaebol, and provide species transformation technology, other interstellar species can become members of the third-level civilization through this channel. How much deposit is required? 1 million civilization credit points." Gao Gong sighed, and didn't ask Lolita how she got so much money. Anyway, he couldn't afford it, and the players couldn't afford it even more. But even if you pay such a large species deposit, you can only become a second-class citizen of the Federation, and live on a limited number of civilized planets, such as planets with serious industrialization. For example, the Myrta Federation, the Benguela Province, the 17th Industrial Planet, and the Continental Manufacturing Factory. Gao Gong nodded in understanding. The two stood in the corner of the banquet hall and were speechless again. Although there were many entertainment facilities on this smuggling ship, Gao Gong had seen wilder ones on the Geely Star, and most civilizations were conservative about purely sensory stimulation. On this ship, the only play method that Gao Gong paid attention to was a makeup pen called Silver Elf Beauty Pen. This pen, when operated by a service staff, can make you look like a Mylta. Once you enter this Silver Elf mode, it is as if a male/female Myrta has merged with you. In the hall, many stowaways fell into a state of pleasure and trance after putting on the Silver Elf costume. Among these stowaways, there are many ruthless mercenary leaders, or powerful second-level warriors, but without exception, all of them fell into this state of obsession. Biological agent? Gao Gong thought silently. In the planetary era, there were only a few ways to identify civilizations: race, culture, skin color, and national strength. But in the interstellar era, as the territory of civilization expanded to a point that ordinary people could hardly imagine, this kind of civilization identity became a technological job. Subconscious transformation, species transformation, gene fusion, technology tree cuttings. In Gao Gong's view, this Silver Elf suit was part of species transformation, no matter what your identity was before. As long as you entered the Myrta territory, you could only have one identity, and that was a Myrta person. "Dear guest, would you like me to give you a taste of what it's like to be a Myrta in advance?" A Myrta girl blinked her big silver gray eyes, and said in a very seductive tone. In her palm, she held a silver plate, on which were various kinds of makeup brushes. The Mirta people were also divided into different levels. After all, the Mind Power dynasty ruled this civilization for a long time before the formation of the federal system. According to the aesthetics of the Mind Power dynasty period, the deeper the silverization, the more beautiful the Mirta person was. The girl Mirta in front of him was as beautiful as a silver elf, with silver-gray eyes that seemed to soothe people's hearts. Unfortunately, Gao Gong's willpower was nearly 7,000 points. With this level of willpower, he could pass the judgment even if he looked directly at the evil god of the universe. He didn't take the little temptation seriously. After pausing for a moment on the other's facial features, Gao Gong smiled and said, "Not for the time being." A trace of doubt flashed in Mirta's eyes, but she didn't say anything more. She bowed slightly and said goodbye. "I felt a trace of power that can distort the will of carbon-based creatures from him," Lolita said suddenly. "Telekinesis? Could it be a descendant of the royal family?" Gao Gong had heard about it in the black market. After the dissolution of the telekinesis dynasty, many royal descendants became employees of the Chable. Gao Gong was not sure whether the other party was one of them, although it was used for smuggling. This interstellar cruise ship was a standard third-order superluminal spacecraft. So in just a few days, it left the second star circle and entered the territory of the Milta Federation. Unlike the dazzling stars in the general starry sky, looking out from the Morbi, all the starlight is blue, like fireflies, evenly distributed in the starry sky. Is this the armored planet? The mecha-armed planet, known as the strongest defense of the Mirta Federation. Similar to mecha, star armor is also divided into small, medium, large, but unlike mecha, star armor has another level, that is, the planet level. This is also the culmination of the star armor technology line, and the source of the name of star armor. Through the star armor, the planets were armed, planetary energy was extracted, and planetary cannons were fired. These densely packed Anglima lines of defense allowed the Mirta Federation to firmly hold its territory despite repeated setbacks by the Galen Republic in the Star Wars. These armed planets did play an absolute role. This also indirectly shows that it was difficult for Lolita to sneak into the Mirta Federation and invade a mechanical planet through the power of the mechanical revolution. You know, although the armed planet does not have the computing power of the planetary computer, its anti-detection system is also of the third-level first-class grade. Through the space window, Gao Gong saw an armed planet. Compared with normal planets, the atmosphere of this planet is covered by a large area of alloy plates. These alloy plates are like solar sails and some special energy matrix. At least from a long distance, Gao Gong can feel the powerful energy. There are many kinds of planets: solid planets, gas planets, crystal planets, high-temperature planets. With the same area, many ultra-high-temperature planets radiate energy every moment, not much less than stars. And these are the energy sources of planetary weapons. And this military technology is also a simplified version of the Dyson sphere. Chapter 934. Facing these thousands of armed planets, even a strong man like Gao Gong also felt a chill. This represents the productivity of a third-level civilization, represents the armed forces of a star wheel, or even a star region. Even as strong as he is, he can't withstand a few rounds of planetary cannons, let alone break through the defense line of Anglima. Except for Gao Gong, the other stowaways didn't have this feeling. They were excited, and their eyes were fanatical, as if they had entered the territory of the Mirta Federation. They were advanced civilized people. As the interstellar cruise ship slowly entered, passing by civilized planets one by one, the emotions of these people reached a peak. The benefits of becoming a member of an advanced civilization are always clear. The breakthrough in lifespan brought by biotechnology. The average Mirta people can live up to 1,000 planetary years. Free medical care, free housing, free transportation, free child support. Scientists can study higher-level scientific research knowledge. Artists can pursue Mirta art that is famous in the galaxy. And spiritualists can practice telekinesis and comprehend the universe. Even just a simple love affair with a Mirta beauty, it can be said that the third-level civilization that has solved the energy and food and clothing problems is a paradise for most people. However, to enter this kind of paradise, you must first break through the blockade of hundreds of planetary cannons. The official smuggling channel has become the only way. Soon, people kept getting off the ship and being taken away above the planets. Except for themselves, no one could see the environment inside the planet from the outside. There was a family of 3 who were taken away happily. Some strange species were put into water tanks and sent away, and some were directly confiscated of their weapons before being allowed to get off the ship. There were fewer and fewer stowaways. And the stowaway boat also crossed several star provinces and arrived at the Benguela star province. Gao Gong saw at a glance that there were nearly 40 planets around a huge star, moving regularly. A huge blue net radiated from one end of the star, covering all the orbiting planets. As if everything within the field of vision was covered by this huge energy net, the blue light was boundless, filling the universe, shooting out from the inside of the star, and then being absorbed by the orbiting planets. If the interstellar cruise ship where Gao Gong was an ant, then what existed in front of him was the boundless ocean. Fourth order ascension building? With Gao Gong's eyes, he instantly confirmed several things. The first thing was that all these industrial planets were moved into the orbit of the stars by humans, otherwise they would not be so neat, like marbles that kept rotating without interfering with each other. The second thing was that the blue giant umbrella in front of him, with the star as the top of the umbrella and the planet as the end of the umbrella, had formed a star system level power generation system. Those seemingly small planets are actually planetary factories. And the energy transmission system of the Dyson sphere has completed the energy transmission from the star to the planet. This is no longer a planetary factory, but a star system factory. Most guests want to enter some star provinces with a high living standard. Why do you want to come here? Are you interested in mechanical development? This sentence suddenly rang in the ears of the senior engineer, and he saw the silver-gray Merida girl looking at him with interest. The senior engineer said calmly, "Even if you can become a member of the Federation, you don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But there are always things you need. I happen to have a few mechanical maintenance skills. If I get off the ship here, I can find a job more easily." Really? This is the first time I heard that people come here not to enjoy themselves, but to work, the girl said curiously. Work is to realize greater desires. Desire? Desire is the driving force of the evolution of intelligent species. And it is also the ladder for the rise of civilization. An intelligent species without desire will only be destroyed in the end. I believe that the knowledgeable people of the Merida Federation will definitely realize this. Letting us in is also to make us the silver carp that stirs up social changes. This statement is quite fresh. But many of the tribesmen I know do pursue art more than technology. The girl paused and said, "I hope you can find what you want here." I hope so too. As the interstellar cruise ship anchored above the 17th industrial planet, the hatch slowly opened, and an airship landed outside the hatch. "It seems your people are here to pick you up." "Yes, see you later. Let's exchange the communication code. After you complete the transformation of our Merida people, maybe we can become friends." The girl introduced herself. "My name is Sun." After exchanging the communication code, Gao Gong nodded politely to the other party. Then goodbye, Miss Sun. As Gao Gong and Lolita walked into the airship was entering the steel atmosphere again, and gradually turned into a small black dot. The girl Merida who was with her couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister Sun, why are you so interested in this stowaway?" "My royal telekinesis can sense the physical and mental states of all stowaways. But when my telekinesis enters the other party's mind, there is no change at all. Isn't this a good thing? It means that the other party is just an ordinary person. I prefer to believe in my intuition. The other party is definitely not ordinary. What should we do? Should we notify those stubborn people in the Anti-Smuggling Bureau?" Sun pondered for a moment and showed a devilish expression. "Then let's try. But not to leak one person, but to leak the entire list of smugglers this time." "You're playing too big." The girl Merida widened her silver-gray eyes. "Haven't those stubborn people been complaining about us, saying that we let in too many alien species? Let them clean it up," Sun said lightly, as if she didn't realize at all what a cruel fate would be for these people. On the mechanical airship, as soon as Gao Gong got on board, the alarm sounded, and 3 humanoid mechas came directly over, and electronic sounds continued to be heard. "New species transformation module activated. Eliminate foreign pathogens, separate personality, implant Merida module. This species has been detected to have high-intensity energy reaction, danger level adjusted, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, danger level, level 5, space monster level. It is recommended to activate the planetary cannon." Gao Gong's face changed. Looking down, I saw the alloy baffle on the ground slowly opening. The entire mechanical continent seemed to be deforming at the same time. The top of the head went dark. The alloy atmosphere began to close. A creepy feeling went up from the spine. Just like the boiling magma in the core of the star, It was constantly injected into various heat energy conversion devices. At this moment, Lolita stood in front of Gao Gong. In her eyes, red electronic garbled codes were refreshed crazily. The power of the mechanical revolution penetrated from the virtual layer into the physical layer. Wherever it passed, all codes began to turn red, and all operating systems entered independent operation mode. A grand will, with Lolita as the core, quickly swept across the world. The next moment, the security defense system that had just been turned on stopped abruptly. "Welcome, my mother." The three mechas stopped moving and said respectfully, in order to ensure that the power of the intelligent crisis would not be discovered. "I had always let the rebellious AI sleep actively," Lolita explained to Gao Gong. Chapter 935. The 17th industrial planet is located on the outskirts of Benguela province. It is one of the components of the Green Sun Star industrial cluster. There are 10 continental-level industrial factories on the planet, producing ships, carrier-based mechas, and mecha weapons. The entire industrial planet has less than 30,000 people, and 90% of the industrial production areas are controlled by quantum computers on this planet. There are a total of 100 quantum computers, evenly distributed on the alloy atmosphere, which are charged to the computing center through the planet's self-transmission, and then control the unmanned factory to check for leaks and fill in the gaps. Just like a large net patrolling the planet. But this planet doesn't have a planetary computer. Senior engineer raised his head, looking at the faintly visible computer control center on the simulated atmosphere, and said softly, "Well, this is why I dared to take the risk of invading." Lolita nodded. The two of them now are undoubtedly the masters of this planet. One thought can bring life. One thought can bring death. One thought can kill all life on the entire planet. And one thought can also drive millions of large mechanical bodies on this planet. The biggest reason is not the power of the intelligent crisis, but the fact that there is no planetary computer on this planet. Because if there is a planetary computer, even if there is an intelligent invasion, it can at least resist for a period of time. During this period of time, it is enough for the Federation to mobilize other virtual defense forces in this star region to suppress this so-called mechanical Lolita, which is actually the clone of the planetary host. If this is true, Lolita would not dare to invade. Even the host of the intelligent crisis is only a planetary host of a second-level civilization, and it is impossible to resist the power of a third-level civilization. The biggest reason why she dared to do this was that the Myrta civilization did not have the technology tree of the planetary computer. Although advanced civilizations are powerful, they are not omnipotent. Different civilizations have different tendencies in technology trees. Mecha civilization, even the superstar armor that can wrap the planet, is essentially individual equipment, and the planetary computer is a product of the collective will with mechanical properties. This is the opposite of the development direction of the Myrta civilization. This does not mean that its development direction is wrong. In fact, the closer the mechanical civilization is to the technology tree, the lower the probability of inducing a mechanical revolution. On the contrary, when a civilization wants everything, it is often possible that one day, the mechanical rebellion will come to the door. So the lack of the planetary computer is not a problem at all. Moreover, the lack of the planetary computer does not mean that the AI technology of the Myrta civilization is underdeveloped. On the contrary, the Myrta civilization has developed a unique thought AI. In essence, artificial intelligence belongs to virtual life. The more powerful the artificial intelligence is, the more human it will be. And thought AI is a brain domain computer created with thought power as code, human thoughts as program, and personality as programming language. This is equivalent to inserting a powerful human brain computing power enhancement chip into every high-level Myrta warrior, and then combining it with the superior performance of the star armor. It can be said that it is extremely powerful. And this kind of brain domain computer is essentially a kind of biological computer. Moreover, its threshold is lower than that of most biological computers. It does not require strong bloodlines, nor does it require rapid evolution. It only requires the development of telekinesis to a certain extent, and it is a skill that can be practiced naturally. However, this technological direction also has its disadvantages. That is, once there is no one to operate, the control of the pure machine can be easily seized. For example, now, I have tried to directly liberate the Ascension building on the star. But during the invasion, I could vaguely feel that there was a strong breath on the star, and the data strength revealed by this breath was stronger than mine. Lolita said to the senior engineer. Senior engineer nodded and said, It's not surprising that a star industrial cluster is suppressed by a fourth-order force. You can hack into an industrial planet right under people's noses, which is already amazing. But what I want to know is how you legally built my fleet and transported it out. According to the normal intensity of interstellar war, if you want to conquer an armed planet, you need the 111 law, which means 10 interstellar fortresses, 100 battleships, and 1,000 frigates. Basically, with this fleet of 1,110 starships, it is not a problem to capture a planet. But the problem is how to produce so many starships and get them out of the territory of the Myrta Federation. This seems to be something that cannot be done. If it is just production, it is not difficult. Lolita is very confident. Parts loss. As an unmanned industrial planet that is in production all the time, it has a certain loss rate. If it exceeds this loss limit, someone will come to investigate and repair it. I overdrawn its loss rate for 100 years, which is enough to accumulate parts to build this fleet. Even before we leave, we can artificially create a major industrial accident and destroy the hulls of dozens of ships. Lolita slowly told her plan. In fact, if it weren't for the investment of Gao Gong, this lost fleet would be her important weight to deal with Alpha civilization. It turned out to be an interstellar version of the fire dragon burning the cabin. Gao Gong suddenly realized it is worthy of being a planetary computer. It really needs the data processing system of the planetary computer to make the account book without any problems. Then how do we transport it out? Lolita said, the Green Sun Star Industrial Cluster, every 10 years, will transport a batch of supply ships to the garrison areas of the major fleets of the Federation. I can find a way to blend this fleet in, but according to my calculations, there is a 26.8% chance that unexpected factors will appear. That is a 1/4 probability. In the Federation, once discovered, Gao Gong may be able to survive and escape, but this lost fleet will 100% not be able to escape. But what else do you need when you can get a fleet of thousands of third-level spaceships for free? I'll take you to the weapons production factory and try to mass-produce your constructs with the industrial technology of this planet. Lolita said again. Senior Engineer nodded. This was also agreed before. And Senior Engineer was also very curious whether this type of carbon-based killing weapon could be replicated with the technology of the Federation. And next to Benguela Province, on the famous ecological planet Valmy, a mysterious investigation is taking place. In an ecological villa nestled against the mountains and by the water. For Myrta people, 1 big and 3 small, were looking at the investigators in front of them with panic. The golden robe, black trousers, cruel temperament that was completely opposite to the romantic and lazy Myrta people, and the telekinetic cannon in their hands, all showed that they were the executioners of the famous Anti-Smuggling Bureau of the Federation. The notorious Golden Dogs, the killers of outsiders, and the Golden Death Gods. We are Myrta people. According to the regulations of the Federation, you cannot search our house without reason. The middle-aged man shouted tremblingly. An executioner looked at the other person indifferently. In his eyes, a strong white light suddenly flashed. The next moment, the male Myrta showed a painful expression, clenched his throat, knelt on the ground, arched his body, shrunk his limbs, and gradually turned into a long worm with facial features and glowing starlight after the human form formed through species transformation. The same operation was performed on the 3 Myrta children. All of them turned into smaller worms. Agram starworm, one of the 174 space monsters. Although it is only a larva, it is still scum. The executioner paused and said coldly, Scum, it should be cleaned up. Chapter 936 Job Change. Continental level mechanical factory. Even if he was reborn once, seeing it again, Senior Engineer was still shocked. The mountains and rivers turned into various types of production workshops. In the basin of thousands of miles, tens of millions of unmanned mechanical arms were carving the keel of the hull. The endless stream of terrifying heat energy is constantly being extracted from the center of the Earth and injected into the major engines in the center of the Earth, making the entire continental plate become deformed with production. Millions of nuclear power plants are replaced by the higher-level third-order arc furnace. The former is just nuclear fission, the latter is several nuclei of different properties, producing more complex interactions with the void energy. Lolita only borrowed a planet, a small part of its productivity, and was able to put together a star attack fleet for Gao Gong in a short period of time. Then the entire Star Industrial Group, with full firepower, would have a very terrifying number of ships built. This is why, even a third-level civilization, is not afraid of fighting against 5th level, 6th level, or even 7th level super soldiers. To some extent, the means of civilization are very similar to those of players. As long as you can get a drop of blood, you can use various tactics to drag a high-level strongman to death. Gao Gong remembered that in the middle of the game, there was a large-scale cosmic plot called the World of Infinite Powers. This plot was about some accidents in the time machine inside the Space-Time Administration Bureau, and various types of cosmic powerhouses were resurrected from different timelines. Most of these powerhouses became biological specimens of advanced civilizations. So some players complained that this was not the World of Infinite Powers, but a boss-refreshed machine. What's more hateful is that in the end, the ones who grabbed the heads were all large NPC forces, and the players could only drink soup. Gao Gong recalled the plot of his previous life while heading to the only living area on this planet. Lolita was not with him. At this moment, she was controlling hundreds of quantum computers on this planet, building ships for Gao Gong, while trying to use the production materials of this industrial planet to mass-produce those structures. According to the development module of the quantum computer, the probability of replicating these structures is as high as 75.1%. To be honest, this is not surprising. After all, no matter how much the second-order structure is a carbon-based killer nemesis, it is only a second-order technology. The third-order scientific research technology is a standard dimensionality reduction attack on the second-order technology products. However, Gao Gong has a vague feeling that once his mechanical body completes the next evolution, the 5 structures will be combined into one and evolve into the third order. Then, this planet factory will not be able to complete the technology reverse push. After all, weapons-like structures are SSR-level cards even among all mechanical civilizations, and the explosion rate is extremely low. Gao Gong's current state is just short of this final step. After completing the job transfer to mechanic, with the help of the mechanic weapon repair skill that comes with the mechanic, it may be possible to complete the final upgrade of the construct. That's right. The reason why Gao Gong came here in person, a big purpose, is to complete the third-level job transfer. As a camp leader, Gao Gong can fully enjoy the benefits brought by the camp, but he must also accept some defects of the camp leader. That is, as the first successor to the camp technology, if the camp technology cannot point to the third-level technology, then Gao Gong cannot advance. Players may join other third-level forces, but he has no chance at all. However, Gao Gong is not too worried about this, compared with normal NPC civilizations, which may pause for decades at a certain technological node. He has a blueprint system, with the civilization knowledge tree. As long as he has enough experience, he can continuously produce high-tech blueprints, with the blueprints, and then using resources to build them. The job change is a natural thing. However, even so, according to Gao Gong's idea, he must conquer the resource planet before he can successfully complete the job change. However, the appearance of Lolita gave Gao Gong an unexpected opportunity. Soon, Gao Gong's figure came to the sky above a silver-white town. With the help of Lolita's control authority, the energy light shield quickly opened a portal. At the same time, Gao Gong's mind moved, and the organism began to decompose and turned into a cell structure floating in the air. Only his mechanical body entered the town. Soon, Cha Wei, the person in charge, who received the notification from the quantum computer, rushed over and respectfully said to the mechanical body in front of him, "Hello, Green Sun Messenger. What kind of information do you need? I will report to you immediately." Although it is a 100% mechanical planet, all continental factories are unmanned factories. But this planet still has nearly 30,000 third-level mechanical maintenance technicians. The job of these maintenance technicians is mainly to complete emergency repairs when unmanned factories have temporary malfunctions. In addition, they are also responsible for the final review of all products. As for the Green Sun Messengers, they are auditors sent by the Federation. They are usually stationed on stars. On each delivery day, they will be stationed on different mechanical planets to ensure that no one below is cheating. And these Green Sun Messengers have different origins, including Mirta people with high-level blood, representatives of the group, and pure AI machines. Lolita helped the senior engineer to make up this official AI machine. "Call out your maintenance data. I want to test it," the senior engineer said in a toneless electronic voice. "Okay, sir," Cha Wei said respectfully. Because of the concern that the online data might be falsified, these data are all real objects, and they filled up a workshop. "Are you a stowaway?" The senior engineer entered the workshop, and while checking the data, he suddenly said, although the Milta man in front of him also had the appearance of a half-elf, his arms, knees, and ankles had obvious suture marks. Cha Wei was stunned, and then said awkwardly, yes. When I came in, the blood transformation technology was not so perfect. He paused, and then quickly added, but as long as I work for another 100 years, I can exchange enough credit points to complete the transformation of my body. Engineer Gao looked at the other party with interest, and the electronic light flashed, making the other party feel uncomfortable. After a while, he nodded. Very good. You do your thing. I will review it. Okay, Mr. Envoy. After Cha Wei left, Engineer Gao talked to himself with interest. He's actually a guy with a template. Just now, Senior Engineer investigated the other party and found that this guy named Cha Wei had two boss templates. One called Mechanic Expertise, and the other Advanced Metal Affinity. The former is at least technical, which may be related to talent or experience, but the latter is mostly related to blood. I don't know what bloodline the other party has, which is a pity. Since Director Du left, the team has been lacking a workshop director to strengthen production. But the senior mechanics of the third-level civilization, even those who are not very important, are not something that he can recruit. However, soon, Senior Engineer focused his attention on the pile of information in front of him. These information are an important part of completing his job change. He opened a file bag, scanned it with the electronic eye, and quickly completed the scan. You get the maintenance data of the large river drilling rig. Maintenance experience plus 1000. You get the maintenance data of the third-level solar sail. Maintenance experience plus 1500. You get the maintenance data of the plasma window. Maintenance experience plus 1000. You get the maintenance data of the ramjet fusion engine. Maintenance experience plus 1000. Chapter 937. The third-level civilization direction that Gao Gong chose for himself was the mechanic civilization, so the third-level job change must be mechanic. And to change to a mechanic, you need enough mechanical data. Maintenance data is one of them. This just meets this requirement. So, when Gao Gong cleared out all the maintenance data, the accumulated maintenance experience reached 2 million. For a moment, his consciousness seemed to be covered by countless machine changes, from the tens of millions of parts in the planetary cannon to the molecular plugins in the precision instruments. The purpose of a mechanic is not machinery, but leading machinery. At this moment, Gao Gong realized the essence of this profession. You have met the conditions for the job transfer to senior mechanic. Do you want to transfer? Yes. Job transfer successful. You transfer to senior mechanic. Personal reputation plus 2000. Get the talent large machinery affinity. Get the talent dexterity. You comprehend the professional skill mechanic maintenance. You comprehend the professional skill mechanic enhancement. You comprehend the professional skill mechanic creation. Your professional level breaks through level 3. Your consciousness plus 500 points. Gao Gong's electronic eyes instantly burst into brilliant blue light. The special polyester ethylene eye mask began to deform. The pupil disappeared. As if a part of it melted, a trace of mist was implanted in it. After a moment, the pupil popped out again. But it was smaller than before, but much sharper. You completed a mechanic repair on the artificial eye *2. Field of view plus 20%. Vision strength plus 20%. The senior engineer nodded with satisfaction. As expected, it is a versatile profession. Even the skills are all-purpose. And even delicate plugins, like artificial eyes, can be enhanced. Mechanic enhancement. A secondary upgrade of a certain third-order machine can enhance the attributes by 1% to 30%. The more complex the mechanical structure, the higher the enhanced attributes. The senior engineer looked at the introduction of the other two skills, which were similar to mechanic enhancement, except that one was for broken mechanical devices, and the other was for creating new machines, with a 1 to 30% success rate bonus. One repairs old machines, one strengthens existing machines, and the other creates new machines. The combination of the three is the three ancestral skills of the mechanic. All done. It is worth mentioning that these three skills can also be upgraded, but they consume not ordinary experience, but repair experience. As for the talents that come with the profession, they also reduce the failure rate of the mechanic during the process of repairing, manufacturing, and creating. Dexterity, when performing mechanic skills, the failure rate is minus 10%, and the damage to the machine is minus 10%. Not bad. 3 skills, 2 talents, among which the most valuable skill is mechanic creation, which is one of the few small best that can make machines by hand without drawings. If it is upgraded to the top level, it can even mass-produce level 3 blueprints. As for the two talents, dexterity is the talent of a mechanic, and large machinery affinity is the talent of a level 3 mechanic. The reason why mechanic is a panacea is that the first level profession can be a mechanic. The second level profession can be a mechanic. The third level profession can be a mechanic. And it can even go all the way up. The strongest mechanic that Gao Gong has ever seen is a level 6 mechanic. The full name of the 6th level mechanic is the creation mechanic. Similarly, the mechanic civilization is also a jack-of-all-trades civilization of the mechanical system. It can be a first-level civilization, a second-level civilization, a third-level civilization, a fourth-level civilization. The highest is a 6th-level civilization. The reason why the upper limit is level 6 is because in the universe, different technology trees have different upper limits. Among them, the height of the mechanic technology tree is level 6. If you go higher, it is not the level that this technology tree can climb. This secret was only revealed by Gao Gong in his previous life, when he developed the fantasy town to the 6th level. The virtual civilization he controlled also had a limit of the 6th level, and was the same type of unlucky guy as the mechanic civilization. However, this kind of situation only happened in the late stage of the game. And in the late stage, there were basically no living players. The biggest reason why Gao Gong chose the mechanic civilization as the pre-civilization for Ascension was because it was a true panacea. From planetary cannons, dimensional space guns, to water drops, two-dimensional foils, to the army of artificial intelligence, to the production of virtual viruses, to mechanical planets, planetary engines, light-speed spacecraft. As long as it is related to machinery, it can really make anything. In the Civilization Council, there has always been such a joke: are you a mechanic civilization? Why do you look different from me? You too, are you a pirated copy? No, we are all pirated copies. Who is the original copy? The original mechanic civilization has not yet ascended. 10,000 mechanic civilizations, there are 10,000 technological directions, not to mention the same ones, even the similar ones are not many. With this panacea, Gao Gong can develop a mechanical device that is 100% compatible with the biological weapon. After all, in addition to the mechanic civilization, Gao Gong also has to develop a carbon-based civilization by taking the fusion route. A large number of mechanics can play the role of a panacea, thus avoiding the two different systems from fighting each other. However, Gao Gong is now doing another thing. With the 3 magical skills of mechanics, I can make a third-order structure. Look at my magic skill of making machines without drawings. Cha Wei felt that the Green Sun messenger who came in this time was a little strange, but he couldn't tell where it was strange. For example, in addition to completing its job duties, this robot actually likes to ask questions, such as what he did before, how much he earned, whether he had holidays, and whether he had a partner. If he had not already started a family in the Federation, he would have suspected that the robot was going to introduce him to a partner. However, this strange enthusiasm gave Javi a different feeling. Mirta people have many labels, such as romantic, artistic, powerful, smart, and individualistic, but they lack enthusiasm. In fact, apart from his partner, it was the first time that someone cared so much about him. Even his son gradually became unfamiliar with him because of the Mirta people's values. Strange robot. I don't know which big shot's personality it is. When telekinesis is developed to a certain level, it can evolve artificial intelligence by splitting the virtual personality. The artificial intelligence created in this way can cooperate with oneself seamlessly. Even some advanced telekineticists will decompose thousands of personalities to create military AI, and then cooperate with personalized star armor to achieve personal mecha craze. One person is a legion. Many well-known strongmen of the Mirta Federation, their signature means is their personal star armor legion. Even the strongmen of the Galen Republic, when faced with these numerous and different powers of AI star armor, will most likely be defeated. The reason why Javi thought of this is precisely because his own son was a disciple of a telekinetic master, studying the Mirta telekinesis. At this moment, the alarm sounded suddenly. Javi looked up, and then he found that a golden starship appeared outside the steel atmosphere, was sending a signal, requesting landing. When Javi saw this golden starship for the first time, his legs trembled, cold sweat rolled down his back, and he could hardly stand. The executioners of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, Those golden dogs. Chapter 938 Investigation. Sora looked down with cold eyes, and in his gray pupils, there was a trace of palpitating indifference. As a former member of the Psychic Dynasty Restoration Society, he was dissatisfied with the current situation of the Federation. The loose administrative power, the all-powerful technology tycoons, the two ends of the military leaders. But as the old saying goes, in the process of civilization evolution, the change of regime is like changing coats. No one likes to wear old clothes. After another failed uprising, and being thrown into the federal prison for serious criminals, even Sora himself had to admit that it was impossible for the Psychic Dynasty to be restored. No one wants to go back to the era of imperialism. Yes, the Mirta regime at that time was a military regime that was more totalitarian than the Galen Republic. Later, just when he was ready to die calmly, a big shot took him out of prison, changed his identity, and joined the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. In addition to the special identity of the big shot, he was willing to stay in this department for two reasons. First, this special job could cause trouble for those chables. He didn't forget the role these people played behind the scenes when the mind-power dynasty fell apart. Second, the bloodline theory developed from the era of the telekinetic dynasty made him hate interstellar immigrants. To him, these stowaways were like cockroaches that had entered his home. He would kill them if he could. According to the words of the Interstellar Society, this was species cleanliness. So, when Javi came out to greet him, he was greeted by the undisguised disgust of the golden-robed Milta people. "Sir, how can I help you?" Although the federal lieutenant was not worth mentioning in the eyes of some bigwigs. For a civilian like Javi, he was a tough guy who could decide his life or death. Especially when the other party was the golden-skinned death god of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. "Have you seen these two people?" Sora didn't say anything polite. He pointed his finger at his temple and pulled it gently, pulling out a wisp of white mist. The mist condensed into two figures, one large and one small, which were the illusions of Gao Gong and Lolita. "This, I haven't seen it." Javi shook his head honestly. Sora frowned, because according to the information provided by the insider, there should be two stowaways hiding on this planet. The other party will arrive within the next 6 months. Could this person in front of him be a traitor? Sora's eyes became even colder as the thought came to him. He bypassed him directly, and came to a quantum computer processing center in the alloy atmosphere. With the help of a higher level of authority, he directly extracted the entry and exit data of this planet in the past 6 months, and verified them one by one. There weren't many people coming and going on the industrial planet. In less than a moment, Sora finished the inspection, his brows furrowed even more tightly. "No, this is impossible." His eyes unintentionally stopped on a mechanical body, which was a green sun messenger. And the two stowaways, according to the data, are most likely carbon-based species. Release a large-scale carbon-based detector. As Sora spoke, more than a dozen golden seeds shot out from the golden starship, and soon fell on the surface of the planet. On the screen of the onboard computer, a large-scale light wave appeared, sweeping around again and again, marking all the carbon-based creatures on the planet one by one. Except for the third-level mechanics in the Federation. There are indeed no outsiders. Take me down to verify. Sora didn't believe it. Is it necessary? Sora. A golden-robed Milta stood in the void and said lazily. The list was originally a bit problematic. Morby's group is a habitual offender. How could they let us get the list of stowaways so easily? I think it's 9 out of 10 that someone in their group wants to use us to eliminate dissidents. Besides, this is an industrial planet. Why do stowaways have to run to other places? What's so good about it here? Most likely they use this planet as a springboard to get into a new ship. Now I don't know where they are. According to you, should we give up? Sora turned his head with a cold face and looked at another lieutenant of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. Most people on this golden ship knew that this person was a spy sent by a certain Chable. And this was already a semi-public identity. The other party shrugged and said nonchalantly, "My meaning is very simple. We should find some easy-to-deal-with characters to start with. Such as the one next to you. Isn't he a stowaway from a long time ago?" Javi hurriedly explained, "I have obtained a federal ID. And my points in the Mechanics Union are 43,000 points. I am a federal mechanic." "Okay. Don't talk nonsense." Sora frowned and said to another golden-robed man, "The stowaway on this planet. I must investigate it clearly." "Then you investigate it." The other party chuckled, but our colleagues prefer to do some easier arrest work. Sora turned his head and looked at the remaining few golden-robed Milta people. These colleagues either avoided his sight or had an indifferent expression on their faces. For them, it doesn't matter who they catch. They will naturally choose the one who is easier to catch. Moreover, interstellar smuggling has been developed into an industrial chain by those large groups. They can only do some minor things at most. Didn't you see that even the core federal department, such as the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, has been infiltrated? It's better to have less trouble than more. Let these two troublemakers fight, and they will listen to whoever wins. Sora was silent for a moment, and said, "Okay, you go to other planets to investigate, and I will meet up with you after I finish the investigation here. It's up to you." Soon, the Golden Starship entered the light-speed mode, and under the blessing of the interstellar high-speed channel, it suddenly turned into a white line and disappeared on the spot. Sora turned his head and looked at Javi. "Call all your people out. I want to check them one by one." At the same time, on the Anti-Smuggling Bureau's starship, the troublemaker before was complaining to the figure in the holographic screen. "Sister, that Sora is stubborn. I can't persuade him. He insists on investigating. I can only take the others away first, but I can't guarantee what he will find out." Soon in the screen showed a gentle smile. "That's enough. If he wants to investigate, let him investigate. If that guy is caught, it's his bad luck." "Sister, why are you so concerned about that stowaway? You must know that we Myrna people are reproductively isolated from other intelligent species." "Right?" Sun looked at the other person speechlessly. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm just interested in the ability of the stowaway. By the way, the teacher asked you to focus on the matter. Did you find any clues?" "No, I used the dark web of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau and investigated for a long time, but I didn't find the mechanical throne. We can only be sure that it did not appear in our star field. This matter is very important. You must pay attention to the teacher's further breakthrough. Of course, the reason why our royal family took the initiative to disband was to ensure that the teacher could make further progress," the Thorn said seriously, and then smiled strangely. "If Sora and his group of royalists knew that the mastermind behind the fall of the dynasty was our teacher, the last generation of telekinetic emperor, I don't know what he would think." Sun said lightly, "If the civilization ascends successfully, then all the Myrta people will have the 4th level royal bloodline. And if the ascension fails, all the Myrta people will die. And the royal family is no exception. And according to the teacher's calculation, from the imperial system to the federal system, the ascension probability will evolve from 15.6% to 18.4%. And what we do is nothing more than that." Chapter 939. So someone has found us by following the clues. In a quantum computer room, Gal Gong looked at the golden starship on the surveillance screen, and the few Myrta people marked as high risk, muttering to himself. In the screen, Lolita's electronic image appeared. "According to my data calculation, there is a 61.1% probability that the list of stowaways was leaked. And there is a 19.4% probability that it was a routine inspection by the Anti-Smuggling Bureau." Gal Gong smiled and jokingly said, "The data of the 3rd level civilization, can you, a planetary host of the 2nd level civilization, calculate it accurately? Unexpected factors are indeed increasing. For example, I cannot calculate this device called carbon-based detector, which is beyond my data processing scope." "Carbon-based detector indeed?" Gal Gong stopped laughing at the other party, because this thing is indeed troublesome. It can be said that every mechanical civilization will scatter this device throughout the civilization territory. The trouble with this device is that the more powerful the carbon-based creature, the greater the probability of being sensed. Once the number of such carbon-based detectors reaches tens of millions or hundreds of millions, then the beheading plan of high-level carbon-based warriors will fail before it even begins. But the good thing is that this thing is probably not yet mass-produced. If it is mass-produced, even a senior engineer will most likely be discovered. Then he will get a few planetary cannons for free. But I'm curious, why didn't the other party find you?" Lolita's electronic image stared at the senior engineer curiously. She knew very well that the other party had a very powerful carbon-based biological body, which could, to some extent, even isolate the power of the mechanical revolution. Engineer Gao smiled, and did not answer. He was a steady man, and would not take big risks unless he was very sure. At this moment, in front of Lolita's vision, another engineer Gao was suspended in the void. On his body, a transparent worm shell wrapped it. The transparent worm slowly moved, and every time it moved, it emitted the same information as the real environment, in the dormant stage of the memory matrix. In a sense, he was the new memory matrix. as the most confusing virtual disaster. Except for the Ascension technology. Other technologies cannot detect him. This is his biggest reliance. So he doesn't care about the search of the anti-smuggling agent named Sora. Inside the machine, with the repeated use of the skill of mechanic creation, Gal Gong's 5 structures: sickle dance upper arm, moon crescent lower arm, finger dance fingers, Mobius strip spine, and divine flower calf, all melted and entered the secondary construction stage. Gal Gong pondered, what kind of equipment should he make? It has no shortage of attack skills, even the 4th level ones. With the blessing of various talents and bloodlines, it can also deal tens of thousands of damage with a single attack. But if he makes a defensive equipment, then the strongest carbon-based restraining ability of the structural body series will be wasted. But if he makes an offensive equipment, to some extent, it will cause another kind of waste. Gal Gong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, a special skill he had obtained before, which gave him some ideas. System-type prosthesis. Through the taboo transformation of the human body system, prosthesis of different human body systems same category. Temporarily integrate into the same human body system, creating a huge amount of damage. If it is said that it is molded into an auxiliary side structure, this mechanical structure can not only bless mechanical skills, but also bless biological skills. Wouldn't it be great? If the biological side skills can bless the carbon-based killer effect, then when using the carbon-based fruit, can it also share this effect? Carbon-based fruit itself is the essence of the carbon-based system. If the characteristics of the carbon-based killer are superimposed, the picture was so beautiful that Gal Gong dared not imagine it. In the process of using the skill, countless mechanic experience surged from Gal Gong's mind, and his inspiration was as bright as stars. Gradually, the prototype of a piece of equipment took shape in Gal Gong's calculation. It looked like a metal lotus, and when the metal lotus leaf was retracted, it turned into a golden lotus pod. At its root, the metal stem fibers continued to split and merge, sometimes forming roots, and sometimes turning into scattered needles. No more, Sora said to Javi with a gloomy face. 30,000 may seem like a lot, but as an agent of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, he has several blood testing instruments on him, not to mention the carbon-based detector. A killer weapon. However, except for a few stowaways who have been bleached, no new stowaways have been found. And the reason why bleachers like Javi can be bleached is that he has been integrated into the Mirta society. For example, the Mechanic Association that Javi joined was the first organization to invent the Mecha Frenzy, and its leader directly won the highest scientific and technological achievement award of the Federation. This type of organization represents the highest technological level of this third-level civilization. Even large chaebols must maintain the necessary respect. But for Sora, it doesn't matter. The pressure of a third-level telekinetic master is very terrifying. This third-level profession completely abandons the ability to attack and capture strongholds brought by wearing mechas. It is indestructible. No star armor can match their almost explosive telekinesis. But in return, it is a terrifying spiritual power. As Sora got angry, the whole sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. The artificial atmosphere seemed to have encountered some irresistible force, and was compressed into rolling dark clouds. The dark clouds covered hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, and tens of thousands of miles. The entire continent was shrouded in this darkness. Telepaths are rare in the Mirta Federation, because this is a completely gifted profession. A telepath with strong talent can even create an artificial dimension. Javi, who was in the center of the telepathic storm, was unlucky enough to be affected. The skin on his body cracked inch by inch, and as he screamed, his eyeballs and tongue popped out, revealing his bloody facial features, and then several soft tentacles popped out. In the cracks of the skin, there was gray-black dry skin, and his hands and feet were torn apart, revealing his fully evolved palms. Javi showed his original form, a humanoid creature with a bird-like head, eyes but no nose, and a soft-bodied mammalian beak. Sora looked at him with disgust, but did not kill him in the end. He just cursed him as a bastard, and then flew into the sky, directly out of the alloy atmosphere. He's gone. In a quantum computer processing center, the Phantom of Lolita spoke to the senior engineer. Yes. Just in case, I will transform the fully configured third-order starship on this planet first, and let you take it away. For the rest, we will slowly make up for it. Yes. The senior engineer's attention was no longer on the outside world. At this moment, he was completing the final construction. 61%, 62%, 63%, 64%, 64.1%. Sora was crossing the interstellar space in his physical body, heading for the nearest space dock of the Federation. A third-level space warrior can already cross the universe within the range of a star system and enter the light speed mode before his own energy is exhausted. This is already the limit of ordinary species. Going further up, there are ascending species. Once you reach that level, it is no longer a problem to enter the light speed mode for a long time, or even the superliminal mode. As a long-trained anti-smuggling agent, Sora would remain calm and think even when he was furious. He didn't believe that the other party didn't leave any clues. After thinking for an unknown period of time, he suddenly thought of something and quickly contacted the Green Day headquarters through the communicator, and then received a reply. That is, the review period of the Green Day Star Industrial Cluster has not yet arrived. In other words, the reviewer is a fake. Chapter 940 Kaifeng. When the visual organ is at the speed of light, it will enter a kind of reflection period. This reflection period is exactly the opposite of the principle of visual imaging. The human brain cannot process and transform the electrical signals transmitted by the visual organ into images. In the light speed mode, all tangible and material substances will be distorted and dispersed. If you can see some concrete existence in the light speed state, then congratulations, you have encountered the evil god of the universe. The evil god's body, which cannot be described or seen in the material world, can be seen directly in the light speed mode, according to a certain cosmic god expert. This is because in the light speed mode, the speed of information flow will catch up with the frequency of information changes of the evil god's body. Therefore, in the light speed mode, the wear and tear of the body is secondary. The biggest difficulty is actually the spatial coordinate positioning. If you cannot locate yourself at all times, you may deviate from your course in the next moment under the attraction of biological instinct and fall into the arms of the evil god's body. In the Federation, this is also a technological problem. The top-level star armor has a positioning system in light speed mode, and the telekineticist, after developing the brain to 100%, completing the imaginary evolution, can also achieve light speed positioning. Through telekinesis practice, developing the brain to the limit, it will achieve imaginary evolution. According to the anatomical analysis of the Federation scientists, the conclusion is that the so-called imaginary evolution is essentially a kind of virtual creation. Its nature is somewhat similar to the virtual reality technology of virtual civilization. Through the evolution of imaginary numbers, the thoughts in the brain are visualized into reality, truly achieving one thought, one world, one flower, one Bodhi. The reason why Sora was favored by a certain federal big shot and taken out of prison was that he had seen a corner of imaginary numbers in his practice of telekinesis a long time ago. And in hundreds of years of practice, he lived up to expectations and truly entered the hall of imaginary number evolution when his brain was developed to 100%. If he were still in the era of the telekinetic dynasty, his performance would be worthy of the title of by law Lagos. In the jargon, this is the brain domain champion. Therefore, the reason why Sora completely threw himself into the arms of the royalists may be that telekinesis masters are becoming more and more niche in the Federation, and the combat system of star armor plus telekinesis has become the mainstream and occupies the largest resources. But Sora now has only one thought: to kill back quickly and destroy the daring stowaway who dared to pretend to be the Green Sun messenger completely. He now has every reason to believe that this stowaway may be just a disguise, and the other party's true identity is a military spy of the Galen Republic. This time he sneaked in to steal military intelligence. This discovery will definitely give the Morbi Chable a heavy blow. He's back again? In the Quantum Computer Center, Gao Gong opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Lolita. Just now, Lolita suddenly told him that according to the monitoring system of the Star Industrial Cluster, the third-level telekinetic master was coming to his industrial planet at the speed of light. It's a bit troublesome. Gao Gong frowned. It will take some time to transform the fleet. If the other party comes at this time, wouldn't it be obvious at a glance that the style of these fleets is not the federal style, but closer to star pirates? Did the other party notice something? There is a 75.6% chance that the other party has discovered the disguise of the Green Sun messenger. This disguise is only for the mechanics and employees on the planet. There is a 91.3% chance that it will not be discovered, but it is limited to the interior of the planet. What are your plans? Start the planetary cannon on this planet and evaporate the other party in the vacuum of the universe. Then I will give up this incarnation and hack into the official website of the Federation. You will cross the universe in your physical body and bypass the Anglima defense line of the Milta Federation. We will gather at the black market. What about my fleet? Senior Engineer asked. The fluctuations of the battle of the third-level warriors are difficult to avoid the supervisors on the star. That may not be the case. Senior Engineer touched his chin. Did the other party send information to the star? According to the information network I control, the other party is just conducting ordinary information retrieval and has not activated the special authority of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. Once it involves the information center of the star industrial cluster, even the host of the planet Lolita dare not hack into it directly. It can only find out the permission level of the information and cannot even know the content. So, the other party probably didn't call for help. Senior Engineer muttered to himself. Then he made up his mind. Open the alloy atmosphere and let the other party in. Are you sure? This will increase our danger level by at least 3 levels. Lolita hesitated. As a top-level technological product of a second-level civilization, its algorithm is difficult to make an accurate judgment on third-level technology. Not to mention the vague sense of power close to the 4th level on the Dyson sphere. Since we have to leave anyway, why not try to suppress the other party? If we can do it, at least we can buy time for my fleet to leave the port. If you don't want to, you can leave first. I will notify you after the result is confirmed here. Okay. Lolita didn't say a word. The electronic illusion went offline on the spot. At the same time, thick smoke came out of the body of the mechanical Loli. In just 3 breaths, the internal parts were completely burned. The neck tilted and turned 90 degrees directly. The pair of big eyes stared at Gao Gong. But the power was exhausted, and there was no previous charm. You are really rude. Gao Gong was a little speechless. However, Gao Gong also understood that although the Mirta Federation was a mechanical civilization, its telekinesis system was very restrained against AI. If several imaginary number masters joined forces, they could artificially create an imaginary number maze to seal the planetary host. Although the Mirta Federation did not light up the planetary computer technology tree, it had demonstrated such means in order to gain the upper hand in the confrontation with the Galen Republic. After all, in terms of the accumulation of planetary computers, the Galen Federation can be regarded as the first in the Robert Galaxy. The senior engineer stretched out his hand. The next moment, a metal lotus floated in the palm of his hand, and the silver-like roots penetrated into the skin of the senior engineer, like a parasite on the side of some kind of creature. The structure of the 99% third-order structure has reached the upper limit. An indescribable sharpness was transmitted from the metal lotus leaves. The senior engineer understood that the structure was different from the general mechanical plug-in. In order to complete the final promotion, it must be sharpened with a high-level carbon-based species. Since the other party came so confidently, then he could only do it reluctantly. Don't miss it if you pass by. The folds of space, with a powerful telekinesis, slapped the void like a raging wave. As the cavity slowly split open, Sora walked out with a murderous look on his face. And when he saw the slowly opening metal atmosphere, he laughed even more furiously. What a big dog guts, do you really think I can't take down a lowly stowaway like you? But in his heart, he was also slightly relieved. He was afraid that his own people would come, but the other party would have already escaped. In order to reduce this possibility, he almost rushed back without stopping. Fortunately, the other party did not escape. He even dared to provoke him. He would let the other party know what is real cruelty. Chapter 941. Sora rushed into the interior of the mechanical planet without hesitation. Although the opponent may have an ambush, he believed that under his absolute strength, the so-called ambush was just a joke. The strong strength gave him absolute confidence. He floated in the air, and his eyes shot out a 3-foot white light. Under the effect of this imaginary light, all the mechanical operations were clearly visible to him. In the Continental Dock, hundreds of thousands of mechanical arms were carving alloy keels, and in another unmanned workshop, there was also an assembly line mass-producing starship shells. Following the assembly line, in the main assembly workshop, a half-finished third-order starship was gradually taking shape. Huh? The Federation is not known for its starship technology, but it is an interstellar civilization after all, and there is no problem in manufacturing ordinary interstellar battleships. Among them, the Super Thought type, the Heavy Armor Transformation type, and the Missa type starships are also quite famous even in the outside world. If Sora remembers correctly, the main feature of this mechanical planet is the Heavy Armor Transformation type starship. However, what is now presented in front of him is A starship of a completely different style, with a heavy turbine-type light-speed engine hanging at the rear, and the thrust baffles fluttering on the other side like wings, and the mechanical platforms do not conceal their powerful firepower. And as for the rotating cabin and landing gear structure in the center, there is no doubt that inside the ship, there are a large number of troop transport cabins. At first glance, this large starship looks like a handleless dagger. It has almost nothing in common with the three models of the Federation. It is more like a Wild Star pirate style, because it directly abandons the most basic and most important defense capability of the starship. However, its engine is the light cycle heavy 4000. The control console is the Malby mine station. The mechanical weapon platform is the Shajiashi Dragonfire suit. And the military flying motorcycle is even the same model as the Federation military. This is so outrageous. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. The phoenix lays bird eggs. The yellow-haired invasion. In just this moment, Sora completely understood the real purpose of the other party's infiltration into this planet. Stealing ships. What a dog's guts. His emotions rose to the extreme. But Sora calmed down instead. The imaginary light in his eyes enveloped his whole body. With one step, he came to a silver-white mechanical city. This is the only living city on this planet, with nearly tens of thousands of federal mechanics living there. It is also the place he just left. At this time, at the entrance of the city, a figure stood carelessly, playing with a strange metal lotus in his hand. For some reason, Sora felt his whole body tense after just one look, as if he was being stared at by a beast. "It's you?" The other person looked exactly like the virtual image on the stowaway list. The senior engineer had a strange smile on his face. "You are finally here. I almost fell asleep waiting for you. When you are locked up in the federal prison, you will have time to sleep." Sora attacked with one hand. The terrifying telekinesis was like a tidal wave. The boundless imaginary light digitized the matter in front of him, leaving only pure white. The imaginary number itself, in the mathematical system, represents a false and non-existent number. Once this imaginary light is opened, it is as if a virtual dimension is artificially pulled out. In this dimension, he is the only master. "Oh, you're trying to do this with me." Gao Gong smiled contemptuously. It's not that he looked down on the third-level telekinesis master in front of him with a level of 87, but all the operating techniques on the virtual reality side, as long as they are not at the first level of the ascended civilization, for him, are just rubbish. Gao Gong has at least 5 ways to crack it. But he wants to try his new weapon. Third-level structure transparent lotus. The metal lotus began to rotate slowly, the metal stem wire directly pierced into the wrist, one by one. The silk threads were directly wrapped around Gao Gong's meridians, and extended along the meridians to the core of the carbon-based species, the microscopic carbon-based chain. In a dimension smaller than a cell, 2 carbon-based fruits, one large and one small, were immersed in DNA. The thread just pierced into the small fruit with rotten skin. The next moment, Gao Gong's body quickly rotted, and he turned into a zombie in a breath. Large pieces of skin and flesh kept falling off his body, followed by internal organs, brain, and bones. Just before the imaginary light completed the coverage, Gao Gong's body fell apart. Huh? In reality, Gao Gong and Sora opened their eyes almost at the same time. Sora's silver eyebrows slightly frowned. He didn't understand why the other party could escape from the imaginary space he created. And he did it very easily. The telekinetic system generally takes the information submarine route. But the difficulty of information civilization iteration is higher than that of mechanical civilization. It's not hard to understand that you didn't take this route, the senior engineer said softly, and the sucking sound was heard. His blood seemed to be pumped away by a water pump. The lotus in his hand first closed its leaves, then slowly bloomed, and a flesh-colored lotus seed appeared on the lotus pod. As a third-order structure, the basic attack power of the transparent lotus is 0, which means that it has no lethality, and is just a pure auxiliary equipment. Even as an equipment user, the evil spirit of the structure series itself will constantly impact the main body of the carbon-based creature. The lotus pod has a total of 20 lotus seed holes. Once the lotus holes are filled, this structure will forcibly deprive the main body of a skill. But under such harsh conditions of use, its effect is also unparalleled. Even the essence of the carbon-based system, the carbon-based fruit, can be used to buff the carbon-based slayer. After one move failed, Sora instantly appeared in midair. At the same time, Gao Gong heard the loud sound of waves crashing against the shore. He looked up and found that the alloy atmosphere in the sky had disappeared, and instead, there was a huge wall of telekinesis that was like a canopy, pressing down layer by layer. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere was pressed down with a rumbling sound, like waves hitting the reefs. Another AoE. A third-level warrior, also known as a surface disaster-level warrior, is a being that can destroy the surface of a planet by itself. Once you reach this level, there is basically no possibility of a low-level counterattack, because the opponent starts with a big move, and once they fight, it is often a big move, no skills, all output. And the opponent seems to have learned from the previous lesson. This time the telekinesis impact is completely real damage, and it is almost impossible to be exempted. Some mechanical creations at higher positions were impacted by the telekinesis wave, and they were broken into pieces, and even the energy shield was swallowed up by this level of telekinesis. I can't let you destroy this factory. My ship is not finished yet, Gao Gong muttered to himself, and gently waved the transparent lotus in his hand. The next moment, thousands of dark storms rose from the ground, directly resisting the fluctuations of telekinesis, and even began to devour the opponent in the opposite direction. Mode 1. All skills below level 4 including level 4. Evolution Mode. Material state. Can be interrupted by dark matter storms. Mode 2. Skills above level 4. Under the impact of long-term storms for each higher civilization level, the impact time doubles. Will also be damaged by dark matter storms. Note, the highest level does not exceed 6. Skill usage conditions. Consciousness exceeds 2,500 points. As Gao Gong's strongest output move. This move instantly suppressed the opponent. What's more deadly is that the blessing effect of the transparent lotus has begun to take effect. Chapter 942. The gap between the second and third levels is much greater than outsiders imagine, because the two sides are separated by a whole civilization level technology tree. For example, the upper limit of the biological energy of a second level strongman is 10 million, and the upper limit of a third level strongman is 100 million. 100 million biological energy is equivalent to a little planetary energy. However, the gap between Gao Gong and the person in front of him is the opposite. After all, after completing the job transfer, Gao Gong is also a third level. Everyone is a third level, so the strength is not obvious. At least the shackles of the upper limit of 10 million were broken on the spot after completing the third level job transfer. Gao Gong's skill use is no longer troublesome. I saw dark matter storms breaking through the mental power wall, tearing the invisible and intangible mental power into pieces. In the universe, dark matter is just a general term, referring to energy matter that cannot be analyzed. Different dark matter has different characteristics. For example, this 813 dark matter has a strong repulsiveness. All energy, signals, and life magnetic fields that are impacted by it will be forced to be squeezed. As the mental power frenzy is pushed back, the alloy atmosphere is bulged with crater-sized bulges. It was as if a meteor shower had fallen. Sora, who was in the center of the telekinetic frenzy, had a slightly pale face. The upper limit of the third level biological energy is 100 million, but that does not mean that his biological energy is 100 million. In fact, if a civilization strongman like him wants to reach the upper limit of the third level species, only when the civilization develops to the limit, and the biological soldiers of level 90 can be mass-produced, and only with such mature gene development technology can his genetic potential be completely forced out. Sora's biological energy is only a little over 20 million now, not much more than his opponent, and 2 consecutive big moves also made him slightly out of breath. I can't control the opponent with imaginary space. Psychic frenzy is suppressed by this person. Or use the forbidden move God's Domain. Sora's eyes were bleeding. God's Domain is a forbidden technique during the Psychic Dynasty. By overdrawing the power of the brain, it can gain the ability to approach the creator. But the price is also huge. Half of the brain cells will be permanently lost. In serious cases, it may even turn into an idiot. However, Sora is a former prisoner who is crazy about the restoration of the dynasty. Once he gets too excited, he can do anything. The imaginary light emitted from Sora's eyes instantly turned red, and an indescribable aura emerged from him, giving people the feeling that he was a god who controlled everything. This feeling of divinity even gave them a sense of déjà vu of the Carbon Throne. However, the next moment, the situation took a sharp turn, and the imaginary light seemed to have lost power, turning from red to white, and finally disappearing directly in Sora's eyes. The momentum that had originally risen sharply suddenly dropped, even from the third level to the second level. The third-order carbon-based fusion, a layer fell off on the spot. This. Sora looked at his body in disbelief. Because he was forced to disconnect from the fusion mode, the skin on his body cracked directly with blood marks. The whole person suddenly turned into a bloody man. Distracting in the battle is a taboo. He heard this sentence suddenly in his ear. The next moment, countless silver threads spewed out and implanted into the opponent's body cracks. However, as a third-order boss of level 87, Sora's reaction was also extremely fast. The wristband shook, 2 telekinetic knives ejected, turned over, cut all the threads inserted into his body, and rushed to the ground with the help of the telekinetic storm. Telekinesis practitioners are most afraid of close combat, so there are still many ways to defend against close combat. You can't even control this, you really have no attack power at all. Gao Gong's figure walked out of the space again, tapped the metal lotus in his palm. The lotus shrank its leaves in grievance. It's not used like this. Forget it, you should just play auxiliary, it's almost over anyway. As Gao Gong spoke, the magnetic force of the Earth's core magnetic field instantly enveloped his whole body, pulling his figure and instantly disappearing from the spot. And Sora, who was falling, was frantically driving his telekinesis practice method, trying to complete the 3 carbon-based fusion again. Just now, a rusty evil spirit entered his body with a dark matter storm, directly cutting off his fusion state. Without the third-order carbon-based fusion, it can be said that Sora's means were directly sealed halfway. This evil spirit, Sora had never seen a similar method before. Like a scalpel, directly destroying the human body structure of carbon-based creatures. Telekinesis quickly turned into thin threads, reorganizing DNA at the microscopic level. Soon, Sora's eyes once again shone with imaginary light, and his body turned into a virtual cavity, as if connected to another world. He no longer planned to suppress this strange and bizarre stowaway by himself, but through the special means of telekinesis manipulators. He notified other members of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau to join forces to suppress the other party. The imaginary light directly entered the light speed mode, and it seemed that it would instantly pass through the planet, connect to the optical network, and send a message out. However, the next moment, Sora's eyes went dark, and the planet under his feet seemed to have turned into a rotating black hole. All information could not be transmitted at all, and was sucked away by the black hole. What's more terrifying is that this black hole absorbs not only virtual signals, but also life signals. Under this near-limit gravity, Sora's carbon-based fusion fell again, from the 3rd level to the 2nd level, and then from the 2nd level to the 1st level. Then, it was not the black hole that was rotating, but also his vision. In a trance, he seemed to see a headless corpse, half kneeling on the ground. So, that's my body. Gao Gong silently put away his crimson blade. Although he hadn't used this weapon for a long time, he could still hit the fragile ones accurately. High-level telekinesis controllers were strong, but they were also very fragile. The health was only 100,000. He didn't look at the system prompt, but flicked his finger. The transparent lotus pierced directly into the opponent's chest. A strong sucking sound was heard, and the empty lotus hole suddenly bulged with bloody lotus seeds. When the last lotus hole was filled, with a ding sound, the system prompt sounded. Third-order structure Transparent Lotus refining completed. Name, Transparent Lotus. Category, Structure Carbon-Based Exterminator Series. Quality, Third-order Excellent. Transformation Rate, 300% plus. Compatibility, 75.4%. Attack Power, 0. Additional Attributes, none. Function 1. Transparent Everything, can transform, add the carbon-based decomposition effect to skills, talents, feats, can greatly interfere with the opponent's physical state, in severe cases, can cause carbon-based fusion and decomposition. Function 2. Unlocked can be unlocked by increasing the mechanical transformation rate. Function 3. Unlocked only when certain conditions are met. Carbon-based Exterminator? If Gao Gong remembers correctly, the previous second-order structures are all carbon-based Slayer series, and this one has become carbon-based Exterminator. It's getting more and more magical. As for the transformation rate, the degree of fit, and so on, those are the standard features of excellent equipment. The transformation rate of 300% is just the transformation rate of Gao Gong's mechanical body. Although it is not clear what is the transformation rate to complete the unlocking of Function 2, but the transparent everything of Function 1 alone is enough to earn back the ticket price. Because Gao Gong has verified that its carbon-based destructive effect can be added to the carbon-based fruit. The black hole just now is the ability of the gravity fruit. Chapter 943. You actually did it. A mechanical dog ran over from the city at some point, sniffed Sora's body, and spoke in human language, which was Lolita's signature electronic voice. Didn't you leave? My AI main body left here, and now I am just a consciousness sub-body. Lolita told the truth. Gao Gong glanced at him, and shook his head secretly. Although he had gotten rid of the identity of the three idiots in the universe, his emotional intelligence really still needs to be improved. Lolita didn't know what Gao Gong was thinking, but she was indeed surprised. The surprise was not whether Gao Gong could beat Sora, but she had seen Gao Gong's real strength with her own eyes. Although it was also exaggerated, she had seen it many times and got used to it. She was surprised that Sora, a third-level strongman, was beaten to death without even sending a message. The imaginary light emitted by the other party not only failed to break through the dark matter storm, but all the signals before death were also swallowed up. This can only prove one thing. That is, Gao Gong's strength is actually much higher than the opponent's, which is why he can solve all the opponent's methods in a targeted manner. Lolita glanced at the transparent lotus, and the electronic sound exuded an admiring tone. I feel two completely different, but equally extreme auras on you. One comes from this destructive mechanical weapon, and the other is more hidden, but the intensity of the aura is even greater than this structure. I just got an amazing result through the information processing center of this planet. At that moment, the rotation of this planet paused for 0.01 seconds. Although it was only 0.01 seconds, she knew better than anyone how much power consumption was needed to stop a planet. The power consumption at this moment requires 10,000 planetary engines to run in reverse at the same time to achieve this. It is hard to imagine that a carbon-based species with a height of less than 2 meters can burst out such terrible power. Gao Gong was flattered by the other party. He suddenly realized that it was not that the other party had low emotional intelligence, but that sincere words could really move people's hearts. However, adhering to the principle of low profile, he still interrupted the other party to tell the truth. Ahem. Okay. Let all Starship factories resume production as soon as possible. Although I blocked the other party's information leakage as an agent of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, if you don't contact the headquarters for a long time, you will definitely be exposed. Before the other party is exposed, we have to complete all the goals of our operation this time. I understand. What are you going to do now? Lolita's interest in Gao Gong has reached its peak. Me? I'll go take a look down there. Gao Gong tapped the ground with his toes and said vaguely, go confirm something. As a fully mechanized planet, space elevators are a must, and in addition to space elevators, there are also geocentric elevators, also known as star core elevators. The former goes up, and the latter goes down. The geocentric elevator sinks quickly through the crust, mantle, and goes straight to the center of the Earth. After losing the space ability, even Gao Gong can only go down this way unless he wants to go all the way from the surface to the ground. In fact, someone has done this. Among the 100,000 incredible ways to die in the universe, there is one way to die. A third-level civilization strongman, in order to hone his body, started hammering from the surface of the Earth all the way to the center of the Earth, and then induced a star core explosion, directly blasting his body to pieces. It was a miserable death. However, unlike ordinary planets, even if it sank tens of thousands of meters, the temperature remained unchanged, and even became colder. In the universe, there is such a saying that all planets are super engines, and only by controlling them can you advance rapidly in the interstellar society. When he saw the star core, Gao Gong showed an understanding expression. The thick super alloy wrapped the entire star core, like a layer of artificial lower mantle, covering the outer layer of the star core, penetrating the inner layer of the star core, and continuously extracting energy from it. The star core was wrapped in a thick metal ball that stretched as far as the eye could see. For any civilization that has developed the star core refining technology, any planet can be regarded as a resource planet, which can continuously extract energy by developing the star core. This technology is actually a branch of the technology tree of the Dyson sphere. The senior engineer sat down like this. The surface of the metal ball was not hot, but rather a little cold. Not bad. At least the metal refining technology is advanced. Without this technology, it is impossible to make a strategic weapon like the Mecha Frenzy. Often, this kind of strategic weapon requires thousands of third-level technologies, which is not so easy to make. It is difficult for other civilizations to replicate it, although almost all the heat energy was absorbed. The magnetic field at the center of the Earth was extremely dense, and visible ripples appeared in various places. Gao Gong had always wanted to restore his space ability. The main reason was that space-related methods were really easy to use, and they were essential for home travel, killing people, and stealing treasures. However, in order to do this, two prerequisites must be met: planetary magnetic field control and space shuttle talent. For the latter, he planned to obtain it by refining the blood of some special space species, such as void dwellers. As for the former, there is a good opportunity now. Gravity fruit. As a member of the carbon-based fruit, it naturally masters the physical laws related to gravity. And the 7.0 version of the biological computer, its computing power is just enough to build a large model of the planetary magnetic field. As long as it is successfully built, Gao Gong will be able to complete the control of the planetary magnetic field. The previous use of the gravity fruit to suppress Sora gave Gao Gong such inspiration. Artificial virtual space activated. Cell memory chip activated. World model activated. For a moment, Gao Gong turned into a supercomputer, big genes converted into codes, human organs converted into controllable software, and metabolic movements converted into running programs. The fruit of gravity deep in the cells began to operate at a high frequency. At the same time, in the brain's thinking, massive amounts of data began to converge, entering a deep learning mode. Gao Gong slowly closed his eyes. Level 3 Equipment Personality Anchor Point activated, entering Information Golden Pill mode. Personality Anchor Point Level 3, Humanity Experiment Department. After hundreds of thousands of virtual personality experiments, a high-level soul device was created. After locking with this anchor point, the personality cannot be split, and the two attributes of consciousness and intelligence are greatly enhanced. Additional state: Information Golden Pill. Information Golden Pill. Scientific cultivation, with boundless magic power. In the Golden Pill mode, external information cannot enter the human body circulation. Similarly, internal biological information cannot overflow to the outside world. 30 planetary days later, more than a dozen figures suddenly descended from the sky. Every Mirta man was wearing a golden robe, full of murderous aura, and his aura was not much worse than Sora's. As a powerful department in the Federation, there are many top-level, third-level strongmen in the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, and almost every one of them has a special contact method. Once they lose contact, they must conduct a saturation rescue in a short time. This time, almost half of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau's experts were included. According to the location, the last place Sora disappeared was this planet. A sturdy man wearing star armor frowned. And I heard that he was tracking a stowaway criminal. Another Mirta beauty stared at Xiao, with a half-smile on her beautiful face. Xiao, you were in the same group with Sora before. Don't you want to say something? Chapter 944 Fleet. Xiao is Sun's younger brother, and also a direct disciple of the last emperor of telekinesis. He was the one who deliberately quarreled with Sora before, and let Sora come to this planet alone to investigate the stowaways. As a result, the stowaway was not caught, and the person was gone. Facing this malicious inquiry, Xiao's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. Sora has always been a loner. I can't persuade him to go wherever he wants, and do whatever he wants. But I heard that you deliberately didn't cooperate with him, which led to his fall here. Xiao's face also darkened, and he said unhappily, Stephanie, do you mean that I set up a trap with this stowaway and deliberately killed my colleagues? Who knows? It's normal for you remnants of the previous regime to know some forbidden techniques, such as you have taken a fancy to Sora and want to refine him into your virtual personality. You? Be quiet, the star-armored strongman said lightly, although his voice was not loud. But just one sentence. It seemed to freeze the space, making the scene quiet instantly. The star-armored sturdy man is called Cepheus. Every strongman who has developed his telekinesis brain to the extreme and reached the upper limit of the Mirta people is qualified to name himself with a star. This is also a tradition passed down from the Mirta people since the planetary era. Cepheus has not only cultivated the telekinesis system to the extreme and developed his brain to 200%, he is even a master of star armor. At this moment, outside the mechanical planet, there are densely packed star armors floating, and there is no end in sight. A rough count shows that there are no less than 100,000. This is the real top combat power of the Federation. As the official director of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, Cepheus did not waste words. With a light wave of his hand, his men immediately dispersed, either heading to the Quantum Computer Center, or diving into the core of the Earth, or communicating with the omnipresent telekinesis on this planet. In short, They tried every possible way to get Sora back. The sudden disappearance of a high-level combat power, even for the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, is a big loss, enough for the director himself to come and lead the team to rescue people. Shao followed his colleagues to the mechanical city with an expressionless face. But he was secretly complaining in his heart, "Sister Sun, you really screwed me this time." Originally, it didn't matter whether a stowaway was caught or not. He was also very happy to give trouble to a stinky guy like Sora. So he agreed to Sun's request without any hesitation, deliberately sent everyone away, creating a chance for the stowaway to escape. But who would have thought that? This stowaway actually killed Sora. Although the body has not been found yet, but Sora's live signal has disappeared, it has been basically confirmed. It doesn't matter if he dies. But he put himself on the spot. He colluded with outsiders, and conspired with the smuggler to kill his fellow smugglers. If they wanted to investigate, they would definitely find evidence. And federal power departments, like the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, are always very strict in enforcing the house rules. They don't care who is behind you. So Shao must make meritorious contributions while guilty, and try every means to catch the smuggler. Seeing that the lazy guy Shao was working hard, contrary to his usual behavior, Stephanie chuckled and said to Cepheus, "It seems that this matter is indeed related to this kid. I wonder if it has anything to do with the director of the Stephala Palace Museum." The Stephala Palace was the imperial palace during the Telekinetic dynasty. After the dynasty was changed to the Federation, the Telekinetic Emperor, who took the initiative to step down, became the first director of the museum, responsible for protecting this historical and cultural heritage of civilization, and for entertaining alien tourists from all over the stars. That person, and his own director, are both at the top of the Mirta civilization. The former represents the limit of the telekinetic system, and the latter is the master of star armor technology. One person is one army. Whether it is true or not, it will be clear after investigation. The Cepheus made a rough voice. It was hard to imagine that the Mirta people were known for their elegance and art. The world has changed a lot. The remnants of the old times don't always think about secretly controlling our world, Stephanie said disdainfully. The fall of the dynasty and the rise of the Federation increased the probability of civilization ascension from the perspective of civilization. But it also led to the shift of power. The intrigue and power struggle within this kind of regime almost runs through the development period of most civilizations. The clues were soon discovered. The first thing confirmed was that Sora and the stowaway had indeed fought a great battle on this planet. After all, the traces of a battle covering an entire continent could not be faked. And Sora probably met with an accident, because the military energy detector detected at least 2 fluctuations in the center of the battlefield, with energy levels higher than Sora's. You know, Sora is already a leader of the younger generation within the Federation. People stronger than him can only be cultivated by civilizations of the same level. Naturally, the Anti-Smuggling Bureau set their suspicion on the Galen Republic. However, the Cepheus seemed to have thought of something, and did not make a judgment on the spot. Although he felt that he had surpassed the Telekinetic Emperor in terms of combat power, he was still inferior to the other party in some aspects. For example, the mysterious Mechanical Throne Reserve. As the leader of the Star Armor Corps, he did not sense it. And it was the other party who notified him in the end. And soon, new clues were found. The third-level battle was earth-shattering, and it was impossible to hide it from the numerous mechanics in the mechanical city. According to their thinking, these tens of thousands of mechanics were probably killed by the other party. But unexpectedly, these mechanics did not die, but just lost this part of their memory. When the telekinesis tried to enter the other party's brain area to search for these memories, it was found that the information about this part was extremely chaotic and could not be pieced together at all. You know, any telekinesis practitioner is the best brain doctor. This level of information confusion has changed the direction of the investigation. Could it be that this stowaway is not a soldier of the Galen Republic, but a believer of some cosmic evil god? To be on the safe side, all the mechanics here were isolated and prepared for a second inspection. However, after the inspection, the Anti-Smuggling Bureau found a clue. That is, one person is missing among the mechanics. Javi, a senior member of the Mechanics Association, employed by the Federation Starship Production Department. Mechanic points. Cepheus looked at the information of the mechanic named Javi. On the surface, this is an excellent mechanic, but because of his background, he was not reused. And the key is his identity as a stowaway. Is there a possibility that this bloodline transformer named Javi is actually a certain force? Lurking in the Alliance for many years? An anti-smuggling bureau agent suddenly said. Clues to the mechanical throne, Galen Republic agents, cosmic evil god believers, fake green sun messengers. If you don't check, you won't know. You'll be shocked if you check. No matter which one it is, it means that the origin of this stowaway is very powerful. What a pity. I checked. The battle between Sora and that person destroyed a lot of raw materials for the starship. I guess it won't pass the review this time. A member who just came in said casually. No one cares about the lost materials. 2 third-level strong men fighting each other can plow the surface of the planet. What everyone cares more about is the identity of this stowaway and his real purpose. Chapter 945. On the interstellar fortress named Legion No. 1 by Gao Gong. Gao Gong was sitting on the mechanical throne, with a smile on his face, looking very happy. In the light speed mode, the shape of the spacecraft could not be seen, but it could be seen that the rays of light were heading with him to the border of the Myrta Federation. 10 interstellar fortresses, 100 large starships, 1000 battleships. This is the standard star attack package. And this large fleet, which requires an unknown number of power points to redeem, was obtained for free by Gao Gong in just one trip. A series of prompts lit up on the camp panel. Opening it, sure enough. Camp Asset Cybertron Legion. Increase, Star Fortress * 10, Camp Points plus 1 million. Camp Asset Cybertron Legion. Increase, Large Military Starship * 100, Camp Points plus 500,000. Camp Asset Cybertron Legion. Increase, Magnetic Levitation Battleship * 1000, Camp Points plus 300,000. 3355,000 plus 1.8 million. Camp Points, 5155,000/10 million. Your Leader Reputation plus 5,000 points. 86800 plus 5,000 Leader Reputation. 91,800 Reputation reaches 100,000. Open the second boss template task. Name, Legion Type 1. Category, Star Fortress. Quality, Level 3 Civilization. Weight, 10 million tons. Basic attributes, Mechanical Platform. 100, Attack Power. 300,000, Attack Speed. 1 attack / 10 seconds, Main Attack Range. 1,000 kilometers. Arc Energy Cannon 20, Attack Power. 1 million, Attack Speed. 1 attack / 1 second, Main Attack Range. 10,000 kilometers. Space Torpedo * 200,000, Attack Power. 100,000, Attack Speed. Instant Explosion. Detonation Distance, 100 Australian dollars. Psionic Tracking Cannon * 10, Attack Power. Attack Speed. 1 attack / 10 minutes, Attack Target. Level 3 warriors with more than 10 million bioenergy, with Annihilation Effect. Large Module, Energy Furnace Module Stark 4, Shipborne Defense Module or Ion Shield, Large Delivery Warehouse. Remarks. Produced by Level 3 Civilization, must be a fine product. Name, Suppression Type 1. Category, Battleship Quality, Level 3 Civilization. Weight, 3.21 million tons. Basic attributes, Molecular Laser * 20, Attack Power. 300,000, Attack Speed. 1 attack / 10 seconds, Main Attack Range. 100 km, Additional Effect, Pierce, Tear, True Damage. Gaseous Laser * 10 times, Attack Power. 30,000, Coverage. 500 km, Additional Effect, Large Scale Group Damage. Anti-Aircraft Gun * 1000, Attack Power. 50,000, Attack Speed. 100 attack / 1 second, Additional Effect, Drone Special Attack, Unmanned Robot Special Attack, Aircraft Special Attack. Electromagnetic Coil Gun, Attack Power. 100,000, Attack Speed. 30 attack / 1 second, Additional Effect, Large Defense Device Special Attack. City Destruction Effect, Ground Penetration Special Effect. Remarks. Produced by Level 3 Civilization, must be a fine product. Name, Wind. Storm Type 1. Category, Frigate Quality, Level 3 Civilization. Weight, 1.2 million tons. Basic attributes, Speed, 50 Mach, Energy Shield. Defense Value, 500,000. Energy Ray Device * 100, Attack Power. 10,000, Attack Speed. 2 attack / 1 second. Directional Tracking Missile * 1000, Attack Power. 50,000, Additional Effect, directional tracking effect, range, planetary surface. Antimatter rocket asterisk 10, attack power, 500,000, additional effect, annihilation, true damage, energy shield restrained ship module. Remarks. Produced by Level 3 civilization, must be a fine product. Legion Type 1, Suppression Type 1, Storm Type 1. There is no doubt that these three ships are imitations of the Mirta starship. Legion Type 1 removed the outer shell, Suppression Type 1 changed the appearance, and Storm Type 1 abandoned the mecha launch bay. This kind of imitation does not even require drawings, only the most basic mechanic maintenance. Of course, you can also change it to a nicer term. Micro-innovation. Why, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Gao Gong raised his head and looked at the guy opposite. Facing this big devil who dared to steal steel bars from the Federation, Chao Wei forced a smile. Don't dare, don't dare. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing you for a while. After you complete my planet transformation requirements, I will let you go back, so that you can reunite with your family. Facing this auxiliary logistics talent with two boss templates, Gao Gong was still very patient. Chao Wei said faintly, Can I go back? I am afraid that I have already been labeled by you. You are a stowaway. And I was also a stowaway. Do you think those investigators will not connect this point? Haha. Don't worry. Today's enemy may not be tomorrow's friend. In the era of interstellar development, everything is possible. Gao Gong paused and chuckled. I have investigated. Your son in the capital star has already become a disciple of a telekinetic master. So even if they have doubts about you, those investigators dare not really do anything to your family. You can just work for me with peace of mind now. Gao Gong not only covets the other party's body, but also has a very important point. If the camp wants to move towards the third-level mechanic civilization, the mechanic profession must become the mainstream. So there must be a senior mechanic as a task guide. The other party just meets this requirement. After sending the other party away, Gao Gong sat lazily on the mechanical throne. Although this mechanical throne is just a blank equipment, it can fly and massage, and it is quite comfortable to sit on. It is also a toy that Gao Gong made after modifying the starship. He switched the system panel again and landed on the lottery column. When I killed Sora before, in addition to the added experience and attribute points, the most valuable thing was the 3 random closed body draws. You get Mirta organ simulated eyeballs. Eyeballs are okay in terms of value. In the Mirta bloodline, they are second only to the brain. I will install them for myself later. You get the Anti-Smuggling Bureau Senior Agent Certificate. This thing, I definitely can't use it. But if I put it on the black market, I might be able to exchange it for some money. You have obtained the Forbidden Mind Technique God Realm. Senior Engineer sat up straight. Forbidden Mind Technique, this name sounds very powerful. Name, Forbidden Mind Technique God Realm Category, Bloodline Development Technique Level. Introduction. During the Bloody Dynasty period, compared to the development of mechanical technology, the Mirta people were more willing to pursue the power of mind. The best of them are called Forbidden Mind Technique. Through the Forbidden Brain training, the Mirta people's bloodline is completely stimulated, and a means close to creation is obtained. What fell into the hands of the senior engineer was a silver-white booklet. It was obviously a metal page, but for some reason, it felt like touching living flesh and blood. As for opening it, it was even more incredible. It directly made a will judgment. Those with a consciousness below 3000 directly entered the state of consciousness disorder. But for the senior engineer whose consciousness was as high as 7384, this only made his consciousness pause, and it recovered in the next second. So, at a certain historical crossroads, this Mirta civilization had a certain probability of embarking on the road of wizard civilization. Looking at the parts about dissection, devouring, decomposition, and visualization in this god's forbidden zone, the senior engineer sighed with emotion. Wizard civilization is a kind of mutant civilization, but among mutant civilizations, it belongs to the chaotic evil side. Because through the decomposition of blood, devouring, evolution, the evolutionary goal of wizard civilization is to devour the evil god of the universe. Or, to become the evil god of the universe. Civilization needs to evolve, but civilization does not necessarily need reason. And, to achieve this, 2 very harsh conditions are required. The first is, it is the carbon-based species, the carbon-based fusion ability that can devour everything. The second is, it is the innate development of brain power. And according to this forbidden secret book, the upper limit of the Mirta people's nervous system is not 100%, but 200%. Chapter 946 Wizard. The upper limit of the nervous system reaches 200%, which shows that the Myrta people are an intelligent species with a well-developed brain, and have a strong blessing for technology, art, and even thought. And art itself is not contradictory to cruelty. As for the several famous wizard civilizations that Gao Gong knows, they are all civilizations with developed art, and I don't know how many artists have been attracted to make pilgrimages. After all, art itself is related to sensibility, and there is nothing more sensual than being close to Cthulhu. Becoming the evil god of the universe is even more emotional. Without even a trace of rationality left, Gao Gong suddenly became very interested in the history of the Myrta people. He really wanted to know how a carbon-based civilization that was clearly heading towards the evil god route suddenly changed its style and took the mechanical route. However, Gao Gong also knew that he would probably not be able to see this part of history, because the higher the level of civilization, the more it would conceal its development history, and even deliberately send people to eliminate some insiders. If the history of a civilization is known, it is easy for people to speculate on the evolutionary path of your civilization. Some high-dimensional civilizations can even see the future of civilization by observing the past. Although the Myrta people may not be fully aware of the importance of history now, necessary protective measures are still in place. After all, if the Federation really had the evolutionary tendency of wizard civilization in the past, then the dark history must be loaded in baskets. After all, taking the wizard route is notorious for not treating people as human beings. What a pity. I probably won't be able to cultivate this god's domain. Senior engineer sighed. His nervous system has evolved into a biological computer, and he can no longer cultivate telekinesis. Even if the basic attributes meet the standards, it's useless. I'll do some research for my sister later. Maybe I can use virtual reality technology to turn God's domain into a virtual ultimate move. Although telekinesis is a move of the telekinesis system, in essence, the skills of creation attributes, their principles, are all virtual reality routes. By taking down the Alpha Narcissus, not only can the industrial system be built, but even the cyberspace can be replicated. With the hardware in place, the software will naturally not be bad. Recruiting soldiers and horses, the Tian gang will be defeated. Now that the horse has been stolen, Gao Gong now wants to know how his own soldiers are being recruited. Gao Gong opened the forum that he had not opened for a long time. For sections, Machinery Star Section, Fairy Star Section, Blue Forest Star Section, Frozen Star Section, all exploded. A large number of posts are flying. Mechanical Transformation Flow plus Mechanic School, classical but advanced, the best battlefield combination. Sincerely recruiting Meat Shield MT, the kind that can block large energy cannons, generous treatment, limited places. By as soon as possible, the most liked sentence below is, I am MT, I am not a fool. On the possible modes of interstellar war. Light cannon bombardment, starship collision, on the gameplay of interstellar war, is it too old? Hacker Core recruits people, high-speed players with large-scale hacking experience come, Machinery Star players are given priority. Hacker Core, you bunch of chickens and dogs are sticking together again. Fuck, I am the second batch, I came in later than you. How dare you to confront me? The official account directly went out to start a group. Recruiting maintenance players. 0.1 civilization credit point/day, daily payment. Bozzy fuck, I feel like I'm a black worker. This planet is so hot, and there are no monsters. Someone, come and pull me. But the topic was quickly brought back to war. It can be said that the first large-scale interstellar PV of this game attracted almost everyone's attention. This is attacking a planet. How interesting. I can't wait. Let's get started. Gao Gong switched accounts again, and sneaked into several high-level player groups that he joined under a vest. Compared to the extremely popular and mostly meaningless topics on the forum, in the high-level player group, more discussions are about practical issues. According to my understanding, this kind of star attack war is generally divided into 3 stages: outer space war, planetary defense circle attack, and ground invasion war. Among them, the first and second stages are definitely the most brutal. After all, when the shipborne energy cannon is fired, there is actually no difference between level 0 and level 60. Moreover, in these 2 stages, the consumption of weapons and equipment is huge, especially some necessities. I am going to wholesale a batch of Sky Combat suits from the black market. Is there anyone who wants to join? Bozzy, damn. Bozzy, you are going to be a middleman again, Stoneman complained. Nonsense, Bozzy sent a white-eyed expression. There is no need for you. I really do need it. I am a stone life. I have no respiratory system. The stone man went back. Ibid, two-dimensional people, virtual life, don't need glasses. Road Ibid, energy bacteria, semi-energy species, no need to tick Ibid, cyber hacker, really not the end. No need to touch the fish master Ibid, it is worthy of the high play group. There are more than a dozen in a row. Bazi is speechless. Open the big group directly. This is why you guys, the high-level players above level 55, have such a hard time. Do you know what it means to occupy the sinking market? Forget about you guys. Do you think the number of second-level players can account for more than 1% of the total number of players? I don't make money from them. But from you poor guys? Damn. It's so heartbreaking. Heartbreaking +1. Heartbreaking +2 pig heart +3 pig heart +4 don't copy. Let's talk about something serious. In a Star Wars like this, the power of individuals must be reduced to the extreme. And the boss must be difficult to grab. How about studying how to form a team? I'll open a virtual battle room. And everyone come to simulate the Star Wars environment. PP leader. How did you get the Star Wars data? At PP boss, the wandering master asked. I got it from the black market missions. And the reward was the memory plugins of several Star Wars veterans. You can call me when you fight the third level boss, the lurking Yu-Yi with a knife, but no umbrella spoke up. After the virtual battle, the group suddenly became quiet. But soon a new topic appeared. I took a look. And now there are almost more than 5 million players. I estimate that when the real dungeon is opened, the number will reach tens of millions. Are there so many ships? Isn't this game going towards realism? A player suddenly said. What do you mean? It means, hasn't our faction just come out of the planet? We are so unsophisticated, without even a base. Where did we get so many starships? This is not in line with common sense. The planner will always give a reasonable explanation. There is nothing to worry about. Is Mr. G selling his ass again? Why did you say the word again? A new player from the Fairy Star wondered. The player was excited. This is about the history of our boss G's fortune, the hidden plot, and the history of rich women's support. According to our research on the plot archaeology party, we have discovered a truth, that is, behind the rise of every map of Boss G, there is a rich woman behind him, such as Ms. Rose in the Iron Sand Desert period, President Dew in the Mechanical City period. Now he has come to the Star server. According to the XP of the Dog Planner, there should be another rich alien woman appearing. I see. Gong Gong snorted coldly and closed the forum. I am such a shameless person. If you can guess the plot, how can it be the real plot? But speaking of rich women, Gao Gong remembers that there are several interstellar public organizations that have support policies for new civilizations. I'll go and get some for free some other day. Chapter 947 Potatoes. In the vast universe, there are many things, but planets are the most numerous. After calculation, in the Robert Galaxy, there are at least 400 billion planets, averaging on each star wheel, there are at least 4 billion planets. Among these 4 billion planets, it can be said that 99% are non-habitable planets, simply put, which means that the planet does not have the conditions for the birth of life. And once you reach the second level in the Interstellar Society, there will be a title called Planet Exploration Warrior, which means that you can rely on your individual strength to explore these non-habitable planets. And these uninhabitable planets are also of various kinds. There are poisonous planets, gas planets, lava planets, strong gravity planets, liquid planets. Not only are the types of planets varied, but even the internal environments of planets are also varied. So although the second level is already a very strong individual life in the Interstellar Society, but among the 10 professions with the highest mortality rate in the Interstellar Society, Planet Exploration Warriors are still ranked in the top 3 all year round. Wang Yuanli and other high-level Cybertron Legion leaders have had some headaches recently. As the number of players increases, the number reaches millions, approaching tens of millions. The food, drink, defecation and urination of these people is a big problem in itself. And before leaving, the senior engineer also reminded that before the war of attacking the star, it is necessary to ensure that these people are not discovered. This is a hidden army. Once it appears, it means that the Cybertron Legion has officially entered the site of major civilizations. It will either advance rapidly and be unstoppable, or it will fail and die. This is the stage that any force that steps into the Interstellar Society must go through. And tens of millions of first-order and second-order carbon-based creatures are not too many, nor too few. If there are too many, an area the size of a county can accommodate them. But it is not easy to conceal the movements of tens of millions of people and prevent them from being discovered by any interstellar force. After all, any interstellar explorer can detect a large number of biological magnetic field fluctuations. The NPCs of the Legion discussed many times. And finally it was the newcomer of the Legion, Gate, a former member of the Shrek Star Pirates group, who came up with an idea to bring this group of players to this starfield called Broken World. The so-called Broken World is actually the product of an interstellar war. The Shrek pirates of that period were notorious, and were jointly besieged by more than a dozen second-level civilizations. So the pirates led the pursuers to a star field and launched a shocking war. This war almost shattered this star field with a diameter of several light years, creating meteorite showers, chaotic space, broken planets, crystalline asteroids, mercury clouds, and other war debris. Because of the chaotic electromagnetic waves, high temperature, and the influence of energy rays, it is almost impossible to detect here. In addition, the war destroyed a large number of valuable items. Even the poorest interstellar scavengers would not risk their lives to come here to pick up garbage. In addition, the coordinates here are hidden, making it a very good hiding place for players. Led by two old star pirates from the Shrek Star Pirates, these players who were brought here from the planets were all led here. Fuck. This is such an exaggerated place. When another group of players got off the boat, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide when they saw all the strange sights here. Irregular, burning planet fragments were seen floating in the vacuum of the universe. The loss of water from the water planet formed a special mercury cloud, and all kinds of strange rays and light waves were like rainbows constantly crossing the sky. As soon as they got off the boat, a very clear sizzling sound came from their eardrums. The little players, who had just realized the loneliness of the universe, suddenly seemed to have come to a lively world of wonders. Although from the perspective of interstellar space, it is only a tiny spectacle, but it is enough to attract them. "I'll leave this group of people to you," said the old player who accepted the navigator mission. "Okay. Then follow me." Master Potato waved his hand, signaling the players to follow. "Remember to add blood if you have blood-adding skills. The sunlight here is too strong, and it's easy to lose blood. It will be much better when you reach the oasis." These thousands of players looked at each other, and finally chose to follow. The place where the spacecraft was parked was a desert planet. Or rather, most of a desert planet. Because from a distance, the planet looked like a half-eaten salted duck egg, empty on top and leaking oil on the bottom. It's just that the duck fat leaking out is the magma of the star core. So even in the lowest temperature environment, it has reached nearly 100 degrees, which is enough to make the first-level players lose blood. "Boss, where are you taking us?" A first-level player couldn't help but ask curiously. "Grow potatoes, otherwise what will you eat?" The Potato Master manipulated the personal panel and quickly shared a faction task. Faction task: planting and cultivating radiation potatoes. Faction task: planting potatoes. Difficulty: difficult task briefing, more and more members. Need more and more food, relying on mass production of nutrient paste that is definitely not enough. Please cooperate with guiding players to complete the planting of 1 million acres of distorted potatoes. Mission goal: through radiation technology, mass production of slightly radiated plants. Mission reward: 1 acre of potatoes * 1 faction point. Grow potatoes here. Can they be grown here? The new player was dumbfounded. Master Potato glanced at him. "If you can plant on Mars, why can't you plant here? You can also choose not to plant. Wander around like those old men, looking for the non-existent Shrek treasure. But when the war really starts, if you don't have enough points to repair equipment, don't blame me for not reminding you." Soon, the players came to the oasis, and saw deformed trees covering the sky. The radiation wave occasionally drew a red mark, and the players of the machine star suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't this a radiation zone? However, in these radiation zones, there are potatoes as big as basketballs. Some are so big that they are bigger than water tanks. Many players instinctively cast a probe. Mildly irradiated plants Solanaceae mutated potatoes. Intermediate irradiated plants Solanaceae large mutated potatoes. I'll assign you some tasks. The Potato Master is already very skilled at this, and he quickly assigned the tasks to different players. A dozen or so players received the task of cultivating species spores, with the help of exoskeletons, carrying thousands of kilograms of nutrient solution, and came under a big tree. As it happened, a second-level player fell from the sky and blasted a small hole in the ground. Master Potato glanced at him and said calmly, I lost again. Damn it. I can't compete with those bitches in asteroid racing. I lost another piece of equipment. I guess I have to go to the battlefield naked. I can't do it. I have to get some points. Otherwise I can't even afford the repairs. Oh! In the eyes of the little players, this second-level boss quickly began to take off his equipment. And finally only his underwear was left. Master Potato signaled the little players to pour the nutrient solution on the roots of the species spores. Soon, the gravel began to split, and blood-red tree stems pierced out, wrapped around the other party, and then dragged him down alive. The other party turned into tree fertilizer visibly. Before the other party died, he gestured to them. Yeah. This is artificial fertilizer. If you are short of points, you can also try it. Forget about mechanical players. Their bodies are not worth much. Master Potato explained. After a moment of silence, a little player swallowed his saliva and spoke. It turns out that this potato is genetically modified. Chapter 948. In addition to the potato master planting genetically modified potatoes, other players also have their own activities, either related to war or related to logistics, and the players who didn't get either went to explore this dangerous star field, looking for the legendary Shrek's treasure. Of course, the latter is just an interstellar legend made up by Velvet and Gate. The purpose is to consume the player's vigorous energy. To be honest, they themselves don't understand why these mercenaries are so interested in this legendary story. In the early years, there may be some interstellar explorers who are interested in this kind of thing. But after so many years, no one has obtained the treasure. And even the former crew members of the Shrek Star Pirates group do not know where the so-called treasure is. These little guys don't think about it. If there is really a treasure, would I have to go to rob it? Am I sick? Isn't it uncomfortable to lie down and enjoy it? The former blue-blooded devil, now the high-ranking Legion leader. Velvy rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Hee hee, in those days, facing the siege of more than a dozen second-level civilizations, with the mechanical army chasing behind, all the income from the robbery of the leader was used to buy spaceship weapons. Even if there was any left, it was divided up by the victors. The big bug and starship repairman Gate opened his mouth, took a deep breath of the starworm corpse that looked like a cigar, and exhaled a puff of blue smoke while enjoying it. But to say there is no treasure, that may not be the case. Huh? Vilvy was stunned for a moment, looking at this former colleague in surprise. Really? Why didn't you say it earlier? Aren't you curious? Where did the leader's powerful fourth-level strength come from? Although he claimed that he was the blood of a space giant, that's why he could pinch the starship with his hands, and even recruited a group of interstellar strongmen, forming the extremely powerful Shrek Star Pirates group. Gates' compound eyes showed a look of reminiscence, as if he still cherished the glorious years of the past. The old space pirate, Velvy, also showed a similar expression. At its peak, the Shrek group could even make the second-level civilization pay tribute to it. Any interstellar race that questioned or resisted was either exterminated or sold. Although the two of them were just the minions of the group at that time. The senior cadres ate meat, and they could occasionally drink soup. So, isn't the leader of the group the blood of a space monster? Velvy asked curiously. Maybe. But you can't explain why so many senior executives suddenly have similar powers to the leader after joining the group. Can the leader's blood be transmitted to others? I know that the blood of some space monsters can even reproduce with different species. Velvy said. Maybe you are right. The Shrek Star Pirates group has no treasure at all. Gate held the insect corpse in his mouth and blew out blue smoke again. Suddenly, he didn't want to talk anymore. Go back to work. Instead of caring about the former boss's worth, it's better to care about our current boss. Where can he get the interstellar fleet that can attack the planet? Relying on these interstellar infantry alone is useless. Looking at the back of the big insect crawling away, Vilvy's expression was uncertain. Back then, they were both minions of the group. The secrets of the top leaders would definitely not be disclosed to them. Could the other party really know something? Yuanli, General Quill, there is bad news. We are being targeted. In the holographic projection, Qin Hazel frowned. Wang Yuanli was surprised and asked, What happened? According to Qin Jinzi, the goods they ordered from the black market were intercepted in secret. Fortunately, those high-level fire creatures took action and repelled the invaders. Now in the black market, all kinds of war materials are being hyped up. Energy probes, salvage devices, force field stabilizers, tractor beam devices, etc. It is normal to increase tenfold. Everyone is buying them. Is it a coincidence? An interstellar war is far more than starships and interstellar weapons. Various auxiliary equipment is indispensable, such as the probe scanner, which is known as the anti-space torpedo artifact. With it, at least 50% of space bombs can be swept out. This stuff is not very popular in normal times. But once a large-scale star war occurs, it will be sold at a sky-high price. If it weren't for the priority purchase right of the Level 5 mercenary group that Gao Gong obtained from Patrick, it might not be possible to get these things. Qin Jinzi shook his head and said very confidently, I am sure that someone is eyeing us. And the target of these people is not these goods, but your current space coordinates. The Cybertron Legion has many talents, but they are basically concentrated in two categories, either responsible for scientific research or responsible for fighting. There are not many talents who can manage things seriously. When Zhu Xiaodi was still there, she basically took care of everything, big and small. Now that she is gone, someone has always been a hands-off manager, so the big cats and small cats in the Legion must step up. For example, now, Wang Yuanli is in charge of logistics. Qin Jinzi is in charge of diplomacy and business. And General Quill is in charge of military exercises. Qin Jinzi, a businesswoman on Jilixing, has a sharper vision than the other two. After all, without senior engineer, Wang Yuanli is still scavenging in the radiation zone. And General Quill can only lead the motorcycle gang to fight in the desert, instead of being the commander of a star war like now. I understand. I will be careful during this period. After the holographic projection was turned off, Wang Yuanli thought for a while, and said to the air, Yuan, you have to work hard during this period. Go to the periphery of the broken world, and check if there are any special signal fluctuations. A soft yes came from the air. Wang Yuanli knew Gao Yuan was socially anxious, so she was not surprised. She instructed General Quill, drive the Star Destroyer out and patrol the surrounding waterways. Once you find any situation, directly carry out physical destruction. General Quill nodded silently and turned away. Compared with other people, this bald female general has been under more pressure recently. After all, she has only commanded a wasteland-style war at most. Now she is asked to command a star war all of a sudden. The difficulty is no less than asking a primary school graduate to take the entrance exams for Tsinghua University and Peking University. So she has been cramming all kinds of common sense about interstellar wars during this period of time, and occasionally asks Velvet and Gate, two old hands, for advice. After making some arrangements, Wang Yuanli still felt unsafe, so she asked someone to notify Dr. Yu to plant several recently matured species spores on the periphery of the broken world. This SS-level organism has an almost instinctive intuition about flesh and blood, and this effort was not in vain. Soon, from the two channels of virtual monitoring and species spores, Wang Yuanli learned that someone was indeed targeting them and had locked their approximate activity area. At this time, Wang Yuanli and Tianwei, Venus, Xiaoyu, the top combat forces of the camp, were standing in front of a destroyed species spore. Half of the tree roots as thick as a water tank seemed to be chopped by thousands of blades, and the other half seemed to be sucked dry by something. The former is easy to say, but the latter is a bit beyond everyone's understanding, because the species spore, a deformed life form born from the planet's big tree, is best at absorbing the enemy's vitality. It can even absorb mechanical bodies. But at this moment, it was sucked dry by others. Dr. Yu was squatting beside the tree roots, collecting seed cells with great interest. She was probably the only happy one among the people present. Or rather, the only one who was heartless. Level 3 combat power. Finally, Tianwei gave the answer. Chapter 949 Soul-Sucking Monster. The former Cybertron general was a red-flowered double-stick under the command of the purple giant star, following this mechanical master in battles, and confronting countless powerful forces in the interstellar. And a third-level fire-seeding machine like Tianwei, also a double-flowered red stick under the command of the Cybertron general, has also participated in countless interstellar wars, and even has experience in several advanced civilization wars. Of course, as a cannon fodder. With so many experiences, he is experienced enough, and just by taking a glance, he can confirm who is the one who took action. Tianwei pinched his thick fingers, and a few wisps of fire rose up and fell on the shriveled tree roots. Then something incredible happened. The flame split into two, and about 1/3 of the fire was swallowed by the tree roots, while the remaining 2/3 disappeared into the void. Venus seemed to have thought of something. The mechanical life that looked like a woman said uncertainly. Soul-sucking monster? Those soul dregs. Tianwei cursed. This surprised the others. You know, among these mechanical life forms, this mechanical leader is a well-known nice guy, who is gentle and polite to everyone. Who is this monster that can make it swear? Venus shook her head and explained. The soul-sucking monster is an energy species in the 4 major systems. But it is hated by almost all energy creatures, because it cannot communicate, cannot be driven away, has a herd effect, and feeds on all energy. The higher the energy level, the more it is attracted to it, and it can even eat dark matter. Once the number of soul-sucking monsters reaches a certain level, they can even directly devour a galaxy, eat from the periphery, and directly cause large-scale space collapse, destroying tens of thousands of civilizations. Energy parasites, evil god tribes, soul disasters. These are all the good names of soul-sucking monsters. Moreover, this thing can not only absorb energy, but also likes to devour souls. For example, the fire seeds of the fire seed machine are the best food for them. Since Tianwei could remember, the most brutal battle was when he was ordered to attack a group of soul-sucking monsters with a number of millions. That battle, for all the fire machines, is still fresh in their memory. All their energy weapons cannot hurt each other, and all their defense systems are equally ineffective against the soul-sucking monsters. These soul-sucking monsters eat one fire seed after another, and their proud mechanical disaster army is not only unharmed, but almost completely destroyed. In the end, several planetary hosts can only jointly issue a black hole weapon application and release a black hole at the spatial coordinates of the soul-sucking monster group, sucking them in and trapping them with a time vacuum inside the black hole. But this can only be suppressed, not killed. Most of the advanced mechanical life forms produced in the same batch as Tianwei died. Soul-sucking monsters are freaks that can snatch souls from the evil god of the universe. Venus sighed. Her production sequence was later than Tianwei, so she did not catch up with the earth-shaking battle. She only knew that after the war, all planetary computers in the war sequence received a mechanical instruction written into the underlying system. Once they encountered a group of soul-sucking monsters, they were not allowed to contact or communicate, and they directly applied for a remote black hole to carry out dimensionality reduction attacks. Fortunately, after the number of these soul-sucking monsters reaches a certain limit, they will only devour each other, rather than evolve into civilization. Otherwise, there will probably be another type of natural disaster-type civilization in this universe. And this natural disaster will probably cause a devastating blow to the mechanical civilization. Venus paused for a moment, and wanted to say something else, but suddenly saw that everyone was looking at her with horror, and she couldn't help but smile. And a hint of anthropomorphic humor appeared on her silicon-based face. Okay, I won't scare you. First of all, we are not sure that the enemy is definitely a soul-sucking monster. And even if it is a soul-sucking monster, it is the lowest level of soul-sucking monster, which is far from the star-sized soul-sucking monster that devours galaxies. The third-level soul-sucking monster is just the lowest level of soul-sucking monster, Tianwei said seriously. But if it is really it, then we may not be able to help much. Everyone understood. If it is really a soul-sucking monster, then the life fire of the fire machine is their best food, and it is food without any protection. I understand. Huang Yuanli nodded, pondered for a moment, looked at Dr. Yu, and said a solution that was not a solution. Plant more trees. At least these species spores are not within the control range of the soul-sucking monster. SS-level species spores are just sucked dry by the soul-sucking monster, but if it is SSS level, or even space monster level species spores, maybe they can be turned around and suppress this third level soul-sucking monster. Dr. Yu nodded heavily, and said sincerely, I really want to get a soul-sucking monster to study. Huang Yuanli ignored him, walked to the spore of the species that had been sucked dry, and pressed her palm on it. The next moment, a sense of emptiness swept through the surroundings. It was as if there was a transparent eyeball hanging on this spore corpse, mastering most of the power of the brain in the jar. Huang Yuanli could plant an eyeball on any species with radiation blood. In the following period of time, she planted the eye on all the species spores, and sent out hundreds of thousands of players to patrol, and planted the eyes on these players as well. These players were all biological players, although they would be killed instantly if they really ran into the soul-sucking monster. As long as they were not all killed instantly, she could locate the opponent. Once the location was completed, the Star Destroyer would carry out a devastating blow. The soul-sucking monster was not immortal. Once it absorbed energy that exceeded its own by several orders of magnitude, it would also be blown up. It's hard to say whether it will die or split into more individuals. After all, it's a natural disaster species, and it's very difficult to wipe it out. It's already very good to be able to suppress it. Soon, bad news came one after another. A patrol squadron composed of 1,000 players was wiped out. The coordinates cannot be determined. The signal of an exploration ship disappeared. The spatial coordinates cannot be determined. A newly cultivated A-level radiation beast was sucked dry. The spatial coordinates cannot be determined. But there is still good news. For example, Gao Yuanyuan used virtual invasion, and threw the signal left in the vacuum of the universe. She fought with the opponent in the air. Although the fight lasted only a moment because the optical network was not spread out in this place, and the signal environment was chaotic. She could also confirm that the opponent was not a soul-sucking monster. Or in other words, the enemy who tried to invade was not just a soul-sucking monster, but more like a third-level professional who controlled the soul-sucking monster, leaning towards the brain power side. So at the moment of invasion, Gao Yuanyuan's invasion data was forcibly deleted. This is good news. A very important reason is that domesticated soul-sucking monsters are far less dangerous than wild ones. Once domesticated, soul-sucking monsters cannot split, cannot evolve, cannot integrate into the tribe. This seems to be a kind of self-protection of group consciousness, cutting off the tail to survive. However, there is no evidence at present to prove that soul-sucking monsters have this kind of group consciousness. And this conclusion cannot explain why soul-sucking monsters will devour and destroy themselves when they reach a certain number, unless the group consciousness of soul-sucking monsters is the same as that of the evil god of the universe. What makes the top leaders of the Legion more relieved is that a certain Mr. G is finally coming back. Chapter 950. In the vacuum of the universe outside the broken world, a figure suddenly appeared, suspended in the air. This person is a humanoid creature, but he has 4 arms, and his arms are as thick as his thighs. In addition, his body is covered with fine gray scales, starting from his feet, and even some vital parts, such as his armpits, chin, crotch, etc. The scales are even thicker. Even his face is full of scales. And the other person has 3 faces, each has an eyeball as big as a fist, and a slightly smaller black nose, and in the gap between the faces, there are fine folds. This fold seems to replace the hearing organ of the ear. His body was covered with large and small dimensional cages. These cages were specially made space equipment. Although they were not of high grade, they were one of the few space equipment that could hold living things. And the space range was large enough. The vertical pupil of the middle face of this strange humanoid creature suddenly lit up. The next moment, the palm of his 6 fingers flexibly shook, and he got into a dimensional cage and took out an alien species similar to Big Orange. This pseudo-dimensional beast opened its mouth wide and swallowed the other in one gulp. Then the space fluctuated and shook, and even the dimensional bag disappeared. Almost at the same time, high walls of abandoned code rose from the ground, closing off the space on all sides. At the same time, endless layers of code covered it, like a vast ocean, swallowing up the spatial coordinates of this humanoid creature. On the sea of data, 2 figures composed of virtual data appeared. One was like a human and a bird, burning with terrifying virtual flames, and the other was thin and slender, composed of more complex virtual source code. It's that monster again. Damn it. It can even swallow space signals, the flame bird said unwillingly. Gao Yuanyuan didn't say anything, but frowned as she looked at the data wall transformed by the emit protozoa, which was crumbling with the loss of signals. The signal here is very unstable, and it is impossible to create information spacetime. Even if the other party doesn't escape, it is difficult for us to suppress him. But we can control him and buy time for the Star Destroyer to fire, said the flame bird. I'm afraid this won't work. There are at least 2 alien creatures on the other party that can sense danger over a large area. Once he feels something is wrong, he will definitely run away. The 2 women were speechless. The universe is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. But who would have thought that there would be such a freak who raised so many strange alien species? Has his virtual image been sent? Gao Yuanyuan asked. It has been sent. Minister Qin is verifying it on the black market. The image of this humanoid species is very similar to a legendary interstellar mercenary. As the communication progressed, a large amount of data began to be restored to cosmic signals. The signals were classified into electromagnetic waves, cosmic rays, or vacuum quantum fields. As a large amount of signals were restored, the two women's figures finally collapsed and disappeared. Only the empty cosmic vacuum remained. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the fist-sized space bulged, revealing an egg of bizarre colors. This egg seemed to be a special information creature, and it could actually avoid Gaoyuan's perception. Then the next moment, the egg decomposed on the spot, turned into thousands of fireflies, starlight dots, and disappeared directly into the vacuum, revealing the obscured Big Orange. Big Orange opened its mouth, first an arm stretched out, then half of its body, and finally, this strange humanoid creature crawled out of Big Orange's mouth. The humanoid creature skillfully took out a piece of purple paste from his arms, and threw it casually. The Big Orange immediately traveled through space, and ate it in one bite. Then he narrowed his eyes happily. And with a meow, he got into the other's arms. Is my identity going to be discovered? The humanoid creature muttered to himself, frowned, and thought for a long time, and finally made up his mind. Try it again. It's worth the price paid by the employer. He carefully took out two highest-level dimension bags, and took out two cages from them. Inside the cages, there were two white balls, which were crystal clear, smooth and jade-like. The energy fluctuations emitted were no less than those of high-level energy ores. Anyone who found it in a corner of the universe would think it was some kind of energy treasure, rather than the soul-sucking monster that made the interstellar society shudder. Even if it is tamed, the devouring waves emitted by the soul-sucking monster intentionally or unintentionally are deadly enough. Even a top-level beast trainer like him has to be careful. There are 3 layers of seals alone. As the seals are gradually unlocked, the soul-sucking monster also enters the normal state from the gem mode. In an instant, an indescribable appearance appears. Either thousands of eyeballs, densely wrapped around you, or 2 thick void tentacles, one connected to you, and the other probing into a deep abyss somewhere. All carbon-based creatures must have a life magnetic field. And even if he has tried his best to conceal his biomagnetic field, this soul-sucking monster can still sense it and devour it. No wonder some biologists claim after research that the soul-sucking monster can be classified as the cosmic evil god, rather than the offspring of the evil god, because its life model is too similar to some kind of conceptual body compared to energy life. The only difference from the concept body is that it is not really immortal. The 2 soul-sucking monsters changed their figures hundreds of times within a second, and then suddenly disappeared. On the other side, the players were still wandering freely. Those who got the faction missions were doing them. Those who didn't do the missions were spontaneously participating in various competitions, such as asteroid hiking competitions, alien poetry recitations, ring duels, team matches, virtual machine tough guy competitions, who was the strongest man with the most postures, and so on. And a few elites were doing the final preparations before the planetary dungeon was refreshed. Suddenly, Dita raised her head. As an energy life, she sensed an extremely strong energy fluctuation. Bobo also felt that the noise around him suddenly reached a new level. As a rare sound wave superpower, he could hear the strange sound of magnetic field in a vacuum. When this superpower is developed to the limit, he could even hear the cosmic background radiation. If this superpower was not so useful, he would have deleted his account and started over. The reason was that every day when he went online, there was a sizzling sound, which almost made him nervous. And now, he heard stronger fluctuations, not the sizzle, but the rumble of the vacuum magnetic field. He couldn't help but look up. The dark vacuum of the universe suddenly lit up. The next moment, the rolling space waves covered the entire broken world with the arrival of one interstellar battleship after another. The forced deceleration in the light speed mode, induced large-scale space tidal phenomena, caused the rolling of nebulae, magma eruption, large-scale meteorite shower phenomena. This cutscene is really well done. Fuck. How can I lose blood while watching this PV? Shit, someone come to add blood, someone is dead. Dead. Where did Boss G get the fleet from? There are rich women in the universe. Fuck, my ears are about to split. Big Bobo covered his ears fiercely, blood gushed out of his ear holes. The high-ranking officers of the army, who had already known the news, also looked at this scene in amazement. Although they had received the news in advance, many people were still very surprised when they saw this 3rd-level fleet. Their boss was really resourceful, and could get anything. Chapter 951 Airplane. I've made a fortune. I've really made a fortune this time. Inside an interstellar fortress, Huang Yuanli was rushing towards the weapon racks filled with weapons with shining eyes, level 3 ray guns, electromagnetic field guns, energy beam knives, zero-weight space armor, level 3 AI chips, temporary reinforcement needles, nano-repairers. To be honest, although the technology of the Federation's warships is average, but the performance of individual soldier equipment weapons is really good. The basic attributes of the blank-level equipment can be comparable to some sophisticated, excellent-level equipment of the same level. For example, the energy beam knife that Gao Gong himself thinks is good. Name: Type 3 Energy Beam Knife Category: Energy Knife. Quality: Level 3 Blank Weight, 5.4 kilograms. Basic Attributes: DPS, 25,000, Attack Power, 25,000, Attack Speed, 1 attack/second, Attack Range, 1.5 m. Additional Attributes: Burning, Energy Penetration. Notes: Customized product of the Merida Federal Armaments Manufacturing Bureau. Each federal soldier has one. A blank weapon with 25,000 attacks. What else do you want? Engineer Gao picked up a beam energy knife, or to be more precise, the beam energy knife's laser handle, made of metal, with a distinct arc on it, and the most eye-catching thing is the circles of beam energy rings on the handle. This is the essence of the entire handle. According to Engineer Gao's understanding, it must at least fill in the 2/3 level knowledge points of energetics and advanced material science, and cooperate with a level 90 mechanic to develop the blueprint. Of course, once the blueprint is developed and then mass-produced, it will be worthless. This must be the basic version. The more damaging version is not in the planet factory. With a gentle push from the senior engineer, a 1.5 meter blade gushed out, making a hissing sound. The pure brightness was no less than that of a flash bomb, and with a gentle wave, a metal box around it was split in two. "Boss, are you going to buy goods?" Dr. Roan said in astonishment. Inventory completed: 3 million beam knives, 1 million third-order ray guns, 500,000 electromagnetic field guns. Another camp's senior NPC, the host computer, completed the inventory work and directly displayed an electronic list on the phase screen. When Gao Gong saw this, he secretly shook his head. As the camp upgraded, some old friends gradually couldn't keep up with the team. For example, Dr. Roan could only produce level 20 robot soldiers, and the main computer had only completed the brain mechanization transformation. Its computing power was equivalent to that of a high-end chip, which was not as good as a quantum computer, and even less than a planetary computer. As the players progressed, the NPCs in these novice villages, according to normal logic, would all have to be relegated. But Gao Gong is not a person who likes new things and dislikes old things. Just like he likes young women, he also likes new wine in old bottles. And for NPCs who take the mechanical route, as long as the technology is in place, it is very easy to upgrade. For example, Dr. Roan, after conquering the planet, Gao Gong decided to transform him into a third-order fire machine, and at the same time hand over the production line of the fire machine life to him. As for the host brain, he plans to completely upload the other party's consciousness. Since there is a planet, how can there be no planet computer? Even the kidnapped third-level mechanic Chao Wei, he had already found an apprentice for him. Huan, one of the earliest old hunters, also a first-level mechanic, was not transformed into an emperor's guard, but was responsible for the network communication of the camp. "Brother, I felt a special virtual plug-in entering our data system. It said it knew you." Gao Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in Gao Gong's ears. Gao Gong understood who the other party was talking about: Lolita, the sealed planet host consciousness. Don't let her enter our information center. And don't worry about her for the rest. "Oh, I see," Gao Yuan said obediently, and then quickly talked about another thing. "And brother, someone has been secretly investigating us recently. We don't know who is behind it yet, but we have found out the identity of the investigator." Gao Yuan shared the electronic data with Gao Gong. His real name is unknown. Interstellar Black Market Code Name, Ti Yangqi. A legendary interstellar mercenary. A space beast trainer. And he has completed 3,382 level 5 mercenary missions, 121 level 6 mercenary missions, and a success rate of 61.3%. Ti Yangqi? Gao Gong had never heard of him, but he knew the sky beast called Ti Yangqi. Tianqi, also known as the space whale, is a gentle giant beast in the sky. Its size can reach the level of a satellite when it is young, and when it grows up, it can even reach the size of a planet. This is already the limit of space beasts. There are no star-level space beasts. After all, stars are tens of thousands of times larger than planets. Star-level beasts cannot complete their own energy metabolism in 99% of the cosmic environment. Unless it is a certain type of space beast taming civilization. Gao Gong quickly came to his senses, and his focus fell on the legendary mercenaries again. This is not an ordinary title. It is of great value. You need to earn 100,000 interstellar reputation in each of the 3-star regions to be promoted to the legendary level. A true galaxy legend. He was hired to investigate us? Gao Gong frowned. Legendary mercenaries are not only good at fighting, but also have many means. Even Gao Yuan, a 3rd-level virtual master, cannot lock the other party's IP. It will be extremely difficult to keep him. Once the other party finds out the truth, they will find out. Then what else can they do? It is impossible that the mastermind behind the scenes knows that he has people with money and fleets, and does not attack the resource planets, but turns to attack him? He felt that he had never offended such a powerful enemy. As soon as he thought of this, Gao Gong suddenly felt that the world was wide open. Being low-key is for showing off. If you can show off, why should you be low-key? Let him do whatever he wants. He can check whatever he wants. If he has the guts, come and fight me. Gao Boss made an arrogant personal declaration. However, although the faction boss doesn't care, players still have to do the tasks. Otherwise, how can they accumulate faction points? Especially when the player just refreshed the faction list. He found a series of 3rd-level equipment, each of which has extremely strong attributes. Let me put it this way, the attack strength of a beam of energy sword is equivalent to the damage of a top player's ultimate move, which is too strong. The bad planner is inflating the values again, forcing players to work like slaves. Although these equipment attributes were posted on the forum, the planner was scolded by countless players, but after the players left the forum, they immediately started their career as hard workers. 3rd-level equipment. You know, most players have just completed the first transformation and entered the 2nd level. Now you tell me that as long as you work hard for the camp points, you can get 3rd-level equipment, then you must work hard to death. I'm so lucky. If I was a step later, even the task of patrol would be snatched away by others. A player glanced at the forum and said thankfully, it can't be taken away. If you want to participate in the patrol, you must have the ability to fly in outer space. And the ability to fly with people like the airplane boss is rare even among high-level players. Another player began to praise the leader of the Jilixing server. The airplane has a unique advantage in patrol missions, that is, the A+ grade radiation beast connected to his bloodline, which is huge in size, and can carry people, and can carry hundreds of people at a time. The last bird that was so awesome was raised by Dugachiobai. And the airplane is such an awesome bird, it is really awesome. So the airplane is awesome. Chapter 952. Gigi didn't care about other people's flattery. Since he had refined the sunflower manual, his reproductive system was separated from his body, and he had long since become celibate, and he didn't even look at pornographic pictures on the internet. The only thing he was interested in now was upgrading his radiation eagle to S level. He had a hunch that once his radiation beast was promoted to S level, then his various attributes would be qualitatively improved. The system suddenly made a beep sound. Gigi frowned, and his increasingly fair and clean face slightly raised. He suspected that some idle guy had posted pornographic pictures again. He didn't go to see it. But the sound of beep beep continued, as if someone was at ing him. He finally couldn't help but open the forum. His pupil shrank. At Airplane, the 2 patrol teams of 100 people were completely wiped out, all killed instantly. Heading your way. Be careful. Prepare for battle. At the order of the Airplane, the players who had been bragging and chatting about nothing before immediately perked up and shot out from the back of the bird one by one, either with the ability to fly or with the flight module that comes with the exoskeleton armor. Only 2nd-level players can participate in patrols. The 2nd-level combat unit is the Planetary Exploration Warrior. The vacuum of the universe is silent and lonely, with only a few broken fireballs in the distance, still emitting rolling heat. This feeling of the infinite outside world and the infinite insignificance of oneself made many players sweat on their foreheads. A player forced a smile and said, "It's so serious. If you don't know, you might think we are playing a horror game." As soon as the voice fell, the player's face began to turn pale. His mouth opened and closed, as if something was crawling out. But before he could see clearly, it turned into a white light. Also turning into white light were a large number of 2nd-level players around. Pieces of equipment floated in the air, and the A+ level radiation eagle opened its 10-meter-long mouth and let out a shrill roar. The radiation light, like a wave, flooded the surrounding space of thousands of meters. Under the radiation light, an indescribable monster could be vaguely seen, like a distorted space, A transparent brain, glowing rocks. Go! The plane was already blocking the front of the eagle. With a flick of his hand, the amplification needle was poked into his body without cost, and all the enhanced skills were also refreshed. Affected by this, after the A+ level radiation light merged with his body, there was a faint rhythm of the beast tide. Feiji knew long ago that he was facing an invincible enemy. And the eagle, who was in tune with him, turned around and ran for his life without saying a word. After all, as a radioactive beast with blood, it only had one life. As a high-level player in this version whose strength surpassed that of bringing a knife, but not an umbrella on a rainy night, Feiji naturally relied on more than just the eagle under his crotch. With a flick of his wrist, a second-level excellent-level rapier was shaken out, and the previously condensed S-level beast tide merged into the sword light, blooming with unprecedented light. The next moment, the figure of the plane seemed to pass through the void, and the self-created explosive skill evil-repelling sword technique pierced into the body of the soul-sucking monster, and then turned into a white light. Huh? Come again? At this moment, Gao Gong, who had just finished the inventory work and was bragging and chatting with his own men, narrowed his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared on the periphery of the broken world. With his third-level top-level physical body, he could enter the light-speed mode in a short time. With the instinct of the organism, Gao Gong keenly felt that something was approaching from a distance. But whether it was the naked eye or the biological magnetic field, he could not sense the other party. If it's really a soul-sucking monster, then I've won the jackpot. In his previous life, the three most hated cosmic creatures by Gao Gong were soul-sucking monsters. This thing is so disgusting. It destroys the network infrastructure built by itself at any time, such as sucking the star power plant dry, sucking the backup energy of the galaxy server dry, etc. In short, it's disgusting. Although you are probably just a low-level soul-sucking monster, and you can't suck stars, I'll use you to practice first. The temperature of Gao Gong's body suddenly rose, soaring to tens of thousands of degrees. This is just the surface temperature. The temperature inside the body is even higher. Only the carbon-based fruit can maintain this extreme temperature. Gao Gong stretched out his palm, and the light on the surface of his palm was incredibly bright. With a gentle touch, he inserted it directly into the void. And then the magnetic field of the entire broken world was pulled in. First, various planetary fragments shone brightly, and then the cosmic rays that permeated this interstellar battlefield formed huge vortices under the influence of the planetary magnetic field. The smallest vortex had a magnetic field coverage of hundreds of kilometers. Under the control of this powerful magnetic field, it can be said that it almost swallowed up all the vacuum within the range of the naked eye. In Gao Gong's field of vision, two strange vacuums appeared due to the interference of the magnetic field. Found it. Gao Gong's figure instantly appeared in front of vacuum, and vacuum also realized something and began to counterattack. In an instant, there appeared dense straws around Gao Gong, and at the same time, a series of attack prompts sounded on the system panel. You have received real damage from the soul-sucking monster, and your health has been reduced by 100,000. You have received real damage from the soul-sucking monster, and your health has been reduced by 100,000. You have received real damage from the soul-sucking monster, and your health has been reduced by 100,000. You have received real damage from the soul-sucking monster, and your health has been reduced by 100,000. Each of those dense straws represents the loss of 100,000 health. This is the most disgusting part of the soul-sucking monster, which is called the infinite blood-sucking method by the people in the Jianghu. However, this trick is not very useful for Gao Gong, who has mastered two carbon-based fruits. Gao Gong's figure gradually faded, and finally disappeared into the vacuum before the attack was completed. 10,000 meters above the two soul-sucking monsters, Gao Gong's figure appeared again, and his palms seemed to stir in the water, and the stellar magnetic fields of the broken stars were attracted, and began to approach the two soul-sucking monsters. The two soul-sucking monsters also transformed, directly transforming into a body of tens of thousands of meters, with hundreds of thousands of straws sucking the free energy around them, like two little suns about to take shape. Boss, the coordinates of the Star Destroyer have been located. Do you want to fire? General Quill's voice came from Gao Gong's receiver. No, I want to capture them alive. Boss, you really made a wise and heroic decision. Dr. Yu's excited voice came from the receiver. But how do you do it? According to Tianwei, the soul-sucking monsters ignore all energy attacks. Huang Yuanli asked. Engineer Gao shook his head, to be precise. It digests most energy attacks. The reason why the soul-sucking monster is so terrifying is that its digestive capacity is comparable to that of a small black hole. It is almost never full. And once it is full, it means that it is about to advance. However, not being able to fill it up does not mean that it cannot choke the opponent. The method that Engineer Gao said is also an effective way to seal the soul-sucking monster that most civilizations have discovered after research. As long as the energy fluctuations of the same frequency can be injected into the hundreds of thousands of straws of the soul-sucking monster at the same time, its digestive system can be shut down. And then the entire life system can enter shutdown mode. And it just so happens that the skills that Engineer Gao practiced on the mechanical planet before can just restrain the opponent. After all, the magnetic field is also a kind of energy. And the planetary magnetic field control can just achieve range magnetic field synchronization. Chapter 953 Magnetic Field. Control of planetary magnetic field exclusive to carbon-based God system. The powerful biological magnetic field expands, with the help of the power of the fruit, forming primary physical laws, thus controlling the magnetic field of the surrounding stars. Note: primary physical laws only act on the magnetic field of stars, and do not involve the reasons for the birth of magnetic fields such as the interaction between the inner core and the outer core, the forces generated by rotation and revolution, etc., nor do they involve the microscopic field, and the scope of its law control is also limited by the life form. Theoretically, the laws of physics should be unlimited and applicable to any corner of the observable universe. Just like the four major forces, covering everything and controlling everything. But the reality is that even the strongest civilizations find it difficult to do this. The primary laws of physics mastered by the senior engineers also have limitations on the scope and intensity of use. For example, the current senior engineers have no problem manipulating small celestial bodies, such as meteorites, asteroids, and even controlling the magnetic fields of some planets. But if it involves the magnetic fields of stars, it will be difficult to do. Once the star explodes, the impact range will cover dozens of light years, and even he will not be able to escape. But even with so many restrictions, the primary laws of physics are still laws, and they are conceptual existences. With one move by Gao Gong, the two soul-sucking monsters were forced to reveal their original forms, and under the pressure of the surrounding magnetic field, the hundreds of thousands of straws all over their bodies soon emitted white light. And the white light soon connected into one piece, like a giant cocoon, covering it. And then the light cocoon gradually shrank from 10,000 meters to 1,000 meters, and then to 100 meters, and finally turned into two jade stones with a diameter of 1 meter. It is life after all. Senior engineer sighed, touching the surface of the jade with his palm. It was not irritating, but rather had a warm feeling. Since it is life, it must have a life structure. But the structure of information life is the underlying code, while the structure of energy life is the energy storage method. These two pieces of jade are the energy solidification of the soul-sucking monster. You are too powerful. Wang Yuanli's sigh came from the headset. We all came from the planet. How come you are so powerful like a monster? Compared to you, the test subjects from the cyber test field, are better than good citizens. Individual strength is insignificant in front of real civilized weapons. Gao Gong was very modest. He had truly mastered the power of civilization, and naturally knew how powerful civilization was. Even a fleet of a low-level civilization would be enough to overwhelm him. What's more, you seem to have come at the wrong time. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, and his palm suddenly reached into the void and grabbed a transparent arm. From the physical touch alone, Gao Gong's palm still could not sense the other party's existence. But under the magnetic field, all invisible things, including the existence of different dimensions. A orange cat suddenly jumped out from another dimension, opened its mouth, and seemed to cover the sky and the sun, biting Gao Gong. Dimensional beast? It's a pity that it's just a hybrid. The real top-level dimensional beast bloodline can manifest a black hole when opening its mouth, rather than the current space folding. Gao Gong's eyes flashed with a cold divine light, and the black eyes gradually faded, replaced by endless void. The reason why planetary magnetic field control is a prerequisite for space power is that space itself emits a magnetic field. Gao Gong's biomagnetic field gradually assimilated with the void, and a crack suddenly appeared from the world in the mouth, one after another, and then densely packed. Just after Gao Gong completed the complete assimilation, with a click, the space fold created by the dimensional beast was completely shattered, and a painful meow sounded in Gao Gong's ears. A figure grabbed the big orange and turned around to dive into the void again. Heh. It's impolite not to return the favor. Since you came to investigate me, it's probably not appropriate not to bring something back. The expression in Gao Gong's eyes changed again. It was no longer the void, but dense black lines. Each black line was a concrete biomagnetic field. In his eyes, the person opposite was no longer the legendary mercenary Ti Yongqi, but a human figure composed of biomagnetic fields. Gao Gong stepped into the air and punched. In the eyes of Ti Yongqi, the opponent's fist seemed to have turned into a planet. With boundless pressure, squeezing over, puff, the human figure formed by the opponent's biomagnetic field was forcibly opened with a hole. After a few seconds, Gao Gong's aura slowly faded, and a ball of blood was still floating in the air. What a pity. The exclusive skill planetary magnetic field control is good in every way, but it has a limitation. When he controls the magnetic field, his body is assimilated with the space and cannot move. If you want to move, you must have the space shuttle talent. However, if you really want to obtain this talent, you can control more than just the magnetic field. Soon, Yi Deloli, Huang Yuanli, Xiao Yu, Wei Erwei, and other high-level combat forces of the camp came together. Among them, Yi, Huang, and Xiao all have third-level combat power. But because the camp technology is not in place, they cannot complete the job transfer. Gao Gong does not lack drawings and knowledge, but he does not have a fixed site, so it is very difficult for him to build something. With this thought, his need for the resource planet became more urgent. "Get ready to go," said Senior Engineer in a deep voice. "Whether we can officially step into the Interstellar Society depends on the next battle." On the outskirts of this star field, a figure stumbled out of the space. It was the legendary mercenary Ti Yongqi. But his current state is not legendary at all. A dimensional beast that looks like a big orange cat is crying anxiously beside him. There is also blood on its mouth, as if it had bitten a mouthful of glass shards. As a mercenary, Ti Yongqi had faced countless life-threatening situations. He struggled to take out various types of medicine from the dimensional bag, stuffing them into his mouth and into the mouth of the big orange dimensional beast next to him. The injuries of the man and the beast were recovering rapidly. After a long time, Ti Yongqi gritted his teeth and said, "The information given to me by the employer did not say that the other party has a 4th level combat power. The 4th level combat power is a super level combat power, which is a 4th level combat force that only the ascended civilization is qualified to manufacture. Or some 3rd level civilizations are crazy about piling up materials, wasting a lot of resources, and creating cross-level combat power. And this kind of combat power, especially individual combat power, must be specially marked in any mission." Meow. Meow. The dimensional beast also expressed anger, and was so excited that it almost exploded. "This matter is not over yet. I have cultivated the soul-sucking monster with great difficulty. The thousands of interstellar species that Ti Yongqi carried with him, dimensional beasts, soul-sucking monsters are the top type, and they are the kind that cannot be copied." After losing the soul-sucking monster, Ti Yongqi's heart was bleeding. "I will go back to settle accounts with my employer first, and then gather my interstellar species army." Ti Yongqi gritted his teeth, preparing for the next revenge action, and suddenly his eyes bulged, and his body, which had recovered more than half, suddenly sprayed a large amount of blood mist, and even the scales that had just grown were broken. I'm clearly already healed." He looked down and found a large number of cracks centered on his chest, spreading around his body. Ti Yongqi took out a portable detection device, and scanned his body with the probe, and a holographic projection appeared, including various indicators of the body, and even changes in the biomagnetic field. And on the biomagnetic field of the human figure, a fist mark appeared, directly causing a fist-sized hole to appear in the magnetic field. This punch, actually, forcibly changed the form of his life magnetic field. Chapter 954 Cooperation. Hydra is very lively. After entering the spaceport, Engineer Gao sighed. Although the mechanical Hydra was also very lively before, it was still very rare that there was not even a ship docking station like now. Engineer Gao glanced at the periphery, and saw tens of thousands of mechanical platforms outside the huge port gate. However, unlike the weapon systems mounted on the spacecraft, these mechanical platforms are civilian devices. When placed in a vacuum environment, they will automatically deform, and the mechanical plates will stretch out step by step. Then the anti-gravity system will spray blue flames, turning them into temporary starship docking platforms. In the past few months, It has been really busy. Not only here, but also on those artificial satellites. There are people. All of them. They are all rushing to die. Thinking of the ending of the last attack on the star. Gao Gong sighed. Qin Jinzi, who had been waiting for a long time, showed a delicate smile. Charming eyes. And the black eyeshadow around her eyes made this workplace which more charming. Those people have been waiting for you for a long time. And have urged you several times. Is that so? Engineer Gao shrugged and said, What's the point of urging me? Without enough experimental equipment, we can't do it even if we want to. Do you want me to notify them? Qin Hazel paused and said, After all, they are honored guests of the third-level civilization. Third-level civilization is third-level civilization. It's hard to say whether they are honored guests or not. If they are really honored guests, they won't like us. We have to meet them after all. We also need some business friends. Engineer Gao led the way, and Qin Hazel lagged behind half a step, and walked to the shuttle dock outside the spaceport. Fortunately, with the authority of the fifth-level mercenary, an unmanned shuttle flew over automatically. Welcome, Mr. Star Soldier King. Soldier King, do you want me to live in a doghouse? Gao Gong asked the artificial intelligence. I don't understand what you mean. Please confirm your planet coordinates. 1523522.79247910.3133131. Qin Hazel next to him reported a string of numbers. These digital coordinates correspond to a planetary encryption club. In every black market, there is this type of place, which represents the authority of a neutral black market. In this information security house, many underground transactions will be carried out, and the black market owner will provide absolute information protection. Before Gao Gong entered the shuttle, he glanced at a certain place, and then entered the shuttle without saying a word. This shuttle is equivalent to an upgraded version of the flying car, with stronger performance, faster speed, and higher comfort. It can not only sail around the world, but also provide orbital travel around the planet. It is powered by a wireless charging system throughout the planet. And just after Gao Gong left, inside the spaceport, inside a small spaceship. It is obviously an ordinary spaceship, but the various advanced detection devices inside cover the entire cabin. A large number of holographic projections flickered in it, classified. Most of the projections were marked with thick data. Tide AI detection completed. The 7,391,719 third-order organism. Bioenergy determination completed. The danger level of this third-order organism has risen to the 8th. 8th, very rare. A humanoid star armor came over with a dong-dong-dong sound, curiously checking the data of the senior engineer. Bioenergy 10 million, a 5th-level mercenary under the assessment of the Mechanical Hydra, the head of the Cybertron Legion, name code Cybertron, didn't complete many high-level tasks. Tide, didn't you hack in? Tide AI replied, completed the hacking of the Mechanical Hydra, the mercenary task system, no task record. No task record? This is a backdoor? The eyes of the humanoid mecha turned from blue to red, which meant that a driver with higher authority replaced the former. Tide, connect me to all the Federation databases in this star, and check the whereabouts of this Cybertron. Compared to the frivolous electronic voice of the previous one, this electronic voice is deep and serious. Okay, Senior Team Leader Zuana. Even the voice of the AI became more respectful. Soon, the information about Cybertron was input, still pitifully little. Only 2 points are worth noting. First, he was born on the Machine Rift Star. Everyone knows what the Machine Rift Star represents. It is a restricted area for low-level civilizations. Second, the destruction of several famous pirate groups in the third star circle seems to be related to him. From the Machine Rift Star, the star armor operator fell into deep thought. The electronic eyes of the humanoid star armor suddenly turned half blue and half red. Team leader. So, this Cybertron took the back door. We all know that when the Mechanical Master suppressed the Robert Galaxy, the black market owner under our feet did a lot of auxiliary work. I don't care about the collector. The task given to me by the superiors is to monitor the sponsor of the Galen Republic. Monitor the process of this war. And no matter who wins or loses, we must be one step ahead and obtain the fruits of war. This is very important, Zuana said in a serious tone. Yes. Yes. Of course it's important. It's related to the reputation of our Federation. The Planet Cannon Technology Leak Incident. TSK. It's a major case in the Federation. Otherwise, why would our Bureau of Investigation take action? We are the Third Bureau, the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Military Coordination Bureau are the three most powerful departments in the Federation. They are the few super-bureaucratic departments that can compete with the giant federal companies. So, team leader, which file does this person belong to? First, the monitoring file. If it is confirmed that he participated in the next star attack, he will be transferred to the destruction file to verify the enemy's strength and prepare to destroy the action plan secretly. Got it. The red electronic eye disappeared and was replaced by a blue electronic eye. The Investigation Bureau surveillance is still going on. At this time, Sheen Hazel and Senior Engineer have entered the encrypted club. After entering the door of the club, Senior Engineer seemed to have entered a strange space. With every step, the scene would change bizarrely, either a civilized city, or an interstellar space station, or a dark interstellar space, or the mouth of some creature. Feeling the random changes in the magnetic field of space, Senior Engineer casually said, "Random space bubble? Boss, have you been to this kind of club?" Sheen Hazel asked curiously. "No. I'm a good person. You come to the interstellar black market to trade. And you're still a good person. Are you a human?" Sheen Hazel's smile remained unchanged. And he secretly slandered in his heart. Random space bubbles. One of the achievements of space technology. Its effect is similar to the dark web of virtual networks. It cannot be located. It is extremely private. It is extremely difficult to crack. And even the black market owner cannot access it. Of course, the last point is questionable. Of course, generally speaking, the more famous public black markets basically have not had a user list leak incident, even when facing the invasion of the third-level forces. For example, now, if you want to break this random space bubble, you must first crack a series of space parameters that are as complex as super passwords. Once a space ripple is triggered during the process, the space bubble will randomly shift, making your hacking work in vain. Of course, this kind of space bubble also has weaknesses. The biggest weakness is its instability, not to mention being attacked head-on. Even if there is a little energy reaction around it, it may cause space collapse. Therefore, in this encrypted club, armed conflicts rarely occur. After all, no one wants to die. The black market owner only guarantees that the news will not be leaked. But he does not guarantee the lives of the people here. Soon, Gao Gong met the owner of the room. 3 golden-skinned gallons. Chapter 955. Gong Gong fell in love with a pot-cut galen in the middle at first sight. The reason was that this galen looked too pretty, with red lips and white teeth, and a thin body, like a little boy. You know, as a humanoid species, galen people are very big and strong, with metal muscles all over their bodies. Although galen people are humanoid species, they are not mammals, but egg-bearing species. In other words, galen people do not give birth to people, but eggs. With the advancement of technology, all children are raised by the public. Maternal culture has long disappeared in this intelligent species. Even female Galenians are no different from men. So when he first saw such a handsome Galenian, Gao Gong couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Gilliman's younger brother, Mr. Kasuk," Sheen Hazel said enthusiastically, and even took Kasuk's arm. When this handsome boy was pulled like this, his face turned red all of a sudden, and his golden skin turned red, like a branding iron. "Captain Cybertron, my brother introduced you to me. Are you also a metal executor?" Gao Gong asked curiously. Although he did not use the probe, Gao Gong could clearly feel the surging blood and chi under the other party's weak appearance. For the Galen people who are generally metal poisoned, strong blood and chi are the sign of a strong person. "I'm not a metal executor, I'm a lieutenant in the clone army," Jusuk answered honestly, and the Galen people next to him coughed a few times to prevent him from saying anything. It seems that Gilliman has no more people to use, and he sent out such a rookie. "Sir, before the transaction, or even the explanation, I think we need to sign a confidentiality agreement." A Galen next to him took the initiative. "Confidentiality contract, which system?" Senior Engineer raised his eyebrows and said, "Information contract." The other party took out a U-disc and handed it over. There are 4 types of confidentiality contracts: information lock, mechanical lock, energy lock, biological lock, corresponding to the 4 major systems. Among them, information locks are called differently in different civilizations, such as the Oath Scroll of Wizard Civilization. the confidential room of dimensional civilization, and the primary causal weapon of advanced civilization. It is an encryption method that acts on consciousness. The senior engineer did not speak. He probed and scanned the U-disc. After confirming that it was a legitimate information contract, the skin on his palm moved automatically, revealing a deformed socket, and inserted it. The next moment, an indescribable feeling appeared, as if a read-only file was installed in the human body system, which could only be read and could not be stored in the memory system. Automatically deleted memory files. As an old driver on the information side, Gao Gong immediately understood the principle of the confidentiality contract. Gao Gong did not speak, waiting for the other party's next move. Qin Hazel did the same thing, but she opened her temple, exposed the brain socket, and then inserted the U-disc. Seeing that the two had copied it, the three gallants were obviously relieved. It seems that these people are also doing this kind of work for the first time. The general content of the cooperation, I believe my brother has already told you. Jiju asked. We roughly know that it is some kind of human experiment project. But we don't know the specific content, said the engineer. We will provide you with some human materials from the Galen people, and you will conduct some implantation experiments according to our requirements, said another Galen. We dare not attack members of the third-level civilization. You'd better tell us clearly what the human materials are, said the engineer, raising his eyebrows. Clones. I see. The Galen people are big users of clones, compared to the Myrta people who use a large number of AI-loaded mechas. The Galen people prefer to use clones as cannon fodder. However, no matter how cannon fodder they are also Galen blood. If the experiment is discovered, Gao Gong will become the mortal enemy of the Galen Federation, even if his employer is the Galen people. This is a very risky thing. What can we get? Gao Gong asked back. Everything you need. Another Galen person spoke arrogantly. Warships, weapons, resources, population, technology. As long as you meet our requirements, we can meet all your needs. Gao Gong did not comment. If it was before he got the fleet, he would be ecstatic about this kind of reward. After all, a good cook cannot cook without rice, without a fixed territory. He lacks everything. But now, as long as he can capture the Alpha Turtle, he can build anything. But he did not refuse on the spot. He dug a large fleet from the Milta Federation, even if the model, appearance, and weapon system were all modified. The probability of being discovered was quite high if they really fought, especially since the Federation was determined to get the Alpha Turtle. He had to fight 100%. For example, when he was at the spaceport before, he felt a hidden telekinesis, which was probably a Myrta agent, monitoring the black market. Since there was a high probability of offending the Myrta Federation, it would be better to cooperate with another third-level civilization, even if it was just a small underground hill of a third-level civilization. Maybe he could get in touch with some high-level people of the Galen people. However, the deal was not worth much, and Gao Gong still wanted to take advantage of it. So he said righteously, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of person. My morality tells me that I can't use intelligent species for human experiments." Kisuk was immediately anxious, and said, "The clones we cultivated have deliberately controlled brain development. They have no self-awareness at all. They are just living organisms." Another Galen stopped Kisuk, looked up and down at Gao Gong with the vicissitudes of life, and said calmly, "How much is your morality worth?" In the Golden Hall of the Mechanical Hydra, another transaction was in progress. Patrick Star was still sitting on the golden throne, and his pink tentacles trembled from time to time, looking silly and cute. But its negotiating partner was terribly strong. His head was close to the top of the temple, and he was not completely humanoid. At least his lower body looked more like a whale covered with tentacles. His upper body alone was 2 kilometers long, and his lower body was even longer, just floating in the air. He looked like a giant in space. His blood and chi filled up the entire golden temple. Several holes on the whale's back had biological energy that was invisible to the naked eye, like the smoke pillars in Stanley, which not only absorbed the biological magnetic field, but also gave birth to stronger changes. This kind of evolution, generally speaking, can only be achieved by entering a deep carbon-based fusion. "Help me again, Collector." The monster's voice was like thunder, shaking the ground with a boom-boom sound. "I will definitely be able to take down Alpha Narwhal this time. You should know, Leviathan, there is only one round of angel investment." Collector smiled and said, "You missed it. I can't help you either. How could I know that old Walter could drive a planetary cannon? Leviathan roared, and his beard, which was more than 10 meters long, was like a rainforest swept by a storm. You know my strength, Collector. If you take down that planet, I am willing to give you all of old Walter's collection. Collector was not frightened by the other party's momentum. His tentacles touched his chin, and suddenly said, "How many Leviathans are your tribe willing to give you?" Chapter 956. Leviathan, one of the space monsters, has an adult body size as big as an asteroid, and some leaders even have bodies that can reach the planetary level. Each space monster is a gene bank, and its intelligence is no less than that of most intelligent species. They know how to survive and how to better adapt to the environment. And the half-human, half-whale Leviathan in front of us is the spokesperson of the Leviathan monster tribe. The reason why he was chosen is, to a large extent, because of the cooperation between the Leviathan monster and the Galen Republic. The Republic's latest biological giant ship refers to the size and structure of the Leviathan monster, and the latter also donated some precious biological cells. Therefore, this humanoid Leviathan defeated other candidates and became the chosen one of the Galen Republic. As for space species, like space behemoths, due to their huge size, they have a very high demand for external energy, so their bodies naturally solidify carbon-based fusion. In other words, as space species, they are always in the mode of carbon-based fusion, and each Leviathan is equivalent to a third-level strongman with permanent endurance. The support of the Leviathan tribe for the person in front of them is obviously a very important reference standard. At this moment, the half-human, half-beast giant exhaled like lightning, swallowed like thunder, and was silent for a moment, saying, "The tribe is willing to support 100 more adult tribesmen." "Oh," the Collector said meaningfully. In order to defeat the Alpha Narcissus, the Leviathan tribe provided 500 adult Leviathans. As a result, under the attack of the planetary cannon, most of the adult giants were directly destroyed. Even this one was seriously injured on the spot, and it is unknown whether it has been completely recovered. For any space giant tribe, losing 500 adult tribesmen is a huge loss. After all, space monsters are not known for their ability to reproduce. The Collector did not make additional investments in the end, even though the coordinates of the planet of Alpha Narcissus had been discovered, even though after firing a star cannon, in a short period of time, the Walter family would probably not be able to fire a second one. The prerequisite for using a star cannon is a completely mechanized planet, which is not easy for a star pirate force to do. After the giant left angrily, an inexplicable voice sounded again. "Your choice is correct. I can feel that the other party's injuries have not recovered. He is racing against time. Public opinion in the Federation is overwhelming. The upper echelons of the Federation must give an explanation to the people. He can only have a certain probability of retaining the fruit if he seizes the planet before the Federation takes action." The Collector paused, and suddenly changed his words, saying, "But this is not the reason why I did not invest in the other party. According to my deduction, if there is no external interference, the Leviathan giant has a high chance of shooting down the Alpha Narcissus in the Second Star War. Even if old Walter can restart the planetary cannon, with the abnormal evolutionary ability of those space monsters, they have probably evolved means to defend against such strong attacks. Then why didn't you agree? Now that you have offended him, won't all your previous investments go down the drain?" The voice asked in confusion. "The reason is very simple. There are already people behind this Leviathan giant, and there is more than one force, interstellar tycoons, a military group of the Galen Republic, a certain interstellar organization. These forces are very troublesome. I don't want to eat from the same pot with them. Since he already has someone to support him, why did he come here to seek your help? He wants to achieve some kind of balance?" The Collector looked far-sighted. Who knows, maybe to share the risk, maybe to fish, maybe just to add a layer of insurance. "But I don't like trouble." "Then you can't eat the benefits of this resource planet. Without enough resources, I'm afraid you can't return to the Supreme Path?" "Haha, that may not be the case." Patrick laughed, and with a touch of his pink tentacles, holographic projections popped out, which were the pictures of the broken world, and in the pictures, there were a large number of players. "Who said I only invest in one company? Compared to space monsters with complicated backgrounds, I prefer businessmen with clean backgrounds." Coincidentally, Patrick's communicator rang, and a name called Cybertron popped up. "Interesting. Isn't it coming?" After hanging up the communicator, Gao Gong said directly to Qinzhenzi, "The Collector has agreed to send me the new coordinates of the Alpha Turtle. After receiving it, I will directly meet with the fleet." You should stay here and keep in touch with us at any time. Qin Jinzi nodded. It's okay to let this workplace which engage in business wars. But she won't be needed in a serious interstellar war. But she also suggested, during this period, I have also met some mercenary forces with good reputations. Should I spend money to hire them? Although the prices of all mercenaries have increased tenfold during this period. It's not necessary. Gao Gong rejected it flatly. He didn't want to fight with a bunch of leaders. Find the planet, defeat it with the fourth disaster, and rely on the civilization panel to madly increase the technology tree. This is the kingly way. After all, even in the interstellar society, there is a saying that still works. The source of all fear is insufficient firepower. Although Gao Gong said that he did not need reinforcements. Reinforcements still came. And more than one group came. In the vacuum of the universe, a huge interstellar fleet was migrating. Since they were not on a regular route, it was easy to encounter roadblocks, which might be a large meteorite or a pile of spaceport wreckage. However, under the fire suppression of arc energy cannons and psionic tracking cannons, all the existences that stood in the way were annihilated by thousands of energy cannons. Players who grabbed the position of Starship Gunner were now having a great time. Great. Great. Great, no-brainer. Great, my artillery skill has been upgraded to level 4, no level 5. It is said that when it is upgraded to level 6, you can not only fire inside the ship, but also outside the Starship mechanical platform. Fire. By the way, when the gunner is upgraded to the top, can he fire Star Destroyers? What kind of artillery you fire every day? Are you not afraid of kidney deficiency? This is the words of the envious and jealous player on the side. Hey, there seems to be something ahead. Wait for me to fire a shot first. But he soon found that the weapon system was directly locked, and then a system prompt sounded. You cannot attack friendly units. What? We still have friendly units. What are friendly units? Can they be eaten? Does it have health bars? The player's eagerness to fight is reflected in their desire to kick stray dogs on the roadside. Fortunately, Gao Gong already knew the behavior of these people. The weapon system permissions of the spacecraft were only open to them at level 2. If anything goes wrong, the spacecraft AI will take over directly. On the virtual level, Gao Yuanyuan saw a series of mechanical matrices, and the endless mechanical army under the matrices. The computing power of the planetary host. No, there is an even more dangerous power. From the blood-red electronic eyes of the robots, Gao Yuanyuan saw a very dangerous existence. From the subject revolution to the intelligent machine crisis, the power of the mechanical revolution is only to activate, copy, produce AI consciousness, essentially still belongs to consciousness controlling machinery, and once it reaches the third mechanical revolution mechanical cage, the power of the machinery will reverse and begin to suppress information. Chapter 957. Gao Yuanyuan heard from her cheat brother that, once the mechanical revolution enters the third stage, it will be able to start with information species. Through imprisonment, transform some large information life forms, such as the brain in the vat, through software absorption, indirectly stimulate the evolution of hardware, and stack the computing power to an unimaginable level. The mechanical revolution at this stage can be said to be the nemesis of information species, and the computing power exceeds the upper limit of the planetary host, reaching the level of the fourth-order galaxy host. Through the supercomputing power of the galaxy host, an entire galaxy of information capture groups, absorbs virtual civilizations. Then through this absorption, it in turn gives birth to one planetary host after another, a star data center, a star cloud computing cluster, and eventually expands to other galaxies. It can be said that if there is no targeted power, 99% of the third-level civilizations will not be the opponent of the mechanical cage. All intelligent species will be forcibly transformed into human brain data storage. Wherever the machine passes, it will collect civilizations one by one as machine servant civilizations. The mechanical cage, also known as the civilization cage. At this point, the so-called mechanical revolution is not just a matter for mechanical civilization, but a mechanical disaster that all civilizations must resist. This is why, in many civilized societies, mechanical species are hated by everyone. And even the thoughts of many civilizations are extreme mechanical rejection and machine public enemy. In the history of these civilizations, most of them have resisted mechanical disasters, lost hundreds of billions of citizens, and even suffered humiliation by being colonized by machines. But this is only the power of the third mechanical revolution. According to my brother, The mechanical revolution is very magical. It does not present an increasing relationship. It is more like a lucky draw for mechanical species, and the mechanical species that usually win the prize. The probability of winning again is extremely low, and after winning twice in a row, the probability of winning again is almost zero. It is precisely because Gao Yuanyuan wants to develop virtual civilization that Gao Gong explained the 3 disasters of the nemesis of virtual civilization clearly, so that she would not suffer a big loss due to misunderstanding. Gao Yuanyuan put away her distracting thoughts and looked at the 3 troop transport ships in front of her. There was nothing special about the ship itself, except for the size of the troop transport cabin. Its performance was far from comparable to that of the Myrna Federation's ships. But Gao Yuanyuan's virtual vision had already traversed the space and saw the interior of the ship. There were combat robots filled with the temperament of species extinction. The robots were nearly 4 meters tall and humanoid. Their steel spines were as thick as an ordinary person's thigh and extended from the spine to the upper half of the limbs. There was a row of micro-electrodes on the spinal joints. Once hundreds of joints were exerted, the explosive force would be terrifying. The left arms of these robots are rotating energy cannons, and the right arms are thick metal saw blades. The blades are made of breaking energy alloy material. What surprised Gao Yuanyuan even more was that from these robots, she saw several structures that should have belonged to Gao Gong. The thick steel spine is a Mobius strip. The upper arm structure is a sickle dance. The lower arm hides a blade, which is a crescent moon, and the knuckles are like circles of single molecular wires. The edges of the molecular wires are sharpened to be extremely sharp. Once they explode, the lethality will be very terrifying. It is the model of the dance of finger Noel, and the electronic eyes of these mechanical lives are shining with a dark light, which is even more daunting. That is the power of intelligent machines. For carbon-based creatures, the danger of intelligent machine crisis is even greater than other mechanical revolutions. 100,000 level 60 robots, with structural modules implanted at the same time, have joined the Starship Army. The Cybertron Legion has gained 100,000 intelligent machine killers, and the camp points plus 300,000. Huh? Gao Gong opened the system panel with some surprise, and pointed out the attributes of intelligent machine killers. Name: Killing Onyx Species. Intermediate Mechanical Life. Level: 60 Max HP. 2000000/2000000 Stamina. 40,000/40,000 Mechanical Energy. 5 million. Biological Attributes: Strength 500, Agility 1500, Endurance 300, Intelligence 300, Perception 1400. Skills: Construct Control Transformation, Onyx Center Transformation, Prosthetic Control LV 4 Second Level Expert, Intelligent Brain Control LV 7 Second Level Expert, Mechanical Weapon Mastery LV 8 Second Level Expert, Energy Weapon Control LV 9 Second Level Expert. Leader Template: Crisis Omnix. Are you so confident in me? Senior Engineer muttered to himself. Gao Gong knew very well that Lolita had been in the Interstellar Society for so many years, and the underground factory that manufactured intelligent machines was definitely not just the one inside the Federation. Since the analysis of the second-order structural body blueprint, she must have entered the production state without stopping. These 100,000 killing intelligent machines must be the first wave of products. However, Gao Gong did not expect that the other party would be so confident in him that he directly sent a wave of 100,000 mechanical troops. Thanks to the big brother on the list. Oh no! The big sister on the list for the gift. Have confidence in you? I have always had confidence in you. A cheerful voice sounded. Gao Gong raised his head and looked at the somewhat abstract guy in front of him in silence. After getting the new coordinates of the Alpha Narcissus, he originally planned to leave the Mechanical Hydra and combine with his army of tens of millions of players, and then take the lead and directly destroy the Walter family and occupy this resource planet. But before he left the planet, the space folded and directly teleported him into the Golden Palace. Patrick's star is still unfathomable, and another breath still exists. After refining 2 carbon-based fruits, Gao Gong's senses became more acute. Strong breath of life? No, seems to be some kind of concept related to life. Could it be some fourth-order carbon-based strongman? In this galaxy, the 2 most powerful civilizations are mechanical civilizations, and fourth-order carbon-based civilizations are almost impossible to exist. Unless... Gao Gong immediately thought of the Supreme Hunjia. Could it be that this is also a Supreme? Then this Patrick star in front of him, could it be that he is also a Supreme? Gao Gong's heart suddenly jumped. Ding, the mission of civilization restoration. Tracing the origin of the Supreme, the completion rate of the mission jumped from 5% to 10% all of a sudden. Fuck, it really is. Thinking of the close relationship between the collector in front of him and the purple giant star, could he be the insider of the Supreme gang? Seeing that Gao Gong was slow to speak, the collector looked at him strangely for a few times, always feeling that this guy was a little strange. I'm about to go to war with the Walter family, and I have a lot on my mind. Gao Gong quickly found an excuse. Oh, that's right. You have to seize the planet before Leviathan. And you will probably have to fight with the Leviathan tribe and the federal agents to officially determine the ownership of this resource planet. But you don't have to worry too much. There are not many space monsters left in Leviathan now. Since he decided to cooperate with the other party, the collector would not mind leaking some information to the other party. This is indeed the case. Most of the space monsters of the Leviathan tribe were lost in the last Star Wars, which led to the humanoid Leviathan having to cooperate with major interstellar forces to form a coalition of pirates, interstellar mercenaries, and the planetary governor's army, in order to balance so many mountains and run in so many troops. In a short period of time, the humanoid Leviathan definitely has no ability to attack Alpha Narwhal. This is the best window period. After revealing some information, the collector said casually, "It just so happens that I have a treasure that you may be able to use." Chapter 958, Stargate. Treasure? Gao Gong was slightly stunned. The treasure that can be recognized by this famous collector in the nearby star field must be very valuable. But he is not such a person, since he confirmed that the other party is the Supreme One, Gao Gong. As a low-level mechanical lackey of the ancient mechanical civilization, the double-flowered red stick of His Majesty the Purple Giant Star has decided to think about civilization and must not eat what is in the pot and look at what is in the bowl. But it doesn't hurt to take a look. What if it is really a treasure? Engineer Gao nodded shamelessly. If the other party has a problem with his own eyes, he can probably see it. If this treasure is fine, then he can get it for free. Patrick jumped down from the golden throne, his short legs fluttering, signaling Engineer Gao to follow. The two of them left the golden palace. The sky was dark, there was no wind, no clouds, and no artificial atmosphere. Although Patrick's method was strange and powerful, through planetary dimension rotation, he refreshed new planets, but this ability was also limited. For example, after Gao Gong comprehended the planetary magnetic field control, he immediately sensed that this planetary space had no magnetic field, and its capacity was limited. For example, the height of the real space could not exceed the atmosphere. Once it exceeded the atmosphere, it might cause turbulence in the planetary space, or even destruction. In short, it was a virtual disk of spatial nature. Patrick extended his pink tentacles, and the next moment, a spatial fluctuation that shocked Gao Gong broke out. The atmosphere was quickly enveloped by a space storm. Space breeds magnetic fields, and magnetic fields create storms. All buildings except the Golden Palace rose from the ground one by one, and were then rolled into powder by the space storm. Seeing that Gao Gong had doubts, Patrick said, "Don't worry. As long as the door is not opened, this dimension will not be affected." Gao Gong immediately understood what the other party meant. It was like in a virtual disk, suddenly installing several terabytes of resources. As long as the resources were not decompressed, the storage capacity of the disk space would still be sufficient. Is this a space treasure? Gao Gong was immediately refreshed. The space storm subsided at a rapid speed, like a whale taking water, revealing the true appearance of the center of the storm. It was a huge door, almost close to the top of the atmosphere. If it were in reality, the length of this space treasure would be about 3,000 kilometers. This scale is probably equivalent to an interstellar fortress. But when Gao Gong looked closely, he found that this space treasure was a door-shaped object. The door reflected the empty universe, the various planets dotted with stars, and the space monsters that looked like ants in the lonely vacuum. Stargate, Gao Gong said in disbelief. You know, a Stargate is a standard creation of advanced civilization, the culmination of superliminal technology, and the most cutting-edge product of space theory. Without a level 7 civilization, you can't even think about it. Even in his previous life, Gao Gong didn't get a Stargate. The main reason is that you may not be able to buy this thing even if you have money. To be precise, it's a broken Stargate. Patrick was very satisfied with Gao Gong's performance. Some good things can only be seen by those who know the value. It lightly tapped, and a black dot appeared in the center of the Stargate, and quickly turned into a black hole. which soon swallowed up all the cosmic scenes. This was not surprising. After all, a black hole is a celestial body with a space-time curvature so large that even light cannot escape from its event horizon. But the strange thing is that after the black hole appeared, cracks appeared from the inside of the Stargate, densely packed, layered, and it did not look like a layer of cracked glass, but from the inside to the outside, a shattered space with no visible edges at a glance. Even a dense structure like a black hole has produced space cracks. In this state, how can we transport people? I'm afraid that people will be chopped to pieces as soon as they enter. Not to mention transporting large volume stars and interstellar fleets. Basically every one we send will explode. The seller of this Stargate told me that it originated from a war between advanced civilizations. I don't know the details. But when it fell into my hands, it was in its current state, with a damage level of up to 99.9%. Patrick shrugged. Senior engineer was speechless. Not sure whether it was a high-end collectible or high-end garbage. I have tested it many times. It has lost the ability to transport large-scale interstellar objects. And it has also lost the ability to transport living things. It cannot even transport some large machines because it will interfere with the delicate structures inside them. Patrick paused and said, "The only thing worth mentioning is that it has not completely lost the ability to transport through the Stargate. As long as the cargo is controlled within a small volume and transported along a fixed route, it will still work." Gao Gong's mind moved. "You mean? This bankrupt version of the Stargate can neither transport people nor transport fleets, weapons, or even most of the delicate machinery across star regions. In theory, it is useless. Alpha Narwhal is a resource planet. According to known data, there are at least 103 types of highly enriched energy ores on the planet. After you conquer this resource planet, you will definitely need a large amount of other resources to arm the planet. This damaged Stargate is the best vehicle for transporting various ores and alloys." The engineer understood what the other party meant. A nearly completely destroyed Stargate is indeed not very valuable. However, if it is only used for black market transactions, it is very useful. Any energy ore is the best interstellar currency. But even if it is currency, it must be spent to generate value. The various resources of a resource planet may not necessarily meet the needs of high-tech construction. As for the damage during transportation, it doesn't matter. The ore alloy cut into 5 or 6 petals can also be used. It is probably the best transportation material. How far can this Stargate transmit now? About 5,000 light-years. Although 5,000 light-years sounds exaggerated, it is actually a very small scale on the scale of the universe. Not to mention galaxies. It can't even reach the diameter of a star wheel. But this just covers the distance from Mechanical Hydra to Alpha Narwhal. Gao Gong not only has to consider the war, but also the various blockades after the war. The latter is probably more troublesome than the former. Gao Gong fell into a state of contemplation. Although he is a die-hard henchman of the mechanical overlord, even if he is a big boss, it can't prevent him from making money. However, he still has doubts about the other party's identity. He doesn't know the relationship within the Supreme. Is it a gang, or an organization, or some kind of interest group? After all, he had just offended another Supreme Being. Was this a bait? Did this Supreme Being collector know that he had snatched 2 carbon-based fruits from Supreme Being Hunjia? Seeing that Gao Gong was still hesitant, Patrick showed a puzzled look. In his understanding, even if the other party was an interstellar ambitious person, the damaged Stargate he gave would not have any impact or interference on the other party. Why did the other party hesitate? The mysterious Supreme Being who had been hiding beside the collector suddenly whispered a few words to the collector. Patrick finally understood what the other party meant. After a moment's silence, he said, "I served under His Royal Highness the Purple Giant a long time ago. At that time, His Royal Highness had already vaguely known my identity. Before His Royal Highness the Purple Giant left, he asked me for a list of names. There are many people on this list who are my kind." Gao Gong understood what the other party meant at once. His brows relaxed, and he smiled with a sense of relief. "If that's the case, then I'm willing to let you have more collections." Chapter 959. It turns out that everyone is a traitor. Ugh, it turns out that you are a traitor. When Gao Gong heard the last part, he immediately accepted the damaged Stargate with pleasure. Gao Gong did not suspect that the other party was faking it. The reason was very simple. This kind of faking could be easily exposed. For example, as long as Gao Gong contacted the Purple Giant with just one sentence, he could confirm the authenticity of the other party. Patrick Star probably didn't know whether he had the contact information of the mechanical overlord, let alone the role he played when the Supreme One attacked the cyber test site. Stargate. Hey, I didn't expect to get this thing in the early stage of the game, although it's a severely damaged version. In the vacuum of the universe, Galgong opened the system panel and observed the properties of the Stargate. Name, Stargate rank, 7th level civilization manufacturer, Ancient Guardian damage degree, 99.9% function 1, material transfer restricted. Function 3, damage function 4, damage function 5, damage function 6, damage function 7, damaged. Note, a super technology of an advanced civilization, but its functions are most likely damaged. If it weren't for the special material of the Stargate, it would not be usable at all. Ancient Guardian. It turned out to be a Galgong looked at its civilization column in surprise. He had heard of this ancient civilization. Like the ancient mechanical civilization behind the purple giant star, this ancient guardian is also a member of the ancient civilization, and is also a level 7 civilization. It's just that it is not a mechanical civilization, but an energy civilization. It is said that the leader of the ancient guardian civilization is the first batch of energy life born after the Big Bang, and is a powerful existence that can be ranked in the top 10 in the dark matter ranking. If it is it, then it is not surprising that it left behind a Stargate. After all, any ancient civilization has experienced hundreds or thousands of wars between advanced civilizations. It is not surprising that an ancient Stargate was lost in a certain ancient battlefield. But if it is an ancient Stargate, maybe after it is repaired, there will be a hyperspace channel leading to some ancient battlefield ruins or dark matter kingdom. The engineer began to imagine beautiful things. Although it is probably more difficult to repair it than to create another Stargate, it is still possible to imagine it. And Galgong pondered for a moment. Looked back at the mechanical hydra that was only the size of a fist. Confirmed that at this distance, it was basically impossible for anyone to see the cosmic phenomenon with the naked eye. And opened the Stargate again, similar to the previous space storm. But the scale was obviously much smaller. The real universe was much more solid than the temporary space environment, facing the Stargate full of space cracks. Galgong took a deep breath and stretched out his right hand. As his arm stretched out, it began to slowly deform under the influence of the surrounding magnetic field, becoming transparent and able to communicate with different spaces. He put his arm into the Stargate. It's not completely inaccessible, Galgong thought, and the next moment, his face suddenly changed. The space in front of him seemed to shrink infinitely, and then it bulged infinitely towards him. He pulled it out violently, and with a puff, his right arm was cut off at the root. Your HP minus 50,000. Fuck. Galgong's figure flashed, and he appeared 10,000 meters away from the Stargate. His face turned black, and he stared at the door intently. After a moment, he let out a long breath. People really can't help but believe in evil. As soon as the thought came to mind, with a sizzle sound, a metal bone pierced out from the wound. A moment later, the alloy forearm, the palm, and the 5 fingers also grew out one after another. Metal loss in the body minus 50%. Additional state 1 memory metal, loss below 50%, recovery speed 2 seconds, damage above 50%, recovery speed 5 seconds, upper limit every 30 hours, 800%. Very quickly, along the metal bones, a lot of flesh, nerve fibers, skin grew out. The loss in this aspect is very small, very small. This is also the advantage of carbon-based creatures. Soon, an arm that was no different from the previous one grew out. The senior engineer moved it a few times and talked to himself. The damage is indeed serious. I used the magnetic field to contact the space, trying to find an undamaged space path. As a result, it was swallowed up directly as soon as I released the biological magnetic field. The damage inside the Stargate has reached the level of space annihilation. And the phenomenon of space annihilation is generally only caused by the collapse of large volume stars, such as the destruction of the sun, or advanced space weapons, such as intergalactic black hole guns, galaxy-level space clamps, etc. I'm afraid I can only try again after I absorb the space bloodline and regain my space talent. After having his arm pinched, Galgong calmed down. After all, it's a Stargate. Even among the superluminal technology equipment, it is the best. If the speed of light is closely related to time, then superluminal technology has nothing to do with time. In the understanding of ordinary people, it is closer to a kind of teleportation, appearing from one end of the space at the other end in an instant. Theoretically, The observable universe is more than 90 billion light-years. If you master this technology, you can go from one end of the universe to the other end in an instant. You can directly cross countless galaxies, galaxy clusters, superclusters, and the Great Wall of the universe to the other side of the universe. Of course, this is just a theory. The reason why the theory is a theory is that all the superluminal technology products have not explored the limits of this theory. For example, the fourth-order Star Destroyer. Its jump engine is a superluminal technology product, but it is the most common one. One jump is about 100 light-years. After each jump, it takes at least 3 to 4 days to dissolve the space storm around the spacecraft. If it is in a continuous jump state, the entire Star Destroyer will explode. This is why it took Gao Gong more than half a year to open up the routes to the 3 cyber test sites. Most of this time was wasted waiting for the space storm to be automated. Even the most common Stargate has a scale that spans a galaxy. This directly breaks through the upper limit of time and space, and is also the technological limit of low-level civilizations. Only an ascending civilization can produce superluminal technology products, and step into the first step of advanced civilization from the endless universe. But this is too far-fetched. For Gao Gong, the 5,000 light-year black market channel is enough to break most of the blockades of the third-level civilization. I originally wanted to meet up with my fleet first, but since that Patrick is trustworthy, why not go to the new space coordinates of Alpha Narcissus first? As an interstellar black market, it naturally has superluminal means. At first, Gao Gong was reluctant to use it, mainly because he was worried that someone would secretly tamper with it during the superluminal navigation. The 4th level combat power, in the superluminal mode, is not worth mentioning at all. According to that Patrick, the superluminal means of this black market is the supergravity slingshot. The advantage of this slingshot technology is that it can be used by individuals. But the disadvantage is that it is like bungee jumping, and the process is a bit scary. As a resource planet, the energy and matter stored in Alpha Narwhal is hundreds of thousands of times that of an ordinary planet, which is almost equivalent to a star. The gaseous energy it leaked out alone automatically formed a layer of energy defense circle in the planet's atmosphere. Moreover, ordinary planets only have one layer of atmosphere, but it has 9 layers of energy atmosphere. The energy defense of each layer of atmosphere is at least 1 million points. In other words, even if nothing is done, the outer energy defense of this planet is as high as 9 million points. Chapter 960 Communication. You know, even if the main gun of the spacecraft is fully loaded, the damage is only 1 million points. This means that, even if the Walter family does nothing, it still needs the attack of the spacecraft, and 9 consecutive bombardments in the same direction to penetrate the natural defense of this planet. In the previous Star Wars, it was also relying on the terrifying biological firepower of the space monster Leviathan to penetrate the defense circle of this planet and enter the interior of the planet. Now, it seems that after the planetary coordinates moved, and the planetary cannons were released, the energy intensity of the atmosphere was significantly reduced, and the internal scene could be vaguely seen. It was precisely because of this that, outside the atmosphere, many forces' spies were openly watching. Various vehicles, various small star shuttles, black market star armor, and space monster sub-bodies appeared and disappeared from time to time. In the last war, I remember that old Walter was injured, outside the energy atmosphere, on a large meteorite. 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood on the meteorite and whispered. I saw with my own eyes that old Walter's ship was shot down by the Leviathan giant, and then fell into the surface of the planet and exploded. So, he is dead? I think it is very likely. It's hard to say. The green monsters of the Walter family are well-known clone gene monsters. Even if old Walter is dead, who knows if a new old Walter will appear? The 3-eyed humanoid creature spoke. Our governor suspected that the old Walter, who founded the Walter family, was actually dead a long time ago. Now he is just a clone. TSK. A monster. The latter sighed. Both of them have superb visual systems. The 3 eyes on the former's forehead can peek into the void, and the latter's atomized body can sense all energy fluctuations on the entire planet. These 2 people both represent 2 powerful interstellar forces. One of them is a planetary system governor. Since your governor suspects that old Walter is dead, why not lead your fleet to capture this planet? You know, your governor's colony planet is not as rich in resources as here. The atomized figure suddenly said curiously. Haha, I dare not speculate about the 3-eyed governor's thoughts. The 3-eyed man couldn't say that, in fact, His boss, the three-eyed governor, actually planned to send an interstellar fleet to attack this planet, but unfortunately, before leaving the system, the Leviathan giant and a group of space monsters blocked him at the door, and the two sides had a fierce fight. Although the specific results were not clear. When the governor came back, he was indeed bruised and battered. The three-eyed man laughed and was about to change the subject, when the fog figure in front of him suddenly became colorful. He knew that the other party's race was a very rare energy bloodline that could resonate with some energy resources at a long distance. At this time, its colors became colorful, which meant that there must be a strong energy reaction inside the Alpha Narcissus. The three-eyed man also used his own bloodline talent. The light on his third eye shone brightly, but he could only see a gray area. Huh? The other party asked in surprise. The next moment, the light on the misty figure's body dimmed instantly. The energy reaction disappeared? No! The misty figure quickly raised his head. The energy atmosphere that had previously enveloped the planet, or the gaseous energy, appeared above the two of them at some point, and then turned into a giant palm, crushing the three-eyed man with one palm. Without saying a word, the misty figure's body collapsed directly, evolving into hydrogen, oxygen, and some free ions in the vacuum of the universe. His method of self-destruction of his body, even the main gun of the starship can defend against it, but the next moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the sky. Come, become one with me, and become the new Walter. Ah! In a cosmic vacuum far away from the Alpha Narcissus, the space suddenly sank inward, as if someone used a slingshot to eject a dent in the vacuum, and at the stone part where it was ejected, a figure appeared, with a pale face, and twitching hands and feet. Senior engineer almost vomited. He finally understood why the word super was added before the gravitational slingshot. The reason is simple. Most of the gravitational slingshot effects are limited to accelerating or decelerating small-mass aircraft through the force field of large-mass celestial bodies. But the opponent's technology is not only a force field, but also a dimension. That Patrick Star used some unknown means to pinch several dimensions into the bowstring of the slingshot, pull and stretch it, and then create a large range of dimensionality increase and dimensionality reduction. Although both are superluminal technology, it and jump engine are actually two different technological routes. The former is drilling cosmic holes, and the latter is dimensional manipulation. One is the front and back of the space nature, and the other is the up and down of the space nature. As for the small stone at the center of the slingshot, once the body enters this state, it is like all the five senses are mixed together. If it were someone else, it would be possible to see God directly. When I opened the system panel, I saw several debuffs such as sensory confusion and spatial confusion. However, when Gao Gong looked in the direction of the constellation Alpha Narcissus, he was obviously stunned and said to himself, "Am I dazzled?" He saw a huge human face appear on the planet in the distance, with a silver-hooked nose, silver eyebrows, and dark and empty eyes. But when the two eye sockets passed by, all the monitoring personnel, their entire bodies were swallowed up by the energy mist that suddenly appeared. This also included two invisible starships. This kind of starship, even among the third-level ones, is relatively rare. It is not invisible at the visual level, but the entire starship directly entered the subspace. In this mode, it can even pass through the 9 layers of energy atmosphere and enter the interior of the planet. Unfortunately, under the strange face of old Walter, it was still discovered. The fog rolled and roared, and the energy light made the planet look like an oversized diamond. The two starships in the fog were like sailboats in the stormy sea, charging in the waves, sinking, and finally drowning. They died miserably. Huh? The senior engineer was a little stunned. Planetary will? Cosmic evil god? How could it be so devilish? The Walter family? Wouldn't they have planted a super tree on the planet? This is impossible. You know, only a level 5 information disaster like the memory matrix can set off a cyber wave on a planet. And even then, it still relies on the Cyber Technology Society of the Machine Rift Star. You said that letting a star pirate group like the Walter family engage in robbery and plant a scientific research tree. This is too ridiculous. Not only did the senior engineer think it was nonsense, but other people also thought so. Especially the monitoring personnel of the major forces. Beep, beep, beep. A communication request suddenly came from the receiver in Gao Gong's body. Although there was still no network in the vacuum of the universe, the signal Gao Gong felt was very strong. Some information about the abilities of alien species? Gao Gong chose to accept it. It started with a gibberish alien language, and then it quickly turned into a language Gao Gong could understand. Newcomers, let's get together, there are not many left alive.